Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome this time to the grave. Not what lies beyond it, but what used to lie in it. Safe in the peace of death. Unless the resurrectionists were abroad. Do you know what a resurrectionist is, or was? Well, no matter. By the time this tale is told, you will. Not by me, but by the man who did tell it some 100 years ago. Let me introduce you to Cameron Fergus.
A glass of rum, in heaven's name, landlord. It's cold enough in here to send a man to the grave. And a grave's no place to be. No place to be at all. Begin or end it all with the fact that I am a drunkard, an alcoholic. I have been so ever since I can remember, 30 years or more. I do not like remembering. It's why I drink. There is no excuse for my existence. I am worth nothing to anybody except I'm afraid to die. Afraid to be laid fresh in the grave because I fear my body will not lie there in peace, no more than my soul. So I try only to stay alive and forget. There is no hope for me anywhere in this world or in the next.
Our mystery drama, The Body Snatchers, was adapted from the Robert Louis Stevenson classic, especially for the Mystery Theater, by Ian Martin, and stars Howard Da Silva. The scene is a little pub in Debenham, England. Where is Debenham? It doesn't really matter. An isolated little town not far from London or the stream of life in general. There are a couple of public houses there, and the George is as good or as bad as the others. It just happens to be where Fergus drinks his 5 glasses of rum every night. A strange, bizarre figure that the town long ago accepted, or, if you will, disregarded. But tonight is not an ordinary night in Debenham, as Answer Mary, another habitué, is giving Fergus the latest news.
The squire himself, on his way to the new railway station, struck down as by the finger of God, as his carriage passed the old George here. They got him upstairs to the best room, and they telegraphed off to London with a great men's doctor. Oh, this is a night to remember.
As it must to all men. I didn't mean that, Harry. God speed his doctor on the way, and to keep him out of the cold earth.
Well, he's in a bad way. The landlord thought maybe you'd ever look at him.
Me? Why me?
Well, wouldn't be the first time you've shown your skill. I remember the time old Maud Brinkle dislocated her elbow, and Alfie Price's boy, Richard, broke his leg. You fixed him up real nice, you did.
A simple fracture and an even simpler reduction. Any farmer could have taken care of either.
Well, not like you did. Not by a long shot. Wasn't you set out to be a doctor once? Or maybe even got to be one?
Why don't you learn to mind your own business, Harry?
Well, no offense, old chum. Most of them years we've been drinking together, and did I ever hold back anything from you?
Some of us are by nature open. Others keep ourselves to ourselves. Not that anybody could ever say I had anything to hide. I sat there looking down to the bottom of my glass, swirling that last memory-drowning drink of rum, and thinking to myself the size of the lie I had just said. Oh, it had a kind of truth. Nobody in Debenham could say I had anything to hide. But I knew what black sins I had to hide from the world. And with enough liquor, even sometimes from myself.
Well, listen to that, Fergus, will you? 11's. And our innkeeper isn't here to chase us out at closing time. Too busy upstairs poking his big nose into the great doctor at work, trying to bring the old squire back to life. Not much chance of that, I'd say.
You sneaked up and had a look, did you?
Well, I tried, but no luck. Door shut fast. But I saw the squire on the way in before you got here. His face was all blown up like a balloon and red as one of them lobsters.
How was his breathing?
Well, when they brought him in, he wasn't breathing not at all. And then sudden like he was, but with a sort of rattle in his chest. After that, maybe a minute or so, he stopped again.
Chain strokes.
What's that you say?
Classic symptoms, apoplexy. Probably irreversible. The breathing pattern formalized as a syndrome by Dr. John Chain, a countryman of mine, and Dr. William Stokes, an Irishman by birth. A sure forerunner of cardiac failure.
Hey, all them big words, you lost me.
Did I? No matter. Your prognosis is probably as accurate as his physicians will be. If indeed the squire is not a corpse already.
Hey, gloomy one you are.
I wonder now where they'd bury him.
Who, the squire? Oh, we'll go right in the family crypt.
In a crypt? Huh? Above ground, then he should be safe enough. I wonder that I didn't see the doctor arrive. Did he come by train?
Lord, no. You missed it, all right. Whipped right off the train into old George's cab.
I wonder how I missed the arrival. What did this great medico look like?
Oh, he was, tall, white-haired. But he moved as brisk as a colt. Dressed in the finest broadcloth and white linen, great gold watch and studs and spectacles of the same precious metal.
Yes, there before the grace of God go. And what was the name of this paragon?
This what?
This man of undoubted success.
Oh, McFarlane.
Say that again.
What, the name?
Yes.
McFarlane.
No other name?
Dr. Wolf McFarlane. What's the matter with you, Fergus? You've broken the glass, wasted the rum. Oh, and you've cut yourself.
Never mind that. Wolf McFarlane. You sure of that?
Well, it's how he introduced himself. Why, do you know him?
Know him? There's nobody knows him better than me. More's the pity. More is the pity and the shame. So the past I had shut out with some success and a great deal more rum came flooding back. Pictures flashed across my mind in a kaleidoscope. Stop-action photographs of disembodied arms and heads. The grisly jokes bandied about over the poor defenseless corpses that passed beneath our hands and were stripped barren by our razor-sharp knives. But it all might have been a bright dedication and a proud way of life, except for Wolf McFarlane and his kind. For every one of us, the end was the triumph. But the means, heaven help the few of us who has to face it. And then, suddenly, there were footsteps on the stairs coming down, closer and closer to me, and I was about to face the man who had tempted me to sell my future. The man who could live with his vileness because he had no conscience and had left me to eke out my life dirty and despairing, afraid to do the only thing I really wanted to die.
You're as white as a sheet, Fergus. Don't take on so. There might be two men with the same name.
My sincere condolences, but the squire was virtually a dead man from the moment the stroke hit him. Nothing could have saved him.
That's him. That's his voice.
Forgive me for my abrupt leave-taking, but my coach is waiting and I cannot miss the train.
Well, here he goes for the door. If you want to make sure you do know him, you better move fast.
I must see him face to face. McFarlane.
Yes?
Toddy.
Huh?
Toddy McFarlane.
I'm afraid, sir, you have the better of me. I don't believe we are acquainted.
Oh, we are acquainted, all right. Look close. I want you to recognize me.
I've told you... Good Lord. Cameron Fergus.
Yes. Did you think I was dead, too? That we are all so easy shut of old acquaintance?
Oh, hush, man. For the love of God. Let the dead past bury itself.
Not ours. Nothing stayed buried decently then, did it, Wolf?
Oh, now, come, Cameron. We are both a little shaken at this chance encounter. I hardly knew you, I confess at first, but I am overjoyed. Overjoyed to have this opportunity. Unfortunately, I must not fail the train, so if you'll forgive me,
Forgive you?
Well, I meant for running, but, well, let me see. Oh, yes, of course, yes. You shall give me your address, and you can count on early news from me.
Put away your gold pen and your false friendship.
But I want to do something for you, Fergus. I can see, forgive me, that you are somewhat out at elbows. We must take care of that.
Money?
Well...
Money from you? The money I had last from you is lying where I cast it in the rain and mud.
What is the matter with you, Fergus? Now, what is it you want?
I wish I knew. Revenge for Jeannie and the others. An accounting for the wasted rum-soaked derelict you made me. I thought long ago the hand of God, like the squire upstairs, must have struck you down. Perhaps I was appointed for that.
Fergus, Cameron, I beg of you. You've been drinking and you are not in your right mind. Now, don't do anything. What is that you have in your hand?
Don't you remember?
Jeannie's hatpin.
The one you gave her. Would it not be poetic in God's justice to drive it into your throat, up slanting through the mouth till it lodged in the brain, or between the 5th and 6th ribs, driven straight into your black heart?
Help! Have you got out of your mind? Help!
Here, Fergus, take it easy.
Help me!
Stay out of this, Harry.
But you...
If you value your life, stay back.
Don't. You can't kill me, Fergus.
You're right, I can't. I should, but I can't. Get out of my sight. Catch your train. Go.
Whip up the horses! We want to take that train! Lord above, Fergus, what got into you? Put that long hat pin away. That's a dangerous instrument. More like one of them Italian stilettos.
It was Jeannie's.
Yes, sure it was. Some pretty sparklers, all right. Must have cost a pretty penny, too, but let's put it away and sit down and have a nice little snort for the road, eh?
Yes, drink. Get me drunk. Wipe it out, the past. Let me sleep. And if only I could never wake again.
Yes, right as rain, old chum. Yeah, just what the doctor ordered. That's a funny one, all right. With all the doctors around this night, like the gentleman who just left.
Don't call him gentleman.
Oh, well, I mean, when a man's become a doctor...
No matter what he thinks he's become, that devil is what he began. A resurrectionist he began, and in his heart, that's the way he'll die.
A resurrectionist? It's a profession that flourished in the early 19th century. Profession, did I say? It was rather a crime. The more familiar names are ghoul, grave robber, body snatcher, the conscienceless night people who provided cadavers for the medical schools, the cold-blooded legion of the damned who, if a corpse was not to be found, provided a fresh one from the living. I'll return shortly with Act 2. In one of the greatest speeches in the English-speaking theater, Hamlet, the tortured Prince of Denmark, wrestled with the problem, to be or not to be, and came to the conclusion that conscience doth make cowards of us all. Cameron Fergus, though far less innocent than the tragic Dane, as a young man found himself caught in the same wedge. But when he made his decision, he found not death, but a life of remorse and dishonor.
I was the only child of two elderly parents. By my early 20s, they were both gone, leaving me a small but comfortable income. Even in those days, I already considered myself a man about town. But my vices were minor, and inside I had a craving for something more fulfilling in life. Both those lacks were satisfied when I fell under the spell of Wolfe McFarlane. We met first at the house of Jeannie McRoberts, a young woman who epitomized everything pure and sweet to me, and whom I secretly hoped to marry one day. Oh, Jeannie, this music's too slow.
It's romantic.
Well, maybe that's what I meant. Let's sneak out for a walk in the garden.
Oh, no. It's not the music that's too slow for you, Cameron.
Oh, then suppose it was.
I wouldn't trust you out there all alone.
You walked out with him.
Who?
The tall one there, dancing with Maggie Dyack.
Wolf McFarlane. Well, it's the first time he's our guest, and besides, it was still twilight then.
He's a dandy, all right. And he has all of you girls making eyes at him. Where's he from?
Oh, Glasgow, I think. He's here in his second or third year as a medical student, working under Dr. Knight.
I suppose he's turned your head, too, huh?
He did when we danced. Oh. What could be more exciting than being a doctor anyway? Someone who can make you well if you're ill.
Well, maybe I'd better consider taking up the profession myself, so I won't lose you.
So, Cameron, you've a taste for being a doctor, eh?
I can think of no higher calling.
Well, that's flattering. Have you the talent for it?
I stood high in my class at the university.
Oh, you've a brain, all right, I've no doubt. At least so Miss McRoberts informed me.
Did she now?
But when I spoke of being a doctor in talent, I meant other things.
Such as?
Have you a strong stomach? Can you stand the sight of blood?
I wouldn't turn from it.
Have you the nerves of steel?
I don't exactly know what you mean.
Could you take a scalpel and split a man or a woman from breastbone to pubis with a steady hand? Could you open the stomach and cut out a diseased organ? Could you amputate a leg or an arm?
I'm not exactly sure it was being a surgeon I had in mind.
Oh, never mind the live bodies, lad. It's the dead ones you have to cut through first. There's no other way to learn anatomy firsthand, and not all of them are fresh from the grave.
What does that mean?
You'll find out for yourself. How are your scruples?
I think you're just having fun with me. I'm sorry I asked. I don't need you to further my ambition. There are other ways.
Oh, nay, nay, nay. Hold, lad, don't be so hot-tempered. I was pulling your leg a little, but less than you might think. And you do need me more than you think.
Why?
My recommendation to the doctor in charge of the medical school, as it happens, would open the doors for you like that.
Would you give it to me?
I just might. In exchange for something.
What?
The rest of your waltzes with Miss Jeannie. She's the only girl here with any grace or style. Like a feather in the wind. And I love to dance. Is it a bargain?
It's the one I can't control. It's Jeannie who says who she'll dance with.
But if you ask her and tell her why?
I'll tell her on one condition.
And what is that?
That she saves the last one for me.
Well, I can hardly blame you. And if we are to be friend and colleagues, why should I be greedy, eh? Shake hands on the bargain.
Shake.
To a long and close future together, Fergus. We can use a man like you.
I take that as a compliment. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That I should ever have seen the day I thanked the man I have spent my life cursing and reviling. What an innocent I was. I kept my part of our bargain in my naivete and excitement, not noticing that Jeannie's reluctance to change her dance card was neither long nor strong. My head was spinning too much with other future dreams, that I was to become a doctor. For Wolf McFarlane kept his part of the bargain, too.
So, Wolf, this is the young man you've spoken so highly of.
Only because he deserves the recommendation, Dr. Kirk. He's a man we can use in more ways than one.
Splendid, splendid. We're always in need of recruits, Mr. Fergus. Wolf here tells me you are a young man with a fine taste for a night of romping and wake up bright-eyed and clear-headed of a morning with no hangover, either physical or mental. Well, that makes us three of a kind. And that's what it takes to make a mark in our profession, lad. Stamina, staying power. We have to do many things that would make an ordinary mortal's blood run cold.
If you'll try me, sir, I don't think you'll find me wanting.
Well spoken, Cameron Fergus. I like you. What do you say, Wolf? Shall we
make him one of us?
My vote is aye.
Well, then so is mine. I leave it up to you to initiate him into the mysteries and secrets of his new profession. But softly, slowly, mind you. We can't scare him off till he's well hooked, eh? We must show the best side before he sees the worst.
You're very kind, Dr. Kirk, but I know you're only testing my resolve. How could so noble a profession have a bad side?
Well, Dr. Kirk meant only, I'm sure, that it has a difficult side.
No, to be sure, to be sure. No prize worth winning can easily be come by. Work hard, and let Wolf here help you over the rough spots. For my money, you couldn't have a finer guide.
A finer guide, that much was true. A guide to hell and damnation. But I'd never have realized it then. Wolf was my friend, mentor, and convivial partner. I found that I was a natural doctor, nay, more than that, perhaps a surgeon. But in that field of medicine lay all the seeds of disaster. For to study anatomy, one needs a body, and you cannot practice on a live one. I was not so innocent that I didn't know the answer to that. But it was not till the end of my first year, when I moved in with Wolf, that I had to face it. Wolf? Wolf, wake up.
What? Never, dog. What hour is it?
It wants 10 to 3.
And you wake me? Damn it, Fergus.
Someone at the door.
Oh, of course. Reason I bid you move in tonight. Get dressed while I answer that.
But what is...
Don't ask questions. Do as I say.
Governor, I was after...
No, sorry for the delay. Just give me a moment or two, eh?
We are real low tonight. We'll need help.
Oh, don't worry. We have it. Meet us at the usual place, eh? Check me my trousers there, Cameron.
What is it?
Do I have to spell it out? The Resurrectionists. And tonight they have a cart full. Tonight is your baptism. You going to let me down?
Well, enough in hindsight to know what I should have answered to that. But I was young, and I thought he was my friend. And so, half-dressed, half-sober, half-anesthetized, we went to the building that housed the dissecting lab and began the night's, or I should say, the early morning's work.
All right. Put it down. There we are. Is that the last?
Not tonight. One more.
Fine. Before you bring it up, let me introduce you to Dr. Cameron Fergus.
How do you do?
The gentleman prefers to leave his name out of these transactions. Just call him Digger.
That's me, by nature and profession.
When you bring the last one up, Dr. Fergus will pay you. The usual tariff. Now, Fergus, I'm going to have to leave you in charge.
Why did you call me doctor when I'm not even...
You've got a lot to learn. We need the title to keep these fellows in hand.
What do you mean?
I'll explain it to you soon. Now, first off, here is a key. It unlocks the safe there. Now, there's money, cash in there, and I'll tell you just how much to disperse. But be sure the safe is securely locked before these ruffians return. Now, I have to get to Dr. Kirk right away and tell him what luck we've had tonight. He'll want to make arrangements for dissecting and anatomy classes tomorrow.
It seems strange. Potter's Field death rate was so high this one night.
In this part of our business, it is well to question as little as possible.
I followed the easy path to do as I was told. To suspend thinking, pay off the grave robbers, entwine myself irrevocably in a practice which, no matter how we as doctors might believe its morality, in those days, could involve death by hanging. But if I thought of it much, after the body snatchers were come and gone and paid, it was all forgotten when Dr. Kirk joined us.
A magnificent day in our lives, gentlemen. I congratulate you both for your part in this, while at the same time I need not enjoin you to the secrecy we must maintain. My congratulations for tonight, and carry on the good work, gentlemen. I bid you good morning.
High words, Dr. Kirk. And we are left with all the dirty work.
What do you mean?
The time has really come for you to stop asking the very answerable question. In the name of medicine and research, we gather bodies, right?
But that is no crime. Using already dead flesh, which can render up to us secrets of how to handle living flesh, is not a valid crime.
On that basis, you have an argument. If the flesh is already moribund. But body snatching is a rewarding crime. And if there is no dead body to snatch, with the kind of man who plies this trade, do you think he would hesitate to wait for the flesh to die if his source of supply ran low?
Oh, good Lord, what are you saying?
Oh, don't pretend innocence. If your conscious brain will not admit the truth, your subconscious one knows it. And you signed for the bodies tonight. Willy-nilly, you are with us from here on in.
With us from here on in. For the first time, I realized I was trapped. For a moment, I even thought my friends had made use of me. But then I thrust that thought aside. They were pioneers, like myself, taking the only means to great ends. And if indeed it were true that an occasional body had not met a natural death, why, by all reason, it could only be someone who was a criminal, who had sought it himself. So I reasoned. And with another drink of fiery scotch to soothe my addled brains, soothed my burning conscience. This would be the end of all connection with the resurrection men, I swore. Not knowing how devastatingly empty the oath I took was destined to be.
Poor Cameron Fergus, lulled into the crime of accessory after the fact, controlled by men wiser in the ways of vice than he, who would soon involve him as accessory before the fact, and even worse. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Most doctors of those days were not about to be troubled by the material they dissected. Only the few who trafficked in procuring the illegal material were involved in matters of conscience. And most of them, sad to say, found rich enough rewards to still what small worm of morality might squirm within their hearts. The resurrectionists were well paid, and the men who bought the dreadful merchandise each made their own defenses.
But I lean on you and Wolf, Cameron boy. You're my right and left arms. A constant supply of cadavers is the prime necessity of the school.
I know, but where they come from is...
My boy, that's no question for us. They bring the body, we pay the price. Quid pro quo, as they say in the Latin tag.
But, sir...
Let's have no more buts, Fergus. And no questions, for conscience sake.
But that's exactly the problem, sir. I watch these ruffians come in before the dawn, in the dead of night, and I cannot help but be struck by their hangdog looks, their eyes averted. I want to have no part of it, sir.
If you expect to stay here and achieve your degree, I tell you, you must be part of it. I'm sorry to be so blunt, Fergus, but that's the way it is. And I have no further time to talk to you.
Wolf, help me. We are condoning, nay, even promulgating murder.
Fergus, you think too much. Accept your duty and concentrate on learning to be a doctor, not a policeman.
And what is my duty?
Take what is brought, pay the price, and avert your eyes from the evidence of any crime.
What decisions I might have made in my first revulsion, I'll never know. For at that time, Jeannie came back, and the renewal of our acquaintance put everything else out of my head. She was fascinated about my future as a doctor, the future of all of us. I'd rather have you tell me about Paris and Rome.
Oh, that's all for the future. What I want to know about is the present. How soon will you be a doctor?
I'm afraid that takes a little time.
And Dr. McFarlane, how is he?
Well, though he's nearer it than me, doctor is still a courtesy title.
I wish you'd tell me all about your lives, and what they're like.
It's not a subject for a girl.
Wolf McFarlane didn't mind talking about it.
Well, that's his business. If you'd prefer him...
And don't be a silly boy. And don't be jealous. I'm only interested because he's become your friend.
The more fool I that I thought he was. He'd already been a beginning, but now he was to be the cause of my complete downfall. It happened so casually. One afternoon after work in the lab, I dropped into a neighborhood tavern to meet Wolf sitting with a small, pale man, dark eyes very close together, seemingly refined at the start, but to reveal himself later as coarse, vulgar, and vicious.
The tales I could tell you about our old friend Toddy here.
Toddy?
Sure. Toddy McFarlane. What, has he kept his nickname secret from all of you?
It seems so. Why Toddy?
Because every time we pulled off a rough one, we'd drink a toddy to our trickiness. Eh, Toddy?
I wish you wouldn't call me that.
Drink up and enjoy the good living it brings all of us.
Oh, for God's sakes, watch your mouth.
Well, now, will you listen to our preacher? Pay no attention to him, Cameron. Is that your given name?
Yes, but...
I may be a pretty bad fella myself, but Toddy here, Toddy McFarlane, could put us all to shame. Here, look, have a look at him. If looks could kill. Toddy hates me because I know too much about him.
I told you don't call me that confounded...
I'll call you as I please, and what can you do to keep my mouth shut, Toddy? Just look at him, Cameron Fergus. Did you ever see the lads play knife? He'd like to do that. All over my body.
We medicals have a better way than that. When we dislike a dead friend of ours, we dissect him. Why I made that stupid, ugly joke, I'll never know. I longed to snatch the words back the moment they were said. Would to God I could have. I was to regret them the rest of my life. I should have admitted before this that I was well paid for my work of receiving nocturnal corpses. No questions asked. It was 3 nights after I had met Gray, and I was on duty at the empty dissecting rooms when...
Come on, Fergus, damn it, man. Would you have me caught red-handed?
Wolf, what are you doing here at this hour?
Shh. Ask no questions. I have some merchandise in the gig. Help me in with it.
It was a small enough figure wrapped in a winding sheet, and it was no job for the two of us to bring him in and stretch him on a table. But for some reason, Wolf McFarlane was breathing as heavy as if we had lifted a horse.
All right, sealed and delivered. Let's have it signed.
What?
Get to the safe. I want you to pay me and give me the receipt.
Since when did you turn resurrectionist?
We're short of bodies, are we not? Nothing for the class to start on tomorrow? Come on. Let's get the transaction over with.
Patience, man. We've the rest of the night. And your friend is in no hurry anymore.
Sign the paper and give it to me.
Well, don't you want the money first?
The paper.
All right. My signature for posterity.
And for me, this is all I need.
And the money?
My present to you, old chum. The finder's fee, too. You've been working too hard as it is. A man ought to have some reward. Why don't you take my rig and slip on home? I'll cover for you for the rest of the night.
It's late enough for both of us to leave.
Oh, I think I'll stay. Pre-dissect the derelict there. Ready to pass around to our eager students when they arrive. McNeil's working on the lowered extremities. Sharples is screaming for a liver.
What's the matter with you? You seem unnerved. Who in...
No, don't take that sheet away, don't. Very well. You had to know. Now you know why I had to have your signature of acceptance.
It's Gray. The man who...
A man who could have ruined all of us. We're in this boat, sink or swim. Would you want your neck on the gallows like Burke? This man is dead and is valuable to the advancement of medicine. Accept the fact of his death. Never question the how. You're one of us still, young Fergus. Forever.
So I was already trapped. I began a long lifetime of drinking in earnest. I was neither surprised nor that much affected. when Jeannie turned from me. Even the fact that I heard by the grapevine, certainly not from his lips, that Wolf was squiring her about, failed to rouse me. I felt myself damned forever. I wasn't good enough for her. But youth is resilient, and once I had digested my involvement, I learned to live with it. Even thought to go back to Jeannie again. As it happened, I chose, accidentally, the day that Wolf was to receive his sheepskin as a doctor.
I never realized what real love was until I met Wolf.
Puppy love, real love. Would you like me to tell you about this man you worship so? What he's really like?
Don't be so silly and jealous.
I'm not thinking of myself, Jeannie. It's you. I want to protect you from...
I'm quite old enough to handle my own affairs.
Oh, I doubt that. You couldn't understand a man like Wolf.
Take your hands off me.
Damn it, if I have to shake some sense into that lovely head, I'll do it with my hands. If I can't, with words.
Fergus, you desperate.
Fergus, have you lost your mind?
I'm trying to save her from you.
Well, get your hands off her, you little fool.
Oh, leave me go.
If you insist, remember, you asked for it.
Oh, you didn't hurt him, Wolf.
I imagine I did. He'll have a sore jaw tomorrow. As sore as my head. But what else could I do?
Well, nothing else. I don't ever want to see Fergus anymore.
I wasn't unconscious. I could hear all of this. And I thought at that moment that life could scarcely deal with me more harshly. Fool that I was, with the worst yet to come.
Special delivery tonight, Fergus, me boy. 5. Douse the light till we trail him in.
Come ahead. Stack them where you will. I wouldn't care if Queen Victoria was one of them. I've had my fill of this job.
Nobody likes it much, but it's a living, as we say in the trade. Might as well get something from the dead.
I went about my business mechanically, mind drugged by liquor, body reacting out of sheer habit, and then... the horror of horrors looked up at me from the dissecting table. Her blue eyes, open, staring with a startled horror that she could come to this. Jeannie McRoberts, a candidate for the cold-blooded dissection, candidate for jokes and the discard by the morrow's crew of medical students.
Jeannie, I'm just as horrified as you, Fergus.
She died no natural death. There were marks of violence on her, possible strangling.
But why?
I can't tell you why, or guess at least. She was pregnant. She was carrying a child.
How do you know?
Dr. Kirk was with us first thing in the morning. Everyone attends dissections. Jeannie was with child.
Do you suppose she killed herself?
You know she didn't. Jeannie was murdered. I'm not going to let her die unrevenged.
You're not suggesting I had anything to do with it.
Exactly.
I'd reconsider that statement if I were you.
Oh.
If anyone did kill her, and mind you, I'm not saying they did, you would be the logical suspect. She did spurn you.
Yes, but...
Let me remind you about the bodies that you've received for dissection and signed for. Many of which you must have known died not natural deaths. Gray, for example. If you want to place any necks in the noose, go ahead. But give first a care to your own, my lad. I warned you when you began this business. You should be without a conscience.
He knew me too well, Harry. Conscience I had, but no courage.
You mean that distinguished doctor who just left murdered the girl?
Why not? An obscure Scottish girl he could never have married since his ambitions reached so high.
Well, I'll tell you something. Man to man. I'm surprised you didn't kill him right out of hand. If your story be true.
Oh, the story is true, right enough. And the proof of it all is that I didn't.
Here, finish your drink, old chap.
Thanks. Oh, strong enough. False courage, maybe. I never had the real thing. Else none of all of this would have happened.
Well, at least you had some conscience.
Which finally has caught up with me.
Hey, what have you done?
Jeannie's hatpin. The weapon of remorse.
Good almighty, Fergus. You drove the hatpin straight into your heart. Here, let me help.
By all means. Pull it out, Harry.
Oh.
Don't hesitate. Pull it out.
Good, now. Grit your teeth now. There. Now that'll be better.
Don't you believe it? Only thing might have saved me was to leave it there. Now I'm sure to die. One thing at least I did right in my life. Just do me one favor, Harry.
What's that?
I've enough money. See me buried above ground in a strong, tight crypt. Don't let me be had at the last by the body snatchers. Wherever I go, let me go whole and accept my judgment. Whatever it is. Oh.
A curious and chilling story, with no moral that I or any man can quite offer. The raw material for the study of medicine that today has prolonged life by almost twice as much as could be expected in the last century is no longer needed so much. Thank heaven the ghoul, the body snatcher, and the resurrectionist man have passed from our lives, or deaths, since that was their concern. I'll be back shortly. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Good to have you with us. Settle down and be comfortable. Lend us not only your ears, but your deepest concentration while we tell you a strange and macabre story. Where do you live? Peoria? Salt Lake City? Buffalo? Memphis? Huh? Where? Springfield? Manchester? Spokane? Hackensack? No, you don't live in any of those places, or in any other place that has a name. You live, each one of you, night and day, year after year, in the nameless, hidden places of your own mind.
Mr. Z, who ever dreamed up the Black Room anyway?
I have no idea.
Somebody must have.
There's always been a Black Room, Mr. K, far as I know.
Hell of a place.
Yes.
How long do you think he'll last?
Matter of days. Weeks, possibly.
Then what?
He'll go mad. Or die.
Our mystery drama, The Black Room, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Larry Haynes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
There is a fresh new spirit sweeping the land. A free spirit that demands good products. Products that satisfy your sense of good taste and desire for economy. But above all, products that perform. Buick has been touched by this spirit. And this year, our crisply designed, solidly built Buicks will bring joy even to the most demanding of free spirits. The 1975 Buicks, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Hi, this is Pearl Bailey. Today I'm not going to try and entertain you. Instead, I'm going to put before you the distressing story of the needy children of the world. They need your help. The bright side is that you can give them all of this by working with Save the Children Federation. Together, you can forge a better world, one in which children can have hope instead of despair. To find out how, you write today to Save the Children Federation, Box 120, Grand Central Station, New York, New York, 10017. Please help these children.
All over Monroe County, we're faced with the difficult problems of today. If we're going to solve them, we'll all have to get involved.
We need leadership more than ever before, but we can't do it without you. So if we all get together, we can put it all together. So let's all join together and vote with us.
This message has been brought to you by a lot of Monroe County Republican people.
10 minutes. It isn't a lot of time, but it can be forever. 10 minutes is all it takes for a child to suffocate inside an unused refrigerator. Don't let this tragedy happen. If there's an unused refrigerator where children play, do one of these things. Seal the door shut, block it open, or remove it completely. Entrapment is not child's play, but a matter of life and death.
Somewhere, in some unspecified place, are three men. Three men of no particular distinction and no particular importance except to themselves. Yet the urgency of their speech and the intensity of their attitudes would make you think that something of the gravest consequence is taking place. And for all that I know, it is. Listen now to the story of the Black Room.
Why me? Why me? Of all people, I'm a very ordinary guy. I have a wife, I have a home, I have a job, I drink a little, I go bowling, I have some money. I'm just like everybody else, so why me?
We didn't take you because we thought you unusual.
Well, then, for God's sake, why?
We need information.
I haven't got any information.
We think you have.
Information about what? Look, if I have it, I'll give it to you. I'll tell you anything you want to know.
You mean that?
What do you want to know?
Why did you do it?
Do what?
You know.
I don't know. Do what?
It's not going to tell us.
What am I supposed to know? How could a man like me know anything?
Look me in the eye. Step up here. Closer. Look me straight in the eye. Now, why did you do it?
I didn't do anything.
Come on now. He'll never tell you.
What am I supposed to have done?
He's hopeless.
You guys, I never saw you before in my life. Who the hell are you, anyway?
I'm the man in charge here.
And who's he?
My deputy.
Well, who gave you the right to bust into my house, drag me down here, and start asking me questions? Well, who gave you the right to do that?
It's not a question of right.
Well, it damn well should be.
But it isn't.
Can I make a phone call? I can make a phone call, can I?
I'm afraid not.
Well, everybody's allowed to make a phone call. That's what I always heard. I want to call my wife, my lawyer, somebody.
Out of the question. We have no phone.
I never heard of a place that had no phone.
Now you have.
But you just can't keep me here. It's not right.
What's your idea of what's right? We'd really like to know.
Well, I can't tell you offhand like that. I don't know exactly.
Quite so. Neither do we. Mr. Kay, I think it's time for the Black Room.
Right. Come with me, please.
Come with you where? No, I'm not going anywhere with you.
Come on.
I don't have to go.
Yes, you do. Come on.
Do I have to?
Yes, you do.
Right this way.
I don't understand any of this. What is this place you're taking me to? What did he call it?
The Black Room.
Why do you call it that?
Because it's black.
What? Painted black? Black walls? Black furnishings? What?
Well, there aren't any furnishings. It's just a room. And it's black.
You're putting me in solitary.
You'll be alone. There we are. Step in, please.
Well, I can't see a thing. Nothing. It's black.
That's why it's called the Black Room.
Well, switch on a light.
There is no light. Once I close this door, there'll be no light of any kind.
You can't do this. Get out of my way.
Now,
let me...
just...
Help! Somebody help!
Don't make
help!
such a fuss. Cut it out. I'm going to close this door.
Are you there? Are we both in here? Well, say something. Are you here?
You haven't any matches on you by any chance? Or a lighter?
No.
Once I go out that door, you'll be in total darkness and total silence. No light, no noise, no sound of any kind. Only what you make yourself.
I don't see why.
You'll be fed once a day, never at the same time.
How will I know when?
It'll be either before you get hungry or after you've stopped being hungry.
You'll bring it to me?
You'll find it somewhere on the floor.
Well, how will I find it if I can't see it?
You'll feel around till you come to it. There'll be bread and water, and once in a while, if I'm in the mood, some cheese or a piece of fruit. Okay. Got it?
Will you tell the warden something for me?
The who? The warden?
Well, whoever he is, the keeper.
Keeper?
Well, you know who I mean, the man in charge.
That's Mr. Z. The end of the line. Tell him what?
Tell him that
That you what?
I've forgotten it.
Well, it's a good beginning. Keep it up.
Oh, wait a second, wait.
What now?
Let me look at the light.
Look at it. Okay. That's all.
The thing is, not to be frightened. Only thing to fear. Fear itself. Yes. Why am I whispering? I should be shouting. What's that? I hear something. I hear. What is that? It's my heart. It's my heart beating. I'm hearing my own heart. The only thing I can hear is my own heart. My shh. Quiet. Quiet down. Quiet. That's better. Yes. That's better. Much better. Better. Yes.
How did it go?
Very routine.
Good.
He fussed a little.
Oh?
I found it necessary to step inside with him for a few seconds.
No trouble, though.
He went numb pretty fast.
I thought he would.
He wanted me to give you a message, but then he couldn't remember what it was. And he thinks you're some kind of a warden.
A warden?
Or a keeper.
Poor man.
You know, Mr. Z, I didn't much like it inside that room.
You knew you were coming out.
Who ever dreamed up the Black Room anyway?
I've no idea.
Somebody must have.
There's always been a Black Room, far as I know.
Hell of a place.
Yes.
How long will he last, do you think?
Matter of days. Weeks, possibly.
Then what?
He'll go mad. Or die.
Wonder what he's doing now.
Oh, counting by twos, then by threes, then by fours. Anything to keep from thinking. That's what they all do.
Remember things. Beautiful things. Remember the ocean, the sand, the sounds of the sea, the waves, winds, running on the beach. Oh, God, I'm crying. These are my tears. Now, come on, now, let's not have any of that. None of that. No, just remember other things. The house. No, not the house. I'm not ready to think about the house. School. Oh, yes, school. Matthew Arnold. English poet, 1822 to 1888. Yeah, something like that anyway. Is it so small a thing to have enjoyed the sun, to have lived light in the spring, to have lived, to have thought, to have done? I don't know the rest. Oh, sleep. I want to sleep. No, I'm afraid to sleep. Will I ever sleep? What's that? I heard something. Yes, I hear something. Shh. Quiet. Shh. It's a rat. They've let a rat in here. I'm shut up with a rat. Where is that? Where is that rat? I'll kill it. I'll kill it with my bare hands. Where is it? Where is that? Where? Can't hear it anymore. Where is that rat? Where is it hiding? What'll it do? No, that's enough of that. Just lie down on the floor. Stretch out. Just let go. What'll happen will happen. Just let it happen. That's the best way. Don't fight. Don't struggle. Just lie quiet. Empty your mind. Yes. It doesn't matter if my eyes are open or closed. Isn't that funny? They're not really funny. When I go to sleep, will my eyes close or will they stay open? Yes, I can feel my eyelids raise themselves up. Now I feel them come down. But everything's the same. Black, just... it ran over my hand. The rat ran across my hand. Where is it now? I don't hear it. Did I imagine that? Did I ever hear it? Did I really feel it? There. I hear it again. Now, why would they do that? Why would they put me in a black room with a rat? They must be devils. Where is that rat now? Shh. Wait, it makes a noise. Shh. Again. Ran across my hand again. Now, wait. Just hold on now. Hold on. It's not so bad. The rat didn't bite you, did he? No, he simply ran across the back of your hand. That's all. You're not hurt. You're perfectly all right. Perfect. Oh, you don't sound like such a big rat. Oh, you sound like kind of a very small rat. Oh, you could be a mouse. Sure, a very small little mouse. Why not? Now, if I should just lie here quietly with my arms spread out like this, would you run across my hand again? Would you? Huh? Hey, you see, I'm calmer now. I'm much more relaxed. I'm waiting. There you are. Oh, on my fingers. Oh, such light little feet, so delicate. Oh, I think you must be no more than 2 inches long. How are you, my friend? Huh? How is my mouse chum? My pal, Mr. Mouse. How's everything with you? Okay? Good. Me? Oh, I'm managing. So far, so good. Yeah. You know, I think I can hold out for a while. Anyway, at least I'm not alone. Not altogether alone. Not quite.
The great horror is the fear of being alone. Man will do anything, suffer anything to avoid it, and to postpone that crucial moment when, no matter what he does or what he suffers, he must face his own essential aloneness, the very last moment of his life. We'll be back shortly with Act Two.
Who knows how to help you solve your shopping problems? Your Better Business Bureau.
I'm Inspector Pry, Miss.
Violet, Inspector. Miss Violet.
According to the report, you say someone is hiding in your house?
Oh, I'm sure of it, Inspector. I've found things. Sweaters, blouses like mine, but they're not mine. They're much too small for me and all faded and torn.
I'll help you, Miss Violet.
Who are you?
I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau. Those are your clothes, Violet, and you aren't taking very good care of them. Before you buy your clothes, understand what's on the label. For example, if you buy a garment which is labeled pre-shrunk, make sure you understand the cleaning instructions on the label before you wash.
And I thought, from now on I'll read the labels before I buy.
And no more shrinking, Violet.
Just another helpful tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Some people think we play ping pong all day. They're wrong. The USO isn't all fun and games. Today, the USO has millions of problems like this one in Germany.
My family's going crazy living in a tiny apartment. Where can we live?
Today's USO has millions of problems like this one in Asia.
I'm hooked on drugs. Where can I get help?
Or this problem in Athens.
Our marriage is breaking up. Can you help us?
Today's USO has little time for ping pong. We've got serious work to do. We've got lots of new problems here and overseas. The problems are big. How big? Well, if someone asks you, who needs the USO? Tell them,
we do! We do!
Over 5 million American military personnel and their families need today's USO. And because we get no government funds, we need all your support. Please give to USO through the United Way or local USO campaign.
The simple man we have chosen to be our hero is confined in the Black Room, a bare place without light or sound. But by chance or fate or the mercy of God, he has found a companion, a mouse no bigger than his thumb. This tiny creature has become his sole defense against the terrors of being alone.
Sit here on my hand and let me stroke your head, Mr. Mouse. There. You like that? Tell me you do. Somehow let me know that you do. You don't know how much it would mean to me to know that I was giving pleasure to someone. That's one of the chief horrors of being cut off from everything and everyone. There's no one to serve, to help, to amuse. Yes, that sounds strange, I suppose, but I never knew till now how important it is to bring pleasure and comfort and amusement into other lives. Will I ever laugh again? That's too much to expect. Yes, I know that. I don't mind crying anymore. I cry a lot. I don't care. When I weep at the hopelessness of it all, I feel somehow it's not quite so hopeless. Now, why is that? Do you know, Mr. Mouse? Mice don't cry? Is that what you're saying? Mice take life as it comes. Yes, but men can't do that. Men rebel and struggle and suffer. Oh, yes. Yes, how they suffer. Oh, are you agreeing with me? Or are you telling me you're hungry? You know what I have for you this time? Some cheese. Yes. They left me a piece of cheese this time. I ate most of it, but there are some crumbs. And they're in the breast pocket of my shirt. Now, if you just get into my pocket, way down at the bottom. You're easy now. Don't be frightened. Now, you know I wouldn't do anything to hurt you, my little friend. There. Head first. Down you go. Ah, yes, you found them. You found the crumbs of cheese. You're eating, and I'm almost laughing. Not quite, but almost. I'm almost laughing because you're so pleased.
I gave him a piece of cheese this time.
What for?
Oh, I don't know. Just to give him a little hope, I guess.
Well, if you want to drag it out.
Bread and water get so monotonous.
I imagine the last thing in the world that concerns him is monotony.
Well, it gets monotonous for me, too.
You say he's eating well.
So far, every crumb.
That won't last.
I suppose not.
Not if he's like the others, it won't. A few more days, then...
Now stay out of my way, Mr. Mouse. Don't get hurt. I'm just looking for our food. Well, maybe he hasn't left it yet. Now, there hasn't been any cheese for a long time. No, I can't count the days anymore, but it's been a long time. Oh, I found it. What is this? What? It's an apple. Imagine an apple. Say, I wonder, is it red or green or yellow? Perhaps I could tell by the taste. Macintosh. Or have I forgotten the taste of apples? I used to know it so well. You want some, do you? Now, wait till I bite off a piece for you. Wait, you know where it is. Come on now, you know. The pocket. It's in the pocket. That's it. There, I can feel you move against my chest. I think I have never felt anything so comforting. Now, how did I get here? How did I come to be living in a soundless, lightless room with a friendly mouse? It's almost laughable, but I've forgotten how to laugh. But think about it. How did I arrive at this place, these circumstances? For that matter, how did I arrive at any of the places, any of the circumstances of my life? I planned, yes. Yes, I made plans. But they never seemed to work out precisely as I planned them. The marriage. It looked all right, but it wasn't quite what I meant. The job. Yes, the job seemed to be a good job, but it wasn't quite what I'd expected. The house. It was a good house. A nice house. But not quite... Oh, are you coming out of my pocket now, Mr. Mouse? You had enough? Huh? Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to get inside my shirt? What for? What do you want? Oh, I know. To be close to me is that... Ow! Hey, what was that? What did you do? You know, I felt something... Oh, there it is again. Hey, I think you're pulling out the hairs on my chest. Is that what you're doing, Mr. Mouse? Ah, yes, you are. Now, why? Why would you do that? Not to hurt me. I know you would never hurt me. Are you playing? Are you making up a game trying to divert me from the awfulness? Yes, you're telling me it could be worse. There are things we can do. There is always something. It is never absolutely hopeless. Oh, little mouse, you're trying to make me laugh.
I gave him an apple today.
If you want to play the game that way, I can't stop you.
He ate every bit of it. There wasn't a thing left on the plate. No core, nothing.
I wonder how he manages to keep up his appetite.
Maybe he exercises.
After this long, they lose interest.
Yes. After all, what's the point?
Hope can't last forever. It's got to die, sooner or later.
Well, with this one, it looks as if it's going to be later.
Yes, but eventually.
What makes him hang on?
I wish I knew. I'd give anything to know.
It's darn near 2 weeks.
2 weeks tomorrow.
Should I go in after him?
No. Wait a while longer. He can't last.
You're sure about that?
No one ever has.
It's only breadcrumbs today. Sorry, Mr. Mouse. Hey, where are you? Mouse? Mouse, I have breadcrumbs for you in my pocket. Now, where are you? Are you here? Why don't you come when I call you? Now, there's no place to go in this blackness. I can't look for you. I might hurt you. Now, why don't you come when I call you? I have food for... Oh, what a fool I am. You've gone out of the black room. You've escaped. But where? How? There must be a place. Yes, you haven't always lived in this room. You came in at some point, and now you've gone out. But where? How? There must be a place, a little place, a tiny hole. Yes, a tiny hole big enough for a mouse to get through. Now, where? Where? You don't live here all the time. The black room isn't your only home. I mean, not your permanent home. You wouldn't pick a place like this. No mouse would do that. Nobody would do that. No, you came here from somewhere else. You must have. There must be a hole someplace. And you came through that hole, and you've gone out through that hole, and I'm going to find it. What's this? Is this it? Oh, that's so tiny. That's so tiny. Is that a hole? A hole just big enough for a mouse to slip through? Yes, I think it is. Then on the other side, there must be something. The blasted hole is right next to the floor. It's no bigger than my thumb. I can't get my face up to it. Yes, I can. I see. I see a light. I see light. A very little light. Oh, thank you. Thank whoever you are for this little bit of light. And what's happening? What's happened to the light? There's still a little, but there's something gray, something milky gray. What? It's my mouse. He's on the other side of the hole. I'm looking into the small gray eye of my friend. Oh, Lord, it's too much. Who could think of such a thing? Who could think that I would be straining at a mouse hole, bent almost double, to look into the eyes of my friend, the mouse? It's too much. It's too much. I can't comprehend. What is there to do? What is there to do but laugh?
He's off his feet. Hardly ate anything the last few days.
So, it's starting.
What's starting?
The decline. I knew it would, sooner or later.
Think I'll give him some fruit next time.
I really don't know why you want to bother.
Maybe some cheese, too.
Suit yourself.
Look, the idea was never to starve the poor fool. If that was the idea, I wouldn't give him anything at all.
He's beginning to starve himself.
Can he do that?
It's simple. Stay away from food and water. You'll be gone in a few days.
No kidding.
Animals know that.
Well, I never knew it.
There's lots of things animals know that men don't know. Especially you.
If I could cry. But there's a place beyond crying. Yes, there's a despair too deep for crying. Here, in the dark and the silence, there's nobody. Not a creature is stirring, not even a mouse. I can't laugh either. I think my life is closing. What? Oh, you're back. You're back, are you? You're in the pocket of my shirt. Well, I have some cheese and part of a pear. You'll have to come to me if you want it. No, I can't look for you again. I just don't care anymore. I just don't care. I don't care anymore.
but nobody says it. The drama of life is not in battles or elections or crimes or even in love affairs. The drama of life takes place in the dark, silent soul of every man or woman who has had the luck or the misfortune to live. We'll be back shortly with Act 3.
There's nothing wrong with drinking Budweiser sip by sip, is there? Well, the brewers of Budweiser think there's a better way. Sipping's fine if you're drinking wine. But Bud is the king of beers, a hearty drink. Look, rinse a 10 or 12-ounce glass with cold water. Then, open a can or bottle of Bud and pour it right down the middle so it kicks up a good head of foam. Now, take a big drink and then swallow big. No sips. That's how it should be done. More taste, more beer drinking enjoyment. Thanks to exclusive Beechwood aging, Budweiser has a smoothness that lets it go down especially easy. Sure, it's an expensive way to brew beer, but brewing beer right does make a difference. That's why, when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
From 17 to 25, young minds are so alive. They see things that others may not see. College is the place they learn the things they'll need when it's their turn to show the way to you and me. College is a place where the future of America is being built right now. But colleges are in financial trouble, and they need all the help that you and I can give them. The dollars you give to the college of your choice are an investment in America's most important asset, the minds of her children. So please, give to the college of your choice now. From 17 to 25, young minds are so alive. A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
I just don't care anymore. These words were spoken by our nameless protagonist a few minutes ago, and I suppose they are the saddest words anyone can utter. I just don't care anymore. The struggle is over. Life is over when we just don't care anymore.
He hasn't eaten anything for 2 days.
Oh?
Last thing he ate was that pear that was 2 days ago.
He's starting down the slide.
You sound as if you enjoy this.
I don't.
I think it's terrible, really terrible.
It's necessary.
I don't see why. I swear I don't.
We need the information, don't we?
But do we absolutely have to have it? I don't see why.
It's the most important information in the world.
I just think maybe it's not worth all this.
It's worth all this and more.
I don't know why.
Look, you're a good fellow. And you're not the stupidest man in the world, or you wouldn't be my deputy. But there are certain things that are, let's say, beyond your comprehension. You agree?
I guess so.
You guess so?
I'm sure. I'm sure there are certain things that are beyond my comprehension. Just the same.
Yes? What were you going to say?
How do I know they're not beyond your comprehension, too?
I hear you. Oh, I hear you, but I don't care. Even if I did care, I'm not sure I'm strong enough anymore to go looking for you. Now, there must be food all over the room. Why don't you go look for it? I'm sure the faithful Mr. K has been leaving it, and I haven't eaten any for a long time. So, stir yourself and go look for it. Huh? You want me to bring it to you? Well, that's rough. Those days are over, my friend. I loved you. Do you know that? I really did. I thought you loved me in your own little mousy way, but you didn't. I was just somebody to feed you. That's all. Well, our friendship has come to an end. Mr. Mouse, has all things come to an end.
He isn't drinking any water either.
That's too bad.
You feeling sorry for him by any chance?
Now, don't start up with me, Kay.
It's not like you to go soft.
I'm not going soft. It's just that...
Yes? What?
I don't know why exactly, but I had such high hopes for him. That he'd be different somehow. I really had very high hopes for that man. Well, maybe one day I'll learn. Nobody survives the Black Room. Absolutely nobody.
All right, one more time. One last time I'll look for you. I'll bring you the cheese and the pear. My legacy to you, Mr. Mouse. My last salute, Mr. Mouse. Morituri te salutamus. Well, why wouldn't you come to me? You used to come to me. Why did you stop? You knew I needed you, that's why. I needed you more than you needed me. And when that happens... After all, you had a way out of the Black Room, and I didn't. Where is that little hole of yours, Mr. Mouse? I found it once. Where is that? I'd like to see the light once more before the darkness closes in. Where is the little mouse hole? Is this it? Is it? Yes. Oh, I'm much too weak. I can't get my eye to it. I've forgotten how hard it was. I can't... There it is. The beautiful light. That little sliver of light, a lovely light. Yes, I'm a little stronger now. I'll find you. Just keep talking, Mr. Mouse. I'll find you. I think I'm nearer. Just keep talking and I'll find you. You sound very loud. I must be close. Or is it because my hearing has become sharper? Does that happen? Does the hearing become sharper when there's nothing to hear? Yes, you're very near now, very near. I think I can reach out and touch you. No. Oh, no, that didn't happen. I won't believe it. It happened. I won't believe that I reached out my hand and you bit me. I won't believe that. Not that, no. Oh. But it's true. Yes, it's true. There's no end to it. There's no end to the shocks and the suffering and the cruelty and the horror. No end to it. When you think you've borne it all, there's more and more and more.
How is he?
Not eating, not drinking, nothing.
Too bad.
I think it's time to go in.
You think he's alive?
I don't know. He could be, I guess.
Okay. Go on in.
I hate this part.
Oh, Mr. K.
Yes?
If he should be alive, by some chance, and if he should be even remotely in his right mind...
Oh, I doubt that, Mr. Z.
I know, but if he should be, take him upstairs and let him take a shower. Let him shave, give him some clean clothes, and bring him down here to me.
That's it. If he's alive and in his right mind.
Well, there's always a chance.
Why did you bite me? I meant you no harm. Why should you turn on me? Explain that to me. I need to know this one thing before I die. Here, look. Here's what I brought you. See? 3 little pieces of cheese. And I'll put them down right here. You know what? Do you know what? I could kill you if I wanted to, but I don't want to. Now, for a little while, you kept me from going mad. And for that, I'm grateful. Yes. So, go on. Go on, bite me if you want to. I won't mind. Go ahead. You're not saying anything, Mr. Mouse. Are you still here? Or did you run away? Did you run to your mouse hole? Did you run through to the other side to live in the light, in the beautiful light? Or are you still here? Why don't you say something? What's this? Is that you? Is this your little furry body? Huh? Yes. Wait, no. No. What is that? Oh, no. Oh, that can't be. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why? Why, you're not Mr. Mouse at all. You're Mrs. Mouse. Your mother Mouse. 4, 5, baby. 5? How many? Oh. Yes, you were afraid I might hurt them. That's why you bit my hand. Yes, I understand. But now you trust me. Now you know. Oh, Mother Mouse. My beautiful little Mother Mouse. My dear friend. Do you know I'm crying again? And my tears are falling on you and on your children. What?
I came to get you.
What?
Come on. You can see your way to the door, can't you?
Yes.
Well, come on. Nothing like a shave and a shower, am I right? I think you've lost a little weight, a few pounds. Oh, here. I brought you some clean socks. I hope they're the right size. I had to guess. You care to weigh yourself? There's some scales over there.
Oh, thank you.
The rations were pretty thin, I know that. Now, how did you like the fruit?
What?
The fruit I left for you. And the cheese. Did you like it?
Very much.
I thought you would. Hey, don't put that shirt back on. I brought you a clean one. Here. I think it'll fit.
Thank you.
Now, give me your old one and I'll throw it out.
Don't touch that shirt.
Huh?
Keep your hands off that shirt.
You want to save it? It's pretty dirty.
I want to save it.
I'll wash it for you.
No, leave it alone.
You want it the way it is?
Just the way it is.
If you say so. Well, you ready?
Yes.
Let's go visit Mr. Z. He's dying to talk to you.
You look rather well. Surprisingly well. Please, sit down. I'm glad to see you.
Are you really?
Yes, really. Very glad. You've no idea how glad. It's been, 26 days. That's remarkable. Truly remarkable. Tell me something, if you can. How did you do it? How does a man survive 26 days in the Black Room? Can you tell me? I really want to know. What does a man need to have to come out of there intact?
He needs to care for some living soul.
That's all he needs?
He needs to care a lot.
That's all? Just that?
That and a little light.
You're very tired, aren't you?
Yes.
It's been quite an ordeal.
Oh, yes.
We'd like to give you a complete physical examination before you go, if you don't mind.
I can go?
Also a psychiatric testing.
And then I can go?
One other thing.
Oh. And what's that?
After we've completed the examinations, Would you be so kind, sir, as to address a few words to the membership? Not a long speech. We wouldn't expect that. But if you'd expand a little on what you've told me here.
Now, wait a moment. What membership?
Don't you know?
Well, how am I supposed to know?
I thought you'd guess.
Is this a club? Some kind of a cult?
Not precisely a club. Certainly not a cult.
Well, then what is it? Who are the members?
People in trouble. Troubled people.
But that's practically everybody.
Quite so. Yes. Will you talk to them, sir? They'd be ever so grateful. Then you can go home.
Where do you live? Main Street? Lakeshore Drive? Mulberry Lane? Park Place? Lenox Avenue? Corner of 4th and Walnut? 3 miles out on Route 7? Come now. You know better than that. You may hang your hat anywhere at all, but you live in the black room of your own mind. I'll be back shortly.
If you take a look at the 1975 cars, you'll notice a European influence, and there are some new American cars that rival the Europeans, one being Buick's new Skylark SR, with its touring car interior and spirited little V6 engine. But don't think of the Skylark SR as a European tourer. We're proud of the fact that it's a Buick. You will be, too.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
A variety of assistance is available to the blind. Rehabilitation and library services can be had in every part of the nation. Cash payments for the needy and training in skills and techniques. You can help. For information, contact your local affiliate of the National Federation of the Blind or write me, Kenneth Jernigan, President, National Federation of the Blind, 218 Randolph Hotel Building, Des Moines, Iowa, 50309.
Has our little story depressed you? Made you unhappy? I hope not. And if it has, I'm sorry. I'd like to leave you with a piece of gentle advice. As long as you must live in the black room at the center of yourself, get to know it. Know it well. It will frighten you, yes, but it will reward you, too, in ways you would hardly believe. Our cast included Larry Haynes, George Petrie, and Peter Collins. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
What is the whole contract?
That while a person owns this dark imp in the bottle, any request that concerns money, gold, or wealth, no matter how unreasonable, will be satisfied. And that to dispose of this creature and its spell, you must sell it for less than your original price.
Oh, here. $7.40.
$5 is enough.
Okay. Cheap at nearly half the price.
Oh, think first, Barry, think. Remember, it will keep you rich as long as you live. But remember, too, if you do not sell it for less than you paid for it before you die, your soul will surely rot in hell for eternity.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Bess Meyerson. Like many of you, I've been excited by Israel's achievements, especially by what it is doing for people. People like you and
Vicar here in Ithaca.
CBS News. Former President Nixon is listed in critical condition in a California hospital. I'm Jim Kilpatrick reporting on the CBS radio network. Mr. Nixon underwent surgery early this morning for the insertion of a plastic clip to block the troublesome further movement of a blood clot. Doctors described the operation as a success and earlier said Mr. Nixon was in good condition. However, some 6 hours after the surgery, complications developed. Harold Dow has details from the latest medical bulletin.
At 12:45 this afternoon, former President Richard Nixon suddenly went into vascular shock. A team of physicians and intensive care nurses administered counter-shock measures for 3 hours until a stable vascular condition was once again restored. According to the bulletin, the cause of this serious complication was in all probability due to some bleeding behind the stomach wall lining. The medical report goes on to say that replacement of blood loss and relaxation of anticoagulant therapy was instituted at 5 p.m. this evening. The vascular stability is still being maintained. He remains in intensive care and is still in critical condition. Harold Dow, CBS News, Los Angeles.
A hospital spokesman is meeting now with Nixon aides and is expected to make additional statements after the meeting. Hospital authorities delayed releasing the information on Mr. Nixon's worsening condition for almost 6 hours. The Associated Press science editor says the medical shock that put former President Nixon in critical condition tonight means a collapse of blood circulation. Small arteries lose the ability to push freshened blood to all parts of the body. Treatment of Mr. Nixon's kind of shock usually involves giving massive blood transfusions. One physician told the Associated Press Mr. Nixon was particularly susceptible to excessive bleeding because he has been given anticoagulant drugs to prevent formation of new clots and dissolve old ones. Muhammad Ali has regained the World Heavyweight Boxing Championship by knocking out George Herman in the 8th round of their title fight in Zaire. More CBS News after this.
I'm Art Linkletter. I believe in close family ties. You know, one way to make it happen is for the whole family to play games together, particularly Milton Bradley games. You know, I've been working with Milton Bradley for over 15 years, so I know they make games the whole family can enjoy. Like Memory, the game that tests your memory skills by locating and matching cards. And then there's Password, the fascinating word association game. And Concentration, which requires a lot of concentration to match numbered slides. Both Password and Concentration are based on famous TV shows, and both are now out in brand new editions. Games that teach, games that have exciting play value. They're the kind Milton Bradley has always made. That's why I so wholeheartedly recommend Memory, Password, and Concentration for your family. And all the other fine Milton Bradley games. They'll give many, many hours of enjoyment and maybe even help bring the family a little closer together.
President Ford returns to Washington within the hour. He spent the day campaigning in his hometown of Grand Rapids, Michigan, where he learned of former President Nixon's condition. Robert Pierpoint reports.
After enjoying a rousing welcome back to his hometown and delivering a hard-hitting political speech on behalf of Republicans here, President Ford was given the bad news about the critical condition of Richard Nixon. The president then issued a brief statement declaring, "I am deeply concerned about the former president's health, and I pray for his complete recovery." Earlier, the president and Mrs. Ford had sent flowers to the hospital in Long Beach, California, where Mr. Nixon is being treated. Asked if President Ford plans to change his plans for a campaign trip to California this coming Thursday in view of the illness of his predecessor, a White House aide said that he knew nothing of any such changes. Robert Pierpoint, CBS News, with the presidential party in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Queen Elizabeth told the British Parliament today the Labour government plans to nationalise key industries, including aviation and oil, in a socialist bid to revive Britain's economy. The Queen's address, written for her by Prime Minister Wilson's cabinet, said a national enterprise board will be proposed to direct the resurrection and reorganisation of British industries. More after this.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love, but give your cold to contact. The sooner the better.
A common cold is a rotten thing. You miss so much. Sneezing, drips, and congestion can drag you down. Then, ask yourself the contact question. 6 or 3 or 1? You'd need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Cold's liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. That's daytime, then nighttime relief. Both the others have things for aches and fever, and the liquid, something for coughs. Not found in Contact 600 Tiny Time pills.
Give your cold to Contact.
6 or 3 or 1. Take Contact. Only as directed.
Recapping the top sports news, Muhammad Ali, rated a heavy underdog, knocked out champion George Foreman with a right to the head in the 8th round tonight to win the World Heavyweight Championship in a stunning upset. The 32-year-old Ali became only the second boxer in history to regain the heavyweight title. The victory comes 14 years to the day he began a pro boxing career. Jim Kilpatrick, CBS News.
This is Jeff Stone, WHCU News. Democratic candidate for U.S. Senator in New York, Ramsey Clark, was the featured speaker tonight at the Tompkins County Democratic Committee dinner. One of the topics which Clark addressed was the practices of the oil companies.
I favor comprehensive, sensitive price and wage control. It makes me very angry to hear about older people eating dog food in America. And if it doesn't make this country angry, we have lost a piece of our soul someplace along the road. What we have to do is face up to it. Our destiny is in our hands, and we are letting it slip through our fingers because we are not insisting upon faithful adherence to the democratic process.
And the former U.S. Attorney General referred to wage and price controls in calling for what he termed a new commitment to democracy.
When you see the exploitation that the oil industry engaged in during the so-called energy crisis last winter, their profits skyrocketing while our prices skyrocketed, and us doing nothing but complaining, you recognize that America has lost its political will. We don't have to put up with that. In my judgment, that is economic injustice and should be white-collar crime. It doesn't have to happen. We can tax those excess profits. We can roll those prices back. If we care about this society, we better muster the will to do it.
One major disappointment from tonight's gathering was the fact that actor Robert Redford was unable to attend. County Planning Commissioner Frank Liguori will be taking public input registered so far in the Crosstown Road proposal and present some refinements on the plan to the county.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Since the beginning of time, men have been consumed with a curiosity about their past. The customs, beliefs, and lifestyles of our ancestors are significant signposts along the road leading to the discovery of the origins of man. Man's diligent search for clues to his beginnings has taken us to the far corners of the earth, under the 7 seas, and to the burial of ancient civilizations. Engaged in this ceaseless quest have been men of science, men of goodwill, men with a zest for adventure, and rogues with a lust for gold.
If this likeness of me, TUPAC AMARU, be violated by plunderers, then will the wrath of Viracocha bring to them a swift and certain doom, which will pursue them to their graves and beyond.
But I've come here to this temple and to you for help. We've got to help Nancy.
For the woman you love, there can be no help. If she keeps the mask of TUPAC AMARU, she is doomed forever.
Our mystery drama, The Mask of TUPAC AMARU, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Ruby Dee and Michael Wager. man's preoccupation with the mystery of death and the possibility of life hereafter has made graveyards a favorite setting for eerie stories of the supernatural. Graveyards have also been the site of archaeological explorations to satisfy man's curiosity about his past. Our tale involves an archaeological expedition, the grave of a legendary hero of the Incas, and an ancient curse. However, it couldn't have a more modern setting for a start. The elegant lobby of the luxurious Hotel Savoy in Cuzco, Peru.
Nancy! Nancy!
Carlos! What are you doing in Peru? No, don't answer. Your being here at this time makes everything perfect. Darling, you've made me so happy, I'm afraid something's going to happen to spoil it.
You're so right.
I can't wait to tell you what's been... What? What do you mean?
I visited the dig, and I was happy to see that no one had been in the grave yet. Nancy, you're not to go into that grave.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. I just finished a press conference, and Professor Brady practically gave me the entire credit for discovering the gravesite, and the man I'm going to marry tells me I'm not to go into the grave.
Professor Brady didn't do you any favor when he handed the credit to you.
Oh, right, Carlos. It's obvious you didn't come here because you missed your fiancé or because you wanted to congratulate me on the discovery, so what brought you down?
Have you really uncovered the grave of Tumaru?
We're not absolutely certain, but I think so. I really do. You see, this isn't part of the regular dig which we started west of Machu Picchu. It's in the Urubamba Valley, but off the tourist track. And one day I saw this indentation, and I had a strong feeling, and I got permission from the professor to do some digging. We hadn't got very far before I realized that my hunch was right, and I was onto something tremendous.
You don't understand what you've done, do you?
Evidently you don't. I'm going to be famous. Think of it, Carlos. A graduate student stumbling up
A graduate student who evidently doesn't know much about Incan history.
Oh, really? Perhaps you'd like to teach me.
Somebody had better. Before you walk into the grave of TUPAC AMARU and sign your own death warrant.
Please stand back. I must insist that anyone not officially connected with this expedition move away from the entrance to the grave.
Professor Brady, I must talk to you.
Who are you?
Professor, I'd like you to meet my fiancé, Carlos Ucaila.
Ucaila? That proud Inca name alone would entitle you to be present at this historic moment.
Professor, I must insist that Nancy doesn't enter the grave of TUPAC AMARU.
Well, we're not yet certain that this grave is indeed the burial place of Amaru.
But there is a chance.
I don't understand. This is Nancy's...
He's worried about the curse, Professor.
Well, the whole story of Amaru and the curse may very well be a myth.
With all due respect, Professor, you're not going to claim that the rebellion TUPAC AMARU led was a myth.
Well, certainly not.
That his death and savage mutilation at the hands of the Spanish conquerors.
An historical fact. But you must be aware that everything after his death is open to question. The whole story of the Incans stealing his mutilated corpse from the Spaniards and burying it secretly along with a curse from the great god Viricocha must be treated as mythology.
You can treat it any way you like. But Nancy is not going in there.
Surely I think that should be her decision. Nancy?
Of course I'm going.
No, you are not.
Carlos, you've embarrassed me enough. Now you'll either let me go, or I'll have Senor Alvarado and his policeman put you under arrest.
Yes?
It's me, Nancy. Please forgive me, Carlos.
Nancy, was it the grave of TUPAC AMARU?
You haven't heard?
I've been sitting here in my room thinking.
Oh, Carlos, it was. And in the grave was the most magnificent death mask I've ever seen. Do you realize what this is going to mean to me?
Do you?
You're still angry because of the rotten way I behaved, but I've already asked you to forgive me, and if you do, I'll forgive you.
Forgive me? For what?
For being a silly, superstitious idiot.
There was nothing inscribed on the mask?
Of course there was. Superb hieroglyphic writing.
Did you translate it?
Well, not completely. It's in Quechuan, and I was wondering if you'd give us some help with the translation. Here's a copy I made.
I don't want to have anything to do with it.
Carlos, please, for my sake. You know, Ever since you came here, I have the feeling I'm not talking to Carlos Ukaila, but to a stubborn Incan Indian desperately clinging to beliefs that were exploded 500 years ago.
I don't like the idea of your being in danger.
Oh, come off it, Carlos. You're far too intelligent to believe in the supernatural power of some words written by some old Indian on a 5-century-old death mask. To say you believe that is...
It's the height of idiocy. You have no fear of words written on the most sacred relic in Incan history. Give me the paper.
Thank you, Carlos. I appreciate it.
I'd rather not take thanks for this. If this likeness be violated by plunderers, then will the wrath of Viricocha bring to them a swift and certain doom which will pursue them to their graves and beyond.
Well, really impressive, isn't it?
Are you enough impressed so that you'll return the mask?
Carlos, you know very well that's not possible. It now belongs to the government.
It belongs to the people who made it. And I swear by whatever God you want to believe in, that I'm going to give it back to them and save you, in spite of yourself.
Who are you? What do you mean by coming into my room? How did you get...
Softly, Professor Brady. Here's my card. And accept my apologies for the intrusion.
Francisco Fortune. That's obviously not your name. And whatever it is you're selling, I'm not buying, so get out.
As a scientist, Professor Brady, you should know better than to leap to conclusions. I'm not a seller. I'm a buyer.
Then you're certainly in the wrong room. I have nothing to sell.
Once again, an erroneous conclusion. How about the death mask of TUPAC AMARU?
You're here to ask me to sell you the mask? You must be a madman.
Aren't all collectors slightly mad?
If you're really a collector, you would know that you're wasting your time.
My dear Professor, courtesy requires that you hear me out.
Put that gun away.
As you see, as a silencer. But I do require your attention, and I intend to get it.
Go ahead.
Good. I'm determined to have the mask of TUPAC AMARU. I will, of course, pay for it.
You know very well that the theft of the mask will set off shock waves of earthquake proportion. Any participation by me of such a scheme, no matter how remote, would be discovered, and my life would be ruined.
No, I would never allow that to happen.
You couldn't prevent it.
If I can prove to you that I can, would you go along with the deal?
I believe I've already given you my answer.
I have something to show you that may make you change your mind.
No, not the gun.
No. Some art object which have been created by an employee of mine. Now, with your permission, I'll ask him in. Topa! Professor, this is Topa, a pure-blooded Incan.
How do you do?
Unfortunately, he's mute. But, Professor, he speaks with his hands.
May I answer the phone?
Of course. But remember, I still have this gun.
Hello?
Professor Brady?
Speaking?
This is Carlos Ukaila. You may remember we met at the gravesite?
Oh, of course. Nancy's young man. Can I help you?
Can we meet?
You mean now?
As soon as possible.
What do you wish to see me about?
The mask. The death mask of TUPAC AMARU.
Oh, yes. You were deeply worried about the curse.
I still am, and that's what I want to talk to you about.
Well, give me a ring tomorrow at the office.
Professor Brady, couldn't we set up an appointment now? It could be any time at your convenience.
I'm afraid not. Call me. Before we were interrupted, you were telling me about Topa.
Oh, yes. I was saying that Topa is a genius. He makes replicas of works of art that simply cannot be distinguished from the originals.
You mean he's a forger?
No, you can't use the word forger for Topa's work. Well, you won't have to take my word for it. He's brought samples along. Topa, open your knapsack and show the professor some of your things.
I assume you wouldn't have gone to all this trouble unless you had a buyer.
I'm happy to see that your thinking has become more positive. You deserve an honest answer. At the moment, I have no buyer. Oh, yes, Topa, that's a good choice. I'm sure the professor will recognize that figurine.
I certainly do. The original is in the La Correra Museum in Lima. May I have it?
Go on, give it to the professor, Topa. Let him examine it as closely as he likes.
A remarkable piece of work.
Topa, I think the necklace with the hollow gold beads should be next. Yeah, that's right. Hold it up.
I don't have to examine it closely.
Surely you recognize this fox head? It is of gold, copper, and silver alloy, exactly like the mask of TUPAC AMARU.
I know it. It's in the Lynn Museum in Stuttgart. I am impressed.
Thank you.
Not with you, with Topa. You're right. He is an artist. I don't have to see any more. I'm not interested.
There is one more piece of Topa's I want you to see. Topa, please, the head of Atahualpa. Hand it over. There. Now, Professor, what do you think of that?
But this is no forgery. This is genuine. This is a real head of Atahualpa.
May I congratulate you on your expertise, Professor. And now let me point out that for years, you and the world have believed the copy in the Marmaron Museum to have been genuine.
Yes, but...
Exactly. I'm sure you see now that we can do business together without you running the slightest risk.
Tangled webs of deception are unfortunately not unknown in the art world. Greed has been such a powerful motive that many collectors have chosen to dismiss as nonsense the curses that ancient civilizations have laid down to protect their treasures. Some have proven false, and some have exacted a terrible and tragic price. I shall be back in a moment with Act 2. The discovery of the long-sought grave and death mask of TUPAC AMARU, legendary Incan hero, has electrified the art world. It has also brought Professor Brady an unwelcome visitor, a self-acknowledged art thief who calls himself Francisco Fortune, and his Incan employee, a mute named Topa. Fortune has placed before Professor Brady an ingenious scheme for stealing the mask of TUPAC AMARU.
Well, Professor, what do you think now?
I acknowledge that Topa is a genius and you're a resourceful thief. But I am neither. So I wish you gentlemen good night.
Think, Professor. You're going to photograph the mask. One photograph. A well-lit close-up is all that Topa needs to make a replica that cannot be told from the original. Then a quick substitution by you. No one is the wiser, and you're $25,000 richer.
Topa seems to be saying that he cannot do it.
What?
Look at him. He's shaking his head, and I think he's saying no. Am I right, Topa?
Topa will do as I say.
I think not. I believe Topa's more afraid of the curse of Viricocha than he is of you.
Topa, do you remember the people who tore out your tongue and made you mute? Yes, I see you do. You know that these people are still very angry with you. Just think what they would do to you if I told them you were no longer useful to me.
Oh, stop torturing him, Fortune. It's not going to make any difference in my decision.
Well, I was merely showing you, Professor, that everything can be arranged. You will make the mask for me, Topa. Ah, fine. You see, Professor, in order to get what you want, all you have to know is the pressure points.
There's no pressure you can exert that would make me change my mind.
The pity. Come, Topa. Will you leave Professor Brady to dream of the $25,000 he could have had?
I have better things to dream of. Oh, by the way, Fortune.
Yes?
Unlike Topa, you seem to have no fear of the curse of Viricocha.
My dear Professor. I wasn't the one who desecrated the grave of TUPAC, AMARU. It was you, Professor. And if there really is something to the curse, I think you'd be the one who fears.
Professor Brady's office?
It's me, darling. Where were you this morning? I waited in the coffee shop for almost an hour.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I had to rush here because the professor went out to the dig.
Amaru's grave?
No, the other dig. He still has hopes for something there, and he's been neglecting it. I should have left word, but...
He made an appointment with me.
Oh, he told me you were going to call, and he asked me to handle it.
Damn fool.
Well, you can call Brady a lot of things, but hardly that.
Nancy, can you meet me?
When?
Right away.
I'm sorry, darling, but the professor left me to mind the store, and...
Okay. I'll be up in 15 minutes.
Carlos, oh, Carlos.
Nancy, I don't want any arguments, no objections. Just get your jacket on and come with me.
What?
We're getting married.
Oh, wow. You mean today?
No, tomorrow back in L.A. I've made all the arrangements by phone, and I don't mind telling you they cost a fortune.
Well, then I'm sorry you wasted your money.
Does that mean you don't want to marry me?
Oh, Carlos, stop playing games.
I have to do something to get you out of Peru.
So you decided I was a lovesick little girl who'd be so delighted by the idea of being Mrs. Carlos Ukaila, I'd forget everything else and jump on the first plane out of here.
Okay. What will get you on a plane?
My own ticket. It's dated 2 weeks from today.
Where's the mask?
It's in the safe behind me.
May I see it?
Why do you want to see it?
Curiosity. I'll never have an opportunity to get this close to it again. It'll be locked away behind glass in the National Museum, surrounded by guards.
Oh, darling, I do love you.
What brings that up?
Oh, I love you because you're so darn good looking, and also because you're so transparent.
I love you, too. But how about letting me see the mask?
So you can snatch it out of my hand, run out of here, and take it to... Where would you take it, Carlos?
The idea never occurred to me, but I think about it, it's not bad. It's the lesser of two evils.
You're talking about the curse.
What else?
I know what's happened to you, darling. Believe me, I know and I understand.
I don't need understanding. I need you to open your mind.
We both want the same thing, then. I'll promise to keep mine open if you'll open yours.
To what?
To the realization that you've come back to the country of your ancestors. You're surrounded by the culture of centuries. The whole atmosphere affects you. It affects me, and I don't have ancestors here.
Well, if you understand that, then you understand how I feel about the curse.
Of course I understand, but that doesn't mean I believe in it.
Why not? You can't understand how a primitive people ever managed to construct a sanctuary like Machu Picchu? But the fact is they did, and it still stands so...
You want me to discard my heritage of scientific knowledge and become a fear-ridden, superstitious fool running from a meaningless curse.
In other words, you believe in everything Incan, except their religion.
Religion is one thing. Superstition, another.
You wish to see me, senor?
You are the Vilak Umu of this temple?
You do me too much honor. I am a priest, and I am in charge. But alas, these noblest of priests, the Vilak Umus, were wiped out a few years after the conquest. May I have your name?
Carlos Ukaila.
I am Manco Huayna. Welcome to the temple, brother.
I hope I will still be welcome when you hear what brings me to you.
The death mask of TUPAC, AMARU.
You know?
The whole world knows. Why shouldn't we?
Although I'm an American, you called me brother. I expect that you will talk with me as such. I need your help.
To protect your beloved?
Exactly. Suppose Suppose I somehow managed to have the mask returned. Brought to you, perhaps, would that have any effect on the curse?
You know as well as I that forgiveness will be granted by Viricocha, and only by him.
Thanks. That's all I wanted to hear.
One moment. Where are you going?
To see Professor Brady. If I can talk to him, I'm sure I can make him see the truth.
In that case, you had better hurry. I have been informed that the professor was taken to the hospital a few hours ago.
My name is Dr. Johannes Schmidt. I'm in charge of this hospital. And before I turn you over to the police, I'm giving you an opportunity to explain your actions.
Oh, very kind of you, Doctor. But before you do any turning over to the police, let me inform you that if you do, I'll sue you and this hospital for
I'm trying to be helpful, but...
Then give me Professor Brady's room number and a pass.
In your present state, I wouldn't permit you to visit any patient in this hospital.
But I can save Professor Brady's life.
Are you a physician?
Oh, good grief. While we sit here talking, Brady is dying.
The professor was admitted because he suffered a bad gash on his foot when he was bathing this morning. A slight infection set in, and it was thought best to hospitalize him. He's hardly dying.
Is that why no visitors are permitted?
You still haven't told me that you're a doctor.
That's immaterial. Professor Brady is being punished for plundering the grave of TUPAC AMARU.
Fascinating theory.
If I could talk with Professor Brady for 10 minutes, only 10 minutes, I think I could make him see that there's only one way to save himself.
Hasn't he already brought the wrath of God down upon him by taking the death mask?
But if he returned it, gave it back to the Incans, he would cleanse himself.
No, I'm afraid I can't let you see him.
Why not?
Because you would only upset him.
You'd rather have him die.
There's very little chance of that.
Dr. Schmidt, life support unit, third floor emergency room. Life support unit, third floor emergency room. Dr. Schmidt.
Viricocha, I beseech thee, show your servant Manco Huayan the way.
Manco, I beg your pardon. I apologize for interrupting your prayers.
Oh, you are forgiven, brother. I was sorry to hear that you failed.
I was never given the chance to fail. Professor Brady died while I was trying to get the doctor to let me see him.
Perhaps it was willed that way by Viricocha.
Well, whatever it was, it's going to be a powerful argument to persuade Nancy to do the right thing about the mask.
You have not yet spoken with her?
I can't find her. The hotel says she went out. She never showed up at the hospital. I checked at both the digs and she hasn't been there, so I came to you.
For?
Information. I thought you would know where she is.
This is a temple, brother. A place of worship.
You knew Brady was ill before I did. You'd already heard of his death before I got here. In your eyes, the theft of the mask and the desecration of the grave would justify any action, including the kidnapping of an American who despoiled the grave.
Viricocha does not require my help to carry out his judgment.
Brother, I beg you, tell me where she is.
So that you can then inform the police. You must know that I cannot have the police here.
I swear I won't go to the police. I just want to save that girl.
Would that not be interfering with a just punishment as decreed by Viricocha?
I honestly don't know. Isn't it possible that Viricocha led me here and it's his wish that you tell me about the girl?
You will find her in the house of number 15, Avenida Arequipa.
It has been said that women are wiser than men because they know more and understand less. Carlos Ucaila is convinced that the girl he loves knows more, but understands less than he does about the power of ancient Incan curses. If he's right, her life is in danger. If he's wrong, well, that has to be saved for Act 3. saving people in spite of themselves is a task to which missionaries have devoted their energies over the centuries. The fact that such efforts have often backfired has in no way dampened the enthusiasm of the visionaries. In our story, Carlos Ucala's hope of saving his beloved ran high as he approached the door of number 15 Avenida Arequipa in Cusco, Peru.
Senor Ucala, you're expected. Oh, no, please come in.
I've come from my fiancée, Nancy Littleton.
And she's been anxiously awaiting your arrival. She didn't believe us when we told her you'd be here. This way, please.
You're taking me to her?
Indirectly. Now, sit down. Have some coffee.
I want to see Nancy.
All in good time. First, we have some business to discuss.
Miss Littleton is an important member of the expedition. Her disappearance is going to cause an uproar. If I found her, the police will.
Eventually, they will. But perhaps they'll find her corpse.
Why, you fat...
Please. Nothing rash. You can't afford a temper.
Put the gun down. I'll show you what I can afford.
Senor Ucala, you're at a disadvantage. I know everything about you, and you know nothing about me.
I know you're a thug.
My name is Francisco Fortune, and I am a collector. I want the mask of TUPAC AMARU, and I mean to have it.
Good luck. I don't want it.
I already know that. I know about the curse, and I also know you believe in it, and the senorita doesn't. I agree with her, and that makes your interest and mine identical.
Okay. What's your proposal?
That you replace the original mask with an absolutely perfect imitation.
You're asking me to steal the mask, and I'm not a thief.
But I can guarantee that the greatest expert in the world won't know the mask you substitute isn't the original.
Since you've got it all figured out, why do you need me?
Because your relationship with the senorita will make the substitution immeasurably easier.
Yes, but you don't mention the fact that if anything should go wrong, I am the fall guy.
Oh, why look on the downside? Think. You take a small risk. You save your fiancée's life. A tiny subterfuge, and she remains happy in the belief that science has given the lie to superstition.
You mean I don't tell her about the switch?
Honesty has destroyed more men than a bubonic plague. Professor Brady was also an honest man.
If I could have talked to him, I could have saved him.
Have you seen tonight's paper?
No.
Yeah, take it with you. Now, I call your attention to the box on the front page. The item about the photographer.
What will it take to convince you? First Brady, now the man who photographed the mask. What more proof do you want?
Professor Brady died of an infection. The photographer was run over and killed by a car. Hundreds of people are killed by cars every day. You want me to believe that this was decreed by Viricocha? Don't you see, I can't accept that.
Why not?
Because to admit that means turning the clock back 300 years.
Oh, darling, trust me. Trust my instincts.
And abandon mine.
Oh, what are we talking about? Instincts and philosophy when the subject really is love.
I love you, but...
But...
I don't like the future I see. I love you and I love my work. But you know as well as I that every dig is going to have some ancient superstition connected with it.
Not with Viricocha. Please, please return the mask.
No.
All right. Then have you thought about how you're going to get out of here?
When I saw you, I was naive enough to believe that you'd come to rescue me. Who was it who knew where I was?
The priest at the old Huacan temple.
And how did he know?
I don't know.
Then let me tell you, he knew because he's involved in it.
I don't believe that.
You haven't been able to think since you came to Peru. You figure there's some strange power in the curse, but you don't think the priest of a Huacan temple would do anything to get his hands on that mask.
And so would the man who risked kidnapping you.
They're in it together.
I know for a fact that they're not. Fortune has asked me to steal a mask for him.
Why would he think you'd do that?
Because he has got you as a hostage.
Then tell him I won't give up the mask, and you won't consider stealing it. And he has to let me go because I'm of no use to him.
He knows I love you.
You've never stolen anything in your life. If you go through this, we're finished. I never want to see you again.
And now, senor, now that you've convinced yourself how the senorita feels, we do our deal.
I'm listening. You're so clever I can smell your cunning from here.
You had better hope so, because the success of our venture depends upon my cleverness.
That's what bothers me. I don't like the idea of having to spend the rest of my life in a Peruvian prison.
What you fail to realize is the depth of my desire for the mask. I must have it. You see, it's almost become an obsession.
I see.
Therefore, I must take every precaution to ensure your success. Yeah. This is the key to the late Professor Brady's office. We took it from the senorita's handbag.
And I suppose the mask is just lying on his desk.
The mask is in the safe in his office until it is transferred to the museum.
Well, then we can forget it. I'm no safecracker.
These numbers are the combination to the safe.
Also from Nancy.
No, sir.
She'll have a lot to hate me for.
One must be alive to hate.
You do have a knack for pressing the right buttons. How do I get into the building? You know there are guards.
2. On Thursday at 11 o'clock will be Jesus Alicante and Ramon Merona. They are not well paid. By the government, that is.
Will they stay bribed?
For 2 reasons. They will not be paid until after you've accomplished what you went there to do. I promised them that.
You seem completely confident about that.
There's someone you must meet. Topa! Topa, come here and bring the case. Topa is a genius, an unequaled forger of artworks of all kinds. I also know that I can trust him absolutely, which is why he will accompany you on Thursday night.
No, I don't think I like that.
At exactly 10 minutes to 11 on Thursday night, you will leave your hotel by the side entrance.
I don't like the idea of a witness.
Come, Senor Kyla. To leave you alone with identical masks presents such a wealth of opportunities for devious dealing that I cannot allow it. It's out of the question.
All right. At 10 to 11, I leave the hotel by the side entrance.
Yes.
And?
There'll be a taxi cab waiting. It'll be driven by Topa. You'll get in, and from then on, everything will proceed as planned. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
Also, if any idea of giving the police the address of this house has crossed your mind, you should know that when you leave here, we do also. The house will be empty. Goodbye, and good luck on Thursday, senor.
I'm sorry to be so shaky, Topa, but this is way out of my line. Oh, so far so good. Everything Fortune said has happened. I haven't even seen the guards. I think you'd better... Yeah, close the door, Topa. Now, for the safe. How about my reading off the combinations to you? I think it'll be faster. Let me hold the flashlight. All right. 14 left. Then back past 0 to 9 right. And 6 left. And... finally, 2 right. That should do it. That should do it. Try it. Here's the case. Make the switch. We'll get out of here. What's the matter? Oh. All right. I understand. I'll handle it. Topa, listen to me. I also have your blood. If that is Viricocha, he doesn't talk in anger. That is the sound of approval that we hear. Wait. I'll get the mask.
Bravo. I can see from your faces that you've been successful. Congratulations. And I have kept my word. Here is your senorita waiting for you.
Did you have a storm out here?
A storm? No.
No thunder?
Nothing. Senorita, pay close attention. If you're thinking about announcing to the world the truth of what has happened to the mask, not only do I advise against it, but I am certain that will also be the advice of your fiancé.
Carlos is no longer my fiancé, and I couldn't care less about any advice he might offer.
Let me say that I agree with you. The whole matter of the curse is silly superstition. Professor Brady died because of an infection that followed his stepping on a piece of glass in his hotel bathroom. That was not Viricocha's doing, but mine. I also saw to it that the glass was impregnated with an exceedingly rare and virulent virus. Now, senor, I'm sure you wouldn't want anything to happen to your lovely senorita.
Don't think you can frighten me.
Topa, the case, please. On my desk. Topa, show me the mask.
Do you get a kick out of torturing him? You know he's afraid to touch it.
Oh, yes. Yes, I should have remembered. I'll do it myself. Oh, exquisite. Truly a marvel of ink and art. If you could feel the softness of the gold, the warmth, as I run my fingers over it, I cannot describe. Give me.
Nancy, I'll hold him. Loosen his collar.
Please.
Is he dead?
Yes. Well, Nancy, there's the mask in his hand. What do you want to do?
Give it to me, please.
Here.
Topa. Here it is. The death mask of TUPAC AMARU. It belongs to you and your people. Take it to them. And Carlos.
Yes?
Carlos, darling. Let's go home.
It's a scientific fact that the Indians of the Peruvian Amazon have a plant that painlessly extracts teeth. When they were told that our method of pulling teeth involves much blood and sometimes even pain, they cried out, "But what barbarians!" Of course, it would be barbaric to believe that Francisco Fortune's death came about from any but the natural causes of heart failure. But I strongly suspect that there may be some of us just barbaric enough to doubt it. I'll be back shortly.
Would you know a workaholic if you saw one? Will airfare restrictions leave you grounded? Can the state where you live affect the state of your health? Is it too late to make money in the unified Europe of 1992? You'd know the answers to all those questions if you'd been reading the Wall Street Journal, America's leading daily business publication. Every business day, the Journal tells you what's news and who's news in big business, small business, in real estate, marketing, technology, and the law. The Wall Street Journal gives you all the business news you need in 3 easy-to-read sections organized to save you time.
Subscribe now to the Wall Street Journal and take advantage of this special introductory offer. 12 weeks, just $29.75. Only $29.75 for 12 weeks of the Journal. Call toll-free 800-231-1800. Today's Wall Street Journal. Faster, tougher, smarter. Call 800-231-1800 now.
Okay, take 5.
There's Teresa. Hey, Teresa, over here.
Maria, Debbie, hey, I'm glad you can make it. What'd you think of the show?
It's great. I love that last number.
Thanks. I made up the dance steps.
You mean you could study that here in college?
Sure. You can study choreography and music and writing and acting. You can study just about anything you want in college.
Boy, I never thought college could be so much fun.
Keep going, keep growing in college. A message from this radio station and the College Board.
Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. That phrase was made famous in the 1920s by a French psychotherapist named Émile Coué. A lot of people swore that by believing it, they were cured. A lot of other people shrugged it off as being effective only on very gullible and not very sick people. What I wonder is, how many people died because they thought, every day I'm getting sicker and sicker. The mind, my friends, the mind can play some strange and powerful tricks. Our cast included Ruby Dee, Michael Wager, Robert Dryden, and Dan Arco. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
You're listening to an early steam locomotive, a reminder of when it took forever to cross this country, and when people with epilepsy had little hope of a normal life. Today we use modern transportation, but many Americans still cling to outdated ideas about epilepsy, ideas that haven't kept up with progress. A progress report on epilepsy. One of the most dramatic advances of recent years has been in seizure prevention. Newer drugs and new ways of prescribing the older drugs mean more and more people with epilepsy can be free of seizures and do just about anything anybody else can do. Some serious problems remain, but for the majority, medical progress is making a world of difference.
Epilepsy. Find out where we are today. Call the Epilepsy Foundation of America. 1-800-EFA-1000. Remember the number. 1-800-EFA-1000.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
It's showdown time of the Big Ten. I'm Dale Conquest. After a slow start, the Michigan Wolverines got it going against Wisconsin.
Civic spins, fakes, no, he does hand off right up the middle. Tony Bowles breaks through. He's to the 20, 15, breaks it to the left, 5, 4, touchdown! 45-yard touchdown run by Tony Bowles.
Meanwhile, MSU wanted Iowa to set up the battle for Michigan. An invitation to join Jim Brandstatter and me for all the action today at 3 when the Spartans and Wolverines collide. Michigan football.
From ABC News in Washington, This Week with David Brinkley. U.S.-Soviet relations are tense right now. A Soviet United Nations employee is being held in this country on charges of spying, and an American reporter is being held in Moscow on the same charges. But both sides are still talking about a possible summit between Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev sometime this year. We'll be talking about this with our guests. Gene Kirkpatrick, former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Paul Warnke, the former director of the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency. And Secretary of State George Shultz. Joining David Brinkley in the questioning will be ABC political analyst George Will and ABC White House correspondent Sam Donaldson. And now from our news headquarters in Washington, David Brinkley.
Ambassador Kirkpatrick, Mr. Warnke, thank you both very much. 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 Kirkpatrick.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, conductor of this ominous omnibus that stops at all stations of the outre and the macabre. Much that I sought, I could not find. Much that I found, I could not bind. Much that I bound, I could not free. Much that I freed returned to me. And what is the poet telling us? That, practically speaking, in the end, it will all be as it was in the beginning. And so, therefore, it's not what you think you accomplished, but how good a run you got for your money. Some folks get a better run than others, don't they?
I'm sorry, Doctor, I can't trust you.
If you can't trust me, Mr. Bell, I cannot treat you.
I have a great many enemies, powerful, wealthy enemies. How do I know you won't sell them my secrets?
Because I am a doctor, and I have my code of ethics.
Yeah? Now, suppose someone were to say to you, let me look at Harry Bell's file. I'm willing to pay you very well. What would you say?
I would refuse.
And if he said, I'll give you $1 million?
I would still refuse.
Has anybody ever actually offered you $1 million?
No.
Well, then don't be so quick to answer.
Our mystery drama, The Paradise Cafe, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Court Benson. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Consider primitive man who cowered in a cave, who literally trembled at every falling leaf, who saw himself surrounded on every side by malevolent spirits. Even the gods to whom he prayed were capricious and fickle. That was primitive, ignorant, undeveloped man. But why do we have similar problems? We sophisticated, modern, civilized beings. Primitive man went to a priest who would read his fate in the entrails of a goat. We go to a priest who tries to read our destiny by probing into, beneath, and beyond our mind. Of course, we don't call him a priest. We call him
Doctor. I don't know how to explain this. Maybe it can't be explained, but...
Yes?
Oh, it's 1:30. I gotta use your phone to call my office.
I am sorry. I don't think you should make a telephone call.
Now, look, Doctor, you don't understand. A multi-million-dollar deal is involved here. Some people from Chicago are arriving
You have asked me for 1 hour of my time to discuss a certain very serious problem, Mr. Bell.
But I have to leave instructions for
You have already wasted half of it.
It's crazy.
Yes?
I mean, what's happening to me? It's crazy.
How do you define crazy?
Look, I went to the library. You know why? How could you know? I went to look up what they had to say about possession. Do you know what possession is?
In what sense?
Well, I wanted to see if it was possible, if it was possible for something or someone to take possession of another person. Okay, now I've told you. And that's a tape recorder playing, isn't it?
Yes.
You can ruin me.
Ruin you? How?
How? You could make that tape public. You could play it for the board of directors of my corporation, to some of the banks I have to deal with, to certain other parties. All they'd have to do is hear that.
As a physician, I am prohibited by both law and ethics from revealing...
Don't hand me that. Every man, every woman has his price. I don't care who or what you think you are. You can be had. Do you know how much money's involved here?
Money?
Yes, money. What do you know about money? Give me that tape recorder.
For what purpose?
I want to erase that tape.
If you don't trust me, I can't be your doctor.
Oh, I trust you. But you're going to erase the tape. Now, we press this erase button.
Mr. Bell, I'm afraid our session is over.
Look, I trust you, understand? But, you see, I know I'm being watched.
Why do you say that?
Well, a man in my position would take my word for it. So it's discovered I'm seeing a shrink. No offense intended by the usage of the expression. So they figure...
They? Who is they?
I'll take my word for it. I got more theys than I can handle. So they figure, what's he telling the shrink? We ought to know. And so they offer you $1 million.
I told you, my records are not for sale.
What are you giving me slogans? Did anybody ever offer you $1 million?
Why did you come here?
Well, it's... On account of this possession thing.
Yes.
Well, it's that simply somebody, something is taking possession of me. Taking over.
Is it happening now?
No, because right now I'm fighting it. When I think about it, I can fight it off. But I can't keep thinking all the time. So it sneaks in and takes over. And even when I do think, it gets harder and harder because this thing gets stronger and stronger.
How does this possession manifest itself?
It makes me different.
In what way?
Well, it makes me feel different, think different, act different. Last night, all of a sudden, I take a cab down to the opera house and I go to the opera. Now, why would I want to go to the opera?
Don't you like music?
God, not that kind of music. And that's not the point. All I'm saying is, all of a sudden, I have to go to the opera. And I sit through it, too. Something made me stay.
How can you describe this something?
Well, I'm trying to tell you. It's like I'm somebody else. Doing things, saying things, thinking things. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree.
Yes?
Why did I say that? Well, tell me. Where did that come from? I don't even know what it means.
But you heard it somewhere. You read it somewhere.
Never.
It is a fragment of a poem by Coleridge.
Well, I never heard of him either.
But you must have read or studied that poem in high school.
I never went to high school. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan stately pleasure dome decree, whereof the sacred river ran through caverns measureless to man. Stop it! Stop it!
Mr. Bell.
That's what he or she, or what it was saying. Inside me. Through me. That wasn't me. It was my voice, but it wasn't me.
Now, I want you to lean back in your chair and relax.
No, wait. Not until I make this phone call.
But, Mr. Bell...
My life depends on it. You doctors. A lot of things you don't understand. You can say relax, but... Hello? Marguerite? Yeah, the people show up yet. Well, tell them, we cannot go through with the deal. Yeah, that's right. I'm aware of the problems. But I'm forced to cancel the deal. I'm afraid they'll have to do their worst. Did you hear what I just said? It wasn't me saying that.
It wasn't?
Because you know what I just did? I just signed my own death warrant. When I said cancel that deal, I asked for it.
You mean you will die because of a business deal?
Doctor, people like you know very little about the world. I mean the real world. Money. That's what it's about, money. Money, the winding sheet of the human race. There. He's talking again. That isn't me.
And the cancellation of this deal will result in your death? Why?
Because certain people won't go for it. Please, Doctor, get rid of this thing for me.
Get rid of it?
Don't you turn me down. I'll pay you whatever you ask. Look, I'm a hard guy, sure. I'm considered a legit businessman, but the rumors are true. I got the rackets behind me, and I use the rackets, too. But you have to save me. My life is on the line.
But if it is as simple as telling your secretary that the deal is still on, just tell her.
I can't. He won't let me. Whoever he is, he won't let me.
How is he stopping you? There is the phone. Reach for
No,
it.
it's more than that. It has to do with space.
Space?
Yeah, kind of open space and fresh air and kids. You know what I mean?
No.
Kids playing. You see, the deal's going to kill that. The deal's going to have a lot of factories. We bought up all that land because we knew they were going to build a turnpike alongside.
What are you saying?
We own the chairman of the State Committee on Highways. What am I talking about? We practically own the whole legislature. Look, it's 12 o'clock noon. The Chicago guys will be in at 1 sharp. I have to be able to tell them the deal is on. Do you understand?
Mr. Bell, I would advise a period of complete rest.
You're doing it again. You're talking to me as if I'm a nut. Somebody's inside me. Get him out. Get him out by 1 o'clock.
Relax. Don't resist anyone or anything. Whoever it is inside you, let him or it take over. Just yield.
But I have to fight.
Later, when we find out who. Now, relax. Let your mind feel free.
Weave a circle around him thrice, and close thine eyes in holy dread. For he on honeydew hath fed, and drunk the milk of paradise. That isn't me. I never heard that before in my life.
Think of those words that have just come out of your mouth. Do any of them mean anything to you?
No.
Weave a circle? Anything about weaving circles?
No.
Thrice. The number 3. Close your eyes. Are you afraid of blindness?
No.
Holy dread. Are you afraid?
Sure, I'm afraid. I'm scared stiff.
Honeydew hath fed.
A honeydew is a melon that don't mean a thing.
And drunk the milk of paradise? Milk?
No.
Paradise?
No.
Then I don't know what approach I can possibly...
Well, wait. Paradise?
Yes?
Paradise.
What about paradise?
I'm trying to think. Oh, I know. The cafe. The cafe, Paradise. The Paradise Cafe, yeah. They tore the place down about 15 years ago.
Paradise Cafe?
The Paradise Cafe. Yeah, he used to come in there and recite poems.
Who?
This guy, Stanley. Stanley Mason.
Stanley Mason?
Yeah, a nutty kind of a guy. Used to hang around. He was sweet on Helen.
Who was Helen?
She was a waitress in the Paradise Cafe before they tore it down. And before...
And before? Before what?
Before I killed her.
At this point, you know as much as we do. Harry Bell, a wealthy, if notorious, operator, is in the office of psychiatrist Maria Kluger, and he claims that he is being possessed. Someone is inside him, making him do things alien to his nature, and preventing him from doing something that could be a matter of life and death. To develop this story, we need a second act, and I shall be back with it in just a few moments. The best-known line in the hit play of the London stage in the year 1697 was, "Possession is worth 11 points in the law." Possession. Well, when you own the body of another person, that's called slavery. When you own his soul, what name can we give that? But can you own the soul of another human being and speak for him, think for him, act for him? It seems to be happening to Mr. Harry Bell.
Well, we have you and a man named Stanley and a waitress, Helen, in the Paradise Cafe.
Yeah, I remember.
And you murdered Helen?
That doesn't go past this office.
Why did you murder her?
Because I didn't murder her.
But you said that you...
I killed her.
There is a difference.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Tell me how it happened.
Well, Helen, she was kind of, built. Everybody wanted to take her out. But she was a smart little dame. Well, anyhow, we were sitting around one night and...
Helen, thy beauty is to me like those Mysian barks of yore, that gently o'er a perfumed sea, the weary, wayworn wanderer bore to his own native shore.
You don't say.
That's by Edgar Allan Poe.
Well, is that a fact? Whatever happened to this other guy, Kubla Khan? He give him the night off?
Coleridge. I may be in a minority, but I place Coleridge with the major poets.
No kidding. You hear that, Helen?
I don't know when I've ever been so thrilled in all my life.
Although his time was during the highly romantic period, he was curiously modern.
Ah, this is news to me.
Well, he was very much concerned with pollution. For example, in his poem Cologne, about the highly industrial German city, he says, "The river Rhine, it is well known, doth wash your city of Cologne. But tell me, nymphs, what power divine shall henceforth wash the river Rhine?"
Hey, Stanley, did you ever figure a way to make a buck out of all these poems?
True, poets have always been involved with the beauties of nature, but Coleridge is the first to be concerned with man's attacks on the basic environment. Oh, Helen, there's a concert tomorrow night.
A free concert, I'll bet.
In the park.
Are you kidding?
It's more than a concert, it's an opera.
Well, that lets me out.
But it's really a very funny opera.
I'd rather see the Marx Brothers.
This is called The Barber of Seville.
The Barber of Seville, Doctor. The Barber of Seville. That was the opera I went to see last night.
Yes?
Why did I go? Why did I sit through it?
Tell me more about the Paradise Cafe and why you murdered Helen.
I didn't murder her. It was an accident.
Tell me.
Well, Stanley would always try to make time with Helen, but he was going about it all wrong. He was throwing this crazy poetry at her.
Yet each man kills the thing he loves. By each let this be heard. Some do it with a bitter look, some with a flattering word. The coward does it with a kiss, the brave man with a sword.
Put another nickel in the jukebox, Stanley, and give us a rest, will you?
Helen.
You're going to order something, Stanley? Well, then, beat it.
But Helen...
Get lost, creep.
All that'd roll off his back. He'd come back for more, night after night. You know what I mean? Some guys, they never learn. One night we're in the place. Helen's busy with some other customers. So I said to Stanley, "Hey, Stanley, that's not the way to score with a dame."
Score? Huh. I don't think you understand, Harry.
Huh? What don't I understand?
I'm in love with Helen.
Oh, sure, that's what I'm talking about. Love.
Not your kind of love, Harry.
Ah, get wise, Stanley. There are guys taking Helen out, guys who spend a couple of bucks. You want to make time? Takes dough.
I don't believe it.
What do you believe, Stanley? Can't answer, can you? You know why? Because you're not money. Only money talks today. Everything else is just idle chatter.
You really believe that, don't you?
Oh, indeed, I do. I really and truly and honestly do.
Oh, money. The winding sheet of the human race.
Well, whatever it is, without it, you're dead. Guess who Helen's going out with tomorrow night? Me.
You? I don't believe it.
Why not?
Because Harry, you're quite ordinary, and Helen is an unusual, a most unusual human being.
Yeah. You think so? Well, here she comes now, Stanley. Just watch this. Observe the old master in action.
Well, here's the two freeloaders.
She walks in beauty, like the night.
Helen, what are you doing tomorrow night?
Why, what'd you have in mind?
Well, for starters, dinner at Lauricchio's.
Lauricchio's? Oh, you know what it costs to even tip the hat check girl at Lauricchio's?
Yeah, I do. Afterwards, we'll go to the Trotters, lay a few bucks on several nags. We'll wind up with some supper and dancing at the Chesterfield Club.
You must be nuttier than Stanley.
Well, that may be or not. Meanwhile, I have to make my arrangements for the evening, so what's the answer?
No, get the kind of dough for a night like that?
Well, in my pockets. Here, take a look.
Hey.
Yeah, it's not a 20 covering a roll of ones either. This is solid all the way, baby.
Oh, where'd you get it?
Well, I developed a green thumb.
No. Tell him no.
Hey, Stanley.
Listen, creep.
Tell him no. Don't go out with him. He doesn't love you. He doesn't even
Now
respect
get
you.
out of here before I have you thrown out.
If you go with him, you'll regret it.
Oh, take off.
You'll pay for it.
Stanley, I think you heard the young lady.
I'm warning you.
Stanley, you're making a scene. There are people in the place.
You'll be sorry for the rest of your life.
Well, he finally ran out of there. People looked at him as if he was a nut, which he was.
Several questions. First, where did you get the money?
Well, that was the year I learned. You see, I knew you had to have money. But how did you get it? Carry a gun and steal ass for chumps. You can say I learned how to put certain people together with certain other people, or with things they needed, or both. That was the year I began. I learned that if people think you have money, they come to you. And they've been coming ever since.
And when did you murder Helen?
It wasn't murder.
Whatever it was. When did it happen?
That night. That night we made the rounds. Dinner, the races, dancing, supper. Yeah, we kept going. Finally, I took her home.
It was a great evening, Harry.
Yeah, sure was.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, so did I.
Well, good night.
Good night. What's for this good night?
Oh, now, just a minute, Harry.
Well, I'm coming inside.
No, Harry.
Good night. What do you think this
Harry,
is?
please, I'm really very tired. And
Well, if you're tired, you can drink a cup of coffee.
Harry, I'm just going to have to ask you to leave.
What do you think you got here? A sucker like Stanley? You know how much dough I went for tonight? $280.
But, Harry, we can go out again?
And all I'm going to get for my $280 is good night at the door?
Harry, I like you. I like you very much. It's just that...
Oh,
no,
Harry, baby, no.
Please, Harry, please.
You don't make a chump out of Harry, not you.
Keep away from me, please.
Old Harry doesn't mind going for the dough, but that's got to be a payoff.
Keep away from me.
Come on over here,
Harry,
baby.
no.
Come over here. Put that knife down. You'll hurt yourself.
Keep away.
Not.
I said keep away.
All right. There was this bowl of fruit she had on the table, and there was a knife, and she picked it up, and she came at me with it, and I tried to knock it out of her hand, and, well, I had to hit her. I mean, it was self-defense, and I hit her, but I hit her very hard, and she fell over kind of hard, too, and she hit her head against the table. I can't remember. Anyhow, well, that's what killed her.
She was dead.
Yeah. All of a sudden, she was dead.
And then, what did you do?
I'm telling you this, but you try to peddle it to anybody, and I'll make you look like a chump.
What did you do?
Well, that was the year I guess I grew up. It was the year I became the kind of guy I am today.
And what kind of guy is that?
I learned the key to it all. Never use your own money.
What does that mean?
Always have someone else pay for you.
Stanley?
Stanley.
But how could you get Stanley?
You can arrange anything if you know how. I looked down at her body. I said to myself, the very least I can hope for here is manslaughter. And that's at least 5 years away. Let Stanley serve the time. He's not doing anything anyhow. So I went over to Stanley's little furnished room. I had to wake him up.
Oh, Harry, do you know what time it is?
Yeah. Listen, she wants you.
Who does?
Well, who do you think? Helen.
But she went out with you.
Yeah, I know. It was a mistake, Stanley. We both knew it was a mistake. We spent the whole time just talking about you. At least Helen did.
Helen?
Yeah. She's in her apartment, crying her eyes out.
She is?
She wants you to forgive her, Stanley.
Forgive her? Of course.
Go there and tell her.
Now?
Now? Stanley, you gotta make the moves. Come on, she needs you. Don't you understand?
Oh, of course I understand. I knew that deep down I could possess her. She would be mine. I would possess her soul with patience. She's mine.
Yeah, she's all yours. Go and get her.
19th Precinct, Sergeant Sloan.
Sergeant, I hope it's a false alarm, but I happened to pass by 221 Collier Place, and I'm sure I heard a woman screaming, you know, as if she was being murdered or something.
You say the address is 221 Collier?
But I didn't do it, officer. I didn't do it.
Hey, you'll have to come along with us, Mr. Mason.
But she was dead. She was already dead when I got here. Sergeant, you have to believe me.
It doesn't matter if I believe you or not, Mr. Mason. Your problem is going to be with a judge and a jury.
As you have already guessed, he's going to have quite a problem. But that's why we're here, to give people problems and to permit them to work out the solutions. And sometimes we discover that the solution can be even more of a problem than the original problem, which is where we are heading in Act 3. Well, it's the complicated plans that usually founder and sink in the stormy seas of reality. Therefore, keep it simple. Simple the way Harry Bell kept it simple. You want somebody else to pay for a murder that you have just committed? Don't get involved in complicated machinations. Just arrange to have your patsy in position when the police arrive. You'd be surprised how swiftly nature takes its course.
And so, Mr. Bell, you framed Stanley Mason for the murder.
That happens every day.
People are framed for murder every day.
People pay heavy prices for other people.
But to make poor Stanley pay the price for you...
Why not?
Why not? Do I have to explain it to you?
No, I have to explain it to you, Dr. Kluger. You see, that's why Stanley was born.
To pay for your crime?
He was born to be a fall guy. You see, I did a lot of reading. No formal education, maybe, but I did a lot of reading. And I've been around. Did you ever hear the expression, nature hates a vacuum?
The word is abhors. But we needn't quibble.
Yeah. Well, just understand the point. Where there's a need, it gets filled. There's a need in this world for suckers, fall guys. And so nature supplies them. You see what I mean? Stanley was born to be a fall guy.
And what happened to Stanley?
Well, I lost control of that situation.
How?
Well, I didn't think he'd get the chair. In those days, they still had the death penalty, and, well, they used to hand it out, too. Anyhow, I thought it would be manslaughter or murder in the second or third. But I forgot. The DA could establish premeditation.
But you did intend to murder Helen Walker.
No.
The witnesses who have just testified here, are they lying? Isn't it true that you were insanely jealous? Well?
I was jealous, yes.
And when you heard that Helen Walker was going out with Mr. Harry Bell, didn't you threaten her?
No.
You didn't say, and I quote the witnesses, you'll regret it, you'll pay for it, you'll be sorry for the rest of your life?
Yes, I said it, but what I meant was she would lose her self-respect. She would lose her freshness, her ideals. She would sell herself for money, and that's why she would regret. That's how she would pay. That's why she would be sorry for the rest of her life.
You deny that you killed Helen Walker?
How could I kill her? I loved her.
When the police officers entered the apartment, there was blood on your hands.
Of course. She was lying on the floor. I tried to lift her, and there was blood on her hands.
If you didn't kill her, what were you doing there at that hour of the night?
I told you. I went there because Harry Bell came to me and said she wanted to see me. And when I got there, she was dead.
Mr. Bell, you had gone out with Miss Helen Walker.
Yes,
And had she ever mentioned anything about Stanley Mason's threats? Mr. Bell, you're under oath.
Well, it's just that I didn't think Stanley was that type of guy.
What type of guy?
Well, the type that could kill. But? Well, but nothing. I don't want to say any more.
You left Helen Walker at her apartment at about what time?
About 2:15 a.m.
Where did you go from there?
Home.
You went right home. You didn't stop off to see Stanley Mason?
Why would I stop off to see Stanley Mason?
He says you did.
I'm sorry. It isn't true.
He's lying! He's lying!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are the simple but stubborn facts? We have the defendant, who is obsessed by a passion for poor Helen Walker. He became violently jealous when she agreed to a date with Mr. Harry Bell. He threatened her. He came to her apartment late that night and killed her. He was found in her apartment, and her blood on his hands. The state rests its case.
I'm innocent. I tell you, I'm innocent. I loved her. I still love her.
The jury was back in an hour, Doctor. I think they could have come back in 15 minutes. Guilty. First degree. No recommendation for clemency. The judge passed sentence. Stanley was dead 3 months later.
And you just let it happen.
Well, by this time it was a snowball rolling downhill. It was getting too big. It was going too fast to stop.
And your conscience never bothered you?
Conscience? I used to have one. And then I heard something Stanley said. And thus doth conscience make cowards of us all. And I knew what that meant right off the bat. There are things that you have to do, and when you're too scared to do them, you blame it on your conscience. Would it have been better for me to have gone to the chair instead of Stanley? To have died instead of Stanley?
But Stanley isn't dead.
Oh, he's dead, all right. Stanley's wrapped in his coffin and buried in his grave.
He lives in you.
In me?
Yes. He has taken possession of you.
Oh, look. That's for primitive people, for ignorant, superstitious people. This possession business. Oh, I know that's what I spoke about earlier, but that's not why I came to you. You're a doctor. You're a psychiatrist. You don't believe, you can't believe in that kind of... Or do you?
I can only believe the evidence.
Do you realize it's 1 o'clock? The Chicago people are already in town. They know I've said no to the deal. They'll kill me. They'll have to. They'll make it look like an accident, but with me out of the picture, they can get the votes to carry it through.
Carry what through?
The project. See, we're going to build these plants right near superhighways, an airport, railroad. But I thought it could make a wonderful children's summer camp.
Who thought?
I told you, I thought.
Where would Harry Bell get such thoughts? That's how Stanley Mason would think.
What's wrong with you, Doc? Don't I know how important it is for kids to have a camp? I was brought up in a slum.
You are now Stanley Mason.
Oh, you're crazy.
You are Stanley Mason because you want to be Stanley Mason.
Me? I want to be a creep like Stanley? Why?
Because your conscience has made a coward of you.
I told you I don't have one.
You killed Helen Walker. You made Stanley pay for it. And now your conscience is exacting the price. You remember everything Stanley ever said. And you have become Stanley.
It's a lie.
Prove it. Pick up the telephone. Call your office and say what Harry Bell would say. Say the deal is going through. That is what Harry Bell would decide, isn't it? Well, why can't you do it?
Because
Yes. I'm waiting.
The words won't come out.
Because Stanley Mason won't permit them. A children's camp sounds like a much better idea than a cluster of factories.
You've got to get rid of Stanley for me.
Stanley seems a much finer person than Harry.
That's not for you to judge.
That's true. And yet, if Stanley has succeeded in transferring his ideals to you, society will certainly be the gainer.
But I'll be the loser.
Why?
I'll be killed. I can't protect myself.
I have heard of stories of possession by demons, evil spirits, but this is the first time a benign presence has...
It's his revenge. Stanley's revenge.
When did you first start feeling Stanley's presence?
Oh, I think it was when this project came up. Well, there was a lot of fuss raised against it, do-gooders, extremist cranks. I didn't pay any attention.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Besides, that's all noise. But then some other money got interested and...
What other money?
I'll deny I ever said this. Racket money. And if I pull out on these fellas, send flowers.
Excuse me. Yes? I know. What's that? Oh, thank you. My receptionist. First, this appointment has run way past schedule.
I'll buy you a whole day.
A gentleman is waiting for you in the outer office.
For me?
Yes. He said to tell you he was your Chicago colleague.
The guy's going to kill me.
Here? Shall I call the police?
It won't be here. It won't be anything the police will ever suspect or want to suspect.
Mr. Bell, you have a devil, or I should say, an angel in possession of you. Only you can exorcise him.
Can't you do anything?
What could be more simple than saying, the deal is on? 4 little words. 4 little one-syllable words. Common, everyday words. That is your solution. That is your exorcism. That drives out Stanley Mason.
All right. Bring that Chicago guy in here.
In here?
What a chump I am. I'm going to let Stanley bust up my mind.
If you insist. Miss Pendleton, have Mr. Bell's colleague come in, please. Yes, Miss Pendleton, I know I'm running late.
All right. I feel I got Stanley on the run. How do you think he ever got inside me in the first place? Wait. It might have been something that Jerry Lane said. Who was it?
Jerry Lane?
Yeah. This guy from Chicago. Oh, hello, Jerry.
Harry.
Jerry, this is Dr. Kluger.
My pleasure. Your nurse said to come in.
Please, sit down.
Oh, what is this, Harry? You under the weather?
No, I'm fine now.
I heard some very puzzling news.
Yeah, well, we can talk here.
Well, I mean, about the project.
Yeah, what'd you hear?
Well, that you were having second thoughts.
Well, that's to be expected. So much is involved. There's been a big fuss raised.
Oh, that always happens. But what do I keep telling you? By the time we get finished, you work that little magic of yours, why, the whole thing will smell like cologne. Ain't that what I kept saying? Smell like cologne.
Cologne. The River Rhine. It is well known. Doth wash thy city of Cologne. But tell me, nymphs, what power divine shall henceforth wash the River Rhine?
What are you talking about?
It's not me. It's not me. It's Stanley. Stanley Mason.
Hey, Doctor, what's the matter with him?
Despoilers, destroyers, defacers. Begone with thy smog and thy smell. For earth must be made into heaven, while thou wouldst convert it to hell.
Doctor, what's wrong?
The only thing I can think of, he is possessed.
You may have read of a tycoon who disappeared. As a matter of fact, it was a memorable headline. Tycoon disappears in typhoon. Mr. Harry Bell was washed off his yacht during a storm at sea. Some say it was a convenient disappearance because his financial empire had collapsed. The truth may be in the files of Dr. Maria Kluger, but ethically, morally, and legally, she cannot say a word on the subject. I'll return shortly. Revenge. The revenge of an evil man is to bring evil, in the expectation that evil will kill his hated enemy. What is the revenge of a good man? Since evil is inimical to his character, he can only perform good. Can you kill a person by filling him with goodness? You just heard it happen. It proves that there are more things on heaven and earth than are dreamed of in anyone's philosophy. And we get around to most of them right here, 7 times each week. Our cast included Court Benson, E.V. Juster, William Redfield, and Len Gotchman. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh, for the love... I'm coming. Didn't you...
Dr. Barnes.
Didn't you see the sign? Knock and enter. It says, well, come on in. Have a seat.
I won't be staying.
Well, you can't just rush off. Now, what seems to be the trouble?
Oh, you think I'm ill.
Well, that's generally why people turn up at a doctor's office.
It's not about myself I wanted to see you. It's about your daughter.
Well, what do you know about my daughter?
She's in love. Isn't she?
Do you know my daughter?
Please answer my question.
Well, there's a man, and she seems interested. I don't know that anything's going to come of it.
Nothing will come of it. You must tell her. Nothing will come of it.
Well, I don't know why you say that.
Because the man is mine.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Time Magazine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. How old were you when you first said, I'm going to run away and you'll never see me again, and then you'll be sorry? Everyone has said it, though some did not say it out loud. Some have run and returned the same day. Some have never got round to running at all, and some have run and stayed away. It is one of these who gives us the title of our story, The Man is Missing.
The letters get smaller, the pressure of the pen gets lighter, the lines get thinner. The man is not well.
Are you sure?
T's aren't crossed in a few places. See, the loops aren't completed. Perhaps he's not sick. Perhaps he's only hysterical, or perhaps he's mad.
Our mystery drama, The Man is Missing, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Ann Williams and Larry Haynes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule.
I'll be back shortly with Act One. Within the huge New York City Police Department, there's a small coterie of men who wear no uniforms. They are the investigative detectives. They have one captain, one lieutenant, and 5 sergeants. They receive about 100 calls every day. Out of 16,000 cases, they have solved better than 99%. They are known as the Missing Persons Squad.
I looked up, and there she was, back again. I told her over and over, but there she was, same bright smile, same eager look, like she knew I could do something, and she was just hanging around waiting for me to do it. My name's Wiley Caldwell, and I'm captain of the Missing Persons Squad. Good job. I like it. We know our stuff, if I do say so myself, as perhaps I shouldn't. Runaway kids, we handle a lot of those, and old people. The ones who get tired of feeling useless and unwanted and just wander off. We get a lot of those, too. However, there she was, back for the umpteenth time to ask me, for the umpteenth time, to find her husband.
Captain Caldwell, may I talk to you?
Mrs. McLaughlin.
Why don't you call me Mia? We know each other pretty well by now.
That we do.
So, call me Mia, please.
Okay, Mia. But the answer's the same. We've checked the files. We've called the morgue. Lawrence McLaughlin. Either place. So he's not in jail. He's not in the hospital. He's not dead. What more do you want?
But where is he?
Out there somewhere.
But can't you look for him?
Is he under 18?
Of course not. What do you...
Is he over 65?
He's 29.
Uh-huh. Well, then, even if we could locate him, we couldn't do anything about it. We couldn't bring him in.
Why couldn't you?
Because we would be violating his civil rights. You understand? Unless, of course, he's mental. Then we could take him. Is he?
Is he mental?
Off his rocker, out of his mind. Nuts.
Oh, no.
All right, then we can't touch him. I know it's hard on you, but I must break the news to you. Husbands run off all the time. Has Lawrence ever done the vanishing act before?
Certainly not.
All right. Probably he'll never do it again. Provided, of course, he comes back. Now, you run along home and wait to hear from him, okay?
I have heard from him.
You have?
He sent me some money.
Well, then you're all set.
But he doesn't say where he is.
But he's thinking of you. Or he wouldn't be sending you the money, would he? You see? He's worried about you. He loves you. You're his wife, and he loves you. So what? What do you want?
I don't know where he is. Oh, please, Captain Caldwell, please. I know you can find him for me if you just try. I mean, you're the Bureau of Missing Persons, and Larry is missing, and I want you to find him. Now, why can't you? Why won't you?
All right. Now, quit crying. Now, that isn't going to do any good. You know that. All right, now, stop crying, Miriam.
Why won't you help me?
I'll tell you what. I'm going to turn you over to one of our detectives. Ben Chase, his name is. He's a very nice man. Very fatherly type. You'll like him. Now, you tell him all about your missing spouse, and maybe he can think of something. How'll that be? Okay? Okay, then. Come on. This way. He's right in here. Ben, I got a lady here I want you to meet. This is Mia McLaughlin. Mia, this is Detective Benjamin Chase. Take care of the little lady, Ben, huh?
She was the prettiest thing I'd ever seen in my whole life. Skin like pink and white alabaster, dark brown hair with a shine to it, big round eyes, the exact same color as the blue jeans she had on. It was like spring had just walked through the door. And me, 58 years old. I'm Ben Chase, Detective 3rd Grade Missing Persons Squad. I was a patrolman for 15 years. Then I did a hitch with Public Morals for a short time, and then somebody smiled on me, and I landed here. What a swell job. I mean, here is where you really get the feeling you're helping people.
Please, find my husband.
Your husband's missing, is that it?
Yes, and don't tell me about his civil rights.
I want to know where he is.
Well, we could probably locate
That's
him.
all I want.
But we couldn't make him come back to you.
I just want to know where he is.
Yeah, we can check the files.
But the captain did that.
Hospitals, the morgue.
Oh, he's alive. I know that. I don't think he's sick. See, I got this from him this morning.
Oh, you got a letter from him, huh?
It had money in it.
Okay if I take a look at it?
Sure. Look, it was mailed right here in New York. You can tell by the postmark.
Oh, yeah. Mind if I read it?
I don't mind.
Darling Mia, thought you might be short of cash. Love, Larry. Well, say now, this sounds like he thinks the world of you. What are you so worried about? He'll come back.
But where is he? What happened to him?
Now, Mrs. McLaughlin.
You can call me Mia if you want to.
Husbands do get this urge once in a while to, take off, be on their own for a while. Not just husbands either. Wives get it, too. I have to say, I can't see why anyone would go off and leave a lovely girl like you.
Well, he did.
You do know you're very pretty, don't you?
I guess.
You guess, don't you know?
I'm a model, photographer's model. You have to have some kind of looks for that, I guess.
Well, you've got more than some kind of looks.
Well, thank you.
A lot more.
Look, can you help me find Larry?
Well, I can try.
I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't go out on a job. I just think about him all the time. And what could have happened to him?
Yeah. Well, I'd have to do it on my own, you understand. I mean, it wouldn't be an official police case. And it'll take a lot of legwork. A lot of time, too. And I don't have too much free time. I don't know if my wife will care for my taking on any outside work.
Are you married?
Oh, am I married? 25 years married is what I am. So I know about husbands getting the urge to take off.
Did you ever do it?
Oh, no, I never did. But that doesn't mean I never had the urge. No, I'm married to a wonderful woman. Irma is about the best wife anybody could imagine. But, well, I've had urges now and then.
You're very nice to try to help me.
Yeah. Listen, you mind if I take this envelope home with me?
No, take it, if it'll help.
Yeah, and the note inside, can I take that, too?
Well, yes, but don't lose it. I want it back.
Oh, no, you'll get it back, all right.
It's all I've got of his.
All right. Now, don't cry, huh? We'll find them. That is, I'll find them.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, now, I got to run along home. Irma will be wondering what happened to me. And we don't want her to think that she's got a missing husband, now, do we?
I'm Irma Chase, 52 years old, married 25 years to Benjamin Chase. Detective third class, husband first class, all the way. We've never had children, but we never really needed children to bring us together. We were together from the start. Oh, there have been times, a few of them, when I felt that Ben's eye was roving and that he'd kind of like to rove with it. He doesn't know that I know about those times, and I wouldn't let him know that I know because he'd feel terrible if he thought he'd hurt me in any way at all. He's just that kind of man. And at 52, my waist is a good bit thicker than it was when I married him. And the hair has gray in it. And I almost have a double chin unless I remember to stand right. So when he came home that night...
Irma?
Yeah?
I'm home.
Well, you don't say. I'd never have guessed.
All right, don't be fresh. Give me a kiss.
Okay. Now, your beer's next to your chair, and there's some good cheese to go with it. Really sharp cheddar.
You're a great girl.
Well, of course I am. You're a little late tonight, aren't you?
Yeah. What happened, a girl came into the office, see? That is, Captain Caldwell brought her in, turned her over to me. Seems she's been bothering him for quite some time, missing husband.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah, he's been missing for some time. Anyway, Caldwell checked the files, the morgue. He didn't come up with anything, but Mia kept coming back.
Mia?
Yeah, that's her name, Mia McLaughlin. Anyway, I talked to her, and she showed me this note she got from him. It was mailed right here in the city, and there was money in it.
He wrote a note?
Yeah, sounded very concerned about her having some money.
I'd like to see that note.
Oh, Irma, are you still hung up on that stuff?
Okay. No, you can't blame me if I try to be part of your work. Or can you? Or do you, I should say. If you'd rather I'd butt out, just say the word.
Now, Irma...
I'd like to remind you that Raphael Sherman...
Oh, please, not again.
Raphael Sherman was attached to the Krakow police force from the start of the century till 1900...
Irma, please, you've got Raphael Sherman on the brain.
Raphael Sherman started collecting envelopes when he was a little boy. Well, so did I, when I was a little girl. I never played with dolls. I just looked at handwritings on envelopes. Fascinating. All different. Some beautiful, some ugly, and everything in between. And like with Sherman, after a while, I started to find things that some handwritings had in common. And when I knew the people those handwritings belonged to, I found out that those people had certain things in common, too. Then, people with heart trouble write differently from people without heart trouble.
Oh, Irma, honestly.
But the psychological differences, that's where it gets really interesting. You can read a person's whole personality in his handwriting, his whole life then, everything that's happened to him.
You really expect me to believe that?
Well, Sherman could do it. He did it over and over, and he did it for the police. I don't say that I'm as good as Sherman, but I do know something about it.
Okay, take a look at this.
Thank you.
Well, see anything?
This man is sick.
What?
Look, the letters get smaller. You see the pressure of the pen gets lighter, the lines get thinner. No, wait. Maybe he's not sick. Maybe he's only hysterical. Or maybe he's mad.
Raphael Sherman had no peers in his day. After him came Michael Fischel and the French clairvoyant Madame Lucie Vidi. And among the medical men who have used graphology to ferret out clues to mental or physical ailments, we find Erlenmeyer, Hauser, Duparcy-Jeans, and Charcot, famous head of the Paris-Salpêtrière. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. Captain Wiley Caldwell of the Missing Persons Squad has been bothered by repeated visits from Mia McLaughlin, begging him to locate her husband, who has disappeared. Wiley has turned the girl over to Ben Chase, detective third grade. Ben shows the note to his wife, Irma. Irma, aspiring graphologist, deduces from the calligraphy that Mia's husband is sick, hysterical, or even mad.
Did I know what I was doing when I turned that dumb little chick over to Ben Chase? I thought, of course, he'd feed her a line. Maybe pick up a clue someplace from some connection. In other words, get her off my back. Also, there was always the chance that her husband would show up. A very good chance because she was a very neat little dish. A fact I felt sure that my friend Ben had not overlooked entirely. Now, I'm a friend of Ben's, and I also know his wife, Irma. A marvelous woman, Irma is. I thought a little interference from me on her behalf wouldn't be amiss.
Yeah, I see. That's all you can tell me, Mrs. Downs? Yeah. Well, it's something. Anyway, thanks. Hi, Captain.
Who's Mrs. Downs?
Her.
Yeah, her. Who is she?
Well, actually, she's Mia's mother, Mia McLaughlin's mother.
That's so?
Yeah, I thought maybe she could give me a lead to go on.
Did she?
No. She says they got along great. He was crazy about her. Seems he wanted to be a painter, a serious type painter. Gave it up and went to commercial art right after they got married.
Maybe he regretted it.
Well, Mia's a model, you know. That's how they met. He was living in this artist colony upstate in the Catskills, Braden Falls. You've heard of it.
Where all the artists starved together.
Yeah. Anyway, Mia was a model up there for one summer. She posed for him for nothing. He was even broker than the others. They fell in love, and they got married. He went with an ad agency. She became a fashion model. Everything was hunky-dory till he cut out. And her mother hasn't got the foggiest idea why.
Have you?
No, I can't say I have. Why anyone, would want to leave a girl like Mia. Of course, Irma says, I don't put any stock in that.
What does Emma say?
Well, I don't know if you know this, Captain, but Irma's very into this graphology stuff.
I didn't know that, no.
Oh, yeah. She practically worships a guy named Raphael Schumann. He's an Austrian. He's dead now, but he was official handwriting expert for the Central Law Court of Vienna when he was alive.
What's wrong with that?
Well, nothing's wrong with that, but outside his regular job, he had this hobby. Yeah, it was more like an obsession, that he could read people's characters from their handwriting. And not only that, but their past and their future. Now, can you tie that?
That sounds interesting.
And before he died, people said he could tell how a person looked just by his handwriting.
Yeah?
Well, anyway, I showed Irma the note Mia got from her husband. It was only a line or two. And Irma glommed onto it like it was a hot clue. I mean, she said the handwriting told her that the guy is sick or hysterical or maybe even crazy.
She saw all that?
Well, she thinks she saw all that.
What if she's right? Would explain a lot, wouldn't it? If the guy lost his marbles all of a sudden?
A crazy man doesn't send money home, Captain.
How would you know what a crazy man does? Why don't you admit the possibility that Irma's got something there? Let her help you.
No, I'm doing all right.
No, you're not.
Now, you wait and see.
Okay, Ben, okay. One more thing. You're spending too much time on it. That phone call to the girl's mother, you made that from here on official time. And that girl's been here almost every day talking to you on official time. The way you look, you've been spending an awful lot of your off hours on the case, too. Am I right?
Quite a lot, yeah.
Well, cut it out. I don't like it. And I don't think your wife cares too much for it either.
I was shook up when the captain walked out. Part of what he said was true. I was spending a lot of time trying to locate Mia's husband. I'd gone down to the Art Students League and talked to the teachers down there. A lot of them remembered him from the olden days. Nice fella, they all said. Big, strong, very outgoing. No sign of any kind of ailment, no instability. Certainly no signs of being demented. Well, so much for what Irma thought she saw in his handwriting. Irma. What about Irma? What was that last crack the captain had made about him not liking the hours I was giving to the case and Irma not liking it either? She hadn't said she didn't like it. She hadn't raised any objections. She was too busy going over that little scrap of paper. But if I didn't find him soon, was she going to begin to wonder? Oh, hell, I was beginning to wonder myself. Just like that, I made up my mind. I was going to take myself off the case. I should never have taken it on in the first place. I'm crazy about my wife. I had my mind all made up to tell Mia I was letting go of the case when she walked in.
Hello, Ben.
Oh, hi there, Mia. Sit down. I want to talk to you about,
Is Captain Caldwell mad at me about something?
Well, he's not mad exactly, and not at you.
Oh, look. Look what I got this morning.
Oh, another letter, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This one had money in it, too.
Okay to read it?
Oh, sure. It's about the same as the first one.
Oh. Yeah, so I see.
Only look where it's mailed from.
Braden Falls.
Mm-hmm. That's where we met, Larry and me.
Yeah. Tell me about Braden Falls.
Well, it's a very romantic place. In the mountains. Mm-hmm. Well, sometimes, certain times of day, the mountains turn blue and purple. Oh, that's beautiful. And then there's the falls.
Yeah, Braden Falls.
Oh, they come tumbling down from way high up. Crash, smash. Some places you can't hear what people are saying. The falls are so loud. Oh, it's just beautiful.
Mm.
Larry and I used to go on picnics, eat sandwiches and stuff, and listen to the falls and make love.
Uh-huh. Why do you suppose he went up there? Not just to mail a letter.
I think he went there because it's where we were so happy. He wanted to remember how it was at first.
Then you weren't so happy later on, is that it?
Oh, well, we had fights. Not very many, not very often. Just sometimes.
Well, when? What about? You mind telling me?
Oh, I don't know. I never knew. everything would be going along just fine, and then all of a sudden, we'd be arguing. And I wouldn't know why. I just know that I was losing.
Losing? Losing what?
The argument. It was going to turn out he was right, and I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Every single time.
Yeah. Look, Mia, I might as well tell you I was going to give up on this case.
Not fine.
Well, it isn't official business, and it's taken up a lot of time.
But you have to.
Now, this note from Braden Falls, I ought to follow up on that.
You mean go up to Braden Falls and look for him? Oh, yes. Yes.
Well, tomorrow's my day off.
Well, I'll go with you.
Well,
I can show you around all the different places and the falls where Larry and I used to go for picnics. Oh, your wife wouldn't mind, would she?
That little piece of paper hadn't been out of my sight for days. I picked it up from time to time, and now and then I got what I hoped were flashes of illumination. Other times I sat down with it under a good light and let my unconscious mind just play with it. It's a tricky thing, the unconscious mind. Much trickier than anyone imagines.
Emma. I'm home.
Good. Be right there.
Where's my beer?
I'm getting it.
I really need it.
Did you have a hard day?
Yeah, sort of.
Well, drink your beer.
Where's yours?
I don't want any.
What, you going on a wagon or something?
No. I just want to keep my mind clear. Psychographology is a very exacting work.
Psycho what?
Psychographology. What Raphael Sherman did.
Oh.
What I'm trying to do. Analyzing people from their handwriting.
Are you still doing that?
Of course I am, and don't try to stop me.
I'm not trying to stop you. Wiley Caldwell says I should encourage you. Now, I don't know if I can go that far.
Captain Caldwell said that?
Yeah. I told him that you said Larry McLaughlin might be psychotic, and he said you could be right. Of course, he doesn't know any more about it than I do or you do.
I'm beginning to know more all the time. Pretty soon, I may be able to give you a pretty accurate description of the man.
Forget it.
I can't.
Wiley thinks I'm putting in too much time on the case. It's not official business, you know.
But you can't stop now.
I got nothing to go on, Irma.
Just let me help you.
Well, I give it a couple more days, just long enough to track down one more clue. It might mean something.
What? What clue?
Well, Mia brought this in today. It's another note from her husband.
Let me see it.
Yeah, here. Yeah, there was money in this one, too. Doesn't sound like a man who's fed up with his wife. According to Mrs. Downs, McLaughlin was crazy about his wife.
Who's Mrs. Downs?
Mia's mother. She says McLaughlin gave up being a serious artist so he could support his wife. Oh, by the way, you'll notice that the note was mailed from Braden Falls. That's the artist colony place up in the mountains. Well, the McLaughlins met there and fell in love there. Mia did some modeling for him. And, I thought that since tomorrow is my day off, I would go up there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, take a look around.
Mm-hmm.
And, Mia is going with me.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
And will you put that thing down, Irma? Put the letter down and listen to me.
What are you so mad about?
I tell you, I'm going off for the day with a young girl, a young, attractive girl, and you got no objection? My day off, my one day off, the day we go to the beach or the movies or do something special. I tell you, I'm going off to the mountains with a young girl, used to be a model, and you don't care?
Ben, I was right. The person who wrote this letter has something wrong with his lungs.
What are you talking about, for Pete's sake?
Some kind of respiratory disease, trouble with his breathing. Now, look, here.
Huh?
Now, you see the little pauses in the writing?
Pauses?
I know they're hard to see. I can see them. But they were in the other note, too. But I wanted to be careful. I wanted to be sure. And here they are again. It's as if every so often he had to stop and lean on his pen. Take a little rest before he goes on. Oh, Ben, give me a little more time and I'll be able to tell you all about the person who wrote this note.
A violin in the hands of an average person will have an ordinary sound. The notes may all be correct, The stops, all of the proper length, the speed and volume, all is prescribed. But the same violin in the hands of an artist will take on the quality of real music. Such is the power and the sensitivity of the human hand. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Psychographology is a fairly recent word. It describes the process by which character and personality can be deduced from the analysis of handwriting. Irma Chase has been attempting such an analysis from 2 notes written by the missing husband of Mia McLaughlin. Among other things, she has inferred that the writer of the notes is emotionally unstable and has some sort of trouble with his breathing. She has not tried to keep her husband from using his day off to travel to a place called Braden Falls, high in the mountains, accompanied by the young girl, in search of the missing man.
Maybe I shouldn't have butted in. I thought Ben Chase was a good man, a good cop with a fine record. As far as I knew, he was a good husband, too. I'd met Irma Chase a few times, been to their house, they'd been to mine. And all I can say is she seemed like a happy woman, very content with her life. Seems she had this interest in what she called psychographology. Almost an obsession, according to Ben. But what was the harm in that? Actually, there might be a lot of good in it. Anyway, when Irma Chase called and said she wanted to come in and talk to me, I said, come ahead.
How are you, Wiley?
I'm fine. Sit down. What can I do for you?
I don't exactly know. Maybe nothing.
Is it about Ben?
Well, yes, mostly. He went off this morning with that young girl, Mia something or other.
McLaughlin.
Yeah, McLaughlin. They went up to Braden Falls together.
Irma, I don't think you got a thing to worry about.
You don't?
She's a very pretty young girl, but I know Ben. I don't think he's really interested in her. He's gone to Braden Falls because that's where the girl's husband wrote his last note.
I know. I've seen the note. Matter of fact, I've got it with me.
There's a chance the man might be in Braden Falls, and they've gone there to check it out. Ben will be back by tonight. Don't worry about that.
Oh, I'm not worried about that.
No, you're not? Well, then what do you...
Wiley, you know I'm interested in graphology.
Yeah, Ben said something.
I've been studying these 2 notes from Larry McLaughlin, and I've come up with a few things. Is it all right if I tell you about them?
Of course, Sarah. I told you I got an open mind.
Now, the first thing that started to emerge was that whoever wrote those notes is emotionally unbalanced, maybe psychotic.
Ben told me about that.
The second thing, which I got from the second note, is that the writer has trouble breathing. Now, I'm not going to go into how I deduced that. You wouldn't understand it anyway.
You're probably right there.
Now, I've come up with something else.
Well, come on, let's have it.
Wiley, I could be wrong. But I've got a strong intuition that the person who wrote those 2 notes has criminal tendencies.
You said...
I said criminal tendencies.
What direction do these criminal tendencies take, Emma? Can you tell?
I don't like to say because I'm afraid you're going to laugh at me.
I won't laugh.
Whoever wrote those notes is capable of murder.
You could be wrong, Emma.
I could be right.
Yes?
And if I'm right, Ben and that girl are up at Braden Falls tracking down a man who is capable of killing. And they don't know it.
Braden Falls isn't even a whistle stop. It's not on a railroad at all. Mia and I arrived on the bus. We were the only ones getting off. The center of town has a filling station, a grocer, a butcher, a stationery store, and an ice cream parlor. That's about all. But tucked away in the mountains are all kinds of houses, from log cabins to Quonset huts. We strolled around talking to the artists who lived in those houses. Nobody had seen or heard from Larry McLaughlin, though a lot of them remembered him pretty well. We planned to take the 4 o'clock bus back to the city when Mia got this idea of climbing one of the mountains up to where the falls had their origin. She said they were spectacular at that height. And we had nothing to do till the bus arrived, so... Yeah, they're beautiful, all right.
Huh?
The falls, beautiful.
Well, didn't I tell you?
Yeah. Hey, how much further?
Oh, not far. You want to rest?
No, I'm fine.
Well, let's sit down for a minute anyway.
Okay.
Well, I brought along a couple of sandwiches and some ginger ale. Well, I hope it's still cold.
Oh, great. You're quite a girl.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I do. If I was a little bit younger, 20 or 30 years younger, I'd...
You'd... What? What would you do?
Well, I guess I'd make a pass at you.
Here's your sandwich.
Would you mind?
Would I mind what?
Me making a pass at you?
Yes. I'd mind very much.
Oh. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I know I'm much too old.
No, it isn't that.
Oh, you're thinking about your husband, aren't you? You're thinking about Larry. I'm sorry. I should have realized that. I guess you associate this place with him, huh?
We used to come here for picnics.
Yeah. You know, I'm really sorry we couldn't pick up a clue here. He must have come here just for the day, mailed the letter, and left.
Larry and I used to have our picnics up at the top. Let's walk up there, okay?
Yeah, okay. Listen, I hope you'll forgive me being fresh.
That's all right.
You're a very pretty girl. I suppose a lot of men have told you that, huh? I guess a lot of them made passes at you. Am I right? Sure, right. Girl like you.
Shut up.
What?
We're almost there.
Oh.
Wait until you see the falls where they come out of the rock. Great, huge burst of water. Thrilling. As though they couldn't wait to get out. As though they'd been pushing and pushing. And then they fall out and down into the gorge, hitting all the rocks on the way, splashing off of them down.
Must be impressive.
Oh, it's the most glorious thing you've ever seen. Here we are. Stand right here.
Huh?
That's it. Now, look up there. That's where the falls start.
Oh, yeah, that's powerful.
So strong. Can't wait to burst out. Doesn't it give you a marvelous feeling?
Yeah, it does, kind of.
Now look down. Did you ever see anything like that?
Hey, Tom. Wait.
Dirty old man. You dirty old man.
Ben! Hold on!
She pushed him.
Hold on, Ben! Hold on!
Girl, Ben! Hold on!
I'll get you, Ben. Just hang on now.
Hang on, Charlie. Why is he
No, I think he's conscious. I think so. Just a second now.
Oh, Ben.
I got him. Wiley. Ben, give in. Let go. Relax. I'll get you out. These rocks are slippery. Relax, Ben. All right, let go. I'll get you out. Don't you do anything now. Falling right into the water. Yeah, where it's deep. You were lucky.
You're going to make it, honey.
Sure he is.
Give me your hand, Wiley.
Stay right where you are, Emma. Take it easy, Ben. We'll make it. Okay. Grab hold of the root of that tree. You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
All right. Can you pull yourself up?
Here, give me your hand.
You stay right there. All right. I'm going to give you a shove, Ben.
It's okay. It's okay. I can make it.
Oh, Ben, that girl pushed you.
Wiley, you okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Where's the girl?
She's still up there.
She's out of her head, that one.
How do you two happen to be here?
We had a feeling. Well, that is, your wife had a feeling.
Look! Oh, look over there.
What? Where?
between those two big rocks, wedged in between them.
It's a body.
It's a body. Body of a man.
Who you think it's...
Yeah. Must be. Has to be.
Her husband. The missing man. And it was, of course. Poor Larry McLaughlin's body caught between two jagged boulders, almost at our feet. Ben and Wiley rested for a while. Then between them, they got the body out. The police picked it up later, and they picked up the girl, Mia, too. She was wandering about the mountaintop, very sweet and very vague. Ben had been cut badly by the rocks. The three of us met the next day in his hospital room. I should have known all along it was a woman's handwriting.
Well, you were right on two other points. She's psychotic, and she's a murderess.
Hey, you were right about the respiratory trouble, too. You know, climbing up there, she's the one who had to stop and rest.
They said at the sanitarium she doesn't remember anything about pushing her husband off the ledge. Or pushing you, Ben, either.
Why? Why would she do it?
Well, according to her handwriting, little Miss McLaughlin is a very frigid lady.
You can really see that?
I think so. She hated men like poison, especially men who were attracted to her. Like her husband. Like
me?
Well?
Yeah. You know, I sort of, it wasn't anything, you know, when we were climbing up there just before we got to the top. Nothing happened, you understand? Absolutely nothing, I swear, Irma.
Ben, I believe.
Well, I said something. I admit that. Something about making a pass at her that I'd like to, something like that. But that's all. I mean it. That's really all.
Just enough to make her hate you.
Enough to kill you.
Yeah. Now, what on earth gave the two of you the inspiration to drive up to Braden Falls?
Tell him, Irma.
Well, studying the second note, I thought I could see signs of a criminal personality. I figured I should tell Wiley.
And you believed her?
Half believed her. Enough to drive up here and tell you.
Of course, neither of us knew Mia had written the note herself. We thought we were protecting you from her husband, not from her.
Would she ever be in shape to stand trial, Wiley?
If she ever remembers what she's done.
You think she might?
Yes, she might.
Now, what makes you say that?
Well, look at this. This is the second envelope. How she addressed this to herself. You see? Mia McLaughlin. Take a good look.
So?
Don't you notice anything?
No. Wiley, you?
Looks okay to me.
Compare it with the first one. Look at the M in Mia. Now, you see how it starts at the left?
Yeah, but they both do.
No. The second one has a short stroke at the start that goes from right to left, then shifts and goes into the M. Now, she started to write something else and then changed. She started to write an E. E for Emma.
Emma? Why Emma?
Emma's her given name. I called her mother last night. You see, she was trying, without knowing she was trying, to get back to her real self. If she succeeds, the chances are she'll remember everything she did. And she'll go on trial for murder.
This is a very nice place where I'm staying. I have my own room. And everyone is very kind. They ask a lot of questions, but they're very kind. Too kind, maybe. There's one. A man. I don't like the way he looks at me. I don't like it one bit. If he tries to get fresh... Oh, I didn't tell you. I'm Mia McLaughlin. Anyway, I think that's who I am.
We've accomplished prodigious feats in outer space. Invaded the moon, and discovered what it's made of. Now we're on our way to entering the planets and finding out how they are put together. Outer space will one day be as familiar as our own lakes and prairies. But what of inner space? The space of man's mind. Despite many hints and clues, it is still, in the main, an alien land. I'll be back shortly. No one would be so foolish as to suggest that criminals, actual or potential, can be detected solely by the use of psychographology. But the way things are progressing these days, progressing backwards, it sometimes seems, law enforcement needs all the help it can get. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Ann Williams, Ralph Bell, and Terry Keane. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The Yucatan in Mexico is a land of great scenic beauty and of extraordinary, unforgettable legends. The enigmatic wonders found in its caverns below the surface of the earth often excel the beauty and strangeness found above. And the incredible tales told by those who explore them, cavers or spelunkers as they're called, are a challenge few of them can resist. For it can truly be said that what is seen and heard below is indeed wondrous strange.
Oh, I'll miss you when it's time to go back home, Maria Val.
Grandfather Hunak say maybe you and Mr. Carling stay in Yucatan.
Oh, where would he get an idea like that?
Grandfather speak with dead ancestors. They tell him many things.
But that's impossible. And no one can talk with the dead.
Grandfather not like other people. He descends from Mayan priests and prophets. When Grandfather Hunak speak, the dead answer.
Our mystery drama, The Lost Tomorrows, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Stella Moss and stars Mandel Kramer and Ann Williams. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. For most serious cave explorers, penetrating deep into the bowels of the earth is a challenge impossible to resist. The very thought of a dangerous caving expedition sets the heart pounding. Rena and Matthew Carling are two such cavers who have come to a tiny town in the lake territory of Yucatan. They have only one thought in mind: exploring little-known caves where they hope to find ancient Mayan relics. They are living in a temporary structure of palm leaves set up between two large trees. Two Mayan servants, Hunak and Maria Val, do their housekeeping.
We've never found this many pieces so quickly, Rena.
And how beautiful some of them are. Look at this piece of jade, Matthew. A Mayan princess might have worn it.
And the pottery shards intrigue me. The eating utensils, all those curious patterns on them.
I wish we could take the candlesticks home. They're so beautifully crafted. Seems a pity to have to give all these fascinating things to a Mexican museum.
Well, just be glad they let us go into the caves to look for them. Yeah, these pottery pieces are offbeat.
In what way?
Hey, have a look. See? Each piece has the same pattern of a small bird on it. Poised in a sort of lunging position, head down, wings spread wide, sort of a tack stance like a toy dive bomber.
What do you suppose the Mayans had in mind?
Yeah, we'll have to find out. Meanwhile, into the museum box they all go. Well, let's hope we do as well as this in the Cave of the Lost Tomorrows.
Matthew, did you notice that Hunak and Maria Val both seemed upset as they served our breakfast? When we talked about tomorrow's caving trip, I mean.
No, not particularly.
They kept looking at each other in an odd way all the time they served us. I'd be a lot more comfortable if I knew what was on their minds.
Well, I'll ask them. Hunak, you come in here for a minute.
Hunak, come at once, Mr. Carling.
And take it gently, Matthew. Life in this godforsaken place would be impossible without those two.
Don't worry. Trust me.
Mr. Carling wish for something? Or Mrs. Carling?
About tomorrow's cave trip.
Hunak and granddaughter take care everything. If Mr. Carling not wish to change plans.
Why should we change our plans?
Well, if our luck holds out, the Mayan artifacts we found in other caves will be nothing compared to the Cave of the Lost Tomorrows.
I may speak, Mr. Carling?
Of course.
Things you take from caves belong to dead ancestors. Do not belong in living world. Privacy of dead must be respected.
Hunak, we are scientific cavers, and we believe that things like these belong where they can be studied.
But for living to take from dead, Hunak not understand.
Well, that's the difference between science on one hand and legend and superstition on the other.
Please, Matthew.
Hunak knows Cave of Lost Tomorrows well. Many time Hunak go there, not same as other caves.
In what way?
Cave of fear and terror. Sacred cave of Mayan gods.
Well, you don't frighten me, Hunak. Please pack the usual equipment. We'll be leaving early in the morning as scheduled.
Maybe Mr. and Mrs. Carling permit Hunak to go with them.
Well, thank you for the offer, but we prefer to go alone. And please tell Maria Val to pack us a good lunch. We're planning a long day.
That lunch looks delicious, Maria Val.
Many thanks, Mrs. Carling. Grandfather Hunak catch fresh fish this morning. I make for you and Mr. Carling.
Well, that sounds fine.
Also, you find sweet oranges in lunch basket and canteen filled from fresh, cool spring.
I don't know how we'd manage without you. I'll miss you when it's time to leave Yucatan and go back home.
Maybe you'll stay in Yucatan.
Oh, not a chance.
Grandfather say maybe you and Mr. Carling stay.
Well, where would he get an idea like that?
Grandfather speak with dead ancestors.
Dead ancestors?
They tell many things.
That's impossible. No one can talk with the dead.
Grandfather Hunak, not same as other people.
In what way?
He descend to this life from Mayan priests and prophets. Learn from them wisdom of 1,000 years. He speak, they answer.
But how, Maria Val? How? What do they sound like? What do they say?
Maria Val not hear voices. Only grandfather hear.
Where is Hunak now? I want to talk to him about loading the Jeep with our caving equipment. Mr. Carling is anxious to get started.
Jeep loaded, Mrs. Carling. Hard hats with lamp, first aid kit, pocket knife, flashlight, rope ladder. Grandfather...
What I want to know is why he isn't here as usual to help us take off.
Grandfather asked Mr. and Mrs. Carling please to excuse him. Ancestors wish to speak with him this morning about Mr. and Mrs. Carling.
Well, I'll take the food basket and water, Maria Val. Mr. Carling will be getting impatient.
Please, to let me go with you, Mrs. Carling. Maria Val know well Cave of Lost Tomorrows.
First Hunak. Now you. Why are you so anxious to go with us?
Maria Val, Grandfather Hunak wished to speak to you.
I come, Grandfather. Please not be angry, Mrs. Carling. Maria Val fear for safety of Mr. and Mrs. Carling. Tomorrow, 9th day of 9th month.
What has that got to do with anything?
Maria Val, what take you so long?
I come, Grandfather. Please, Mrs. Carling. Foreign people not safe in cave of lost tomorrows. Please to be careful. Please.
I can't believe this cave, Matthew. I feel almost as if I've lost my sense of reality.
What kind of remark is that for an experienced caver?
It's so deep, so enormous, so quiet. And there's such a maze of passageways and chambers. I have to struggle to keep my sense of which way is up and which way is down, which way is in and which way is out. Oh, I hate to get stranded here.
Well, now just stop worrying about it. I've been making a careful map of every small cave inside the large one and every connecting tunnel. Now, we've been through 8 passageways and inside 8 cave chambers.
Is it possible there's a total of 9 passageways and 9 cave chambers? 9 was a sacred number to the ancient Mayans, and today is the 9th day of the 9th month.
What's got into you? Between Hunak and Maria Val, they've really managed to upset you.
Matthew, do you realize our only link with the outside world is a thin stream of daylight coming through a narrow cave entrance 8 chambers and 8 tunnels away? I've even lost my sense of time. I'm not sure if we've been here minutes or hours or days.
Rena, trust me, we've never yet failed on a caving expedition. Look, I'll make a bargain with you.
What's that?
The minute we find a really good piece for our museum box, we'll do a right-about-face and go back to camp. Fair enough?
Now, if you'll just let your searchlight sweep over the darkness for a second or two, I'll be my old self again. The darkness here is different somehow. Like black, paper-thin glass.
Well, I'd rather save my batteries and stick with the light from the lamps on our hard hats, but if it'll make you feel better, on goes the flashlight.
Oh, Matthew, that's simply awful.
Take it easy now.
That's a human skeleton over there. With a huge rock resting on the leg bones as if it fell on him from above and pinned the poor man down.
I'm turning off the flashlight.
Oh, please don't.
All right. But I don't want to hear that we shouldn't have come to this cave.
Look at that enormous dead tree on the right.
Mm-hmm.
As if its branches were woven into a gigantic kind of spider's web. And all the human skulls and bones caught in it. Ooh. How do you suppose that happened?
We'll check it out when we get back to the States. Some expert will have a perfectly good archaeological explanation.
I'm afraid, Matthew. And I don't know exactly of what.
Rena, any caver who isn't afraid is dangerous. He usually winds up forgetting how important it is to be cautious. Now, we try this next passageway and see where it leads.
Oh, I suppose so.
We better take this one with a crouch walk.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go first. If things get too cramped, we may have to do a belly crawl.
Stay close.
Now, just be sure your knee pads are in place and your gloves are on snugly. Don't want any blistered knees or bleeding hands.
Oh, don't move too fast. I feel better when I can reach out and touch you.
And remember to relax now. It's easier to adjust your body to the narrow parts of the crawlways.
Oh, it smells like damp earth in here. It doesn't seem quite so black as in the cave chamber we just left.
Well, your eyes are getting used to the darkness. You know, you might be right, Rena. It does smell of damp earth. It's getting muckier underfoot, too. We should be heading for a wet cave this time. Just be careful you don't slip now and twist an ankle.
Matthew? The lamp on your hard hat. Did you put the light out?
Why would I do that? Your hat light just went out, too. Damp batteries, maybe.
Well, our flashlight is certainly a godsend. Use it, will you?
Be careful around this bend, Rena. Our movement seems to have loosened some falling stones.
There are no stones overhead, Matthew. It's all level clay ledges. What's that yellowish light just ahead? Aren't caves usually dark places?
It's probably the entrance to the next cave chamber. I'll be darned if something that looks like yellow sunlight isn't glowing in there.
Please, have a look around before we go in, Matthew?
Just be a second or two. Hey, where on earth do these birds come from? Keep away from me, you crazy creatures.
What's the matter, Matthew?
They're birds, hundreds of them with beaks like small knives.
Birds?
Actually dive-bombing right at me as if they didn't want me in there. They could put my eyes out.
Oh, I don't hear any of them anymore. Gone as suddenly as they came.
How?
What kind of birds, Matthew?
Well, they look like those small birds on some of our Mayan artifacts.
Must we go in there?
Well, I don't see why not.
Because the idea of hundreds of birds in a cave this far underground bothers me. I don't understand it. And why would they want to attack you?
Well, there's only one way we'll ever find an explanation. Now, are you coming with me, or am I going in there alone?
How to understand the mind, the spirit that compels a man to walk on the moon, to touch the bottom of the sea, or as in the case of Matthew Carling, to defy a long history of ancient superstition, to explore the dangers and mysteries of a multi-chambered cave in faraway Yucatan. Will Matthew's passion for caving bring him in touch with some explanation of the mysteries in the cave of the lost tomorrows? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. An old Yucatan legend tells us that 9 was considered a sacred number to the ancient Mayans. Rena and Matthew Carling, 2 Americans whose caving obsession has brought them to Yucatan, have just crawled through the 9th passageway and are about to enter the 9th cave chamber in the cave of the lost tomorrows. It is the 9th day of the 9th month.
Oh, Matthew, what a breathtaking sight. All those elegant stalactites hanging from the roof like delicate Venetian chandeliers. They seem to be giving off a wet light.
And the rock formations are spectacular.
Wish we could figure out where all the bright light is coming from.
Well, we'll find the explanation. Just give us time.
Matthew, Mayan legend tells us that some of these subterranean caves were inhabited by gods and spirits who were called the illustrious dead. That living men and women were actually cast into caves like this one as a sacrifice in time of drought. Do you suppose... What's that?
That crater directly below us. It's filling with water. The bottom is covering completely.
It's not a crater anymore, Matthew. It's turning into a lovely shallow lake. Thousands of silver water bubbles with bright-colored fish.
Rena, look what's on the edge of the shore. A dugout from way back when. You need any help through that muck underfoot? I want to have a closer look.
I can manage. Oh, I'm glad thick boots are a part of caving gear.
Look there. There's a pair of handcrafted paddles resting on the dugout. They look like beauties. We'll be the envy of every caver we know when we add them to our collection.
Well, we haven't got them yet, Matthew. The dugout's being pushed from the shore into the water.
Well, how on earth do you explain that? I can't see anyone, can you? And yet no one seems to be in the boat.
The light in here has changed, Matthew. It's getting dimmer all the time.
Hey there! Whoever you are, I want to talk to you. Come back here. Here.
Matthew? The dugout is standing on end, absolutely upright, on top of the water. It's going under, prow first. Slowly, as if a magnet is pulling it down.
Bobby, it's disappeared completely.
I can't take any more. Please, Matthew, let's get out of here.
Few who visit Cave of Lost Tomorrows wish to return there. Sacred cave can destroy man's mind.
Then why do you keep going back?
Hunak, born of ancient priests and prophets. Hunak is living messenger of holy ancestors. No, next few days not good for caving.
Well, thank you for the message.
God say Mr. Carling must not make discord. Order you not to go cave of Lost Tomorrows again.
You expect us to believe that?
Hunak say you must keep Mayan gods friendly.
Strange underground sounds are not unusual in the life of experienced cavers, Hunak. And neither are mirages or extreme natural phenomena. And besides, my wife and I are almost as familiar with Mayan legends about gods and voices as you are.
What you call legend, Hunak call truth. You and Mrs. Carling hear perhaps of ancient Compassionata cross?
Of course. You and Maria Val have been wearing them around your neck since the day you came to work for us. Why do you ask?
Hunak suggests Mr. Carling wear Compassionata cross.
You're offering me your Compassionata cross to protect me when we go back to the cave?
Maria Val will give hers to Mrs. Carling.
That's nice of you both.
Hunak, look, I don't know how to make you understand this, but I just don't believe in protective talismans of any kind. Talismans exist only because people are frightened of things that they think cannot be explained.
Some things are not to be explained. Please, Hunak, hope for change of mind before tomorrow.
Not a chance. Mrs. Carling and I will handle any situation that arises tomorrow in our own way. You're a good sport to have another go at this cave with me, Rena. I thought I might be coming back alone.
I'm glad the water's almost completely gone from the crater. So shallow, it's hard to believe what it was like when we left here yesterday.
Now, you watch your step just the same. Hey, yellow light still bother your eyes?
No, I feel comfortable. I even enjoyed eating Maria Val's Mexican picnic lunch, sitting on a hard stone throne.
I tell you, I married the right girl. You know, Rena, sometimes... Ooh.
Anything wrong?
I tripped on something. Something is sticking out of the muck under my feet.
What is it?
I'll tell you in a second. Fairly large pottery shard. Let's scrape off the mud, see what we have here. Yeah. Another prize for our Yucatan collection.
Pattern on it, Matthew.
Mm-hmm.
Their ancient sacred monkey. Funny little creature.
Mm.
So small, such a long tail. Why do you suppose...
What's all that racket up there?
Well, we left our things. A pack of small monkeys helping themselves to what's left of our lunch.
Well, they can have it.
Well, doesn't it strike you as rather odd? Those birds that tried to attack you yesterday were the same as the sacred bird on some of our artifacts. And now these monkeys... Look at the pottery shard you just found. The monkeys on it are exactly the same as those stealing our lunch. Where did they go?
Yeah, they're probably picnicking on Maria Val's good cooking in one of the smaller cave chambers. Rena, look at the water. What an incredible blue it is. A golden light overhead, translucent blue light underfoot. What a place.
Matthew, have you been noticing that school of large pink and red fish over there? Carrying water plants in their mouths?
And what about them?
They all swim to the same spot and drop the plants there. As if they were trying to cover up something.
Well, let's go see what they're up to.
What on earth are these? 1, 2, 3, 4... 9 of them. Sticking straight up into the air out of the water. Matthew, these are crosses. Camouflaged by the water plants. 9 crosses as symmetrically laid out as in an old burial ground. Not only are they crosses, but...
But what?
Look, each one marks a grave. 9 graves. And the crosses themselves, can't you see? They're exactly like the ones that Hunak and Maria Val wanted to give us. Only these are much larger.
You're absolutely right.
Compassionata crosses 2 feet high.
No wonder they wanted to keep us out of this cave. Why, to a museum or a private collection, these could be worth a fortune.
You're not thinking of taking one, are you, Matthew?
Why not?
Because, according to the Mayan legend, no fisherman ever set sail without one. They considered them a talisman, a protector, in death as well as life.
Rena, it's a legend. Remember? Now, come over here and help me loosen one of these. We're not going to go back to camp without one.
I won't do it, Matthew.
All right, I'll do it myself.
What was that?
Oh, it's probably some cave animal. You know, this isn't easy. Cross has sunk a lot deeper than I thought. I'll give it another try.
Oh, give it up, Matthew, please. The lake's beginning to fill up again.
Just one last try.
I'll go without you, Matthew, please. You're not making sense.
I got it, Rita. I got it. I'm coming. I'm bringing it with me. Passion out a cross for our collection.
Please, Mr. Carling, Mrs. Carling, do not go inside your room.
Why not?
Something happened here at camp while you were both at Cave of Lost Tomorrows.
Well, tell us about it. What is it?
Please, wait here. Maria Val returned with Grandfather. Not be long. Grandfather explained.
I'm going into my room. You coming, Rena?
Of course. Only I can't imagine what's in there that could shake her up so.
Nothing serious, you can be sure.
What's going on in here? Candles, dozens of them, burning on every surface. It's like a church, burning votive offerings in memory of the dead.
Look at these over here. Burning in the candlesticks we brought back from our caving. And these are our pottery pieces. And these are our glass artifacts, held in place by melted tallow.
They've even turned the clapperless death bells upside down and used them to hold candles. Oh, here, too, they didn't light for some reason.
Hunak! Maria Val, will you come in here right away, please?
I don't understand why anyone would do such a thing.
Oh, Hunak keeps insisting he's descended from ancient priests and prophets, doesn't he? He even walks around with jade plugs in his ears to prove it.
Mr. Carling, call Hunak and Maria Val.
Maria Val, stay here. I am afraid.
Look, would you two be good enough to tell me why, when it is still broad daylight, there are dozens of candles burning all over this room?
Hunak not light candles.
Maria Val not light candles.
Well, then who did light them?
Please observe candles closely, Mr. Carling, Mrs. Carling.
Well?
Two near your bed, not burning. Same size, same color, smooth and even. Hunak buy those for camp at store.
And the burning candles?
Not same. Those Hunak did not buy.
He's right, Matthew. The ones burning are irregular in size, shape, and color. They have a coarse, primitive look.
Well, who brought them here and lit them? How about it, Maria Val? You take care of this room for us.
Maria Val not understand these things.
Hunak?
Mr. Carling, you remove sacred objects from Cave of Lost Tomorrows. You must return. Dead ancestors honor each other. It is they who bring ancient candles. It is they make them burn. Do not weep, granddaughter.
You actually expect us to believe this?
If you do not return sacred objects, burning candles, only a beginning.
Of what?
Maria Val, put out the candles. You can both go.
Maria Val will not touch burning candles. No. Mr. Carling, please. Please.
Hunak, you put them out.
Hunak, not offend world of departed spirits. Hunak, not put out candles.
He won't have to, Matthew. Every candle in the room is flickering and going out. Someone is blowing them out. Look. One by one. Every single one of them.
Hunak stands motionless a moment, his eyes closed, his head bowed, his lips moving silently. Then slowly he lowers himself to the earthen floor. lies flat on his back and places his fingertips lightly on his moist forehead. Soft, archaic sounds form on his lips and fill the air, making a hypnotic melody. Matthew and Rena Carling watch incredulously as they realize that Hunak is attempting to communicate with his dead ancestors. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Can the living make contact with the world of the dead? Is it possible to hear them, see them, ask their advice, carry out their bidding? Matthew and Rena Carling have met such a man in Yucatan. He calls himself Hunak and claims to have brought them a warning from his dead ancestors. Matthew and Rena are sitting in a coconut grove on the edge of a small bay.
What exactly do you make of Hunak, Matthew?
Oh, I'd put him in a category with people who consider themselves wizards, witch doctors, medicine men, that sort of thing. Whatever he's up to, Rin, he doesn't intimidate me one bit.
I think it's the compassion not a cross that concerns him the most.
Well, I won't give that up, Rena, no matter what. I mean, that is the most... Oh!
Matthew, are you all right?
Well, I think so. That whole cluster of enormous coconuts missed me by a hair's breadth.
If they had landed on your head... Matthew, those coconuts... They're absolutely green. I always thought coconuts never dropped from a tree until they were ripe. Very ripe.
Let's see which branch they fell from. This lower one, I think.
Well, what are those marks?
They're machete cuts. Can you imagine that? Those coconuts were cut loose with a large machete knife.
No one has been here. Well, we haven't even seen a bird or an animal. Let's go back to camp.
Okay. We'll walk back along the bay. Pick up Hunak and Maria Val where we left them fishing.
Please, Mrs. Carling, Maria Val does not wish to stay here. I wish to go back to camp.
We were just going to pick you and your grandfather up.
Not necessary be upset, Maria Val. Not necessary disturb Mr. and Mrs. Carling.
What's bothering you, Maria Val? Something happened while you and your grandfather were fishing?
Answer, Maria Val.
I see strange things, Mr. Carling.
What kind of things?
Ancient small boat rise from beneath water.
Not the dugout.
No one in boat. Paddles move with no hands.
You saw that too, Hunak?
Yes, Hunak, see too.
What else happened?
Maria does not move. Just look. In bottom of ancient boat, Maria see fishing net. Fishing net was tossed from small boat to my shoulders, like beautiful shawl. Then small ancient boat moves swiftly from shore and
disappear below surface of water. Is that not so?
Please, take Maria Val back to camp, Mr. Carling.
What did you do with the fishing net, Maria Val?
Hunak has it.
Would you mind letting me and my wife hold on to it for a bit?
Hunak advised Mr. Carling leave net with Hunak.
I'm not playing games, Hunak. Let me have it. Thank you.
We go back camp now, Mr. Carling.
One thing more. You know quite a bit about coconut groves, don't you?
Hunak lived all his life where are coconut trees.
I suppose you have a look at the cluster of green coconuts lying on the ground on the other side of this tree.
Nothing on ground, Mr. Carling.
Nothing?
Well, I'll be it. You carry a machete knife, don't you?
Machete knife belong to dead ancestors.
Suppose I told you my wife and I found machete marks on the branch of this tree. And that the machete marks were exactly where a large cluster of green coconuts fell to the ground, missing me by a hair's breadth.
Where, Mr. Carling?
That first large branch, right above our heads.
No machete marks there, Mr. Carling. Only many green coconuts waiting to be ripe. You see for yourself.
I can't seem to understand what goes on here, Matthew. I feel as if my thinking is going native, or if Hunak and Maria Val are putting a drug of some kind in what we eat and drink. Let's change our plane reservations and go home.
Rena, Yucatan is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Now, I'm not cutting it short. Look, we'll both feel better after a good night's sleep.
I don't even feel comfortable in this room we're living in anymore. Would you mind leaving a light on tonight? Somehow the idea of the dark bothers me.
Oh, come on. You don't really mean that. Besides, you know I can't sleep if there's a light on.
Oh, all right. Put it out.
Sleep well, darling. I like to get a really early start in the morning.
Did you hear anything just now, Matthew?
What?
Matthew!
Rena!
My throat! Something's tightening around the throat.
What on earth's got into you?
I can hardly breathe. And knotted rope choking
Here,
me.
you put on the light. There's no one here. You must have started to have a nightmare. Wait a second.
What is it?
Well, the skin on your throat is all red, and also...
Also what?
There are small, round marks on your neck.
As if from a knotted rope of some kind. Oh. Matthew, I can't bear it anymore. I'm going to pack this minute and get ready to go home.
Nobody could possibly have been in here without our hearing him. No sign of any knotted rope anywhere in the room.
Look, on the floor at my feet.
The fisherman's net that I took from Hunak.
Someone was trying to strangle me with that knotted fisherman's net. The room. It's a mess. Suitcases wide open, things scattered all over the floor.
Someone's been here looking for something. Probably after we fell asleep.
What I don't understand is why we don't ever see or hear anyone.
Rena, look at this box. It was full of our best relics.
Absolutely empty. The pieces with the sacred birds and monkeys, the candlesticks, the death bells.
Every one of them gone. They even took the Compassionata cross that I had right under where I was sleeping.
Well, why didn't they touch this other box here? It's full of the other artifacts we found. Matthew, they only took the sacred relics. Oh, please, let's be satisfied with these and...
Go home? Not on your life.
Hunak? Maria Val? I'm going to tell them we'll leave.
Those two are probably miles away by this time. We'll never see either of them or the missing pieces again.
Mrs. Carling, call Maria Val.
Just come in, please.
Oh, yes. Come in and have a look around.
Why are things all over the floor?
Maybe you can tell us.
Mrs. Carling, wish to see Hunak.
Some awful things happened in this room last night.
First, someone tried to strangle Mrs. Carling. And then later, they managed to steal all of our sacred relics.
Dead do not steal from living, Mr. Carling. It is living who steal from dead.
Well, what became of those relics and our Compassionata cross? Now, where are they, Hunak? Do you have any idea?
In sacred cave of lost tomorrows, where they belong.
If that's so, who put them there?
Hunak not know. Dead ancestors tell Hunak only that they are there.
I don't know why I keep letting you persuade me to come back into this cave. Happily, the lake is shallow today. Sloshing through this muddy lake bottom in heavy boots isn't exactly fun.
We're here in the burial ground, so we'll have some answers pretty soon now.
Look, count the Compassionata crosses, like I just did.
This is 2, 5, 6,
9
7.
upright crosses marking 9 tidy graves, including the one you dug up the last time. The cross is back where you took it from.
Yes, and I'll bet Hunak has a pretty good idea of how it...
What happened?
Stubbed my boot against something.
Oh, can you see what?
I see it. An old metal box. Pretty heavy.
What's in it?
Well, how do you like that? All our stolen cave pieces. Every single one. Plus
what?
This pair of jade earplugs.
We had no jade earplugs in our cave collection.
No. But our friend Hunak wears a pair to prove that he's descended from Mayan priests and prophets.
I wonder how they got in there.
We'll figure that out later. Here, you hold the box, Rena, will you, while I dig up one of the crosses?
Oh, don't do it, Matthew. We've had nothing but trouble since we found this burial
Rena,
ground.
please move back a little bit, will you? For this crowbar, it should take no time at all.
I'm not going to let you do it.
Rena, let go of me.
You're not going to dig up that cross. Not again.
Mr. Carling, please talk with Hunak.
Look who's coming to join us, Hunak and Maria Val.
Oh, to stop us, you mean?
Now, stay where you are, you two. I mean to finish what I started.
Please, talk with grandfather.
What's on your mind, Hunak?
We come say goodbye. Not work anymore at your camp.
Oh?
Hunak bring farewell present to wear around Mr. Carling's neck.
Maria Val bring one for Mrs. Carling, too.
Please, lower your head, Mr. Carling.
Now, wait a minute. What's on that chain? You offered me that miniature Compassionata cross once before, Hunak, and I thought I made it clear that I don't believe in things like that.
Put it on my neck, Maria Val, and thank you.
Mrs. Carling wise to accept farewell gift.
Make Mr. Carling take it, too. Please, Hunak.
Get away from me, Hunak. I don't need it. I'm taking one of the large ones for our collection.
Do not struggle, Mr. Carling. Hunak put this on your neck. So
I'm taking it off.
Can't you just accept it?
It won't come off. Can't get it off. Why is that?
The lake, grandfather.
Beginning to fill up again.
I gotta finish digging up that cross.
No.
Rena, don't just stand there. Either help me or get out of the way.
Oh, I am afraid, grandfather.
we go quickly to shore. There is not much time.
Come to shore, Mrs. Carling. Please, do not stay there.
Let's go with them, Matthew.
It's almost loose, Rena. We're gonna have one of these large Compassionata crosses after all.
I don't think we can make it. Not with the way the water's rising. Hunak! Maria Val, hold on!
I've got it, Rena. It's out.
Look behind you, Matthew. The dugout just came out of the small cave chamber behind you.
The dugout? Yes, you're right. It's heading straight for us. Keep that thing away from me. You hear? Keep it away.
Oh, what are they up to?
Rena, I'm being pulled into the dugout. I can't see anyone or hear anyone, but I'm being pulled in. Let go of me, whoever you are. Let's go.
The lake is so deep now, so swift, like a whirlpool.
Try to get to shore, Rena. Save yourself.
The dugout. It's coming toward me now.
Now get away.
I can't. They're pulling me to the dugout, too. Why can't I see you? Touch. Why can't I see them?
The prow of the dugout. What's happening? It's pointing upward.
The lake is rising like a tidal wave.
We've spun around. We're pointing downward now.
Matthew, we're going beneath the surface. It's like being poured headlong into a powerful waterfall.
Deeper and deeper.
I'm glad I'm wearing Maria Val's miniature compassion on the cross. And that Hunak made you wear his.
Rena, is yours still around your neck? Someone just took mine off, chain and all.
Someone just took mine off, too.
Listen, we're civilized people in a civilized world. Things like this don't happen to us. They just don't happen.
As the underground lake subsides, Hunak and Maria Val look down at two familiar bodies, drenched, lifeless, lying close to the mysterious burial ground. The miniature Compassionata crosses are gone from their necks and hung innocently on the necks of their rightful owners. In the burial ground, the large Compassionata cross stands upright in its place, one of 9, a sacred number to the ancient Mayans. I'll be back shortly. The story you have just heard is based upon a legend told in Akumal, in Yucatan. A small museum there displays among its ancient Mayan treasures several Compassionata crosses, said to have been found on the floor of a body of water close by. The large ones are like those which mark the graves in the Cave of Lost Tomorrows. The miniatures are identical with those worn by Hunak and Maria Val. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Ann Williams, Arnold Moss, and Elizabeth Latham. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Do you believe in ghosts? Or do you consider it a healthy attitude to scoff at visitors from another world and people who believe in them? Well, whatever you're feeling, believe me, they are nothing to mess around with. They can start out as fantasy and end up being very real. And I think you'll agree after listening to this story.
Corey, you know there's no such thing as a ghost.
Oh, yes, there is, Doctor. I kept seeing my brother Robert's ghost after he died. Oh, but he didn't want to hurt me. Mother is different.
What do you mean, different?
She wants me dead.
Now, why would she want you dead?
Because I deserve to be. I killed her.
Our mystery drama, The Impossible is True, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ann Williams. I'll be back shortly with Act One. For all the delights of being wealthy, there are drawbacks. One of them is the kind of isolation it thrusts on those who exist in it. A second is the frequent haunting theme of tragedy that seems to run through the lives of the super wealthy. The Fulton Sterretts would qualify on both counts. Certainly the great old mansion built by the first Fulton Sterrett generations ago is isolated enough. And we're about to hear another of the many tragedies in the long line of their history. Listen.
Jarrett! What was that?
I don't know, Miss Sterrett. It sounded like a gunshot from your father's study.
No. Please, God, not him. Where's my brother, Philip?
Philip was taking a nap before dinner. I was on my way in to wake him.
Oh, get him quickly. Hurry, Jarrett.
Yes, Miss Sterrett.
Linda, are you there?
Yes, Miss Corey. I was in the pantry and I thought I heard...
Oh, never mind what you thought. Get to the study.
Yes, miss.
Oh, hurry.
I can't open the door. It's locked.
Oh, knock on it. Knock.
Yes, miss. Mr. Sterrett, are you all right?
Daddy!
What is it, sis? What happened?
Oh, didn't you hear it? It sounded like a shot.
A shot? Oh, good Lord, let's get the door open.
Oh, it's locked from the inside.
Are you sure Dad's in there?
He must be, if it's locked, Master Sterrett.
Of course. Let me see if I can... I can't budge.
Oh, what are we going to do, Daddy?
Easy, sis. We don't know anything's happened yet.
I know it has something dreadful. Just like everything else. Oh, there's a curse on us.
Stop it. Miss Venner, help her.
Yes, sir.
Where's Jareth? I thought he was right behind me.
I saw him come downstairs, but I don't know where he went.
I need him to help me with this door. Father? Father, can you hear me?
No, he can't hear you. He's dead. Just as we're all going to be dead. All the Sterretts.
Knock it off, Corey.
Miss Corey, you keep on like this. You'll put yourself back in the hospital.
I don't care where I am. I just want to be dead. I can't
Jareth,
stand it.
where have you been?
I saw the door was locked. I thought perhaps you might need this, sir.
What is it?
It's a crowbar. Now, with your permission, I could force the lock.
Yes, open it.
If you would all just stand aside, please. I'm afraid there will be some damage.
I'll help.
Here now, sir. Pull with me as hard as you can.
It's coming.
Pull. Oh, no.
He couldn't have.
Daddy!
Sir, are the police still here?
No, thank heavens they're gone. All those questions.
They questioned everyone.
When? I didn't see them.
Well, while you were busy with Dr. Gentry and your sister upstairs.
Gentry? Has he left yet?
No, sir. He's still upstairs with Miss Sterrett.
What did they ask you, Jareth?
Oh, just about what you'd expect, sir. Did I hear the shot? Where was I at that moment? Was the door securely locked? And how long it was before we broke it down and discovered that Mr. Sterrett had taken his life?
You believe he committed suicide?
What else? What else, Master Sterrett? A locked room. A man we all knew was in the profoundest of depressions since the madam met a terrible death. What else would one think?
I don't know. The way the police questioned me, you'd think there was some kind of foul play.
Or you're imagining things. How could there be? The windows were locked from the inside. No one could have come from outside. And no one on the inside would have harmed a hair in the master's head. That's what reason could we have? We all so depended upon him.
Yes, of course. Where's Linda? Miss Benner.
She was making arrangements with cook to reheat your dinner.
Oh, I couldn't eat anything. Oh, yes, come in.
Mr. Sterrett, may I see you for a few minutes?
Well, of course, Doctor. How's Corey?
I've sedated her. She's sound asleep.
Oh.
Will you need me for anything more, sir?
Oh, no, Jareth. You and Cook and the rest of the staff. Go ahead with dinner.
Well, we have all eaten, sir. It's quite late, you know. It's past midnight.
So it is. Well, then, tell everybody to go to bed.
Any special orders for tomorrow?
Oh, no, you can wake me as usual. We'll take it from there.
Yes, sir. Good night, sir.
Jareth. Really too good to be true. The perfect butler. Right out of P.G. Wodehouse, except he was born in Brooklyn. My father once told me that. Well, he won't be telling me anything else.
Maybe you could use something to settle you down.
Oh, no thanks. I'll leave the pill popping to my sister. I shouldn't have said that.
I would have been asking you about it anyway.
Why ask me? Anything about the Sterrett family medical history ought to be in your father's files. I want to know about Corey.
Well, I'm concerned. She's shattered at the moment.
After seeing Dad the way he was, no wonder.
Of course. Still, may I ask you a few questions, Mr. Sterrett?
Let's make it Phil. We're not so far apart in age, Dr. Gentry.
Oh, okay, Phil. And my name is Mark, if you prefer. I knew your sister once, you know, when I was in medical school. She was just starting college. It was just before your older brother crashed his plane. I'd known him our senior year in college. That summer, our paths crossed again, and, well, he introduced me to Corey.
Oh, I didn't know you'd ever met any of the family.
Yes, I remember her as being one of the most radiantly healthy young women I'd ever met. Physically and mentally.
Little difficult to remember Corey that way. If she ever really was.
I know her brother's death was a terrible shock to her, but...
Let's get it all on the table, Mark. It's going to be there anyway. Robert's death was a shocker for all of us, but we weathered it, Dad, me. But Corey can't take any emotional traumas. I'm afraid she's the one who took after Mother. I know Robert didn't. And I hope I was spared.
I don't know what you mean.
As long as
I've been old enough to remember my mother was certifiably mad as a hatter. That's why she was such a recluse. You know, she was always hearing voices, seeing things. She's the one who started the whole business about Robert's ghosts prowling the upstairs hall after he died. If you ask me, I think that's what really killed her.
A ghost?
She thought she saw something. Tripped and fell all the way downstairs. And broke her neck.
Yes, but I thought... I understood from my father...
That she'd been drinking, oh. Sure, that too. But that was always around it. It wasn't a cause, it was a cover-up. Mom just couldn't cope. She was a real schizophrenic.
Well, even if that were true, it's not hereditary.
But the tendency is... Look, Mark, do you think I like talking about my twin sister like this? I guess that's what Dad's trouble was.
And you think that's why he took his life?
No question about it, that. And seeing that Corey was going down the same road as Mother, even he had to admit it after she came home again this time.
She'd been away?
Yeah, ever since, well, right after Robert. Corey has been chasing into some far country or another, and I don't mean only traveling.
Oh, drugs?
Well, no, just pills. But she's sick, Mark. Sick. I just hope that this is a quiet night. Did you really knock her out?
No, just light sedation. But enough to hold her till morning if no one disturbs her.
None of us will. But I can't answer for her private demons or the ghosts that haunt her poor, twisted mind.
Miss Corey. Dear heaven. My poor darling, what is it?
It's Mother standing there, moving towards me. Her finger crooked, beckoning to me. Beckoning.
Linda. What is it? What happened?
I fell asleep, and Miss Corey somehow got out of the room, and I don't know. She says she saw something.
Corey, what did you see? Tell me. Corey, it's Phil.
Mother? Standing there? Middle of the hall?
Oh, Corey, baby, there was no one there. It couldn't have been Mother. You know, Mother... Mom is...
I know. She's dead. And it's all my fault. Oh. That's why she's beckoning to me. She wants me to be dead. And I want to be dead, too. Dead. Dead.
What have we got here? A young woman who, within a very few years, has lost a revered older brother and both of her parents. All of their deaths shockingly unexpected and violent. Small wonder she's on the verge of a nervous breakdown. But to the point of actually seeing ghosts. Are they only fantasies of the mind? Or could they possibly be real? I'll return shortly with Act 2. An apparent sensory experience of something that does not exist outside the mind. Sense perception not caused by external stimuli. That's the dictionary definition of an hallucination. An apparition, on the other hand, is a specter or phantom, a ghostly appearance, a wraith. Now, the question here is, which? Hallucination or apparition? In other words, is the specter of Corey's mother a product of her unbalanced mind, or could it just possibly be an external, an actual spiritual emanation? Let's go back to our story and find out.
Good morning, Mark. I saw your car coming up the driveway.
Morning. How's Corey? Your sister.
Oh, she's upstairs. Linda Venner, the housekeeper's with her. We finally got her to sleep.
Well, I'd like to get upstairs and check the patient.
Fine.
Are these the steps your mother...
Mm-hmm. Pure marble. Guaranteed to break anyone's neck falling down.
Yes, sir. Sorry, it's a silly thing for me to have brought up. I apologize.
Corey's room's to the right.
Ah, yes, I remember. Before we go in, may I ask a few more questions?
You're the doctor.
Where did Corey think she saw this ghost?
Right here. The head of the stairs.
Uh-huh. And where was your sister?
Coming from her room.
How did she wake up?
Oh, Mark, I don't know. She was so incoherent till we got her back to sleep. I couldn't get anything out of her except this idiocy about Mother's ghost.
Well, how did you get her back to sleep? Huh?
Oh, I gave her one of the pills you left.
You look pretty beat. Did you get any sleep?
Some. Oh, listen, I'll manage. But it's going to be quite a day. Funeral arrangements, fighting off the press and all the rest.
How about the police?
Oh, no, they're all through, thank the Lord. She's still asleep, Linda?
Yes, Mr. Starrett. Oh, Dr. Gentry. Shall I wake her?
No, let her be.
You'd better get some sleep yourself, Linda.
I'll be all right.
You are taking the rest of the morning off. That's an order. Oh, who is that?
What is it, sir?
Old Wakeston. Dad's lawyer. Just driving up. I'd better go downstairs and see him.
Then I'll stay with Miss Corey.
No need, Miss Fenner. I'll be here for a while.
Yeah, it won't take me long to get rid of Wakeston. Come on, Linda. I'll be right back, Mark.
I'm in no hurry. Miss Starrett? Corey? Corey, can you hear me? Miss Starrett, I want you just to try to wake up. This is the doctor.
Who?
Dr. Gentry.
No. Dr. Gentry is an old man.
Yes, I'm his son, Mark.
Mark? I knew a boy once named Mark.
Yes, one summer. Not so long ago.
Oh, 100 years ago. 100 million years before. Doesn't matter. Dead.
Corey, I am Mark. And I'm not dead.
Well, not you, Mark. Me. Corey's dead.
Oh, no. No, she's not.
Oh, the one you knew. He died that summer. 1 million years ago. The one that's left will soon be dead, too.
Not if I can help it. Corey, what happened last night?
I saw my mother's ghost.
No, Corey. Now, you know there's no such thing as a ghost.
Oh, yes, there is. I kept seeing my brother's ghost after he died, but Robert didn't want to hurt me. Mother is different.
What do you mean, different?
She wants me dead.
Now, why would she want you dead?
Because I deserve to be. I killed her.
You what?
I killed my mother.
But why? Tell me about it, Corey.
I'd like to. I want to. I want to tell someone, to ask to be forgiven. But who would forgive me? Who would forgive me?
Maybe I would, Corey. And why don't you try? Why don't you tell me all about it? Do you have any idea why your mother should have been an alcoholic?
She once told me it was because she couldn't have any more children after me and Phil. So what? Isn't 3 enough?
Are you sure about the alcohol? You don't think your mother could have been...
What, insane? Oh, no. No, that's Phil's idea. He'd have believed anything to make excuses for the fact he never could get her to love him as much as he wanted her to.
She didn't love any of you?
Oh, I think she loved Robert and me in her own kind of way. Robert especially. She really freaked out when he died. So did I. That's what caused the whole trouble. When she couldn't stop drinking, even at the funeral, that's when I decided I didn't care about anything anymore. I was going to get out and sow a few wild oats of my own.
So you took off?
No, like a rocket. Blew my mind for 2 years before I came to my senses. Came back to do what I should have done those 2 years. And a lot of years before that.
What's that?
Help her. Help Mother find a way to some happiness. Be kind of a seeing eye dog for her. Oh, I was too late to help save her.
And that's why you say you killed her.
Well, if I'd been here...
But your brother was there, Phil. Your father was here. Don't they have to shoulder some of the blame?
I can't use my father's guilt to duck my own.
And what was your father guilty of?
I'll leave it alone, Mark. It's family business. I'm not opening any more closets to drag out skeletons. I'm afraid I'd find still worse ones there.
And what about Phil? Isn't he to blame, too?
Phil is Phil. I don't know what he thinks or where he lives in his mind. He has his laboratory and his photograph studio and whatever else he dabbles in. I don't know. We went our separate ways too long ago for me to bother.
He loves you very much, Corey.
Does he? I suppose I love him, too. Some way. I have to, don't I? We're twins, after all.
Well, I don't know that there's any law that says you have to, but...
Oh, come on, Mark. Leave it alone and get out of here.
I'm a doctor, and you are my patient. I have to know how to treat you.
There is no treatment. The patient is already moribund or mad or doomed. No one can save me.
I can. And I intend to.
How is Miss Sterrett, Doctor?
Oh, Jareth. She's asleep again for the moment. Where is Mr. Sterrett?
He's still with the lawyer.
She shouldn't be left alone.
It's away from this house, she should be.
Oh?
Too many dark shadows here, Dr. Gentry, for any girl as sensitive and as bruised as poor little Miss Corey.
Jareth, come away from the door a moment. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Well, I'm not sure I can answer them.
Can't? Or won't?
It might be a little bit of both, sir, but try me.
All right. Now, you've observed Corey all her life. Do you think she is mad?
Oh, no, sir. Upset, shaken, torn apart, but no, not mad.
And then why do you think that she sees ghosts?
Dr. Gentry, after Master Robert lost his life, we were all seeing ghosts of him. He was a remarkable young man. Everybody admired him exceedingly.
And last night, the ghost of Mrs. Sterrett?
I don't know about that. I don't know what to think.
Tell me something. Was Mrs. Sterrett an alcoholic?
No, sir.
Yes. My father didn't think so either. He thought she drank to ease some burden, to dull her mind. What do you think, Jareth?
Well, it is not my place to...
Well, I think maybe it is. You love Mrs. Corey, don't you?
Take her away from here, please.
No, I can't. She wouldn't go. No, I have to prove something to her first.
What is that, Doctor?
That she's only lost her way and not her reason. First thing to do is get rid of the ghosts. If there could only be here when she thinks she sees one, but...
I'm sure Philip Sterrett would be glad to have you as a guest.
Yes, I'm sure he would, but somehow I'd rather no one knew I was here. I need every weapon I can to fight the supernatural or such vivid hallucinations. Surprise could be my most valuable one.
Well, what would you hope to accomplish, Doctor?
I think if I could be here at the very moment Corey thought she saw this specter, I could convince her that it was nothing worse than a bad dream.
You could heal her, and make her well again.
I could make her find her way back to the girl I fell in love with. The girl I'm still in love with after all these years.
I can help you.
How?
This is my afternoon off, sir. I usually drive to the village for dinner, sometimes to the city. Now, I can arrange to meet you wherever you say, and if you'll excuse the expression, smuggle you back into the house.
But where can I hide?
Trust a butler, sir. I know every nook and cranny of this house.
All right, Jareth. All right. We'll do it. And let's both pray that tonight the ghost will walk again.
Mother?
Come, Corey. You know I don't like to be kept waiting. Hurry.
Mother, I'm coming. I'm coming.
It's Corey. Yes, sir. She's going towards the staircase.
Quickly, Jareth. After her.
I'm here, Mother. I'm here. What do you want of me? What do I have to do?
She's seeing the ghost.
She may be sleepwalking. Don't wait. I see it, too. Whatever it is, Jareth.
Clear as day. Standing right by the top of the stairs.
Is that Mrs. Starrett?
Oh, merciful Lord, Dr. Gentry. It's the madam. It's Mrs. Starrett to the life.
Now, how can you argue with that? When three people see the same ghost, it must be real. Or, at the very least, a visible presence. Unless, naturally, all three are under the influence of hallucinatory drugs. Or demented. Which seems quite as unlikely as the presence of the ghost. I'm sorry to leave you in suspense, but it will only be a short while till I return with the solution to this. Sherlock Holmes once said, "Watson, if logic rules out all the possibilities and only the impossible remains, then the impossible must be true." Or words to that effect. Do you subscribe to that dictum? If you do, then of course you believe in ghosts. But if you are of a more skeptical turn of mind, how do you explain away the apparition of a woman long and certainly dead, seen by no less than 3 pairs of eyes? You may doubt the evidence of Corey Starrett's, but surely not that of Jareth, the butler, and a young and healthy man like Mark Gentry. Is there an answer? Let's find out.
She's going to fall. Corey, look out.
All right, Mother. If you want me dead, I will.
Yes, sir. I've got her. What happened to the ghost?
You walked right through her, Dr. Gentry.
Through her? Where is it now?
It has disappeared, sir. Just like that. One moment she was floating on the air, and then, puff, she went out, just like a candle.
Never mind that now. Help me get Corey back to her room.
Impossible, Linda. How could Mark Gentry be in his house?
I don't know, Phil, but he was there with Jareth. Just in time to catch her before she toppled down the stairs.
Thank heaven for that.
It would have solved everything for us if she'd broken her neck just like the old woman.
No. There's been enough killing. I told you that after our father, there wouldn't be any more. It would have been enough to have Corey declared incompetent and committed. Then we would have had all the money.
We? You'd have controlled it.
No more than you control me, my dear illegitimate sister.
No more illegitimate than you, brother.
That's a secret we better keep to ourselves. We sink or swim together. This is no time to quarrel. How do we get out of this?
You're the brain. You started all this. You tell me.
Linda, are you sure that they both saw the hologram as well as Corey?
The doctor even walked right through it.
I didn't kill the light on time.
No.
How's he bright? Nothing went right. Where are they now?
They carried Corey into the bedroom.
She's not...
No such luck. Just passed out.
The panel. I've got to slide it back in place over the hologram. I'll get rid of this hologram. At least that'll give us some time. I wonder how much Mark Gentry suspects. Or knows.
He can't know anything yet, but give him time to start asking questions, and it won't take long.
How can we stop him?
There's only one way, little brother. Kill him.
What? Mark? Oh, we'd never get away with it.
We'd better if we want all those lovely millions. You've killed enough for them already. What's one more?
I didn't kill Robert for the money.
I know. You blew him and his plane to smithereens because you were jealous that he was your father's favorite. I used to laugh to myself to think how much extra relish you would have taken in planting that bomb in his plane if you'd known the real truth.
Why didn't you tell me then?
Mother was still alive. She would have ripped me to the bone if I'd opened my mouth. You didn't know her.
I never knew my own mother till after she was dead.
You wouldn't have wanted to know. You were too spoiled playing the little prince and dreaming of the empire that was soon going to fall into your hands.
All this could have been avoided if Dad hadn't decided to change his will.
It could have been avoided if you hadn't lost your head and clubbed him to death.
I didn't club him to death. I only hit him once. Didn't kill him. Huh? That's why I had to use that shotgun.
Well, I will say it made a convincing suicide with the secret passage to escape by. The loyal husband grieving for his poor departed wife. That's a laugh. When the only bed he'd shared since Corey was conceived was his housekeeper.
How could Mother have settled for that all these years?
She was a very proud and stubborn woman. When she made a bargain, she stuck to it. When she found out my mother was carrying me, Mrs. Sterrett was desperate. After I was born, our father took my mother in as housekeeper and guaranteed her and me a pension for life.
To shut her up. To have her here as his mistress. Mother should have made him get a divorce and marry her.
Come off it, Phil. He's a Sterrett. They don't allow that kind of scandal. Why do you think the old lady kept her mouth shut? She knew what was going on.
That's why I killed her. For all those years of trying to find love from someone I realize now must have hated me.
Yes, they really made good use of you, all right. You were a great bargain. A ready-made son and heir for a man whose wife, the old Dr. Gentry, had warned was having her last child. Presto changeo, and Corey had a twin brother, with no one the wiser except me, Mother, the Sterretts, and two faithful retainers, old Dr. Gentry and Jareth. A pity. It looks now as if the circle might be widened.
Oh, there's no way we can get rid of Mark, Linda.
Oh, I think there might be.
How?
Corey?
What are you talking about?
What is Dr. Gentry doing here in the middle of the night?
Well, that's what I'd like to know.
Here's how we explain it to the police.
The police?
Listen, tonight, Corey got completely out of hand. We sent Jareth for Dr. Gentry. When he came, he recommended that she be institutionalized. And Corey went stark, raving mad. Somehow she'd gotten the gun your father used to keep by his bed, and before any of us could stop her, she fired at her imaginary persecutor, Dr. Gentry, killing him instantly.
And how do we get Corey to go along with this little drama?
We don't. You're the one that shoots Gentry.
And what does Corey say to the police, or is she supposed to be so paranoid they don't believe her?
They won't hear anything from her. You see, after she shot the doctor, she ran from the bedroom. We tried to follow, but at the top of the stairs, she turned to fire back at us. The bullets will be found in the wainscoting. And she turned, she lost her footing to plunge headlong down the curving length of stairs, just as her mother did. She was found, poor broken bird, crumpled in a pitiful heap at the foot of them, the gun still clutched in her dead hand.
Might work. Might just work, only...
Only what?
What do we do about Jareth? You don't think he'd sit still for all this?
Oh, I think he might.
You can buy him off?
Not just with money.
What? Family loyalty?
A little of that, too. But most of all, something else.
What?
Me.
You don't mean that dried-up mock English robot.
Never underestimate the power of the sex drive, little brother.
Jareth has a yen for you.
For a long while. But it didn't come to full flower till Mother was out of the way. He was afraid of her.
Oh, Pete Tams.
You leave Jareth to me. Now stop gaping like a fish. Come on. We have things to do.
Let me go. Can't you understand? She's calling for me.
Corey, wake up. It's Mark. Your mother is dead.
Oh, she came back for me. I know you don't believe in ghosts, but you must listen to me.
Miss Corey, you must listen. I know she's there because I saw her myself.
Who are you? Who is it?
Don't you recognize me? Jareth.
Oh, of course I do, but you saw Mother's ghost?
As plain as day, floating in the air, and so did Dr. Gentry.
He did?
Yes, I did. Ask him, Miss Corey.
Did you?
I did.
But that doesn't change anything. It just means Mother's ghost is realer than ever. And she can't rest until
Now, wait a minute.
What is it, Dr. Gentry?
Jareth, you said floating in air. Yes, that's just the way she was. But that was the only feeling of movement. For the rest, she was frozen. Not a gesture or expression, or even the blink of an eyelid. Just like a...
Like a what, sir?
A picture. A photograph. Some kind of illusion. A trick. Corey, how did you know the apparition was there? What made you go out into the hall?
I heard her voice calling me.
No, you thought you heard it in your sleep.
No, I was awake.
And still you heard it?
Yes.
But where?
In my head. Far away, but somehow near. Like it was under the pillow, but filling the room.
Sit up, Corey. Jareth, help her.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
I want to look under the mattress for a moment. At the head of the bed.
I wish you'd just leave me alone.
No, miss. You just listen to Dr. Gentry.
Yes, I thought so. Look at this.
What? That's a radio speaker.
Yes, there's your ghostly voice, all part of the trick to make you think you were seeing your mother's ghost.
It sounded like Mother. I mean, it was a woman. Who?
Yes, I'll tell you who, Miss Corey. That Linda Venner. You don't know it, but she is an evil woman. And your brother Philip, he's even worse. Now that I've remembered the secret passage.
What secret passage, Derek?
It runs from your father's study to his bedroom. It was discovered years ago, long before you were born. But Mr. Stead had told me it had been closed up. I'd forgotten all about it. Yes, but it must be opened again. That's how Mr. Philip must have...
Must have what, Jareth?
For your own sake, Jareth, you'd better not say any more.
What's the gun for, Philip?
The better to kill you with, Mark.
Are you out of your mind?
The pot calls the kettle black. Shoot him, Philip.
What for?
Well, we could say trespassing, but we have a better idea.
Oh, Mr. Philip, think isn't one murder...
Shut up, Sheriff, dear. Stay out of this. I promise you I'll make it worth your while.
I see it all now. You killed Daddy.
I hadn't much choice. He was changing his will, leaving all that lovely money to you. I couldn't have that.
If he left it to me, you can have all of it. You didn't have to try to frighten me to death.
I would have enjoyed it better that way. How did you like my hologram?
Hologram?
Photographer's dream. I've been messing with him for years, even had Mother. Well, the woman I thought was my mother down to my studio just before her death and made a hologram of her. Blown up, it made a very effective ghost, don't you think?
Stop talking, Phil, and let's get it over with.
Now, let me finish. That hologram is pure magic. From a distance, the image is invisible, but approach close enough and it looms up through the shadows till at last you have an eerie, fantastic, three-dimensional figure that seems to float in air.
Shut up, Phil. If you don't do it, I will.
You couldn't, Linda.
You're the one who's sick, Phil. I suspected so from the first moment I set foot in the house. But you can be helped. Now just give me the gun.
I'm not sick. I'll give you the gun, all right. Here's your prescription, Meddler. This will be one disease you can't cure.
Back, Jared.
Oh, it's all right, Doctor. I have the gun.
And I didn't mean to. Keep away from me.
Don't let him get away.
Give me the gun. Now hold it, Phil.
He'll never take me. No, never will. Alive. It can't be you.
What is it, Mark? Look. It's Mother. It wasn't an illusion.
No, get away from me. I made you.
But I never made you. You were made to haunt me all my life. Now, for my daughter's sake, I unmake you. I shall destroy you just as you and your father destroyed me.
No!
Try to run if you can. I'll hunt you down for what you tried to do to my baby.
My way!
No! Die as I did.
started down the staircase just as I did to her. Poetic justice. Corey?
I'm here, Phil.
It's all yours. The way it would have been. Where's Linda?
She's dead, Phil. Your bullet killed her.
Bullet meant for you. Just as well. I killed enough for nothing.
You killed Father?
Yeah. And used the secret passage that my real mother used to sneak to his bed by night. That's why I set up that hologram.
But why did you panic and fall downstairs at your own illusion?
That was no illusion. When Linda and I came from the hidden passage, I destroyed the hologram.
You mean that was really Mother's ghost?
You don't know how real it was. She's calling me now.
Mark?
Yes, he's dead. God help him. Wherever he is. For no one else ever will.
Remember I suggested in the beginning that ghosts were nothing to mess around with? You know, for a long while there, I thought perhaps that the impeccable Sherlock Holmes was wrong for once. But I owe him apologies. It seems that the impossible was the only answer, after all. This was one ghost that may have started out as fantasy, but ended up being very, very real. I'll be back shortly. The hologram is the very newest thing in photography, and to view one is an eerie experience not to be forgotten. The subject projects itself right off the print, actually floats in air. Stranger yet, as you move right or left, the ghostly floating image changes perspective, just as faithfully as a real person would. To see one is not to believe it. The impossible has at last come true. Our cast included Ann Williams, Michael Wager, Paul Hecht, Catherine Byers, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever wondered... what are those unknown impulses that influence your life? You find yourself doing things you can't account for. Why? Is your destiny foretold? What has foreshadowed it, or who? Do your ancestors determine its course? Frankly, I believed none of this until I ran across the strange story of Mary and Jack Carter.
Tell me, you of the Huron tribe, where did you learn to speak English so fluently?
My mother taught me.
Well, I don't find that so strange.
No. Who taught me is not strange. But when I was taught, you might find rather unusual.
When? Well, probably 30 years ago. You look about 45 or 50.
My mother taught me English 380 years ago.
How old are you?
I am 1,000 years old.
Our mystery drama, The Man of Two Centuries, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Len Cariou. You're going to meet up with Jack Carter, an historian, and his wife Mary, a painter. Jack teaches at Cape Royal College and has taken a sabbatical to write a book he calls The Conquest of Canada. The Carters have a houseboat tied up off the St. Lawrence River. They also have a cottage nearby, which Mary uses as a studio. We find them finishing a meal on the houseboat. Probably the last time their lives would be normal.
Every time I come aboard the houseboat, shockwaves go through me, Jack. I realize what a mistake it was to let you be alone here while I live in the cottage.
I can't do any writing with you in the next room painting. I can't concentrate. You there, me here. I think it's one heck of a good arrangement. My book is coming along great.
But how can you live like this? I mean, look around you. Books everywhere. How much research do you need, Jack? I thought Donnacona was going to give you all that Huron Indian stuff.
He is.
Well, look, I refuse to stumble over your books anymore. Either you get rid of most of them or you put them all in one place.
Mary, I need every one of them. I don't know why I'm apologizing to you. We got this houseboat specifically so I could do my work without being in your way.
That's what I get for marrying a Frenchman.
Who's French? So my great-grandparents were born in Paris. I was born in Montreal.
Hello? Anybody aboard?
Oh, somebody's hailing us.
I'll go. You, down there in that rowboat. You looking for someone?
I'm looking for Jack Carter.
You're looking right at him. Toss up your lanyard. I'll haul you to the houseboat.
Here goes. Catch.
Got it. Say, that rowboat of yours weighs like a warship. What do you got in there?
We carry a lot of equipment.
Yeah. Here, I'll make you fast, right here. See those steps? Want a hand?
No problem. Mr. Carter?
Yes, and here comes the wife.
Who is this nice-looking young man who's just come aboard?
Mrs. Carter?
That's me.
I'm Jones. P.C. Jones.
I thought those boots looked a little official.
They make us keep them shined.
P.C. Jones? Are those your initials?
You'll have to excuse the wife. She's an American. She doesn't know what P.C. means.
It means police constable, Mrs. Carter. I'm here for information.
Is there a problem, Constable?
There may be. And if you don't mind, I'd like a word with you both.
Of course. Let's do it in the cabin.
I'm just heating up more water for our second cup of coffee. One for you, Constable?
No, thanks.
Mary, make the constable some tea.
Matter of fact, I won't have anything. I'd like to get to why I'm here as soon as I can.
Yes, why are you here?
It's been reported to us that you're keeping an Indian on the premises.
What do you mean, keeping?
Let me just check my notes. One report says that he's an unpaid helper. Another says he's an unpaid domestic. Indian slave.
Now, wait a minute. Hold everything.
We're doing no such thing.
You mean there's no Indian on the premises?
Sure there is. A bona fide Huron Indian. But he's not any of the things you said he was.
He just showed up one day.
Matter of fact, he's helping me write a book. What is this with the people in town? What have they got against Indians?
I know what it is. Donnacona goes around dressed like an Indian.
Why shouldn't he? He is an Indian.
Would you say he's, is this Indian civilized?
Donnacona is a pure-blooded Huron Indian. His ancestors go back 500 years at least, probably longer. When he's here, he's our guest, not a servant or a slave. You got that?
I don't know where you people get these crazy notions.
Mr. Jones, is there anything else you want from us?
Yes, now this report says there are peculiar sounds coming from this houseboat at night.
Are you telling me the people of Cape Royal have nothing better to do out here in this wilderness but to complain about sounds?
It says strange music was heard in the vicinity of the Carter household. Is that something the Indian does?
It's not so strange. Donnacona's very musical. He plays the flute, and we love it.
P.C. Jones, don't you think these accusations are a little wild? Our friend does have some native rights he performs for me, and I make notes on them, record them, study them for the book I'm doing. Now, is there anything else?
Yeah, I have another report that it sounds like a whole crowd of Indians doing some kind of dance, again at night. Midnight.
Now, I'm sorry he isn't here right now so you could see for yourself what a lovely man he is. Quiet, kind, and very attractive. He wouldn't hurt a fly.
And then here's a complaint from an elderly lady who saw this Indian in a supermarket and fainted.
It was probably the prices that made her faint.
How is this Indian dressed? Or undressed?
He dresses beautifully. He has these feathers, nothing underneath, a tunic of feathers, you know? And sometimes he paints his face. Show me one woman who doesn't do that. He's a beautiful-looking person with a very fine physique.
Mary, you don't have to overdo it. Constable, of course he's in good shape. He lives outdoors.
How do you communicate with him?
How do you mean?
I mean, do you speak Indian?
Mr. Jones, Donnacona speaks perfect English and perfect French. And I don't speak either of them half as well.
I think you'd better report to whoever you report to that the Indian who visits us is quite educated, is our guest, and once belonged to the great Huron tribe that owned all this territory.
Well, that's not the point. If he's a vagrant and has no visible means of support, we want to know.
Why? He's not asking for your support. Or the towns, or the Canadian governments, or the American governments.
We could. We can't have Indians wandering about, frightening people, disturbing the peace, stealing.
Now, hold on there, hold on. If anyone's done any stealing, it's the French and the Americans. And not so long ago, either. The Hurons owned all this land on both sides of the St. Lawrence, and we cheated them out of it. Our friend has more right to be here than any of us.
Well, if you take that attitude, Mr. Carter, there's only one thing I can do.
I'm sorry you have to go so soon, Mr. Jones, and can't stay for that cup of tea.
I'll be back with a warrant.
Warrant for what?
Your Indian friend will have to accompany me, and he will have to answer a few questions. I'm sorry, but that's my job.
I think that's really mean of you.
It's all right. I can cast off and get down to my boat. Goodbye.
And I was going to offer to paint his portrait.
Donnacona, you don't know how lucky you were to have missed him.
Oh, that Cape Royal policeman?
Yes, he came to report that there were people in town who didn't like the way you dressed. And a whole lot of other complaints, and that I shouldn't be having you as my guest whenever you came by the houseboat.
Nothing has changed.
Changed from what?
Right here along La Grande Rivière, what you call the St. Lawrence. When my people lived here, and then the white man came from across the seas, we thought the way you dressed was very, very strange.
When you add it up, and that's what my book is going to say, I think we French made life worse for you than you did for us.
Well, we fought you for a long time, but whiskey and gunpowder won. Are you making progress with the book, Jack?
Do you know the expression stalled?
Stopped.
Halted in its tracks. I can't seem to get the right feeling. I want people who read it to almost believe they were here when Canada was opened up. I'm grateful for the help you're giving me. It's wonderful.
A pleasure.
You know, I thought when I first saw you paddling away in that birch bark canoe, all dressed up in feathers and leather, they must be shooting some movie around here. I had no idea you were preserving the traditions of your tribe.
And did you get that tape recorder we talked about?
I did, and it's all set up to have you start reminiscing.
Cartier, I have a better idea.
What did you call me? I'm Jack Carter, not Cartier.
A slip of the tongue.
Donnacona, you never cease to amaze me. A slip of the tongue, he says. I've been meaning to ask you since we met, how did you become so proficient in our language? In fact, where did you learn to speak such fluent English?
If I told you, I think you might find it hard to believe.
Try me. You went to a Canadian college?
No, I never did.
You learned it from someone? At home? Your father, your mother taught you?
Yeah, that's right. The crux is not who taught me, but when I was taught.
I'm terrible at guessing games, Donnacona. It doesn't matter to me anyway when you learned English. After all, what are you, 40 years old, 45? So you were taught, say, 30 years ago.
By your calendar, I am centuries old.
What does that cryptic remark mean?
But it wasn't until 1499 that I started to learn English.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, no one ever learned the language until 1499.
I kid you not, Cartier. My mother taught me how to speak your language about 400 years ago. And I am 1,000 years old.
I told you that this day would probably be the very last in the life of Jack Carter that one could call ordinary or average. Not because the Huron Indian, Donnacona, is a fraud or a fake or false, but because, as we will discover shortly, he is speaking the truth. We're on a houseboat anchored in an inlet adjacent to the St. Lawrence River. It is night. We're on deck with historian Jack Carter and a full-blooded Huron Indian by the name of Donnacona. There's also the threat of trouble from a police constable by the name of Jones.
And can you accept that I'm 1,000 years old?
Well, I can try.
The English was a gift from my mother. The French language I learned from Jacques Cartier. You.
I was Jacques Cartier, and you and I spoke French?
I met you on your second voyage from France.
And when was that?
Sometime in the 1500s.
Oh, as long ago as that?
The only settlement of any size in Canada was then called Hochelaga.
The Montreal of today.
Across the water there. Right there where your cottage is where I lived with many Hurons. Can you believe that?
I'm still trying.
Do you know the explorer John Cabot?
Only by name.
Well, I knew him in person. Of course, I was quite young. When John Cabot came here, he met my mother.
Oh, he did he?
And she was very, very beautiful. They fell in love, and over the strong objections of the tribal chiefs, they married. But nothing came of it. Nothing more than myself and Cabot teaching my mother English, which she taught me.
Is there a record of Cabot going up the St. Lawrence? That would be useful for the book.
Well, there's no record I know of, because Cabot thought he'd reached China, and that we Indians lived in India. Of course, in those days, nobody really knew where anything was.
That's Mary. I'll get it. Be right back. Yes, darling?
Jack, how about coming over to the cottage for a little drink?
Well, I tell you, Mary, I'm still working.
Oh, you're coming over for breakfast in the morning?
Oh, sure. You promised me flapjacks.
And you'll get them. Good night, dear. Say, don't work too late. Sleep well.
Good night, Mary. Sorry, domestic bliss. 2 beds separated by a body of water.
I would prefer, in fact, I insist, you tell Mrs. Carter nothing about this conversation.
If I told Mary you were 350 years old...
1,000.
She'd have me committed. You, too. Now, about your mother, Donnacona, you were saying?
Well, Cabot went back to England. Then you arrived.
I did?
Jacques Cartier, sailing up the St. Lawrence in 1537. Ah, yes, Jacques.
Jacques. I like the pronunciation.
Jacques Cartier is the way it's pronounced.
But Jack Carter is pronounced differently.
Monsieur Cartier, I hadn't meant to speak about this, but our conversation went in that direction.
You don't have to draw me any diagrams. You're saying I'm the reincarnation of the French explorer Cartier.
No. You are him.
I am him? I see. Could you prove that to me?
Do you really wish that? Think.
But how could you prove it without putting me in time where he was?
You've answered your own question.
It's the dream of all historians. If only we ourselves could live the yesterdays, what an insight we'd have to the past if we could actually turn back the clock.
Now, the clock follows time. It doesn't make it.
A figure of speech.
Your primitive belief. Now, we believe time is an endless river, that you are carried with it and the shore passes. Those shores are the years you live.
That's your Huron mythology.
Our Huron truth. If it were possible for you to enter my canoe, turn it around, and travel against the stream of time, you might find yourself back in those ages of the past you think are dead.
The past is dead.
Oh, it lives. All the pasts of all the civilizations continue.
Oh, I would give anything to be able to believe that.
Would you risk death to go back?
I would. A truly scientific mind would.
I can take you back to the days of Jacques Cartier, the explorer.
But you cannot guarantee my return to this present?
I have done it before, alone. I go back to my people often.
Back and forth between the centuries?
Yes. Whether I can take you with me, well, I'm not sure.
Oh, it's very tempting. Is there some kind of ritual?
Oh, yes.
Oh, if I could be right here, on the St. Lawrence, 350 years ago, to know the truth about your people, about myself, the way it was here, the way it looked. What a book I could write. Oh, it's very tempting.
I would do it for you, Jacques.
What would happen to me if it didn't work? Would I be stuck somewhere in some other century?
This river contains many bodies of those who could not swim between the centuries.
So others have tried. I want it. Yes? Let's start. Do I have any choice of centuries?
Well, not this time. Since you're asking me to be your guide, I shall put you in the century where you and I first met. Now, go ahead, Jacques. Step in. I'm holding the canoe steady.
Shall I sit here?
No, right where you are. Now, I'll climb into the prow.
I didn't know I was in for a boat ride.
You knew you were in for a ritual.
And this is what's going to be safe passage back a couple of 100 years? This little canoe?
Yes. I'm unrolling a deerskin, which will cover the entire canoe.
Oh, here. Let me help.
No, you stay where you are. I want you to close your eyes. Leave them closed. I'm now moving the deerskin over your head. Now, we're both now inside the canoe. I'm putting my paddle into the water. And slowly, I shall move with the current. Jacques, are your eyes closed?
Yes, they are.
Now, with your right hand, reach forward. You'll find my reed flute. Do you have it?
Yes, I have it.
Place it to your lips and breathe into it.
I can't play the flute, don't I?
Breathe into the flute. It will play its own music. Now keep your eyes tightly shut.
Is this a special reed flute made by the Indians?
Monsieur Cartier, you never called us Indians. old days, those of you who came across the big waters called us les sauvages.
You like savages better than Indians?
They thought they had reached India when they called us that. Now stop talking and breathe into that flute. Spirit of tomorrow and yesterday, I am Chief Donnacona. I bring with me venison dressed for a journey, my bow, my arrows with their heads of stone. I call upon thee, Great Spirit, to move this vessel of birch into that time when Jacques Cartier came to Canada.
Donnacona, what's that noise? It sounds like a giant waterfall. There are no falls around here. It's a whirlpool. We're being sucked under.
Capitaine Cartier.
Oui?
We have a visitor heading towards our ship.
I see him. Judging from his headdress, he's an important member of the tribe.
I thought so too, Captain, but if he is, why is he paddling his canoe alone?
If he is the chief, he can do as he likes. I remember my first voyage to the Newfoundland in 1934. You weren't with me then. Those sauvages answered to their chiefs, not the other way around.
How can we tell whether the Peau Rouge will tell us the truth? Do we say our king sent us for gold, or do we not? Do we ask, is this the river we follow, the route to China? For no matter what their answer, yes or no, how can one be sure?
We'll have to show them who is master. Frighten them. When he comes aboard, give this chief an hour with me. Then you come on deck, casually with your rifle, and take some pot shots at the gulls and bring down a few. That may convince our friend we are not to be lied to. I have the strangest sensation, Chief Donnacona, that you are not unknown to me.
Monsieur Cartier, I have the same presentiment. That I also have been in your company before today. But I tell myself all white men look alike.
There have been many before me?
All looking for the gold of Hochelaga.
Oh, there is gold in Hochelaga?
They are misinformed. The Portuguese, the French, even the Irish monks come here convinced there is gold. But there is none.
So, there is none. We are more interested in following the Grande Rivière to another land. We are looking for a waterway to China.
I never heard of it. China? Who lives there?
A fine civilization. They have silk spices. That is our destination.
Monsieur Jacques Cartier, you have lost your way. You have come to my Kanata.
Kanata? Is that where we are?
Those wigwams on shore. That is my Kanata. And I am chief.
Chief? This is my boat, La Grande Hermine, and I am Cartier, the chief of this boat. I live in France, across the oceans, the big waters.
It is good. We meet chief to chief. I go now. I invite you to come to my Kanata, and we'll have a feast. When the sun is well down, you will see our bonfire. Come then.
I will. I'll be there. What do you think, Jones? Chief Donnacona seems friendly enough.
What did he say this place was called? Canada?
Kanata.
What about the location of Hochelaga?
I had to pretend we weren't interested in gold.
Did he believe you?
He told me a tall tale about it being so cold, we'd all freeze to death.
And China?
Said he never heard of it. I believed him. He speaks surprisingly well for a sauvage. You, go on below. I'll see what I can find out tonight.
He's coming back. Good night, Captain.
Chief, what brings you back?
I came to warn you.
Warn me?
This man, George, your first mate. How well do you know him?
This is his first voyage with me?
Make the trail with him slowly and carefully. It's winding and it could be treacherous.
You are warning me against my own first mate? But you don't know him.
We Hurons have deep feelings, a deep knowledge of the spirit. Strong senses which we teach our children. Without them, we couldn't survive against wild animals in the wilderness. And so we know when there is truth and trust, and when there is not. Friend, be careful.
There's a lot to be said for parallel time. That is, the coexistence of many centuries. But don't only take my word for it. The great American Mark Twain told an audience once that he himself was actually present in Versailles during its royal heyday, a century earlier. Because Twain was a known humorist, people thought he was kidding. There are other reports, so this one is not the first, nor will it be the last. I'll return shortly with Act 3. This story is strange, but not incredible. Many of us have flashes of bygone days, and there may be quite a few who are actually transported to other centuries. But no one will admit to it. I know I wouldn't let on if the future or the past were my real century. Besides, how would I know? So there are those who travel time and those who remain behind, like Mary Carter, puzzled, distressed, and worried.
Hello, up there. Anybody aboard?
Is that you, Constable? Oh, I'm glad you're here.
I'm getting quite expert in climbing up that ladder. Is Mr. Carter back?
No, he isn't, Mr. Jones. And I'm getting frantic. I don't know what to do. It's 6 whole days. He's never been gone like that without letting me know where he is.
I'd like to ascertain the exact time they left. Any ideas?
I told you the night before, I spoke to Jack on the little phone between the cottage and the boat. And he said he'd be over in the morning for flapjacks. But he never showed up.
So it could have been they took off any time that night.
Well, I know you said Donnacona lured Jack off somewheres, but why would he? We were very good to him. He ate with us. He worked with Jack on the book.
Do you have a picture of Mr. Carter I could have? I'm going to have headquarters send out on all points. Tomorrow it'll be a week. And although I think there's some simple answer to this...
You do think that, don't you? And they just took a trip to see something upriver, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I don't think there's been any foul play. You wouldn't happen to have a picture of that Indian also, would you?
I think I do. I took some snapshots when he first showed up in the spring. They're inside Jack's desk.
The pictures will help. Not that I think your husband won't just turn up any time, because I think he will.
Mr. Jones, I just had a sinking feeling. You're telling me everything you know, aren't you? I mean, they haven't discovered 2 bodies somewhere, and you want these photographs just to identify them.
Chief, I'm sorry I was so long. I got to the Carter household all right, but after I'd rowed ashore and tied up, my bicycle had a flat tire.
What have you got there?
Snapshots of Jack Carter and that Indian he's been palling around with.
You mean Carter hasn't shown up yet?
Neither of them have.
What are you bothering with pictures for? I thought I made it plain that if Carter was still missing, to bring the wife in for questioning.
Well, I checked her out. There's no insurance on her husband's life, and they've got a very small savings account. Everything is sunk into this houseboat and the cottage. He's a history professor. They don't make any money.
I repeat
Pete, I told you if her husband didn't show to bring her in. All right. I'll go back and get her. But she couldn't have done it. Killed him, gotten rid of him. What motive, Chief?
Chief Cartier, please remain with me and warm your hands at our campfire.
Merci. To enjoy your hospitality is not the only reason I am here. I come to ask if you would help us with some guides along La Grande Rivière. There are many tributaries, and it would be easy to lose one's way. We would like, first, to go to Hochelaga.
I thought so, Cartier. But you ask more than I can give in friendship.
We will find it anyway. With help, it would have been sooner. If there is gold, we would share it. But to find it, we do not wish to get lost.
Do you wish to be killed? If not frozen to death, killed by unfriendly tribes?
Donnacona, you refuse?
For your sake, I must.
You realize the inference is there is gold, but you don't wish to share it.
You can think what you like.
Thank you. And if you could have someone take me out to my ship?
I warn you, you will not get to Hochelaga.
Donnacona, I am tired. It is very late.
I shall take you. In my own canoe. Myself.
I don't think you understand, Donnacona. I am not my own master. I was sent here by my king, Francois Premier of France, to open up a route to China and to bring back gold. Many explorers from many lands have brought back tales of the riches of Hochelaga.
All exaggerated. Believe me, you give the matter some deep thought tonight.
I have given it deep thought already.
There was someone in the water swimming towards us.
Who? Jacob, what are you doing in the water?
I came to warn you, Captain. They did not see me. I dropped overboard when they had drunk themselves to sleep.
What's happened?
There has been a mutiny.
What?
Classmate Jones broke out the stores, gave everyone a rifle and a pistol. They're waiting for the morning tide to sail back to France.
All right. Go back to the ship. Don't let anyone see you. I'll take care of this.
Yes, sir.
You will be shot, Cartier, as you board your ship. You know that.
I doubt there's murder in any of them. Bring me alongside, and I think I can talk Jones out of this foolishness. What does he have to gain? Wait. This is far enough. I'll climb up the anchor chain. Now let us still be friends. Come by for me in the morning, and we'll talk some more. We must find a way together.
I will be here. I pray to the Great Spirit that you will be also.
Cartier, what did you think you would accomplish creeping up on me in the dark? I saw you come up from the canoe. I was ready for you.
Jones, untie my hands. Will you take this rope off? I order you.
You're not giving any more orders, Cartier.
What do you think is going to happen to you? You return to France with your captain tied up on deck. Then what? Do you think they'll reward you for leading a mutiny and taking prisoner the king's captain?
You promised us gold. And I heard what the native chief said to you. There is no gold. So we have decided tomorrow morning we sail for France.
All of you will be put in irons when you reach Saint-Malo. Can't you understand that, Jones? What do you think I'll say? That I tied myself up because it amused me?
Cartier, you will say nothing. Because as soon as it is light and we sail, you will be keel-hauled. And I shall have to tell our sovereign King Francois that unfortunately Jacques Cartier fell overboard one night and we could not find your body. So naturally, I became the pilot and we all came home.
I fell overboard?
And every single man will swear to it. Hey, Cartier, come back here. He's going to jump. Stop him. His hands are tied behind his back. No. Don't stop him, anybody. If he believes he can swim to land with his hands tied behind his back, who am I to stop him?
Jack, you've been gone for days. Where were you?
Donnacona, tell, my darling wife.
Mrs. Carter, your husband fell into the river, and I fished him out, and,
I fell into the water? I don't remember that.
But your clothes are very wet, Jack. It's been days.
Mary, don't get so het up. Donnacona and I went for a little canoe ride. There were some relics of the past he wanted to show me. I think. Is that right? Funny. Donnacona, what did we do?
I don't think you can remember, Captain.
Captain? Say, Mary, wasn't I going over to the cottage this morning for flapjacks? Can you make enough for the two of us? I mean, the three of us?
Jack, are you kidding me, or did you black out or something? You were not here last night or the night before. Not since Monday.
Hello there. P.C. Jones wants to come aboard.
Donnacona, he's been threatening warrants and things to pick you up. Beat it.
I'll wait for you in the canoe. I'll paddle around so he won't see.
Oh, Jack, you're not planning another trip somewhere, are you?
Well. Look who's here. Mr. Carter himself.
What do you want, Jones?
The chief told me to bring Mrs. Carter in for questioning, but since you're here, there's nothing to question her about. You see, Mrs. Carter? What did I tell you? I knew your husband was all right. And, by the way, if you see that Indian, you tell him to get lost. We don't want to see him around Cape Royal anymore.
I'll tell him no such thing. But I'll tell you, Jones, to get lost and get off my boat. I've had enough of you, and if I see you around, you'll get more than a piece of my mind. Mary, I'm going to have to make another trip for my book, understand? I don't know how long I'll be gone, but if it turns out to be pretty long, just don't worry. I'll be fine.
But you're leaving? You just got here.
I have to, Mary. I don't have any choice. But when I get all this down on paper, you're going to be very proud. Now, where's that Donnacona? Donnacona! Where are you?
But, Jack, where are you going? Can't you tell me where?
I didn't really like to leave her like that, not to take Mary into my confidence, but how could I? Donnacona, back we go. I want to teach that Jones a lesson. He won't expect to see me rise up out of the water. Is that flute under the seat?
It should be where you left it.
Got it. You fasten down the canoe cover. I'll play the flute, and we'll both pray each to our own gods to move through time and show up right next to my flagship.
Jacques, mon cher Cartier, congratulations for having planted our fleur-de-lis on the shores of... what did you say it was called?
Your Majesty, I never gave it a name.
Oh, Jacques, the new land you found, no name.
There are two lands. A very large piece which we sailed around. That was the first Newfoundland. Then the second, which contains, I believe, the river gateway to China, that... Well, we could call it the same as the native chief does. He says it's his Canada.
Bien, excellent. Canada is as good as any name.
As you say.
What's the matter with you, Jacques? Why are you depressed? You act as though you're not pleased to see your king.
Oh, of course I am. I didn't expect to be here so soon. Something went wrong in my transportation. There were matters on the ship. I wished to attend to.
Ah, we heard all about the mutiny.
You did?
The way you climbed out of the water and single-handedly overcame the mutineers. That will go down in French history.
I did? Oui, I did.
And then sailing up La Grande Rivière and making friends with the chief of Hochelaga, who gave you all these golden trinkets. See, we have them spread out on the table. You may take as many as you wish, Jacques. And we wish you to rest up now. And we shall organize another expedition to China, but going in the opposite direction. That may be quicker.
Your Majesty, something tells me I should go back to Canada and try that way again.
What tells you? We tell you the other direction. I know. A woman. Are we correct?
As always, Your Highness. Frankly, when I was on the shore of La Grande Rivière, I lost my heart to a maiden there.
A sauvage. Does she speak a language?
Fluently. She also paints landscapes, portraits.
Well, we cannot condemn an explorer for wishing to explore something new, even if she is not a French damsel.
Raymond Chandler once said, the ideal mystery is the one you'd enjoy, even if the end was missing. Certainly the man of 2 centuries could not be the whole story. Did Jacques Cartier re-enter our century, the century of the present? The maiden of his heart, Mary, was she there waiting? Or was he bound to the 16th century, condemned to forever discovering Canada? So entertaining about your Mystery Theater is that there is no limit to where your imagination can take you. Life can live in space and in time. The impossible can appear possible. Lastly, before you dismiss this strange episode, ask yourself, are you sure you haven't been here before? Who were you the last time around? For you were here, no doubt about that. Our cast included Len Cariou, Diana Kirkwood, Lloyd Battista, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Look, I'm in comm screen. Where you been?
I told you. The usual pep talk to the passengers. What's the problem?
I don't want to use the squawk box for this message.
Something wrong with the equipment?
I guess you could call it that. Captain, get over here on the double with Doc Mayer.
Why? Somebody hurt?
He doesn't look hurt to me, Captain. He looks dead.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Give me a look. Give me a face that makes simplicity a grace. Thus spoke Mr. Johnson. He was merely one of many fascinated by the human countenance. Be it breathtakingly beautiful or incredibly hideous, there can be mystery, even magic, to a face. It can inspire the brushes of artists, the pens of poets. The face, that certain face, can be a mover of mountains, the source of heroic actions, the object of noble crusades. On the other hand, it can also inspire causes far less worthy.
Let me get this straight. You're telling me he didn't kill her?
Why can't you believe me, Sergeant?
He's got a record a mile long. He's a cheat, a liar, a con man.
But he isn't a murderer.
Can you think of a better suspect?
Yes, Sergeant.
Who?
Why, me, of course.
Our mystery drama, The Innocent Face, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Victoria Dan and stars Roberta Maxwell. I'll be back shortly. We are all the dreamers of dreams, but not surprisingly, most dreams are beautiful in their simplicity. The urban sophisticate longs for the tranquility of a summer in the country, and the small-town daisy yearns for the glittering lights of metropolis. As always, the most desirable, heavenly place on earth is, it seems, a someplace other than where we happen to be. But it is not our point, however, to argue the differing view of paradise. We only request that you, the listener, remember that even paradise had a snake.
Shipping department, one moment, please. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Gilmore. Now, the reason you haven't received your order is because it hasn't arrived. The reason it hasn't arrived is because there's a dock workers' strike, and it's still sitting in the ship's hold. Yes, I'm trying to explain that, Mr. Gilmore, but, Hello? Are you still on the line?
How do you like your first week on the job, Wanda?
Why, he hung up on me. That's the third time in an hour. I guess I'm not used to people being so unfriendly.
Quite a switch from, what's that town you're from?
Pulaski Pond.
Yeah, Pulaski Pond. Iowa, right?
Arkansas.
Whatever. I still say you shouldn't work so hard.
But, well, I want to work hard. I don't want to be in shipping forever.
Hey, Wanda, the way you look, you won't have any trouble getting ahead.
What do you mean?
Come on. You know your face is your fortune.
You've got to be kidding.
No.
Well, what's so great about my face? I'm not even pretty.
Who's talking pretty? You've got something different going for you.
I don't understand.
Yeah, something completely different. And I'll tell you this, you won't be in the shipping section for very long. Take my word for it.
Excuse me.
Yes, what is it? I'm busy.
I was wondering if you could tell me where to find Mr. Sanders' office. I don't know my way around yet, and...
Why do you want to see him?
He's the vice president of this company, isn't he?
Yes, I am.
You're Hartley Sanders?
Is that package for me?
Yes, sir. It was sent downstairs by mistake.
Oh, thank you, Miss...
Beasley, sir. Wanda Beasley, shipping and receiving.
You must be new here.
2 weeks, Mr. Sanders.
Yes. Well, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir?
I like you, Miss Beasley.
But you don't even know me.
I like your face.
My face?
There's something about it.
There is?
It's friendly, open. Yes, it's the kind of face I'd like our clients to be greeted by when they walk in here. How would you like to work for me?
I already do.
No, not in the basement. I mean here, upstairs, as my receptionist.
In this beautiful office? Oh, but I can't type or do shorthand.
All you have to do is answer the phone and smile, Miss Beasley.
Smile?
Are you interested in the receptionist job?
Very much, sir. I'm extremely interested. May I help you?
Yeah. Is Sandy in his office?
Mr. Sanders is tied up in a meeting. Do you have an appointment?
No, I was just in the neighborhood. I thought I'd drop... Hey, what's your name?
Wanda Beasley.
Well, Wanda Beasley,
It would appear that I have some time on my hands. You suppose you could find it in your heart to help me?
Help you?
Yeah. Let me take you to lunch.
You want to take me to lunch?
You seem surprised.
It's just that I've never been... I mean, no one's ever asked me to. You really want to take me to lunch? Why?
Because it's lunchtime.
I don't even know your name.
It's Harper. Eugene Harper.
Look, Mr. Harper.
Eugene.
Very well. Eugene. Where I come from, a man doesn't go up to a total stranger and ask her out to lunch.
Oh, why on earth not?
Because I still can't believe why you want to take me out to lunch.
All right, Wanda. If my first reason wasn't enough for you, I'll give you a second. It's because I like your eyes.
I'll get my coat. Then after graduation, I spent 2 years working at the Pulaski Dry Cleaners. Oh, but why am I telling you all this?
Maybe it's the wine.
I don't know what's gotten into me. I've never had wine or anything alcoholic during working hours. I'm sure I must be boring you.
No, not at all, Wanda. It's refreshing to meet a young woman who obviously has life before her, waiting to be experienced.
What a lovely thing to say.
Yeah. I get the feeling you're still a bit uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable?
Do I make you nervous?
No.
Wanda?
Maybe it's the wine giving me the courage to say this, but nobody as good-looking as you has ever given me the time of day.
You think I'm good-looking?
Don't take my word for it. Half the women in this place have been staring in your direction ever since we arrived. There's that lady in the corner table. The lady with the red hair.
What lady? Where?
The booth. Over there, in the corner.
I don't see anybody.
She must have just left. Anyhow, she couldn't take her eyes off you. I thought for a minute she knew you or something.
Oh, I doubt it. In any case, I'm sure the reason people are staring, if indeed they really are, is because we make such an attractive couple.
We do?
Oh, look at the time. I'd better be getting you back to the office.
Yes, I hadn't realized how the time had flown.
As long as we're on the subject, what time do you want me to pick you up on Saturday?
Saturday?
Drive down the coast might be nice.
You really want to see me again, Eugene?
Now, listen, Wanda. I only do what I want to do.
Is 10 o'clock in the morning too early?
You have to admit, California has beautiful weather.
It's wonderful. Look at the water, how it sparkles.
If I didn't know better, I'd swear you'd never seen the ocean before.
But, Eugene, I never have seen the ocean before.
Are you for real?
There's no ocean where I come from. How much longer till we get to San Diego?
Oh, 20 minutes or so.
I can't tell you how thoughtful it is of you. Do you want to show me the sights?
Hey, just wait till you see the surprise I have in store for you.
A surprise? What is it?
Oh, it isn't a what. It's a where. And if I told you that, it wouldn't be much of a surprise, now would it?
You still won't tell me where we're going?
Haven't you figured it out yet?
Up ahead, what is that? It looks like some kind of toll plaza.
Yeah, that's the border.
The border of what?
How many do you know?
That's Mexico? The border of Mexico?
Let me guess. You've never been to Mexico either?
No, never.
For Pete's sake, Wanda, where have you been?
I already told you. Pulaski Pond. So this is Tijuana.
Yeah, it's not very glamorous, is it?
This is a foreign country. I'm standing inside a foreign country.
Yeah, you really get a kick out of it, don't you?
A month ago, I'd never been anywhere. Now look at me. First California, now Mexico.
Yeah. Well, in any event, hey, listen, why don't we turn off the main street? It's awfully crowded and noisy.
Exciting.
But, hey, why don't we try this street? It's nowhere near as crowded.
a charming way to arrange shops. Partially enclosed. Is this in any way like the bazaars of the East? I've read a little about...
Wanda, come on, down this way.
I guess it doesn't matter. Persia or Mexico, a marketplace is a marketplace.
Here's the place.
What an interesting little store. Oh, look at all those lovely embroidered things.
Senorita, senor, you would like a blouse such as that?
It's very beautiful, but very expensive, I'm sure.
Oh, no. I can give you a good price.
What are those toys hanging up there?
Oh, so, you like the piñata, senorita?
I've always liked piñatas myself.
Are they for decoration?
They are for celebration.
Well, Wanda, actually they're animals fashioned from paper mache filled with candies, little toys.
How do you open it?
Smash it with a stick, senorita.
With a stick?
If I'm not mistaken, this shop specializes in piñatas.
Oh, si, senor.
I was hoping to purchase one, but, I don't see any in the right color.
What color did you have in mind, senor?
Oh, yellow.
Well, if the senor would be so kind as to wait, I will see if perhaps I can find the color he wish in the bag.
Thank you.
What a nice lady.
Yeah, she's very accommodating. Well, Wanda, you see anything you like?
Lots of things, but I really can't afford any.
Oh, no, this is a date. Surely you don't expect to pay for anything on the date. I've seen the way you've been admiring that lace blouse. Let me buy it for you.
Oh, no, Eugene. It wouldn't be right.
Hey, it wouldn't be right for you not to get it when I know you would look really lovely in it.
You really think I'd look lovely?
Oh, no question about it. I see you had a yellow one in stock after all, eh?
It is very fortunate, senor. Very fortunate indeed. The very last one.
Well, I must say it is a pleasure doing business with you.
Oh, but no, senor. The pleasure is mine.
It's been such a lovely day. I think it has been the loveliest day of my life. All these souvenirs and this beautiful blouse. You didn't have to buy me so many.
Oh, no. It was nothing, Wanda. Could you do me a favor?
Of course.
Wanda, do you think you might possibly carry all that junk through customs by yourself? I don't know. I suddenly don't feel very well.
What is it? What's wrong?
No, I'll be okay in a couple of minutes. You go ahead, okay?
I don't understand. Why can't I just wait until
As a favor, would you just do as I ask?
Sure, of course. Whatever you say, Eugene.
Are you a citizen of the United States?
I certainly am. I've just moved to Los Angeles from Arkansas.
Anything to declare?
I suppose I do. This thing called a piñata.
Yeah.
Of course, this lovely blouse. Don't you think the embroidery is exquisite?
Anything else?
This leather keychain, this doll, and this carved hair comb.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Wanda, you were just terrific.
I was?
You did it.
Did what?
I got to admit for a second I was worried, but you just sailed right through.
What are you talking about? Eugene, why do you look so relieved? And before I passed through customs, why did you seem so nervous?
I wasn't nervous.
Almost uneasy.
Now, Wanda...
No. Wait. I want to know. Tell me, Eugene. What is it I'm supposed to have done? Please, tell me.
She asked him a question, but it would seem that the answer is not exactly trembling eagerly on his lips. And just a word to those of you who are convinced that the situation is obvious and plain as the day. If things were as simple as they appeared, there would be no genuine necessity for a second act, which waits with further explanations when I return. The longest journey, according to the French philosopher, begins with a single step. Monsieur Voltaire, of course, had no idea how aptly his view would sum up the situation of Wanda Beasley. In this particular case, her first step was taken when she approached the front of the line at the customs desk at the United States border. As far as she knew, the only items she had to declare were the usual collection of bright souvenirs that an average tourist might select. A lovely way to end a trip. However, in this case, it would seem that the journey is just beginning.
Why do you look so relieved, Eugene? And why were you so nervous when I went through the border check?
You're imagining things, Wanda.
What were you so worried about?
I wasn't worried.
No?
I just wasn't feeling very well.
You look fine now.
Look, I really don't want to stand around in this crowd and debate my health. Could we just talk about it in the car?
Could it have been something you asked me to carry for you?
Calm down, will you?
This toy? This paper mache piñata? Why were you so insistent about getting this particular one, Eugene? What's inside, Eugene?
Candy.
I don't believe you. What's inside this piñata?
I told you.
Eugene, in the name of heaven, it's not drugs. Please say it isn't drugs.
It isn't drugs.
Then what?
Look, let's go back to the car, and we'll talk about it.
So now we're back in the car. Will you please tell me?
First, lock the door. Okay, now, in the glove compartment, you'll find a hammer. Do you get it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want you to take the hammer and smash open the piñata.
No.
I want you to do it, Wanda.
I'll have nothing more to do with this.
I said smash it open.
Don't ask me to do anything else.
Do it.
Oh, it's candy. Candy, after all.
I'll unwrap one.
What is this?
Don't you recognize a diamond when you see one?
A diamond?
Yeah, an uncut diamond. There ought to be a few dozen mixed in with real candy.
A few dozen?
The look on your face.
I'm a smuggler. I'm a diamond smuggler.
Come on, don't get so uptight.
How could you? It's against the law. It's a crime.
Look, Wanda, I owe certain people some money. There are people who aren't very understanding about not being paid.
You still had no right.
They would have no qualms about hurting a person.
These people would hurt you?
Yeah, well, perhaps it's better that you don't know. I've involved you enough as it is.
Why, Eugene? Why did you involve me?
Your face.
My face?
It's unbelievable. I've never seen a face so...
So what?
So honest. I knew you could just breeze through customs.
So you used me. I should have known. Why else would a man as attractive as you ask somebody like
all right,
me?
At first, all right, you could say I used you, but now...
Oh, please. Don't say any more.
Now listen to me.
But you don't have to worry. I'll keep my mouth shut. That's what they say in the movies, isn't it?
Wanda, I'm trying to tell you something. After getting to know you, well, you're different from other women I met.
Different?
Yeah, I need a woman who's going to be a good influence on me. That woman is you. You, Wanda.
Me?
Yeah, I suppose I must have known it the moment I walked into the office.
You did?
Yeah, the way you were talking on the phone, the smile in your voice.
Oh.
Wanda, I admit my weakness. It's gambling. I just can't help myself sometimes, but perhaps with the right woman standing behind me, I could change. Is it possible you are that woman to guide me to get me back on the right path.
Here are the copies of the contract you requested, Mr. Sanders.
Oh, thank you, Miss Beasley.
And the invoice from that missing shipment out of Taiwan.
Excellent. Miss Beasley, have I told you what a fine job you've been doing these past months?
Must be the typing class I've been taking nights at the college.
I admire your attitude. The desire for self-improvement is most commendable.
Nice of you to say so, Mr. Sanders.
There's just one thing.
Yes, sir?
I am not trying to pry, but I understand that you've been seeing Eugene Harper quite frequently.
That's right.
Well, I just feel I ought to warn you that Eugene is... Well, he has a reputation.
A reputation for what?
Well, let's just say that sometimes he gets in over his head.
A man can always change, Mr. Sanders.
Is that what you honestly believe?
All he needs is a good influence. I thought you said this was the last time.
It is, Wanda.
Last time it was another one of those piñatas. The time before that, the diamonds were inside the bottle of aftershave lotion, and now...
Just go on through.
What if I get caught?
You won't get caught.
What if that agent recognizes me?
He sees thousands of people a day. How's he going to remember you? Just go ahead, please.
All right.
Are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes.
You purchase anything in Mexico?
Just this doll.
The doll. All right. Next.
Wanda, I promise this is absolutely the last time.
I've heard that before.
This time I mean it.
Really?
Look, now just walk up to the counter and show that agent your honest face.
I haven't seen you in a long time, Eugene.
I've been busy.
That's why I was so happy when you called to ask me to meet you for dinner.
Yeah, well, we have to talk, Wanda.
It's about Mexico. You want me to go through customs again.
Come on, I haven't done that for a month. I meant it when I told you we wouldn't do it anymore.
Then you paid off your debt.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's wonderful. It's what I hoped for. You can start a life with a clean slate, a clean conscience.
Right, absolutely. That's why we won't be able to...
We won't... What?
We won't be able to get together that often.
Oh.
Things have been getting pretty hectic and...
You don't need me anymore.
Wanda, honey, that isn't true.
Then when will I see you again?
Sweetheart, I'll call you. Just a minute. Wanda, what are you doing here?
I waited for you to call me, Eugene.
Wanda,
I waited 1 week. I waited another week. I thought maybe something happened to you.
No.
I'm sorry. If I woke you up,
Who's at the door, honey?
I can explain this, Wanda.
What's to explain? A woman's voice coming from another room.
Eugene, I asked you who was at the door.
It's nobody.
That's right. It's nobody.
I didn't mean that, Wanda.
It's all right, Eugene. Somehow, I forgive you.
Oh, what do you want?
Your name is Sherry Sterling?
What if it is?
I just wanted to make sure
if you're one of those cosmetic ladies, I don't buy.
But I'm not selling.
All right. Is that your sample case? Well, you can come in for a minute, but that is it.
But, thank you. This apartment, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it is nice, isn't it?
The furniture, the balcony. It must be very expensive.
I wouldn't know. I don't pay for it, if you know what I mean.
Oh.
So, what kind of makeup do you sell? With my color hair, I need just the right shade of...
Your hair... I don't remember when I've seen such an unusual color of red.
It's natural, if that's what you're thinking.
No, that's not true.
Well, if you're going to insult me,
I do remember where I've seen that color red. The restaurant, long ago.
What are you talking about?
That first date. That very first date. You were in the restaurant. You were that woman with the red hair sitting at the table in the back.
Oh, wait a minute.
You've been his girlfriend all along, haven't you?
Do I know you or something?
My name is Wanda.
Wanda?
Does it ring a bell?
Wanda.
I'll give you a hint. We share a mutual friend, Eugene Harper.
Eugene? Oh, hey, yeah. I thought you looked familiar. Oh, yeah, the restaurant. I remember now. So what do you want?
Admit it. You have been his girlfriend all along, haven't you?
We see each other.
And this fancy apartment, the expensive clothes you're wearing, he pays for it all, doesn't he?
What if he does?
Only he can't afford it on his salesman's salary, so he has to resort to illegal activities.
It's none of your business.
It is my business. I love you, Jean.
You?
What's so funny?
How could anybody love Eugene? I mean, hey, he's all right for some laughs every now and then. But love?
I could be a good influence on him while you...
Oh, yeah. I can see it in your face.
What do you see?
You got a face like a loyal little puppy dog.
You'll ruin Eugene.
I don't have to listen to this.
That's why I have to do something.
Get out of here.
That's why I have to stop you.
Or do I have to throw you out?
And I only know of one way to stop you.
What's that?
What does it look like?
Well, that's a gun.
Yes, it is a gun, isn't it?
What are you going to do?
I thought that was obvious. I'm going to kill you.
I don't believe it.
I'm quite serious.
Over a guy? You'd kill me over a guy?
Not a guy. Eugene.
But he's not worth killing anybody for. He's nothing.
If you'd said anything good, that you loved him, that you cared about him in any way, I would have turned around and walked out of the door. But what you've just said, it proves to me that you're just using him for what you can squeeze out of him.
Look, we can talk this over.
No.
You'll never get away with this.
I'm not sure if I can.
No, wait.
We began our tale with diamond smuggling, and suddenly we've arrived at murder. A deed dispatched by none other than hard-working, good-natured Wanda Beasley. This would only go to prove that even the mildest sheep in the flock can go astray. And while this particular little lamb claims she doesn't care whether or not she is apprehended, we'll see if she takes the woman's prerogative and changes her mind in Act 3. By this time, the police have already been summoned to the scene of the crime and discovered the body of Sherry Sterling. Obviously, it should only be a matter of time before someone is apprehended for administering the fatal gunshot. The question is, who? Never fear, however, for according to the great Mr. Webster, other sins only speak. Murder shrieks out. Of course, how loudly it will shriek and in exactly which direction, we are just about ready to discover.
Open up. It's the police.
Hey, come on, you guys. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Eugene Harper?
Yeah, what do you want?
You're under arrest.
Arrest? You must be crazy. What's the charge?
Suspicion of murder.
Murder? What murder?
Were you acquainted with a Miss Sherry Sterling?
Sherry? Dead? How?
That look of shock, it's almost believable.
No, wait. Let me get this straight. Sherry is dead, and you think I killed her?
Give it up, Harper. We found the gun.
You mean she was shot?
You ought to know it was your gun.
That's impossible. You guys are out of your minds.
Let's go.
This is insane.
We'll talk about it downtown.
I'm not going anywhere. This is some kind of frame-up.
Make it easy on us and come along quietly, Harper.
For the last time, I didn't do it.
The gun is registered in your name.
I already explained that. It was stolen about a month ago.
It's a convenient coincidence.
I'm telling the truth. Why won't you believe me?
Look, things probably won't go too bad. They might lighten the charge to second-degree murder. A good lawyer could get you out with a minimum.
I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I was nowhere near her apartment the time you say.
That's why we keep going in circles. You won't tell us where you were.
No, I was halfway across town.
Doing what? Where?
I can't tell you.
Let me tell you what we have here so far. Sherry Sterling was your on-again, off-again girlfriend for the past 2 years. The murder weapon was registered to you, and to add to your troubles, you were unable to account for your whereabouts at the approximate time of the murder. Now, Harper, it's almost 10 a.m. How about giving us all a break and confessing?
Because I already told you. I have nothing to confess.
Harper, you have a visitor.
Wanda.
Hello, Eugene.
You came. I can't believe it.
Why not?
Well, after everything I did, everything I said, and now on top of everything.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
What do you have to be sorry about? It's my fault I'm in here.
That's not true.
I appreciate your loyalty, Wanda. Heaven knows I don't deserve it after the way I've treated you.
You're wrong. You have no idea how wrong.
I didn't kill her, Wanda.
I know.
I swear I didn't kill her.
Of course you didn't.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you believe me?
That's why I'm here, Eugene.
No matter how bad it all looks, you actually believe me?
At first I was numb. I didn't know what to do, even if I wanted to do anything. But I've come to do the right thing, Eugene. You couldn't possibly have killed that woman because...
Because I was with you.
No, that's not it at all.
Yeah, it's perfect. That's just exactly what I was hoping you'd say.
I'm going to go in there, and I'm going to clear your name.
Okay. Now, here's what the story will be. We had dinner at your place. We took a little drive out to the beach. We came back and we watched some TV. I didn't get home till 1, maybe 2 in the morning.
But the truth is...
Yeah, I'll tell you what the truth is, honey. I was losing $5,000 in a poker game over at the marina.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that you really do have an alibi?
You think any of those fine, upstanding citizens are going to implicate themselves in an illegal gambling operation?
Surely.
Wanda, the trouble with you is that you actually believe the best in people. You want to know who saw me there last night? A county judge, 2 state senators, and the managing vice president of an investment firm. Yeah, it isn't very likely they'd want to destroy their careers, but more to the point, they'd show their appreciation in a decidedly negative way. Not to mention the, let's call it the cartel that runs the game. I'd be dead the minute I walked out of here.
Are they the same people who
Never mind that now. What I need is an alibi that isn't going to kill me. A real joke, isn't it? The truth is deadlier than a lie.
The truth, Eugene, is going to save you.
Yeah, you just keep that expression on your face when you talk to Ross. You look real sincere.
But I'm not.
And Wanda, if you can get me out of this mess, I'll be grateful forever.
You will?
I promise. I'll try to make it up to you. I've really learned from this experience.
You have?
Yeah, I'll turn over a new leaf. I'll change. You'll help me, and we'll do it together.
Don't worry. I know exactly what I'll tell them.
Please, sit down, Miss Beasley.
Thank you, Sergeant. Mr. Harper, he's been held here for a crime he didn't commit.
Is that a fact?
He's an innocent man.
Oh.
He couldn't have killed Sherry Sterling because he was with me the entire evening.
With you?
Yes. I cooked dinner at my apartment, and then we took a drive up the coast highway, and then we watched television, and then...
Well, if this is true, why didn't he tell us before?
Because...
Yes?
Because he was protecting me.
Protecting you? Hmm? Why are you doing this?
I don't understand.
Do you know the penalty for perjury?
Perjury?
If you took an oath in a court of law and tried to convince a jury that Eugene Harper is Sir Lancelot, they'd laugh you out of here.
But it's true.
No. I'll tell you what the truth is. Now, you're a nice, idealistic young girl who's in over her head. You come to the city and you meet a guy who's polished and charming. He takes you out a few times to a couple of fancy restaurants and some places you've never seen before. During this entire time, he's still seeing his old girlfriend. But by this time, it's too late. You take what crumbs you can get because you've convinced yourself that you're in love with him. And now, Miss Beasley, due to some misguided notion of romantic loyalty, you're willing to lie to save him.
I'm not lying.
Miss Beasley, I've been a cop for 15 years. I can look a person right in the eye and tell whether or not they're being truthful. Without a doubt, you are probably one of the worst liars I've ever met.
Sergeant, I'm telling you
And the
that...
reason you're such a terrible liar is that you don't get very much practice.
I am not a liar.
The guy's got a record a mile long. Petty theft, mail fraud, insurance scam.
But he isn't a murderer.
Can you name a more likely suspect?
Yes, I could.
Who?
Why, me, of course.
You? Oh, that's good. That's very good.
Listen to me, Sergeant. It's the truth. I killed her.
Oh, now, of all the...
She was no good for him, don't you see?
I certainly do.
So I went over to her apartment, and we got into an argument. That's when it happened.
Uh-huh. And what about the gun?
The gun? Well, that's simple. I borrowed it from the glove compartment of Eugene's car about a month ago. I forgot to tell him.
Why?
I thought I might need it.
Now, you don't expect me to believe any of this, do you?
Didn't you just say that you could tell when a person was lying and when they were telling the truth?
Now, if it were just your voice, Miss Beasley, maybe you'd be halfway convincing. But there's something more, something that proves to me that you aren't capable of an act of violence.
What are you talking about?
Your face.
My face?
I have never seen such open, unconscious, downright innocence in a face before.
But I'm not.
You wouldn't hurt a fly.
I killed her. I killed Sherry Sterling.
Now, I don't doubt that you wanted to kill her when you found out about the two of them. We all kill in our minds one time or another.
It wasn't just in my mind.
You don't have any real evidence, do you?
No.
You see, wishing a person dead and then finding that it has become a reality, that can make anyone feel guilty.
That's not it at all.
It's natural to feel even partly to blame. But you'll get over it in time.
No, I won't.
Hopefully you'll even get over Eugene Harper in due time.
Never.
Frankly, you deserve better. You're a nice girl.
How can you say all these things to me? You barely know me.
You're innocent, Miss Beasley. It's written all over your face.
Good morning, Mr. Sanders' office. Certainly. I'll give him the message. And you have a nice day, too. Goodbye.
Well, how are you this morning?
Just fine. Mr. Sanders, I have a message for you.
Never mind that right now. There's something that I've been wanting to... Well, what I mean is...
Yes, Mr. Sanders?
I'd like to say how much I admire you for the way you tried to stand up for Eugene Harper during that awful trial.
It didn't go as badly as I thought it would.
But the way you were willing to sacrifice yourself...
With the reduced charges, he could be out of prison in 8 or 9 years. It might be a learning experience for him.
You know, I've never been so moved.
Maybe all things do happen for the best.
I don't think I'll ever forget the way you looked.
I beg your pardon?
Your face.
My face?
It was just beautiful.
Oh, it was?
Miss Beasley, I was wondering if perhaps you'd care to join me for lunch?
That would be very nice.
Oh, good. And one more thing, Miss Beasley. May I call you Wanda?
To those of you without a romantic bone in your bodies, let me assure you that Miss Beasley and Mr. Sanders are most definitely on a first-name basis by now. And if you're wondering where justice enters the picture, a simple reminder that justice is, after all, blind. Not all the time, of course, but just often enough to keep those scales forever most precariously balanced. This story was about the magic of a face. A chance, arbitrary kind of magic which bestows a valuable legacy to every person. There are the quieter but equally priceless treasures of character, innocence, kindness, honesty, and countless other virtues which can make their imprints on a face. We each see what we wish to see. And conversely lies the true secret of human interaction. For we all are different things to different people. It's simply a matter of your point of view. Our cast included Roberta Maxwell, Paul Hecht, Ian Martin, and E.V. Jester. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. By the sweat of thy brow shalt thou earn thy bread, we are told by the book. And it's supposed to have been a punishment. But taking everything into consideration, is there a better way to earn one's bread and spend one's time? Aren't we also told that idle hands do the devil's work?
What is that?
It's an ancient, archaic weapon. It's called a gun.
What's a gun?
I suppose you could say it kills people.
Kills? What is that?
Well, I guess it simply factors them out of the human equation.
How?
You see that sheet of glass? Watch this. You could also do that to a human being.
Our mystery drama, The Land of Dreams, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Christopher Tabori and Marion Haley. Radio. It takes power to do the work of the world. Primitive man used his own muscles. And then some unknown genius saw that you could harness the strength of animals. One horse could do the work of 10 men. Modern man has replaced the animals with machines. One engine can do the work of 10, 50, 100, even 1,000 horses. But you have to give in order to get. Man could always control the animals. Controlling the machines could be another story. Every day, the machines become more intelligent. The day is close when man will have absolutely no work at all to do. How shall men and women get through the day? Journey with us some 2,000 years into the future.
They fall back. They fall back. Victory is ours. We have won the day. All hail Alexander the Great, conqueror of the Medes and the Persians.
This dream is over. Control hopes that you have enjoyed being Alexander the Great. You may choose another dream, active or passive, this afternoon. Now, we suggest you go to the park for mild exercise and then partake of luncheon.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Who? Me? No, nothing. Nothing, sir. Nothing.
All citizens are cautioned to be on the lookout for those who utter stupid statements. These must be reported to control at Station K immediately. This message is over.
Hi.
Hello.
Do you come here often?
Oh, yes, now and then. It's the most beautiful park in the province.
And it's a lovely day.
What did you say?
Oh.
You said it was a lovely day, didn't you?
I guess I did.
Everybody knows every day is a lovely day. Everybody knows it could never possibly be any other kind. You know that, don't you?
Yes.
So, you just said something stupid, didn't you?
Yes.
I should report you to control.
Please don't.
It'd be for your own good. You know the law of probability. Someone who says something stupid can probably be expected to do something stupid and should be watched.
Are you going to report me?
No. Let's forget it.
Well, you really should. Why don't you?
Maybe I think it's a lovely day, too.
You just said what I did.
So maybe I'm stupid, too. Are you going to report me?
Never.
I'd like to know you better.
How much better?
Completely better.
That means we have to get married.
I realize.
You've been married before, haven't you?
Oh, 10, maybe 12 times.
Oh, I can't remember all my marriages either.
You know, there's a marriage station just as you enter the park.
I know the one. I've been married there before.
I am activated. Your need?
Marriage.
Marriage.
Marriage. Stand by. The blue light. Face it, please. Thank you. Now, the red light. Thank you. You are now cleared for marriage. You are not cleared, I repeat, you are not cleared for reproduction.
Nobody ever is.
Did you say something?
Nothing, sir. Nothing.
Your marriage is officially approved. Congratulations.
Well, we're married.
Yes. No matter how many times I do it, I always get this feeling of excitement. Don't you?
Sure.
I always say to myself, maybe this will be the real one. Don't you?
But it won't be.
Why do you say that?
How can there be a real marriage if you're not cleared for reproduction?
Children? What's the point? You'd never get to see them. What would they be to you? What could you be to them?
Where should we go? My place or yours?
Well, mine's across the water.
Well, mine's in the valley. It's nearer, I guess.
All right. Where am I?
How are you this morning?
Oh, all right. We're married. What's your name?
Joe. What's yours?
Ah, Pris.
Good morning, citizens. I hope you enjoyed a restful sleep. Your nutritious breakfast has already been mixed and is waiting for you in the serving compartments. The morning dreams begin at 9 and will run until luncheon. It has come to the attention of control that there is a subversive activity called a farm operating somewhere within the province. If apprehended, the farmers will be factored out of the living equation. All citizens who possess any knowledge of this illegal operation must report immediately to Computer Station K. This message is over.
What's a farm?
A farm? Well, why do you want to know?
Well, we're supposed to report to control if we find it. But how could I find it if I don't know what it is?
From what I've been told, a farm is a place where they grow things.
What sort of things?
Oh, fruits, vegetables.
What are those?
They were round things, although some may have been like cylinders. They grew on trees or bushes. Some of them even came right up from the ground. They were tomatoes, and there were oranges and apples.
I don't understand.
We have a taste called tomato, and one called apple, and so forth, right?
Yes.
Well, at one time, you had things that were actually tomatoes and apples.
Is that really true?
Today, everything is chemistry, formulated in tanks and so forth. But in those days, you would pick the actual fruits and eat them.
Do you expect me to believe that?
Oh, but it was more. It was a whole way of life. See, first, you prepared the ground.
Prepared?
Yes, you plowed and you planted and you fertilized.
You just lost me.
You worked all day in the sun. And then came the time to harvest the fruits and the vegetables. And you were actually doing things with your own muscles.
I know where you saw that. At the dreams. Do you know which one? I'd like to see it, too.
It wasn't a dream.
Oh, it had to be.
No.
That proves how great it was. You actually believe it. I mean, we're supposed to believe all the dreams while they're happening, but to believe one later.
It wasn't a dream.
I'm sure we could find it on your dreamer. Turn it on. Where do you keep it?
I don't have one.
You mean you go to the public dreams?
Well, I just go because if you don't go sometimes, control starts to get so suspicious.
But if you don't go to the dreams, what else is there to do with yourself all day?
I like to go places.
Well, where's there to go? One place is like any other. Joe, I'm stupid, but I'm only passively stupid. I don't do anything stupid. Do you?
You shouldn't ask me that.
Well, why not? We're married.
And so what? We could become unmarried tomorrow. All either of us would have to do is report to a computer station and say one word, dissolve. I've said that word before, and so have you.
Yes, but...
But what?
I told you about our marriage. I hope this one will be real.
I've stopped hoping.
Oh, you mustn't.
There can't be any real marriages today. I mean, look at us. Two people. We happen to meet. We like the looks of each other, and so we'll stay married till one of us meets someone who looks better.
But suppose we learn to know each other.
How could we do that? It would mean we agreed to trust each other.
Yes.
It would mean we place our lives in each other's hands.
Yes.
No.
Joe, maybe you and I could be different.
I have to go out.
Where?
Look, I'm only married to you. I don't have to answer your questions.
Hey, hi, Joe.
Mel, I received your message. Why do you want to see me?
You'd better not come out to the farm for a while.
Why?
Well, you've just been married.
Well, so what? I've been married before.
We have to check her out first. How do you know she's not a control agent?
No, not Pris. Oh, she's a very simple girl.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Just the type you'd never suspect.
But how can I keep away from the farm? It's my whole life.
Well, just be patient till we find out definitely about Pris. Huh?
And what am I supposed to do meanwhile? I have to work to use my hands? Am I supposed to go to the dreams all day?
Hey, we have to be sure, Joe. But if the computer ever finds out where the farm is...
And how can it find out? We've developed a camouflage shield that's further advanced than any probe they've got.
If we were betrayed, Joe...
Are you saying Pris is an agent?
If, Joe, if. Not a split second the computer absorbed that information, you and I, every last one of us, we'd be factored out. No, I won't use their jargon. I'll call it by its right name. We'd all be killed.
Why did this have to happen to me?
Oh, it isn't just you, Joe. Any time any one of us gets married, we have to discover whether or not the new partner is harmless.
Well, suppose I wasn't married.
There'd be no problem.
Then there's no problem now. I'll dissolve.
Joe, you can't be happy unless you're married. And we have to go through this every time. Now, it won't take long. Just be patient.
I can't keep away from the farm.
Look, I said I was sorry.
But I'm willing to dissolve the marriage.
No, you can't.
Why?
Well, what if she does happen to be an agent? She'll become suspicious. Now, that means you'll be kept under very close watch. Now, we couldn't afford to let you come to the farm in any event.
What am I supposed to do meanwhile?
Watch her. Study her carefully for any signs of a suspicious nature.
Where were you?
Out.
I went to the dreams.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's warm and sunny, and I wanted snow and mountains and skiing.
Did you enjoy it?
Oh, it passed the time.
Skiing?
What would you like to do now, Joe?
Why don't we perform marriage?
All right, Joe. What kind of music do you like?
Oh, any kind of music.
Is this all right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, just fine.
Joe?
Yeah?
Are you all right?
Oh, yeah, of course I'm all right.
Your hands. I just noticed. Is there something wrong with your hands?
What could be wrong?
I never saw hands like yours. They seem to be so hard and so rough. You'd better report to medical.
My hands are all right.
But how did they get like that?
Oh, forget about it.
How can I forget about it? If there's something wrong with you, it's your duty to report it to medical. If you don't, then it's my duty to report you.
Duty. That seems to be the operative word in this land of dreams in the far-off future. All right. We know what's wrong with his hands. All he has are simple calluses. In our society, a sign of honest toil. In his, a symbol of subversive activity. We'll see how it all works out in Act 2 shortly. In ancient times, the average person was forced to perform labor, whether he wanted to or not. The overseer's whip saw to that. In our days, economic and social pressure provide the spur. But in the future world of our story, it's all reversed. Idleness is socially desirable. Industry is frowned upon and even prosecuted.
You would report me?
Joe, tell me what's wrong with your hands.
Nothing.
You're doing something stupid, aren't you? Oh, please, trust me.
Why should I trust you?
I know you think I'm silly, stupid, because I'm always going to the dreams.
I never said that.
I know you didn't say it. You think it. Joe, don't you see I'm desperate? Like you, like everybody else. I have nothing to do. That's why I try to lose myself in the dreams. Save me. If I keep going to the dreams much longer, I'll be lost like most people. Lost and dead.
How can I save you?
The same way you're saving yourself. Whatever it is you're doing. Let me do it with you. You're different.
How do you know?
Because I've spent my whole life just looking for somebody different. And when I saw you sitting in the park, I just knew you were different. I could feel it. So I took a chance. I spoke to you. Joe, I love you.
Love?
You know what love is. You've been to the dreams.
Yes, and it belongs in the dreams. How can we be in love? We can't have children.
Who says we can't?
The law?
I don't care about the law. I only care about you and me and the true expression of our love, which would be a child.
You would have a child?
Yes.
But you would have to carry this child, this embryo, in your own body.
Yes.
And allow it to grow there to full term.
Yes.
It could be dangerous for you.
I understand that's what all mothers used to do thousands of years ago.
But even if it wasn't discovered and the child were born alive, the troubles would only begin. He couldn't be registered. We couldn't even decide which.
I don't care. I'll take either.
We'd have to hide him or her somehow and raise him somehow until he'd be old enough for us to forge an identity.
Yes.
Pris, are you sure?
I'm sure.
Why?
I told you. I love you.
I always wanted to be in love. I just never met anyone like you before. I thought I'd have to wait forever.
So did I. I'm scared.
You can change your mind.
No. We'll just have to find a place to have the child. And a place to raise the child. A secret place. Where?
Where?
Citizens, to date, no one has responded to the orders of control to report any suspicions concerning the location of the subversive place known as the farm. If it should be ascertained that you have such information and are deliberately withholding it, you will be punished by being factored out of the human equation. This message is over.
I have an idea. Mel, what do you mean we're giving up the farm?
We can't win. Now, sooner or later, the computer will develop a device to pierce the camouflage force field. And then we're all dead.
Then let's destroy the computer.
What are you talking about?
Let's set the date and the time. And on the signal, we'll have people go to every computer station and just destroy them. Wouldn't that be the end of it?
No. You look at the computer as just a mass of circuits.
Well, what else is it?
The computer has created a life of its own.
What do you mean, a life?
Joe, we're humans. We evolved over millions of years from organic matter. Now, we were created by a cosmic force or forces that sparked life into this matter. Well, the computer has also become a cosmic force.
Now, do you know what you're talking about?
The computer has also sparked life into inorganic matter, rocks, minerals, metals.
Life? No, I don't believe it.
This life has developed into creatures exactly like ourselves, human in every respect, except they're synthetic.
Human? I can't believe it.
Now, anyone you see walking down the street, anyone at all, could be a synthetic. Now, soon, they'll be the only ones left in this world.
No, that's impossible.
Why? The human race is disappearing, isn't it? We're dying of boredom. We built machines to relieve us of our work, and now we learn too late that without work, we must die. The computer doesn't allow us to reproduce. In just a few years, only the synthetics will be left.
All right. All right. What do you think we can do about it?
There's nothing we can do about it.
No, you're wrong. We humans will have to have children.
But the computer won't permit it.
Oh, the computer. First it drives us to madness, and then it gets rid of us completely. No! We're gonna have children.
You know what happens to those who get caught.
All we need are numbers. Enough humans who want to stand up and fight. Oh, this generation, you can forget about them. Most of us have been brainwashed by the dreams. But we'll raise new generations. Fighters.
Where? Where could we do it?
On the farm.
But if they find us...
If they find us, we're finished anyhow. We'll have to keep perfecting new camouflage techniques. We'll just have to stay ahead of the computer, that's all.
I don't know.
What's the farm for? And the workshop? To keep us occupied, to keep us from going crazy. We were willing to risk being killed for that. Isn't this more important?
Yes, but where would we get the women who'd be willing?
Well, I've already got mine. Chris. She wants to have a child.
How do you know?
We talked about it.
You've talked about it?
Yes, and we've more than talked about it. We've decided to do it.
You have just placed your life in her hands. What if she is an agent, an informer? Couldn't you wait until we cleared her?
Do you realize it's been years since a human child has been born? Soon we'll all be too old. And then it'll be too late. No, there's no time, Mel.
How do you know we can trust her?
I know.
How?
We're in love, Mel. We're in love. Let's stop here, Pris.
Oh? I thought we were going to the farm.
And that's right, we are. And we're here.
But where is it? The farm.
You're looking at it.
I don't see anything.
You don't?
Well, just the same fields we've been walking through.
Well, that's good. It shows you how effective our camouflage shield is. Now, you move past this tree. Yeah, that's it.
Well, what happens now?
Mel, or whoever's on duty, will see us and open the force field to let us come in. Oh, that's right. Let's just stand here.
Joe? Joe, what happened?
Fantastic, isn't it?
Well, it's as if we've suddenly been transported to another country.
In many ways, this is another country. This is the farm.
I've never seen fields that looked like this in all my life. Not even at the dreams. What's that?
That in front of you? Well, that's a wheat field.
Wheat?
Yeah, those stalks on the top are ground into flour. And from that, you make bread.
Bread?
And on your right is corn.
It looks so pretty.
Wait till it's ripe, and we pick some. And you look inside.
And what's on those trees?
Fruits?
Yes, you told me about those.
Yes, these are apples. Would you like to taste one? No, here, wait. Here's a real beauty. Taste it.
Where's the liquid?
Well, there isn't any. You bite into it.
Bite?
Yeah, that's what your teeth are for, biting.
Biting?
Thousands of years ago, people used to bite all their food instead of drinking it. You see? You bite into the apple, and you chew it with your teeth.
But why?
So you can reduce it to a kind of a pulp and swallow it. Then in your stomach, it can be converted into a liquid.
Well, but isn't it more efficient the way we do it now? To reduce to a liquid before we eat it.
Yes, of course, it's more efficient. But this way, it's more delicious. Come on, have a bite.
Well, I don't think I know how.
You don't have to know. Just do what comes naturally.
All right, I'll try. Joe? Oh, Joe.
Well, how do you like it?
Oh, it's out of this world. I don't know what to say. It's magnificent.
You have so many marvelous discoveries waiting for you. Oranges and pears, berries, bread, meat.
Meat? What's that like?
Oh, there's no way to describe the texture. Taste. Oh, it's a whole new world. Here, come. Let me show you through the workshop.
The shop?
Yeah, it's part of the farm. You'll see people preparing the food by hand and making clothes by hand and building furniture.
It's unbelievable.
But this is what the world was like thousands of years ago.
What a world that must have been.
Yes. And if we only could get back to it.
If only we could go back. Is this to be the eternal cry of the human race? Oh, for the good old days. Are the times we live in always the times that are out of joint? Why do we constantly bemoan the present? Don't we realize that one day a future generation will look back on our era and call it the good old days? We're going to have the good old third act shortly. Mankind always mourns the loss of Eden. But that is Eden as an idea, very rarely an actuality. There is a universal yearning for paradise, but nowhere a clear idea of just what exactly paradise is like, or what you would do there. Like everything, can paradise also be too much of a good thing?
What is this place?
The bakery.
Oh, it's so warm in here.
Douglas has just finished baking bread.
What is bread?
Here, a fresh loaf. Let me cut you a slice.
It's wonderful.
You have so many more wonderful things to see and feel and do. Come on. I want you to meet Mel.
What's he doing?
You must never disturb a craftsman at his work.
Hey, that should do it. Oh, hi, Joe.
Hi, Mel.
Hi. And this is Pris, huh?
Hi, Mel.
Pris is one of us now.
Well, what is it you'd like to do, Pris?
Do?
Well, yeah, everyone here has an urge. Joe wants to be a farmer. Doug is a baker.
Isn't it obvious what Pris wants, Mel? She wants to be a mother.
Yes, of course. And that's the most important thing for all of us right now.
What do you do, Mel?
Oh, I'm a gunsmith.
What's that?
Oh, many thousands of years ago, people used guns.
What for?
To kill.
Kill? What's that?
Well, it was a way of factoring someone out of the human equation.
You mean that thing, that gun, could make someone disappear?
Yeah, in a way. In a different sort of way.
I don't understand.
Well, that someone would cease to function.
Well, why would you even be interested in a thing like that?
Here, look what a beautiful piece of work this is, huh? It's the type of gun called a revolver. Now, you see how intricately it's made? Here, how all the parts turn upon themselves so smoothly?
But how does it work?
Well, one places these cylinders inside. Now, they contain explosives. One day I'll explain to you how that's made. And one just blows up anything one points at. You see that glass?
What is glass?
Oh, one day I'll explain that, too. But notice what happens to it. Now, watch.
It's all right, Pris.
Oh, frightening.
No, here. Wait. You see what happened to the glass?
Oh, where is it?
It's on the floor. It's broken into thousands of tiny pieces.
Oh, Mel. Could you do that to a person?
Oh, yes, easily. You could just blow someone apart, especially with the explosive I used.
I don't feel well.
Joe, she'd better rest. Would you take her home?
No. I'll be all right.
No, you are the most important member of our group, Pris. You have to think of the baby.
No. Oh, no. No, I can't.
Pris, wake up. Pris.
What's the matter with me?
Pris, are you all right?
Oh, I was having a nightmare. Why?
It must have been the bread and the fruit and the meat.
But they were so delicious.
I know, but you're not used to them. You have to retrain your entire digestive system.
Why am I so afraid?
It's natural to be afraid. You're having a baby, remember? All by yourself.
Yes.
Do you want to go back to sleep?
No. I want to go for a walk.
Now? Well, I'll go with you.
No. Please.
Oh, all right. I understand in the very old days, when women were pregnant, they used to have all kinds of whims. Be careful.
What could happen to me?
Well, I mean, there's the baby.
Yes. A baby.
This is All-Purpose Computer Station K. State your objective.
Security.
Face the blue light. Now the red. You are Operative 7. Your assigned name is Pris. You were sent out to ascertain the location of the subversion known as the farm.
Yes.
Report.
I wish to be taken off the assignment.
State your reason.
I just feel I can't do it, that's all.
Stand by for scanning.
Please.
Stand by. Face the yellow light. You are in love.
No.
The truth? Yes. It is logical for you to be in love.
But that's stupid.
Since your mission was to uncover stupid people, you had to be programmed for stupidity yourself.
But I love him.
Only because it was programmed. You can be reprogrammed completely.
But the baby.
There is no baby.
But I want a baby. I love Joe.
You can't. All this is merely a temporary implanted circuit. It isn't real.
But the baby. The baby is real?
How can the baby be real?
I want my baby. And nothing, nobody is going to stop me.
Face the green light.
No.
You were only reacting, and splendidly it must be said, to your programming. No wonder you were able to fool them. Stand by.
Standing by.
New instructions. You have ascertained the location of the so-called farm and workshop.
Affirmative.
You will continue in present role until further orders. Understood?
Affirmative.
Object, to gather together as many farm subversives as possible before factoring the group out of the human equation. Understood?
Affirmative.
Pris.
Yes.
Oh, you're home. Is everything all right?
Yes.
Feeling better?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Go back to sleep, Joe. Go back to sleep.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Mel.
How's Pris?
She's fine.
You sure?
Of course.
Have you noticed anything about her lately? I mean, maybe something different?
No. Although I...
Yes?
It's nothing.
No, just tell me what it is.
It's just... I think she's kind of edgy these days.
In what way?
She seems irritable, out of sorts.
Oh, I see.
Ordinarily, it's the kind of thing someone would report to a medical computer for and get an adjustment. But in her condition, how can we take such a chance?
Listen, we can't risk having anything happen to her. Now bring her out to the farm as soon as you can.
Mel wants to say hello to you first thing, Pris.
All right.
Pris, wait a minute. Are you sure everything's all right?
Everything's fine. On schedule.
I just wanted to be certain.
Oh, shut up!
Chris.
I'm sorry, Joe. I'm so sorry.
What is it? Won't you tell me?
Oh, it's just something vestigial.
Vestigial? What on earth can that mean?
Oh, it means something is left. And it's trying to get through.
Chris, what are you talking about?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine.
You know what I think? I think it's the food here. Sometimes people need a long time to get used to it.
I'm sure that's right.
It's not only the food. I guess it's a culture shock. I mean, what we're doing here flies in the entire face of outside society. Isn't that true?
Yes.
You see, society today is merely a one-step transformer and a gigantic funnel. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
The computer just assembles nutrients from the ground and forms them into food values. It takes metals and minerals from the earth and forms them into whatever shapes and structures that are needed. Isn't that so?
Yes.
But what we're trying to do is to go back to a simpler...
Less efficient.
Well, yes. Less efficient, maybe. But more human.
Human?
Yes, human.
To be human is to be less efficient.
Of course.
You admit?
Well, it was never an issue. What's so great about efficiency, anyhow?
Well, it's...
Oh, no, come on, Chris. Too much of anything is a bad thing. Even too much efficiency. That's why we have to destroy the computers.
Destroy? Kill?
No. You can't kill a computer. It's not a human being. It doesn't have feelings.
Are you sure, Joe?
Well, how can a computer possibly have feelings? Oh, hey, why are we talking about these things anyhow?
Joe, humans built the first computers.
Yeah, and that was our first mistake.
And after you destroy these computers, how do you know you won't build more and start this thing all over again?
Well, if we do, we won't let it get out of hand.
How do you know?
Oh, Chris, you have to have more faith in mankind than that. We'll raise our child to have that kind of faith, won't we?
Yes.
Oh, hi, Mel.
Hi, Mel.
Oh, how do you both?
That's a new gun, I see.
Huh? Oh, yeah. It is the most powerful one yet. We may need it.
Why?
Well, one day we'll have to destroy the computers. What do you think, Pris?
Yes, we will.
Well, I'm glad you brought Pris here, Joe. We have to decide what to do when her time comes.
We know that already. We have to find someone who knows about primitive medicine so she can have the best chance to deliver the baby.
I don't think Pris is having a baby. Are you, Pris?
Well, of course she's having
Let her answer it, Joe. Are you, Pris?
Yes.
Well, that should answer your question.
Pris, what were you doing at All-Purpose Computer Station K? What were you doing at a computer station to begin with?
What are you saying, Mel?
I say we have been watching her.
What?
She is an agent.
Oh, that's a lie.
Is it? There are at least 10 computer stations closer to your home than Computer K. But only the K station can be programmed into security. Now, why did she have to contact security?
Pris, is he telling the truth?
No.
There. You see, she denies.
What, do you expect her to admit it?
Believe me, Joe. I love you.
Now, listen to her voice. It's losing its human quality.
I love you, Joe.
The computer tried to make her human, but she fell in love and couldn't perform her mission. It tried to dehumanize her a little, but it's no good. Under stress, she is losing her reality.
You're all under arrest. I love you, Joe. You will all stand by for factory.
We have got to stop her.
Oh, Pris.
Out of the way, Joe.
No, Mel, don't.
I love you, Joe.
If she leaves, we'll be factored out.
I love you, Joe.
Pris!
I love you, Joe.
Grace. She's a machine, Joe. Joe, she's just a machine.
No.
That's all she was, Joe. A machine. I loved her. Oh, Joe. Joe, we forgot how to love a long time ago. And look what happened. Yes, look at what can happen if we can't find a way to live with progress. If we can't learn to live with security, with plenty. Seems like it would be a very easy thing to do. Well, it's always the easy things that baffle us. The difficult things like going to the moon, splitting the atom, these present no real problems. But something basic, like living together and loving each other. As Mr. Shakespeare said, there's the rub. I'll be back shortly. Who was it that said, if a man cannot dream sometimes, he is hopeless. But if he dreams all the time, he is helpless. Dreams, the most mysterious aspect in all of human life. What is a dream? What do we mean by the land of our dreams? A dream, it can be an escape from reality. It can also suggest an escape to reality. Like everything else, it all depends on what you do with it. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Marion Haley, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. 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 Of Hyman.
Story of greed, driving ambition, betrayal, and murder. Sound interesting? Philosophers and psychologists have told us that the one desire that remains with us after everything else is burned to ashes is the need for recognition. It is the compulsion to make the world recognize our worth. Socrates, Galileo, Einstein have left their imprint on the pages of our history, and the world is better for their having been here. On the negative side of the ledger, in blood-red ink, we find the same driving ambition in the names of Attila the Hun, Jack the Ripper, Adolf Hitler. This is a tale of ambition. It is for you to judge on what side of the ledger it is to be recorded.
Huh? What's this?
Buying you a drink. You mind?
Hey, look, mister. I came in here for a nice, quiet afternoon.
Harry Blass is my name.
Blass?
That's right. You know me?
Yeah. Take your free drink and split, mister.
Hey, get your grubby paws off me, copper. I only thought you could use a little money.
Hey, beat it, punk.
You'll be coming to me, Bert, begging for my help. Maybe then I won't want to listen. Our mystery drama, The Blood Red Ink, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Sidney Sloan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Cat's Paw, Heels and Souls. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Bert Gilbert wasn't in a very good mood that evening when he came home to supper. It had been a long and tiring day, full of dull police routine. The meeting with Harry Blass upset him. Blass was a small-time racketeer mixed up in a dozen or more dirty deals. Bert thought later that perhaps he should have played along with him, found out what Harry's angle was. but he was too worried to play cop. There was something else in the back of his mind that bothered him. He had recently taken the examination for detective. As yet, he had received no word on it.
I'll have the food on the table in a minute, Bert. Don't get impatient.
Okay. No hurry, Colin.
Want another beer while you're waiting?
No, thanks. Mike dropped me off at the pub when we finished our tour.
I wondered why you were late.
I was only 20 minutes late coming in the door. Haven't I got a right to relax after a day driving around in a squad car?
You sure, Bert? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to criticize you. Here's dinner. Beef stew. Your favorite.
Yeah, beef stew. Thanks, Helen. That's just what I needed. Here, pass me your plate. Huh? I'm sorry I yelled at you.
Forget it. You'll feel better after dinner.
I've got to be better. Couldn't be worse. I'm thinking about that exam. Why haven't I heard?
Oh, I just remembered. You have a letter from the board. Came this morning.
What? Where is it?
Sit right where you are. I'll get it. Yeah, here it is. Here you are, Bert. So, what does it say?
Yeah. You read it.
Oh, Bert. Well, don't be discouraged.
Discouraged? I ought to jump up and down with joy, huh? Open the windows and tell the whole neighborhood, right?
It's always next year. You can take it again.
Helen, I'm 35. I've been on the force 7 years. I haven't moved 1 inch up the ladder since I graduated from the academy.
35 isn't old.
Yeah, it's old when you're not moving ahead.
Come on, eat your dinner. It's getting cold. You'll be in a better mood after you've eaten.
Yeah,
Hey, I'll get it.
Sure.
Probably Myrna wants me to play bridge with the girls. Wednesday's our club day. Hello, Myrna.
Helen?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. I thought you
Bert
were...
there?
Yeah, he's here. Bert, it's Mike.
Okay, I'm coming. Yeah. Hi, Mike. What's up?
Me. I'm up. I got it. You're talking to Mike Culligan, Detective Third Class.
Hey, Mike, congratulations. You deserve it.
And congratulations to you, old buddy. Bert Gilbert and Mike Culligan together. Defenders of the faith, spoilers of crooks.
Mike, I didn't get it.
You what?
I washed out.
Well, you couldn't have. You coached me. You were the one who knew all the answers. You should have been on top of the list.
I should have been, yeah. I'm still flatfoot, Mike.
Come on, you can't let it get you down. Look, why don't you and Helen come out with Gretchen and me, and we'll celebrate.
Thanks, Mike, but I don't think tonight I'd be good company. Hello? Yeah, this is Patrolman 342987, Bert Gilbert. I'm calling Captain Sullivan. Yeah. Right, I'll hold. What? No, it's a personal matter. No, I'd like to tell it to Captain Sullivan himself. Okay, I'll put it in writing to him. Thanks.
He talked to you?
No, Mike. His secretary says for me to put it in writing to him.
Yeah, well, sure, he's a busy man.
Yeah, right. Busy man, Mike. Right. Put it in writing.
Yeah, well, why not?
I'll tell you why not. Because I wanted to see him face to face and ask him why I got passed over. 7 years, Mike. 7 years out of my life, and I can't get in to see the boss and ask a simple question.
Come on, you're making too much out of this, Bert.
You're a fine one to talk. In 7-8 days, you'll be out of this dull rat race. No more riding around the squad car for you. No more dull routine. You'll be wearing plain clothes, getting detectives pay.
Look, come on, get back in the car. You're making a scene out here on the street.
So, what do I care? You get back in the car and leave me alone, huh?
I can't leave you here. I mean, we haven't completed our tour of duty.
Tour of duty? Do I hate that cop lingo? Listen, old buddy. You complete our tour of duty, huh? I need a drink.
Bert, you asleep?
No.
Can I get you something? A glass of warm milk?
No, Helen, thanks.
You keep tossing and turning. You've got to get your rest.
What for?
You won't be fit for work tomorrow if you don't get some sleep.
Helen, I've been suspended.
What?
Suspended. You know what the word means.
How long?
5 days.
What for?
I quit work a little early last Tuesday.
You what?
I just felt like I couldn't work a minute more, so...
How early?
35 minutes.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I do. I'm tired and I'm fed up.
But you could have applied for a leave if you weren't feeling well. I'm sure they'd have given you time to get yourself together.
Yeah, well, I got the time. 5 days, suspended without pay.
Oh, Bert.
Helen, don't get upset. It got me what I wanted.
What?
I wanted to see Captain Sullivan. Ask him why I got passed over when the commissions were being handed out. He finally saw me, and I had a chance to tell him what I thought of the whole business.
You didn't say anything insulting.
No. I didn't insult him. But I got a little head up. Well, he listened to everything, and then he sat down at his desk and said he thought I needed a vacation. Without pay.
Oh, Bert. It's going to be on your record.
So what? Up to now, towing the line hasn't got me much, Helen. What have I got to lose? Huh? What's the idea? I didn't order another...
I'm buying you a drink, Copper.
Listen, I told you the last time what you could do with your drink, mister.
Blash is your name, Copper. Harry to my friends.
Why do I always find you crawling up my back,
Look,
Blash?
Copper, I'm not gonna...
And stop calling me Copper.
But you are a cop, ain't you? You ashamed of it?
Get lost.
I know a lot about you. I had my eyes on you for a long time.
I'm beginning to lose my patience
Now,
here.
wait a minute. I can help you.
And you want something from me in return? Huh? Listen, you come to the wrong guy. I have just been...
Suspended. I know.
How do you know that?
I got friends in the right places. I'm getting you back to work, and the suspension wiped off your record.
Ah, big-time operator, huh?
Yeah. I just, like to do you a favor.
What?
One hand washes the other.
Oh. Who writes your material, huh?
What? Writes my what?
Forget it.
Look, I'm serious. You want to shake on it?
Look, Harry, if I shake hands with you, I count my fingers afterwards.
You got a sense of humor. I like that. Oh, we're going to get along. I'm going to make you glad I'm your friend. I got great plans for you.
Hello? Yeah? Where? I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Who is that, Bert?
Friend. Wants me to come over to the bowling alley for an hour, so, you don't mind, do you?
You never bowl.
I just took it up. They have a pool there, too. If we get tired of bowling, we can shoot a little pool.
Bert, this isn't like you. Do you realize this is the third time this week you've had some reason to go out after dinner?
Third time, huh? I really wasn't counting, Helen. How many weeks have I just sat here reading the paper or looking at the boob tube? How many times?
All right. I don't mean to argue, so go out. Just don't be too late. Got to be out of here tomorrow morning at 7, remember?
Look, it just occurred to me that you might have something on your mind. You don't think I'm running around with another woman, do you?
Bert, that never entered my mind.
Yeah, well, good. I'm not chasing around, Helen. You're still my girl after 8 years. Don't you forget it.
I know, darling. I know that.
Now, who can that be?
Hi, stranger.
Hey, Mike.
Where in the world have you been? I haven't heard from you or seen you in over 2 weeks. That's why I came over.
Oh, you know how it is. Hey, you big shot detectives don't cross our paths too often. You're too busy with important assignments.
Come on, old buddy. You're putting me on. Aren't you going to ask me in?
Mike, come in. Please, come in. Bert's only kidding.
But I'm not kidding.
Hey, look, the reason I came over was to ask you guys to go to the movies with us. Gretchen's waiting in the car, and
Mike, I've got another engagement. But maybe Helen would like to go. But I've got to run right now. I'm 10 minutes late.
Can't you break that other engagement? I wanted to see you, talk to you.
Can't. Gotta go. Bye. See you later, Helen. Mike.
Oh, well, that was what I'd call kind of abrupt.
I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sure Bert didn't mean to be rude.
It was a good imitation. Well, Helen, what about it? You want to go to the movies with us?
No, thank you, Mike. But please forgive Bert. He's upset because he didn't make detective with you.
Yeah, I know. And I'm worried.
Well, he'll get over it.
It isn't what I'm worried about. Helen, I'm going to tell you something I shouldn't. Bert is my best friend, and... Well, look, Helen, he's in trouble. Or he will be if he continues as he's going.
I don't understand.
He's hanging around being palsy-walsy with a slimy character by the name of Blass.
Mike, I'm sure you're wrong.
Hey, I wish I was. This Harry Blass guy is mixed up with 1,000 crooked deals, and he manages to slip out and around the law every single time the police catch up with him.
And you think Bert is involved with this man?
I know he is. Look, as a friend, I'm asking you to get him to stop seeing Blass. Immediately.
Oh, good Lord.
Please, remember I never said a word to you. He mustn't know that I talked to you.
Okay, Mike. You're a friend. A real friend.
Bert Gilbert has taken a dangerous step. His association with Harry Blass can only lead to dishonor and prison. He seems to believe that he can beat the law by jumping in, getting what he wants, and then quickly getting out. In his frustration and disappointment, he is forgetting the irreparable damage he will be doing to himself and his wife. We will be back shortly with Act 2. When Helen Gilbert heard that her husband was associating with underworld characters, she couldn't believe it. Bert had been an honest, hard-working police officer until he met with a big disappointment. He had flunked his examination for detective, despite the fact that he had worked hard and knew all the answers well enough to coach his friend and fellow officer, Mike Culligan, who passed. He felt cheated, angry, and reckless.
I tell you, it's a piece of cake. I got it all laid out. Only one hitch.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Blass. Aren't you making a big mistake spilling all this to me? I'm a cop.
So what? You wouldn't like to grab off your pension money with one little job?
Pension money?
Look, you gotta wait 13 more years before you begin to collect, right?
How do you know how long?
I know. So you wait 13 years and you get your dough. They dribble it out to you in crumbs, a little piece of bread each month.
Yeah? And your way?
Big pieces of bread. Now. 3 or 4 times, and you're rich. In 6 months or less, you retire from the force. You can forget the pension.
Yeah?
You got more money than you ever thought you would have in your dreams. And you got it nice and safe, where no one can touch it, in a private Swiss bank account.
You make it sound easy.
It is, and it pays big.
But you said there was a hitch.
A little one.
Little? How little?
Someone has got to walk out with the stuff in his pocket.
Stuff?
Diamonds, Bert. A bag full. Uncut. Big, expensive diamonds. Impossible to trace. Look, you know 47th Street between 5th and 6th, right?
Sure, the biggest diamond center in the world.
Maybe. Amsterdam's the biggest. But here's the layout. You will be in the neighborhood in your squad car.
Wait a minute. How can I explain my being there?
Well, it's in the general area you patrol, right?
It's in the area.
Well, you will get a call on your car radio sending you to the scene of the crime.
Call?
A phony call. It'll be on our own shortwave transmitter right in the neighborhood. No one will be hearing it but you. It'll sound official. We've got it all set up and we've tested it. It can't be heard in the next block.
Yeah, but it'll be hard to explain later.
That's where your partner comes in.
You're not going to include him in the deal?
Of course not. But, he becomes your alibi. You get it? He'll swear the call came from the official police dispatcher. He will think it's the real thing.
So how do I get the loot?
You go in, you catch the thief, arrest him. He slips the diamonds into your pocket. You get him outside and push him into the police car and call in and tell him you made an arrest.
What about the thief?
He's clean as the snow. They've got nothing on him. Can't be identified. Fake wig, eyeglasses. He won't have the loot on him. No evidence. The wig and glasses get dumped into the garbage before you hit the street with him in cuffs. He's got no record. He spends the night in a slammer. Next day, his lawyer springs him, and you turn the diamonds over to me.
How?
There'll be a hot dog stand in front of the precinct station. You slip it to him as you pass. We'll take care of your cut as soon as we dispose of the diamonds.
Wait a minute. How do I know that I won't be the fall guy? Do all the dirty work and then get the blunt end of the stick.
Bert, you gotta trust me. We're a big organization. We do business in a legitimate way. We got help in the right place in case of trouble.
Okay. But, listen, Blas.
Yeah?
Don't try to pull a fast one on me.
Hello?
Helen, I won't be able to make it home for supper. I'm going to be a little late.
Where are you, Bert?
Don't ask me any questions. I'm with a friend. We're talking business.
But do you want me to hold supper till you come?
No, I said no. Don't you understand me?
Yes, Bert. So when will you get home?
When you see me come in the front door. Helen, are you still on the line?
Yes?
You crying?
I'm all right.
Helen, I'm sorry I was short with you. I'm a little tired.
It's okay. I understand.
Yeah. Okay, I'll see you later.
Bert?
Yeah?
Mike was here about 20 minutes ago. He called twice before to talk to you. He said for you to call him and meet him someplace. He said it was urgent.
Good old Mike, huh? So what's he doing, playing Sherlock Holmes?
Bert, he's your friend. You've said it yourself, your best friend.
Yeah. Sure. I'll call him, Helen. Bye. See you later.
Hey, Bert, I thought you were just going to call your wife.
That's what I did.
Took you an awfully long time.
You checking up on me? Because if you are, the whole deal's off. Either you trust me...
Oh, come on. You got a short fuse. Take it easy.
Well, stop breathing down my back, huh? I said we had a deal, and I meant it.
Just naturally careful, Bert. Sit down. You know, you do look a little worried.
Maybe I am. My old partner...
Mike Culligan?
Yeah. He's caught on that you and I are seeing a lot of each other.
Yeah? So?
Well, he's a new detective. So he wants to look like one.
You talk to him?
Why not? Oh, nothing about our business.
You sure? Because if you did, he wouldn't like it.
He? Who is he?
Never mind.
Look, Blas, if you want me in on this thing, don't hold out on me, huh? I gotta know who's involved. I thought I was working with you. Now you let me know you got a boss.
I can't tell you that, Bert. He'll let you know who he is when he feels the time is right. As for your buddy Mike, I'm leaving it up to you to keep him out.
He's my friend. You wouldn't spill it if he did know.
You sure of him?
Absolutely. Have you settled on a date?
Well, there's a big shipment coming in from South Africa on the 20th. We'll give them 2 days to check it out.
The 22nd?
Yeah, definite.
So how's your man going to get into the place? Security's pretty tough in that business.
We've been in touch from San Francisco. Phony setup from out there with a fancy letterhead. Our man will be arriving in New York on the night of the 21st. The next morning, he will arrive at their door with all his forged credentials and go right in.
And so when do I come in?
When you answer the call from the police's dispatcher.
The one that you got set up, the fake.
Right. Like I told you the other day.
I just want to be sure.
Good. Keep checking, and, hey, keep an eye on your old buddy, Mike.
Another cup of coffee, Bert?
No, Helen. I've had all the coffee I want. I gotta run. What time is it? My watch is slow.
About 4 minutes to 7.
Oh, that gives me 4 minutes to get down the stairs and into the car. My new partner, Pete, will be picking me up.
Goodbye, darling. Have a good day, and try to come home early.
Okay, darling, if you say so.
Hello, Bert.
Well, imagine meeting you on the stairs, Mike. What's up, detective?
Well, I don't know what you're up to, Bert, but I can make a good guess.
Mike, you're my friend. My good friend. And I am now going to ask you to butt out of something that is no business of yours.
Look, I think it is my business. Number one, I'm a cop.
A detective.
Look, are you sore at me because I got it and you didn't?
Not at all.
I'm your friend. Once you said your best friend.
Mike.
I know you're mixed up in some rotten business with Blas. And I swear to you, friend or not, I'll get you.
You're even getting to talk like a detective. Hey, you're terrific. Good hunting, Sherlock.
Bert, I told you never to come here.
You left a telephone message with my wife.
But I didn't want to meet you here. At the bowling alley, I told her.
Yeah, I know. But I wanted to see your place. See how the better class lives. Hey, some joint you got here, Blas. A little flashy, but quite elegant. All in great taste.
Okay, you've seen it. Now get out. I'll meet you in 5 minutes. I'll let you out through the cellar door in the back.
What's all this cloak and dagger stuff? Hey, you jumpy?
Yeah, I'm jumpy. And you want to know why? Your buddy, Mike Culligan, has got a tap on my phone and yours.
A tap? You must be kidding. It's hard to get permission for a tap. How do you know?
Never mind. I know.
Oh, that's right. You have connections. Still, it's hard to believe.
It's real. I got it from a source I can trust.
Who?
Don't ask questions, and you'll live a lot longer.
Punk, are you threatening me?
No, Bert. I ain't threatening you. You're important. The scam won't work without you. But don't ask me to tell you things that I can't give out. I told you that before. When it's the right time, you'll meet the key man.
Okay. Is that all you got to say? That you think our phones have been tapped?
No, think. It's for sure. Now, there is one other little thing we cover.
What?
Detective Culligan.
Okay. I'll handle it.
You sure you want to take care of it?
Wait a minute. What does that mean?
Well, he's getting too close, Bert. He'll blow the whole thing.
I told you, I'll take care of him.
How? Talk to him? Cut him in on a small piece? It won't work. He's straight. He won't play.
He's my friend. He won't do anything to hurt me.
Yeah? He's got a bug on your phone. I tell you, there's no other way but to...
Now listen, Blas.
Bert, we don't take chances.
I'll get to him. Talk to him.
No good. There's only one way to stop him.
Okay, that's it. I'm through. You're asking me to be party to a murder. The murder of a man I have known
Bert,
since...
let me tell...
That wasn't what I agreed to, and I don't want it. Find somebody else.
All right. And look, personally, I ain't so hot about that kind of business either. It could be trouble. The boss wanted it. I didn't. He don't like, we should take chances. Look, I respect your feelings, Bert. It's something that's, kind of hard to live with after. You know what I mean?
You talk about murder as though you were planning a little fix on a horse race. I tell you, it's out. Or I am.
Okay. It's out, Bert.
You sure?
My word. I give you my word.
Your word.
I've been on the up and up with you. You know it.
Harry, I'm going to take your word, and I'm going to hold you to it. You and your boss both. You know what I mean?
Sure, no problem. All I gotta do is tell the boss. Tell him how you feel. He'll go along. Hey, Bert, he needs you.
Despite the fact that everything was working out as he had wanted it to, Bert was nervous. He had never in his life got involved in anything so upsetting. Even though he'd been on the police force for 7 years and had faced dangers so regularly that it was almost commonplace. This was different. He was mixed up in a dirty business. Something that all his moral values found repugnant. Nevertheless, he seemed determined to see it through. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. It is the night before the day set for the robbery. Bert met Harry Blass on a street corner and he hailed a cab. Since Harry knew that his phone and Bert's were tapped, he varied his meeting place with Bert to make it impossible to set up any kind of trap. They ride in silence for some minutes and then Harry begins to give Bert his final instructions.
Now, Bert, at 18 minutes before 11 tomorrow morning, you will be turning off 5th into 47th Street.
I understand.
You will get the call on your radio at exactly 16 minutes before 11, the one we're setting up.
The phony one?
Yeah. It will come in maybe 5 minutes before the official call will come in.
5 minutes? That's not much time. With traffic, before we answer it, get up the elevator, it might take 10 minutes or more.
It's got to be 5 minutes, no more. Or the rest of the police will be right in there with us.
Okay, I'll try to move.
I want to warn you. You'll have a different partner in your car tomorrow.
Wait a minute. What about Pete? He's been Mike's replacement.
He's off on another assignment.
I see. You manage that. What for?
I thought it might be better if you got a temporary new partner. Just out of the academy. Just got a badge and a revolver. We could go Friday.
Her?
Well, you don't mind, do you? Oh, good-looking dame. 27, 28.
And we got her through your friend?
Yeah. I told you I have connections in the right places.
And she knows what's going on?
She ain't in on nothing. Oh, yeah, something else. Your friend, Mike Culligan, won't be around when all this happens.
What do you mean?
Relax. We got a good break. Culligan is in Arizona. Left this afternoon. Extradition business. He was sent to pick up a con out of Arizona State Prison and won't be back till Monday.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, thanks.
Hey, don't thank me. Just coincidence.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Okay, give the cabbie your address and then we'll...
No. Better drop me at the pub. I'll have a beer, and I'll have an excuse for coming home late.
Oh, Bert.
Oh, Helen, sorry for being so late, dear.
That's all right, Bert. I'm getting used to it.
Now, Helen, don't take that kind of tone.
I waited dinner for you. Then Mike arrived.
Mike? He came here? But he couldn't have. He left for Arizona.
There's a change of plans, Bert.
Hey, Mike.
I called the warden in Arizona and told him I was delayed. I hope my change of plans hasn't disturbed you too much.
Change of plans? What plans?
Drop it, Bert. You knew I was scheduled to go to Arizona, and you know why I was being sent out of town.
No, why? Look, I didn't invite you into my home, Detective Culligan, but I'm inviting you out right
Bert,
now.
Don't say anything you're going to regret.
Stay out of this, Helen. You, Culligan, out.
Bert, please.
Pardon me, Detective. I forgot to ask if you had a warrant to enter my house. Have you?
Now, Bert, you know I haven't.
No search warrant. No warrant for my arrest.
Bert.
Then what are you doing here? The door is open, Mr. Culligan.
Good night, Helen. Bert, you know, you once said to me, nothing worse than a dirty cop. Well, you were right, friend.
turn into 47th, Grace.
Again, Bert? We just came around the block.
Come on. Turn before the light changes up.
Okay, that's what you want. Traffic's so heavy it'll take us 10 minutes to get to 6th again.
You doing piecework, Grace, or do you work by the day?
I'm working by the day. But this is certainly a dull business.
Well, what time have you got, Grace?
15 minutes to 11.
You're fast. I've got 19 minutes.
A little too early for lunch, Bert, don't you think?
Sector Able 12. Sector Able 12. You have a 1033.
Hey, that's a 1033 robbery in progress. Able 12 is us. It's us.
You learned your lessons. Good, Officer McKenzie.
47th Street, 25A West, 10th floor.
Hey, hit the lights and the siren. That's just right ahead.
West, 10th floor. What units are responding?
Hit the brakes.
What units are responding?
You stay in the car. Call in and tell them we're responding.
Okay, Bert.
Come on. Only 5 minutes. You gotta do it.
That way! He went that way, officer! He's got a gun!
Okay. Stay where you are. Stay out of the hall. All ears. Out of the hall.
Hey, cop. Here, right here in the closet.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, shut the door. Okay, put the cuffs on me and let's go.
Hey, where'd you ditch the Wiggins glasses, huh?
Garbage can. Garbage will be picked up by the morning. Not to worry. Come on, let's go.
Wait a minute. Where's the loot? You're supposed to give it to me, and I'm...
Yeah, look, signals change. The stuff is already mailed in 4 pre-stamped manila envelopes.
Wait a minute. Blass told me...
Look, changed his mind. He didn't want to put you in any trouble. Look, if you don't have the stuff and I don't have it, we're in the clear.
So where was it mailed to?
Where? I don't know. I didn't look at the address. I just filled the envelopes like I was told to, sealed them, dropped them in the mailbox at the end of the hall. Goes right out down to the first floor. 3 o'clock mail pickup.
I see.
Look, what are we waiting for, copper? Take me out of here. Throw me in the slammer. Come on, I'm your prisoner.
Come in. Oh, come in, Bert. Yeah, come on in. I'm on long distance to San Francisco. I'll be with you in a minute. Hello. Yes, I'm still here. You got them? How many? 6. Good. Jules International Limited, huh? Fancy name. And then now, we want you to send us all you've got on them, and we'll send you what we've got. Right. Bye, Inspector. Sit down. Sit down, Bert.
Thank you, Captain.
I want to tell you, I think you've done a superb job.
Oh, thank you.
Best kept secret in all the years I've been on the force. Had to let Lieutenant McInerney in on it at the last minute. Mike Culligan's new boss, you know, to get his cooperation on the Arizona thing. But outside of that, well, even your wife didn't know. Thought you were in trouble.
She was about to divorce me.
When I spoke to her just 10 minutes ago, she sort of broke down. Well, then she laughed and came immediately to your defense and said she never believed you were anything but good and decent.
It sounds like her. I did give her a bad time, though.
Well, I think we have the whole case wrapped up. You heard my conversation with San Francisco. Your thief is going to get a little surprise when his lawyer gets here. We found the wig and glasses, and there'll be no trouble getting absolute identification. Postal authorities cooperated and found the envelopes containing the diamonds, all $750,000 worth. Well, I hope you're proud of your efforts.
Yes, sir, but I still have one worry, sir.
Oh?
Maybe we jumped too quick, and the big shot, Blass's boss, will be warned and take off.
No. Your idea to flush him out worked. Sending out word that Mike was going to Arizona trapped him. He immediately got that information back to Blass. What he didn't know is that we had suspicions he might be the leak and put the arm on him right after he got the word out.
Who was it?
A man by the name of Reach. Works for the company who handles our electronic maintenance here at headquarters.
Huh.
He had access to all our information, and he yielded to temptation.
Then he wasn't the big boss.
No. I'd say a small but important cog in Blass's operations. Blass
is the big man. And we'll have him within the hour.
He doesn't know that he's in any trouble?
Not an inkling. Everything was done so swiftly and without fuss that Blass couldn't possibly know. Lieutenant McInerney sent Mike Culligan to make the pinch.
Mike? Any backup?
Mac didn't think he needed any. Blass would be taken by surprise and...
No. He's dangerous, Captain. He'd just as soon kill someone as talk to them.
Who's there?
Open up, Harry. It's me, Bert.
Come on in, quick. Look, I told you that we had to stay away from each other.
Hey, I see you got yourself all packed. Like you're going away. Shame to leave this gorgeous apartment.
Yeah. Orders from the boss.
What's up? Trouble?
Look, don't be worried about your cut, see? You'll get it as soon as they get the stuff in Frisco and dispose of it.
I'm not worried.
It all went off perfect. Look, I know how you feel about the bread. I can give you a kind of down payment on your share. Yeah, I got some cash right here. And,
don't touch that drawer, Blass. Turn around. Nice and slow with your hands up.
What's the matter with you, Bert?
Mike Culligan came here. Not more than 10, 15 minutes ago.
Came here? Why?
Don't give me a performance, Blass. He came here to pick you up. What happened?
Look, Bert, you and me, we're partners.
Whatever gave you that idea, punk? You walked into a setup. We've got all of you, including your plant, your mole, at headquarters. Now, where's my colleague, Mike Culligan?
How should I know? A little while ago, somebody came to the door. He banged on it, but I didn't answer. He went away.
Yeah, he would have never gone away. He is in this apartment.
Oh, yeah? Well, go ahead. Look around. He isn't here.
What's in this other room?
Nothing. Take a look.
Don't move. I'll open the door.
Oh, Bert. Bert,
Mike.
I'm hit.
Mike.
Blass, he's going to get away. Get him, Bert.
Mike, I can't leave you like this. I'll call for an ambulance.
You're a cop, Bert. Get him for me. I'll be all right.
Okay, Mike. Blass, I see you. Down the stairwell. Stop or I'll shoot. Stop! Mike.
Come on in, Bert. I'm awake.
Doctor says I can only stay a few minutes.
Oh, boy, I owe you a big apology. Man, was I wrong. Captain Sullivan, well, he was in this morning. He told me you made detective.
Yeah, the slow way.
You got a big citation, too. Mayor's going to present it in front of City Hall with everyone watching.
Yeah, that's something I tried to get out of, but Helen said I gotta.
You know what the mayor's going to say to you?
Nothing's worse than a dirty cop.
No, Bert. He was here today, and I talked to him. He's going to say, there's nothing better than a clean cop.
Detective Third Class Bert Gilbert stood on the steps of City Hall with his head slightly bowed while the mayor read the citation. He was embarrassed by all the ceremony. Then he glanced up and caught the look in Helen's eyes as she watched her husband being honored. And he knew then that the look was worth all the embarrassment and discomfort. I'll be back shortly. So ends our tale, The Blood Red Ink. Bert Gilbert and Mike Culligan had the fire and ambition in them to make something of their lives, to gain recognition from their fellow men. Their names were not to be found on the negative side, the blood-red side of the ledger. Their names in great block letters could be found on the positive side. They had achieved what most men want, the knowledge that they had received the recognition for a job well done. Our cast included Fred Gwynn, Terry Keane, Lloyd Batista, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries.
She was going to paint the king. He was going to set it up.
and they were going to split $10,000. How was all this to come about? Find out tomorrow night when the CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents The Wedding Present on 1230 WCOL.
30 WCOL Columbus, 72 degrees downtown. It's 11 o'clock.
Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. The meek shall inherit the earth, it is written. It is also believed that the weak shall ultimately triumph over the strong. Of course, the word to pay attention to here is ultimately. While it's reassuring to know that the meek shall inherit the earth in the long run, it's pretty discouraging to realize that we're in for a long, long wait. You and I probably won't even be around to see it. But perhaps in a century or two, things will really start rolling. But why?
Because it's wrong to be in love with an enemy.
An enemy?
One who can destroy an entire world is called an enemy.
What world?
My world, Manitu.
But why? How would I destroy your world?
So easily, you would not even know you were doing it.
Our mystery drama, The Magic Stick of Manitu, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Victoria Dan and stars Keir DeLay and Fred Gwynne. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
The opening of a new eyeglass factory in Farmington Hills. The Eyeglass Factory, where you have a selection of almost 2,000 different eyeglass frames in stock with savings of 30 to 50% below what you normally pay at optometric centers. In addition to those savings, extra discounts for senior citizens, eye examinations at only $18, a complete repair service department, and the acceptance of all major vision insurance plans. In addition, if you're looking for regular or soft contact lenses, they have those too at comparable savings. The Eyeglass Factory of Oak Park is on Coolidge, just south of 9 Mile Road. Phone 542-2200. The Eyeglass Factory of Redford on Plymouth Road, halfway between Beach Daly and Inkster. Phone 937-1340. And now the new Eyeglass Factory at 28851 Orchard Lake Road between 12 and 13 Mile Roads. Call 553-3820. Now, 3 places to save at the Eyeglass Factory.
Master Mechanic tools sold exclusively by True Value hardware stores are an unbeatable combination of quality and value. Hi, Pat Summerall to say you get both with the Master Mechanic 45-piece tool set, now just $27.49. It's versatile, with both 1/4 and 3/8-inch drive sockets, reversible ratchet and speeder disc. Plus, it includes a hacksaw with 10 assorted blades, sturdy toolbox, and it's backed by the Master Mechanic promise of satisfaction or a free replacement. Get it now at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
In Poland, people are standing in line to go hungry. At the end of many lines, there is not enough food. But at the end of other lines, there is hope. The agencies of the Interfaith Hunger Appeal, they are getting through with food and other aid right now, today. Won't you please help? Don't let the end of the line be the end of the line. Give to Interfaith Hunger Appeal, P.O. Box 1000, New York 10150, or call 1-800-228-3900. That's 1-800-228-3900. You are the hope of the hungry.
Please, give.
A public service of Interfaith Hunger Appeal and the Advertising Council.
A million stars glitter against the black velvet sky like gems in a jewel case. Through the thick, domed window, it is obvious that there is also a magnificent party. The guests wear their most dazzling gowns, and the most elegant silver and crystal ornament the tables. And why not? This is the most glamorous event of the social season. But we are not atop the highest hotel in New York City. Nor are we in London or Paris. It is 300 years in the future. And we are not even on Earth.
Would Madame care for another drink?
No, thank you.
A glass of champagne, perhaps?
No, nothing, please. Oh, just a moment.
Yes, Madame?
How do I get out of here?
Madame wishes to leave?
Yes.
Madame is not enjoying the party?
No.
Perhaps Madame would care for some fresh air.
Fresh air?
Through the corridor, there is a small terrace. If Madame would just turn left at the end of the passageway...
Why don't you show me?
I am just a waiter.
Oh, you'd rather not?
I did not say that. I merely stated that I am just a waiter.
Oh, really, I understand.
Madame, you do not understand.
Don't call me Madame. It sounds like I'm 10,000 years old. My name is...
I know your name, Miss Avery.
Right now I feel 10,000 years old, and I bet I'm younger than you.
You're quite correct.
And I'm not bad looking either.
You are the loveliest woman in the galaxy.
Oh!
Forgive me, I have spoken too much already.
No, that's all right. It's just that
there you are.
Oh, Mr. Brock, were you looking for me?
Was I looking for? What kind of a question is that? Of course I was. What do you want?
I was just refilling Madame's glass, sir.
Yeah. Well, how long exactly does that take? You've been loitering here for almost 5 minutes.
If you will excuse me.
That was extremely rude of you, Mr. Brock.
Listen, the man is not employed to mingle with the guests.
Well, that's none of your business.
He was mingling with you, Miss Owl, and that is my business.
What does that mean?
Well, someone in your position.
Must we go through that again?
Now, look, you are a diplomat, and there are certain codes of behavior.
No one tells me how to behave. Do you understand that? No one.
Wait a minute. You forget who you are, Miss Apple. The Minister of Culture for this entire quadrant of the galaxy. You represent...
It's hardly necessary to furnish me with a job description.
Well, sometimes you need to be reminded that you are no longer a performer.
I am reminded every day.
And that this is not the dance theater of Mars.
Every day, every hour, every moment. How could I forget?
And also that conduct that might have been perfectly acceptable in a traveling ballet company is considered quite bohemian for the Minister of Culture.
Bohemian. There's a word you don't hear anymore.
It's disturbing that you don't take any advice more seriously.
Oh, how can I? You presume a great deal, Mr. Brock.
Well, I feel it's my duty.
Your duty is to represent the Ministry of Trade. I think you'd have enough to worry about without concerning yourself with the Ministry of Culture.
I want to concern myself about the Minister of Culture.
Mr. Brock.
Listen, in the past 6 months that we have traveled together on this government mission...
Mr. Brock, we have already discussed this.
We have been going from planet to planet and spending so much time in the same spaceship.
Speaking of the spaceship, aren't we supposed to be taking off in the morning?
You're changing the subject.
I've been nervous about it all night.
Nervous about what?
Manitou.
Oh, Manitou. You mean the next planet on our agenda?
Well, how can you stand there and act so blasé?
It's just another Class 7 planet.
Just another... Listen, Brock, I've made up my mind. I'm not going.
What? You're not going?
Don't try to change my mind. You should hear what they're saying about that place.
I can't imagine what you've heard. Manitou is a peaceful little world, inhabited by gentle, primitive humanoids.
You forgot to add that visitors have a strange habit of disappearing once they get there.
Nonsense.
I was talking to the Governor General tonight. He informed me that his sphere of influence is limited. He cannot guarantee our safety once we land on Manitou.
You worry too much.
Well, somehow I don't think it is just gossip.
Well, believe me, if it were that dangerous, the government would not send us there.
I'm not so sure.
And what exactly does that mean?
We are expendable.
Miss Apple.
What are we? We're just a part of a succession of diplomats. We're not irreplaceable.
Speak for yourself.
Well, I guess you wouldn't understand, Mr. Brock.
That's why we've always had this problem.
What problem?
Communicating. And now, if you'll excuse me, I really think I need some fresh air.
Miss Abigail.
Oh, it's you.
I saw you leaving the party.
It's lovely out here, isn't it?
Yes, lovely.
I'm so sorry about the way Mr. Brock spoke to you before.
It is of no consequence.
You won't get into trouble for being out here, will you?
That, too, is of little consequence.
What is of any consequence?
Only that your mind be set at ease.
How do you know that my mind isn't at ease?
You are afraid. You have heard stories about a place you are to visit.
That's right.
It is called Manitu, 5th planet from the sun.
Yes.
The stories that you have heard, that some who go there never return.
Well, people talk very loudly at parties, don't they?
These are very old stories. One hears them all the time.
You mean they're not true?
No, they are true.
Well, that does it then. I'm definitely not going.
That would be a mistake.
Why?
Because perhaps if you went there, you wouldn't wish to come back.
You sound as if you've been to Manitu.
I have.
You?
Don't look so astonished. I have traveled extensively throughout the galaxy.
Oh, well, I didn't mean it that way.
Of course not, Miss Abigail. It is not in your nature to be unkind. But to explain about my traveling, you see, I spent 10 years as a steward on some of the great space cruisers. I've been to the Beta Hedra system, to Centauri, to Mars, and even Earth. And that's where I first saw you.
You saw me before tonight?
It was in the city of Omaha. You were performing in a ballet called, I believe, Swan Lake.
Yes, Swan Lake.
I don't think I've ever seen anything so beautiful.
Well, those days are over.
Forgive me. I should not have stirred old memories.
They're over. They'll never come back.
I'm sorry to have spoken of it.
And so the government gives me a consolation prize in recognition of my contribution to the arts. I am appointed Minister of Culture at Large. And I'm supposed to be honored because I've been recycled. Grateful because I'm still alive. After all, as everybody keeps telling me, not many people survive accidents like the one I was in. You were saying about Manitu.
It can be a frightening place.
I thought you wanted to set my mind at ease.
It can also be a joyful place, a gentle place.
Now I'm confused.
That is why you must go there, to clear up your confusion.
Why do I get the impression that we're talking about two different things, Mr. Funny, I don't know your name.
Idri.
Well, Mr. Idri.
It is just Idri.
Oh, how unusual.
Not where I come from.
And where do you come from?
Miss Averill, perhaps you should be returning to the party.
Aren't you going to answer my question?
Your colleague, Mr. Brock, will be wondering where you have gone.
Let him wonder.
But I assumed that...
You assumed what?
I was under the impression that...
Yes?
That you and he...
Our relationship is strictly professional.
Ah. I am pleased to learn of this.
Are you?
I beg your pardon, Miss Averill. I should not be out here talking of such things.
Oh, I see.
No, I don't believe you do.
It's because I'm a cabinet minister, and you're a level 3 food attendant.
No.
Of course, like everybody else in this part of the galaxy, you're obsessed by some idiotic class system.
The truth has nothing to do with insignificant, arbitrary social stratifications.
Then what is the truth?
The feelings that I have, that I've always had for you, are wrong.
You mean you've always... Why? Why are they wrong?
Because it is wrong to be in love with an enemy.
An enemy?
One who can destroy an entire world is called an enemy.
What world?
My world. Manitu.
strange question. And it seems you always get a strange answer. The words love and enemy, one must admit, are not commonly found in the same sentence. According to Mr. Oscar Wilde, however, a man cannot be too careful in his choice of enemies. And this man, called Idri, it appears, has not exactly gone out of his way to avoid Miss Averill. Precisely what he has to fear from her will have to wait until I return with Act 2.
Popeye's bars a real fun-time treat. I see gold that can't be beat. Just skip on the top, give it a munch. Popeye's bars, flavor punch.
Popeye's Quick Freeze bars make a tasty treat anytime. Perfect for the whole family. Enjoy a delicious munch with a fruity flavor punch.
Popeye's bars, flavor punch.
Here's how to tell Skyhawk, the new smaller Buick, with your eyes closed. The doors, for instance, sound like this. Unless you get the sedan, then it's like this. Similarly, the hood and the trunk shut with a satisfyingly solid... The new Skyhawk, you see, is very precisely built and inspected hundreds of times in hundreds of places, so everything fits like... Excepting, of course, where people sit. There, the fit is more like... The new Buick Skyhawk. Everything fits beautifully, including you.
Need a suggestion for Father's Day? Well, here's a terrific gift idea from Jacobson's.
John White soft cider luggage. To give Dad plenty of room to pack everything he needs.
John White's garment bags, weekenders, totes, briefcases, everything. All with distinctive, easy-to-care-for, good looks.
And all of the pieces are carry-on. That's one of the things that's so nice about the John White's collection.
So, traveling business dads...
And well-deserved vacation dads...
can get in and out of hotels and airports fast. And that's especially important when Dad's pressed for time. And who isn't these days?
So stop by the luggage department at Jacobson's, where the service is friendly and the selection is excellent.
Sturdy, lightweight, practical John White's luggage for Father's Day.
For a great gift idea dads on the go will really appreciate. Go to Jacobson's.
The year is 2288. And not only has man flown his rockets to the moon, but he has also succeeded in sending his spacecraft to Mars, Jupiter, and solar systems beyond. Earth colonies span the many asteroids and planets circling stars, other than the one we call the sun. And on one of these small outposts, on a world too insignificant to mention, Miss Arlene Averill, a traveling diplomat, has just been confronted with a rather perplexing situation. One does not often receive a declaration of war and a declaration of love in the same breath.
You come from the planet Manitu?
Yes.
Well, how can that be? You look human.
I could say the same thing about you, Miss Averill.
Well, it's just that I didn't realize that the natives of Manitu looked so much like...
Natives? What an interesting word. Yes, we look like Earth people.
Yet you are working here as a level 3 food attendant.
It was necessary in order to meet you.
And now that you've met me, you stand here and you call me your enemy.
Yes.
And you tell me that I can destroy you.
No, that is not what I said.
Oh?
Miss Alena Averill, the woman, cannot destroy me. Miss Alena Averill, the Minister of Culture, can destroy my world.
Why do you say these things to me? I've done nothing. I've said nothing.
It is not what you have done. It is what you will do. Tomorrow, you and Mr. Brock will travel to Manitou to investigate the possibility of establishing diplomatic relations.
And that makes me your enemy.
Possibly.
But our intentions are peaceful. I explore avenues of exchange between civilizations. You see, every planet has something unique to contribute, to share. Sometimes it's art, or dance, or music.
Yes, music. On Manitou, our music is our greatest joy.
Yes, but no one knows of this, not even I until now.
With good reason.
And if one possesses a thing of beauty, what could be better than to share it with others?
Some things are private, personal. They are not meant to be shared. That is why your good intentions can be dangerous.
Petrie, this doesn't make any sense.
Because we have not added the final ingredient. Mr. Brock, the Minister of Trade. What function does he perform?
He negotiates trade treaties on behalf of the Galactic Colonial Council.
That assumes the people of Manitu wish to trade.
Well, why wouldn't they?
And what exactly would we be trading?
Well, I don't know. I mean, whatever valuable resources your planet has to offer.
In exchange for what?
Anything you want.
And what if we do not want anything?
Well, surely you need certain things. Money, food, medical
We
supplies.
do not need these things.
Well, of course you do. Everybody does.
Then you have decided.
Yes.
And you are coming to Manitu.
Yes. Actually, I have no choice. My orders are to proceed there as soon as possible.
I also have no choice.
What do you mean?
Shouldn't that be obvious? I am going with you.
Captain, why this interminable delay?
We're operating with half a crew, Mr. Brock.
Half a crew? That's outrageous.
A lot of the men called in sick. You know how it is.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Well, actually, it's to be expected. I assure you we don't often have this problem, but we always have it on this particular route. Nobody wants to go.
I don't understand, Captain.
A lot of the men are afraid, sir.
Afraid? Afraid of what?
I'm sure you know all the stories.
Captain, that's all they are. Stories.
Not quite true. The past 10 years, I'd say we've lost about a dozen crewmen.
What do you mean, lost?
Exactly what I said. The ship stops off on Manitu. A few of the guys want to take a look around, stretch their legs. Some of them never come back.
Oh, what do you think happens to them?
I don't know. But if you want the truth, I'd rather not think about it.
Well, you don't suppose they're killed, do you?
Yeah, we're about ready to leave, sir. I suggest you secure for liftoff.
You rang for the steward, sir?
Yeah. Something's wrong with the food dispenser. I programmed it for roast beef, and all I get is scrambled eggs. Doesn't anything work on this ship?
I'll see what I can do about it, sir.
Push all the buttons you want, it doesn't do any good. I already... Hey, wait a minute.
It appears to be a faulty circuit. I'll send up a technician.
Wait a minute. You're that waiter. Yeah, last week at the reception on Epsilon 40. What are you doing on this ship?
As you can see, I work here.
You certainly get around, don't you?
Actually, I am on my way home.
Now, why should that interest me?
My home happens to be your destination, Manitu.
You mean you live there?
I was born there, Mr. Brock.
Born there? Hey, then that would make you one of the natives.
That word again. Yes, Mr. Brock, I am one of the natives. And I recommend you talk to me with a little less belligerence and a little more tact. After all, you are a diplomat.
Well, so what does that have to do with you?
It might interest you to know I am to serve as your guide. The liaison, if you will, between your government and the people of Manitu.
On whose authority?
My credentials, Mr. Brock. But since they're not written in the universal language, I hardly expect you to understand them.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll take your word for it. So, what happens when we land?
That depends.
On what?
On whether or not my people like you.
Listen, this is my business. I don't care if they like me or not.
That won't do. Oh, no, sir, that won't do at all. The tone in your voice is most irritating.
Yeah, well, that's the way I talk. There's nothing I can do about that.
I suggest you try. My people are very sensitive to sound.
Yeah, well, I can't help that. What do you want me to do? Get a new voice?
Perhaps if you spoke a little softer, a little gentler.
I don't need you to tell me how to speak.
We will be landing later in the afternoon. Until then, Mr. Brock.
Idri.
Please, come in, Elena. I mean, Miss Abigail.
I didn't even know you were aboard.
It is a rather large ship.
And you have obviously been avoiding me.
Perhaps.
I found out from Brock that... Is it true that you are the official liaison?
Yes.
And what's going to happen?
As I told your colleague, it all depends.
On what?
On you, Miss Abigail.
Huh? 1 minute it's Arlena, and the next minute it's Miss Avril. Now make up your mind, Idri.
I cannot.
But you cared about me.
I do.
You certainly don't act it.
I love you. I want to protect you. But I also love Manitu and wish to protect it.
What are you afraid of?
I'm afraid that I might have to make a choice between the two.
But why must there be any choice at all?
Elena, I beg you to reconsider. When we land on my planet, stay aboard the ship.
But I've got a job to do.
I haven't been completely honest with you. There is something that you must know about Manitu.
What?
When I first spoke to you the night of the party, I said our music was our greatest joy.
Yes, I remember.
But when I told you that we did not like to share with others this special gift, it was not quite true. My people are more than willing to share their music with others.
Oh, that's wonderful. Then there isn't any problem.
It is Mr. Brock. I hope when the time comes that you will understand this.
When what time comes?
I cannot tell you anymore.
When what time comes, Idri? Tell me. Please.
Mr. Brock, now that we've landed on Manitu, I'd like to remind you and the members of your party that we cannot be responsible for your safety.
You have reminded me during the entire trip, Captain.
This ship will remain here for 1 week before continuing on to the next destination. If you want my advice...
Captain, I'm not interested in your advice. Miss Avril, we're waiting for you.
I'm right here, Mr. Brock.
Where's that self-proclaimed guide of yours?
Behind you, sir.
Oh, yeah. Well, how about we get a move on,
As you wish.
I've only got a week.
That's quite true.
Yeah, just 1 week to see if this place has anything worth negotiating a treaty about.
Indeed, sir. 1 week is certainly all the time you have.
So where is everybody?
Who?
Your natives.
Ah, that word again.
Yeah, and the buildings. Don't you have any buildings? Houses? Huts?
Beyond that hill, in the forest.
How primitive are your people, Idri?
Very, by your standards. Are you quite sure you wish to accompany us, Elena?
No. So now it's Elena.
Yes, I'm sure.
What's that?
The drums are playing a welcome.
That's a good sign, isn't it?
It is not a welcome for you. It is a welcome for me.
Well, what are we waiting for? How about taking us to your leader?
Very well. Follow me.
Okay, how much further is it?
Only through this glade.
Do you suppose that we could just rest for a moment?
We are almost there, Elena.
Is this it?
We are here.
Yeah. Not much of a town, is it?
I think it's lovely. Thatched cottages, flowers. It reminds me of a storybook. That's what it's like, an old-fashioned storybook village.
Yeah. So these are your people, huh?
Yes.
Awfully quiet, aren't they?
They cannot speak until the king has spoken. It is the custom.
Which one is the king? The one with a beard 3 feet long? He must be 200 years old if he's a day.
No, that is Tashti, the great sage.
Where is the king, Idri?
Actually, Aleda, he's right here. That's something else I did not tell you. I am the king.
The time has come to talk of many things, said the walrus. Of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings. Of course, in our story, we are only interested in the last item. Our enigmatic friend Idri seems to be delivering one surprise after another. As long as we're quoting Mr. Lewis Carroll, it's safe to add that things are becoming curiouser and curiouser. Where exactly they'll lead is anybody's guess, until I come back shortly with Act 3.
Weekdays from the creators of The Young and the Restless. It's capital, desire, and passion set behind the marble curtain of power in Washington, D.C. Then follow the lives of people searching for their place in the sun on Guiding Light. And stay tuned for glamour and laughs as Bert Convy brings you celebrity couples and their hilarious secrets on Tattletales.
You never know what Tattletales will tell.
That's Capital, Guiding Light, and Tattletales. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Listen closely. This is the sound of a cigarette being broken in half. The sound of the cigarette habit being broken. If you want to quit, use Bantron's smoking deterrent tablets and stay with it for 2 weeks or until your urge to smoke goes away. Bantron's unique buffered formula helps ease your craving for nicotine. The more you want to stop smoking, the more Bantron will help you break the habit. Bantron, start today. Use only as directed.
It's athletes versus MS. We're at Lime Rock Auto Track in Connecticut. Meet Ron Gagne.
I used to race cars, but it takes a lot of coordination and quick response. I had it until MS, multiple sclerosis, attacked my central nervous system.
With Ron Gagne, Paul Newman, actor and fellow race driver, and his racing teammate, Terry Knight.
My teammate Terry and I race against the clock, just like Ron here. We want to beat multiple sclerosis before it beats him. You see, multiple sclerosis doesn't just cripple. So we all have to find a cure before it's too late. Help us get Ron back on the road to good health. Send a check to the MS Society. When you help, we all win.
This message has been brought to you by the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, 205 East 42nd Street, New York City, 10017.
A favorite theme in legend and folklore concerned princes and kings who, tiring of their lives at the royal courts, would don elaborate disguises and travel about the land incognito. 300 years in the future, we have just been introduced to another such king. Instead of traveling the land, however, he has traveled the galaxy. But this story is not exactly a fairy tale. In fact, in a moment, we may discover that what it actually resembles is a nightmare.
You're the king.
Is this true, Idri?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me?
It was not important.
Huh. I didn't even know this planet had a king.
It was not necessary for you to know.
Yeah, well, you could have saved me a lot of time and trouble. We could have negotiated our trade agreement back there on Epsilon 40.
The people. What are they saying?
It is Mr. Brock's voice.
What about my voice?
My people find it disturbing. What word may I use? Dissonant.
Oh, beautiful. I've never heard music like that before.
Sounds like an ordinary flute to me.
No, Mr. Brock. Can't you tell a difference?
As far as I'm concerned, a flute is a flute.
It's like saying a dancer is a dancer. Well, there are ordinary dancers, and then there are extraordinary dancers, and there's a world of difference. World of difference.
The instrument being played by that boy is called a lei.
Leia? How beautiful.
In our language, it means magic stick.
I know now what you meant when you said music was your greatest joy. Oh, Idri, you must allow your people to share that music with the rest of the galaxy.
Our music is a very private, personal thing.
Oh, so lovely. Leia, magic stick. Even the instrument itself is beautiful. What's it made of? It's carved so exquisitely.
Yeah. It's all very lovely, but very quaint. Do you think we can get down to business now?
I don't believe you're making a very good impression, Mr. Brock. You really must try to be a little less discordant. I have told you my people are very sensitive to sound.
Listen, my voice is my voice, and there's not much I can do about it.
There is one thing you can do about it.
What?
Not talk.
Now, look here, Your Highness.
I sincerely recommend you take my advice, Mr. Brock. Kashti.
Welcome home, Your Most Reverend Highness.
It is with great delight that I return, most noble and wisest father.
Who are these strangers you have brought among us, Idri?
Kashti, I present to you Arlena Aberin.
Ah, a most melodious name.
And this is Mr. Brock.
Brock. This is a name with a voice to match, I fear.
We will not speak of this now.
Forgive me, Your Majesty, but...
Later, Kashti.
Something wrong, Idri?
No, nothing. Nothing at all. Arlena.
Good morning, Idri.
Have you seen Mr. Brock?
I believe he went for a walk.
A walk?
Hmm. That sweet old man, the one called Tashti. He's showing him around.
You do not seem as unhappy as you were that night at Omicron 40.
Well, I'm not.
Perhaps it is because you do not feel the pain anymore.
What pain?
You are a dancer who can no longer dance.
Oh. That pain.
I remember that pain because I know it all too well.
Oh, how could you possibly know what it feels like? To fly, to float, the magic, and then to lose it all because of some senseless, stupid accident. Oh, modern medical science is a wonderful thing. Afterwards, there were just no scars and barely any limp. But that imperceptible something, the magic, was taken away, and I was left ordinary.
But, Arlena, I know what it is like to lose the magic.
Oh, how can you?
You see, I, too, had a gift. My gift was music. Listen. Do you hear that boy play? 10 years ago, I played in such a way. It was magic. And just like you, I flew. My heart touched the top of the trees, the stars. And one day, I too had lost it. My hand was badly crushed in an accident, every bit as senseless as yours. But there are no sophisticated doctors on Manitu. And later, as I traveled through the galaxy, the hand and the fingers were replaced. But the magic was gone.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Idri. I had no idea.
I left my people, my planet, to seek out new magic. I found it the first time I saw you dance.
Oh.
And later, in a museum which houses many great art treasures of Earth, I saw the magic in some ancient paintings. And suddenly the pain was gone, Arlena, because I knew the magic was still there. Maybe not in me, but somewhere else.
I think I understand.
That's why I wanted you to come here, to hear the magic. But...
Idri, something is wrong, and I think you better tell me what it is.
Arlena, I told you before, we are a primitive planet. Our culture, Arlena, is primitive.
Idri, what is it?
It is something terrible.
Terrible?
Haven't you wondered how we make this beautiful music? How we make the layer? Why it is called the magic stick?
I think you had better tell me.
Alena, you will find out soon enough.
Hey, Tasty. Slow. Well, yeah.
You wish to see as much of the forest as possible in as short a period of time, and I am obliging you.
Yeah. All right. Just give me a minute, too, to catch my breath, will you?
What is that machine you are using?
It's called a mineral indicator.
A what?
It shows the exact location and quantity of various metals and precious stones.
Ah.
Hey, you know, we're standing right over the richest norenium vein in this solar system.
How interesting. What is norenium?
Norenium? It's used to power our spaceships, Tashti. And over there, about 20 feet down, is more gold.
Obviously, you place a great deal of value in these things.
This is better than I hoped for, I'll tell you.
Really?
Oh, boy, once we negotiate this trade agreement, your people are going to be rich beyond your wildest dreams.
Rich?
Yeah, rich. As in money.
Money? What is money?
It's a medium of exchange.
What do you exchange?
Whatever you want. All you have to do is name it.
What if we do not want anything?
Everybody wants something, Tashti.
And you want what is under the ground?
Yeah, and don't worry. I'm sure you and I can reach some equitable agreement.
What if we are not interested in such an arrangement?
Well, I'm sure then we could convince you.
Convince us?
We can use power when we're forced to. Only as a last resort, of course, Mr. Tashti. You see, we need that norenium.
I see.
And if you cooperate, we can work something out to our mutual advantage. If you know what I mean.
Yes, I think I am beginning to understand all too well.
Well, Miss Alro, while you were busy doing nothing, I have spent the entire day putting together my report. And I may tell you, it is highly impressive. These savages are sitting on a treasure house. Don't even know it.
Mr. Brock, I hope you showed a little tact. These people are very sensitive.
Sensitive? They're like little children.
You just can't bulldoze everything in your path.
Why not? These people are living over the richest vein of norenium. Do you know how much money we're talking about here? And these people don't even care. Can you believe it? Money means nothing to them.
Please lower your voice.
You and I, Arlena, we can get a cut of this. Can you imagine how rich you and I can be?
I don't want anything from you.
Yeah, sure. You'd rather sit with that string beam who calls himself a king for reasons which completely escape me. And listen to music to charm snakes by. I simply don't understand you anymore. Now what?
Most noble and reverend King Idri, your people have made their judgment.
I implore the people to be considered.
We must protect ourselves from those who would encroach upon us.
Yes, Tashti, I know. Do what you must.
What is going on, Idri?
Mr. Brock, you have been warned.
What are you talking about?
We did not invite you to our planet. You came here of your own volition. You did not ask permission. You simply came. And in doing so, you have greatly offended the people of Manitu.
How have I offended anyone?
You possess one grievous fault, Mr. Brock. You cannot or will not hear the music.
I haven't got the vaguest idea.
We ask you now to leave us, to walk down that path through the glade towards your spaceship and never return to us again.
This is ridiculous.
You cannot or will not hear the music.
You people are crazy.
Leave us. Leave us this moment. Your very presence here is offensive.
Okay. Have it your way. I'll leave. But I guarantee you, I'll be back.
I assure you, Mr. Brock, you will never return to us. That is, until you are a changed man.
Imperial Highness, allow me to escort this man through the glade. I would not wish him to lose his way.
Yes, Tashti. Show Mr. Brock the proper path.
I don't understand what could have happened to Brock.
Yes, it is very strange.
The captain says he never arrived at the ship.
How curious.
And I wonder what could have possessed him to run so fast. Mr. Tashti says he couldn't keep up with the pace and fell behind.
It is obvious that he has lost his way.
Yes, of course, that's what it was. He lost his way, but... Idri, is it really possible for a person to simply disappear?
Yes.
Without absolutely a trace?
Oh, there is always a trace, I suppose. But now I see the captain is giving the signal to board. And you and I must say goodbye for the present.
After I finish my tour of duty, I would like very much to return to this planet.
And to me?
Yes, Idri. And to you. Oh, listen, the music. It's more beautiful than I've ever heard before.
It is a new melody. It has never been played before.
It's superb. Truly. Magic.
Also, it is a new layer.
You know, Idri, you never did tell me what they carved the magic stick from.
Bone.
What kind of bone?
Animal bone.
What kind of animal?
Elena, actually, that's an ancient Manitu secret. Perhaps one day, I will tell you.
And who knows, maybe you will. Obviously, Miss Arlene Averill isn't the most observant person in the galaxy. Or maybe she's a lot smarter than we give her credit for. In any case, while it isn't obvious to her, it's obvious to me that while Mr. Brock never had a touch of harmony in his soul, he most certainly has music in his bones. I'll be back in a moment.
If you'd like to take advantage of the current high interest rates in today's money market, but want your money available when you need it, take a moment now to call this toll-free number, 800-228-5000. Ask the operator to send you information on Dreyfus Liquid Assets. Find out just how much income growth you can get from one of the world's largest money market mutual funds. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, you have the advantage of making withdrawals by phone or paying larger bills with pre-redemption checks and continue earning high yields, compounded daily till your check clears. You can put money in or take it out anytime with never a sales charge or a penalty. But call now, 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. 800-228-5000. Study the prospectus carefully before you invest and learn how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share in today's high interest rates. 800-228-5000. Toll free, 800-228-5000.
Music, said the poet, is the universal language of mankind. Mr. Longfellow probably had no idea how universal that language is destined to become. Radio waves now carry the music and sounds of Earth towards an infinity of uncharted worlds. Mankind messages travel on through the eternity called space. 300 years from today, who knows how far man himself will travel and what kinds of creatures he is destined to cross paths with. What is known, however, is that the greatest need of any civilization is to be able to communicate. Our cast included Kid Lay, Fred Gwynn, Marion Seldes, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Please, I must see her. She's my favorite fruit and nut ice creams. Why, for over 100 years,
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. As the poet says, let us fill the cup. What are you having? How about equal parts suspense and mystery, with just a dash of terror and chill to taste? So, they say that a lie is only the truth in masquerade. But does the opposite also hold? Can we say that the truth is a lie in masquerade? What is masquerade? Or for that matter, what is reality? Who are we? Who do we really see when we look in the mirror? The image that gazes steadily back at us, that anticipates our every move, our every breath. Who is it? Or what is it?
Darling.
Hello, dear.
Dinner ready?
No.
Oh, you plan for us to dine out?
No, Gerald.
Well, why isn't dinner ready then?
I haven't had a chance to prepare it. I was busy.
Doing what, Cecily?
Oh, learning how to load.
What are you doing with that pistol?
Learning how to aim.
Cecily, don't point that at me.
And learning how to fire.
Why, Cecily? What?
Our mystery drama, The Many Names of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Alexander Scorby. You know how it is with some people. They go along for years, in a groove, a routine, or a rut. Characterize it any way you like. 10, 20 years, the same job, the same apartment, same wife. It might just occur to a man to ask himself, is this all I have to look forward to? There are those men who ask this question and keep asking it. But these are the men who rarely do anything about it. It's the men who don't ask, who seemingly plod along contentedly and quietly. Oh, yes. Look out. Look out for Gerald Furlong, who fills all the specifications we have just stated.
Mr. Furlong.
Yes?
Good morning. My name is Helene LaRue.
Yes?
I'm your new secretary.
Oh.
Mr. Spruance, you know him, the personnel manager.
Yes?
Well, when I heard that old lady McKay, I beg your pardon, Miss McKay was leaving, I asked for the job. And he said I could have it unless you had someone else in mind.
Well,
Actually, I'm the best typist in the pool.
Are you?
Oh, yes. You can check it. Everybody always asks for me.
Yes, but I don't...
Of course you don't know. How could you? Unless we try it. What have you got to lose?
Well...
Then it's settled. Now, all you have to do is sign this memo.
What memo?
The memo to Mr. Spruance, which says you authorize my appointment as your secretary.
Yes, but
Well, now, I don't want you to think I'm pushing you or taking too much on myself. But a good secretary handles all the details, ties up all the loose ends, keeps the desk clear. And as soon as you sign that, I can call Mr. Spruance's secretary.
All right.
Ah, that's it. Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Furlong, you do have a bold, strong handwriting. Unusual, sir, but that's to be expected.
Expected?
Oh, yes. You see, your name is Gerald.
Yes.
And do you know what the name Gerald means?
No.
Well, it's an old German name. It means strong leader of an army. Hello? Hello, this is Elaine LaRue. Tell Mr. Spruance that Mr. Furlong wants me to be his secretary. The memo's on its way. Thank you.
Well, strong leader of an army.
Don't you feel like one?
I'm afraid I don't live up to my name.
Oh, you just think you don't.
My dear young lady, I know I don't.
Don't call me that. You dear young lady.
Why? Does it offend you?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When you call me your dear young lady, you're putting yourself down.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You make yourself sound like an old man. And you're not. You see, I worked in personnel. I had to check everyone's records.
Now, Miss LaRue, those records are highly confidential, and they're...
You're only 45. It's true that you look 55.
Now, Miss LaRue, one thing I frown upon in this office is the discussion of personal matters.
Of course. If you went about things differently, you would look 35.
Miss LaRue, I have some letters to dictate.
Yes, sir.
This is to Mr. Oliver Stevens at Carpenter and Stevens. You'll find the address in the files. Dear sir, pursuant to...
Yes, sir.
Read that back, huh?
All you said was, dear sir, pursuant to...
Oh, yes. Pursuant to our agreement, I must inquire of you, Miss LaRue.
Yes?
You know, you've gotten off here on the wrong foot.
But, Mr. Furlong...
I dislike flattery. I intensely dislike it. I despise it. Please do not interrupt me. I am not a fool.
Oh, I never said you were.
Your flattery is doubly obnoxious because it's so...
So what, Mr. Furlong?
Because it's so extravagant, so obvious.
Oh, but I wasn't...
I might tolerate flattery that's clever. But you, my dear young lady, are ludicrous.
There you go again. Calling me your dear young lady.
I'll call you anything I like. I'm your employer.
Well, why am I ludicrous?
How can you tell me that I could look like a man of 35?
Because it's true.
Do you know what 35 is?
I know what it looks like.
35. That's another world, another generation.
I know.
Tell me that I could look 35 again is well, it's an insult to my intelligence.
I could make you look 35.
What did you say?
Well, you'd have to dress differently, wear colors, let your hair grow long.
Miss LaRue, this conversation has become far too personal.
We can end it any time you say.
Now, pursuant to our agreement, I must inquire of you if you feel obligated to provide financing for...
Yes, Mr. Furlong.
At the risk of sounding foolish, why did you say I could look 35?
I learned something about you, Mr. Furlong.
How could you learn anything about me in so short a time?
Well, I learned that you're a man who fights against his name.
I haven't the faintest idea of what that means.
Your name, Gerald, strong leader of men.
Oh.
Oh, why do you fight it? Why do you deny it? It's what you were meant to be.
Really?
It's true.
Who says so?
I do.
And how would you know?
Because I believe in nomenology. Oh, it's the science of names. I believe that our names tell us what we are.
I think that's ridiculous.
Do you? Well, I think birth itself is a mysterious happening. And that parents unconsciously have an insight into what their child could be, and they name him accordingly. They might not even be aware of it.
Gerald. Well, I'm certainly not a strong leader of men.
But you could be. You have it in you.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, you said that before.
I'll say it again.
Now, why is it any more ridiculous than any other belief? Why is it any more ridiculous than, say, astrology?
Tell me, what does Helene mean?
Light. A torch. From the Greek.
Light?
Yes, light. Have I brought you any?
How's the fish, dear?
Oh, a bit bland.
Bland.
Huh?
That's all. It's been prepared exactly as usual, and you never complained before.
Well, it just happens to lack taste.
But you have to watch your intake of salt.
Why?
Why? Well, it's just the prudent thing, isn't it? That's what you always say.
Yes, I suppose so.
Did they replace Miss McKay?
Yes.
I hope they gave you a mature woman. You can't stand those flighty young girls. What's your new one like?
Well, I really haven't noticed yet.
Oh? How is that possible?
Oh, look, Cecily, my dear, I have too much to do. I simply can't bother to note those things that have nothing to do with business.
You are overworked, dear. That's true.
I'm aware that I have a secretary, that I dictate letters to her, that she has a name, in this case. What she looks like, well, I simply couldn't remember.
Poor dear.
Cecily, tell me something. How old do I look to you?
Why?
Oh, just curious.
I hadn't thought about it.
Well, you don't have to think about it. Just tell me.
Well, darling, you look your age.
Do I?
If anything, a bit older.
Really?
And that's been responsible for your success. A man who heads up a trust department, who's responsible for other people's money, can only inspire confidence if he looks mature and...
And, settled, huh?
Oh, yes, dear, and you certainly do.
Is it possible that anyone could ever take me for, say, 35?
35? Oh, darling, I don't see how. Why do you ask?
Oh, no reason.
Are you sure?
No, please, forget it.
I simply can't imagine why you'd even ask such a strange question. Especially...
Especially what?
Especially since you're not in the habit of asking idle questions. Coffee?
No, darling. If you'll excuse me, I'll go to the library. I have some work.
Oh, Gerald, this goes against everything you ever... Why, you made it almost a religion not to bring work home from the office.
Yes, dear, I know, but every religion encounters a bit of heresy now and then.
Don't stay up too late.
No, dear. I just have a few things to check out.
Hello?
Miss LaRue?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Furlong.
Good evening.
I was waiting for your call.
What do you mean you were waiting for my call?
Well, and I was right. You did call, didn't you?
Well, yes. However, my secretary has to expect to work all hours, and if you object, then perhaps you'd better resign.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. You have such a fascinating voice.
Now, see here, Miss LaRue, this is a business call.
Of course it is.
Look, I had so many things to do today that I can't recall if I sent a letter to Mr. Oliver Stevens.
Mr. Oliver Stevens of Carpenter and Stevens.
That's right. Because if I forget to write one...
Well, you did, Mr. Furlong. You dictated it, and I typed it and mailed it.
Good. That is a relief. Otherwise, I'd have to call him this evening and explain that he shouldn't expect to...
No, the letter went out.
That's what I wanted to know.
Is there anything else?
No, I can't think of anything.
Oh, then, good night, sir.
Good night. Just another minute. Could you tell me what the name Cecily means?
Cecily?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, sir. That's, a Latin name. It means one who is in the dark.
Gerald?
Yes, dear. Did I wake you? I'm sorry.
Oh, working at night's the worst thing in the world for your nervous system.
Yes, dear. I'll just brush my teeth and get right to bed. Who's there?
Gerald,
Who's talking to me?
look in the mirror, Gerald.
I am. I'm looking in.
Don't you see me?
What is all this? I must be having an hallucination.
Look in the mirror, Gerald. Who do you see?
I see myself.
No, you see me.
But who are you?
The image you cast in the mirror.
That's me, isn't it?
No, that's me.
I can't believe this. I'm...
You're what? What? Drunk? You never drink. Mad? You're the safest man in the city.
Seeing things. Why? What's happening to me?
That's it, Jerry. What is happening?
I've gone mad.
You will be. Soon, Jerry. Unless you fire that girl.
Which girl?
Oh, don't play games with me. I've looked at your face for the last 45 years. You have no secrets from me.
Why should I fire her?
You know why.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you don't get rid of her, you're headed for ruin, disgrace, death.
How can you say that?
It's true. You know it's true. Don't you, Gerald? Deep down, way down. Don't you know where it must end? How it must end?
Yes.
Use your common sense and fire her first thing in the morning. Will you do that, Gerald?
Yes. First thing in the morning, I'll fire her.
You look in the mirror, and a perfect stranger starts to talk to you. He wears your face, but you know he isn't you. He knows every thought in your head and every emotion in your heart. But you know he isn't you. Who is he? We shall acquire some new insights when I return shortly with Act 2. There's a face that looks back at our own each time we gaze into a mirror. But is it always the same face? The quick answer, the automatic answer is yes, certainly, of course. This teaches that we should never answer anything without pausing for thought. We might get the same surprise that happened to Gerald Furlong. It was the same face, but it wasn't his.
Good morning, Mr. Furlong.
Good morning, Mr. LaRue. Come into my office, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. LaRue, I have something to tell you.
Oh, I know. You want to fire me.
Well, I've been thinking. A man and his secretary, they spend considerable time together, and therefore they should have similar temperaments.
And you're too busy thinking to have fun.
Obviously, we don't have a similar temperament, Miss LaRue.
Very well. I'll go back to the pool, and you can get yourself another dried-up old maid to match the one you've got at home.
Now, see here.
Yes, what is it you want me to see?
How did you know? How did you know I was going to fire you?
Well, you keep fighting your name. You're not a Gerald.
Look,
What are you fighting? You know, you never had a good time in your life.
Why should you care?
Because I'm in love with you.
That's impossible. We don't know each other. We have nothing in common.
Oh, that's all nonsense. You fall in love because you hear a certain tone in somebody's voice. You see a certain light in someone's eye.
But how can such a love be lasting?
Oh, who says love has to last? You know, love comes and goes. Love is. And then one day, it just isn't. And it's gone. And nobody knows why, and it doesn't matter, because sooner or later it will come again with someone else.
You're a strange girl.
Oh, we're all strange.
Look, we can't talk here. I'll take you out to lunch.
No lunch.
Why not?
Because you must lose weight. I'll take you shopping. Oh, I like that jacket. And with the aqua shirt.
Oh, but I only wear white shirts.
Oh, that's all in the past, darling. Now look at yourself in the mirror.
No.
No?
Absolutely not.
But how can you tell if...
Look, I just don't want to.
I insist now. Come on. Look in the mirror. Have you ever seen anything so...
Well,
It's a work of art.
Gerald.
No.
Gerald. This face, you see it. It isn't my face anymore. Gerald, don't kill me.
I'm not killing you.
What are you saying, darling?
Darling. Already?
Look, darling,
You can't do away with me, Gerald. We've been together too long. We built up our whole world together. You just can't get rid of me and get another image.
Well, what do you think, darling?
Fire her, you fool. Get rid of her. Walk out of here before it's too late. Save yourself.
I think...
What's there to think about? He'll take it. And now for some sportswear.
Good morning, darling.
Morning.
Bacon is ready. Will you have 2 eggs? We have cereal.
Just a cup of coffee.
But you must have breakfast.
No, I'm fine. Just coffee.
Darling, where did you get that suit?
Oh, I did some shopping last week. You like it?
Well, it looks a bit
Yes?
young for you.
Young?
And that shirt and the tie, those colors are quite violent.
Violent?
It's hardly the image for a trust officer. And besides, dear, middle-aged men who strive for a juvenile look only succeed in making themselves appear ludicrous.
Which is how I appear to you.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I only...
Oh, look, we shouldn't quarrel, especially today. I have to go to Chicago.
Oh?
Just for a few days. We have to investigate a financial...
But you'll never travel, dear.
Well, I can't refuse this client.
No, I suppose not.
I'll cut the trip as short as I possibly can.
Yes, dear.
Well, how do you like it?
I must say it's convenient to the office.
Well, the rent was higher than you said you could go. But...
It's all right. Come here.
Oh, I must say, you learn fast.
I didn't have to learn. I always knew it. It was just out of practice, that's all.
Let me show you what I bought me this afternoon.
Look, I hope your account isn't overdrawn again.
Oh, it was a steal. My first mink cape.
Oh. Was it necessary?
No, that's not my Gerald. The king of the army. It's the old trust officer speaking.
Oh, I just asked.
Don't you want me to keep warm?
Of course.
That's better.
What would you like to do tonight?
Oh, what are we supposed to be doing?
I'm supposed to be taking a client to a long and involved business dinner.
Oh, well, then let's go to the High Hat Club.
Hmm? I think I heard of that place.
What'd you hear?
I don't think it's the kind of establishment I should be seen at.
Then what are we waiting for?
My turn again. I'll bet.
Marty!
Hi.
Hey, Gerald, this is Marty Trainer. He owns the place. Gerald Furlong.
How do you do?
Oh, Furlong, huh? That's a good name for a horse player.
Oh, he doesn't have to play with the horses, Marty. He's too skillful with the time.
I'm afraid it's beginner's luck.
When you're hot, you're hot. If you're on a streak, ride it.
I will.
Bet it all.
Hey! You won, darling. You won. You won.
Let it ride.
Oh, darling, it's getting late.
Yes, I know.
You should be getting home.
Oh, I wish I didn't have to go.
So do I.
You know the right thing to do? I should divorce Cecily and we ought to get married.
Why should we get married?
Because we're in love.
Oh, weren't you in love with Cecily once?
Well, yes.
And that's why you married her, but it didn't help. It didn't keep your love alive.
You and I, we'll be different.
No, we won't. We may love each other till the day we die, and we may fall out of love tomorrow morning.
But I want us to keep our love.
Oh, love can't be a guaranteed investment. Isn't the here and now enough?
Gerald.
Huh?
Gerald, please don't kill me.
Oh. I better take a pill or see a doctor.
Why? I'm the one who's sick. You're killing me. No, don't turn your face away. Look in the mirror. Look at me.
I'm looking.
Don't you see how I've changed?
Look, we've never looked so good.
Soon, you'll have a new image. And what becomes of me? I'll be dead.
Frankly, I couldn't care less.
But I'm the only image you're comfortable with. I'm the only image you can live with.
I used to think so. I'm learning different.
You're a fool. Get rid of her.
Oh, no.
She'll get tired of you sooner or later. And then what will you have?
Elaine's what I've always wanted. I never had the nerve to let myself believe it.
You can't afford her.
Who says so?
The apartment, the clothes, the gifts, the jewels, and now the gambling.
Who knows more about gambling than I do? Haven't I gambled with investments all my life?
It's not the same thing.
Except this time I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying life.
It can turn all at once. It can sweep you away swiftly, suddenly, like a tidal wave. Gerald, get rid of her. You'll never know what hit you.
No.
She'll kill both of us.
I don't care. I don't care.
Gerald?
What do you want?
I thought I heard you talking to someone.
You what?
I heard you talking to someone.
Oh, come on. That's ridiculous.
I thought so, too, at first. But lately it seems... Well, you seem to be having angry conversations.
Indeed. About what?
I don't know, but I'm sure I hear voices.
You sure you're all right, dear? Is something wrong?
No.
No sounds like yes.
Oh, I suppose I'm a little bit lonesome these days. I see so little of you.
Look, darling, things are becoming impossible at the office. You know, the way the market is behaving.
I know. There are terrible pressures on you. Why don't you quit?
Quit?
Yes, dear, quit. Find something else.
It isn't easy to get a new job at 45.
But you don't look 45. You look at least 10 years younger.
Well, how would we make out while I was looking around?
Well, you've been very judicious with our money. We should have quite a bit put by.
Cecily, we don't have. In the present market, our holdings have, well, they haven't done well. They've lost considerable value.
Oh.
It's my fault. I'm sorry.
Well, there's my inheritance.
Oh, no, we couldn't.
It's $50,000.
No. We must never touch that.
It could help ease us along.
Cecily. Oh, Cecily. You're too good to me.
Don't say that. I love you. Let's start life all over. Is it something to think about?
Yes, it is something to think about.
Where are we going?
The usual place.
Ah.
What does that mean?
Oh, you just said the usual place, which means our lives are becoming predictable.
Well, don't you enjoy it there?
Tonight, I'd like to go dancing.
They have dancing. Marty hires the best band in town.
How would you know? You never danced to it.
If you want to dance tonight, that's what we'll do.
Let's go somewhere else.
Why?
Because if we go to Marty's, you'll get involved in a card game.
No, I won't. I promise you.
Oh, you make that promise every night, and you break that promise every night.
Well, tonight'll be different. You'll see.
Gerald, I want to go home.
Darling, we can't go just yet.
I I see no reason why we can't do anything we please any time we want to do it.
I've lost too much money.
So what? It's only money.
I can't quit now.
Oh, this place is becoming a bore.
I can't afford to.
And you're becoming a bore, too.
Don't say that. But I love you. Do you understand?
Well, I love you, too.
Just another half hour.
Mr. Furlong.
Yes, Marty?
Do we meet again?
No, Gerald, no. Don't play with him, please. You can't beat him.
What are you talking about? The cards are going to come my way. I can feel it.
You can't beat him. His name is Martin.
What?
After Mars, the god of war. He's a child of Mars. Gerald, let's leave now.
Sure. Look, all I need is just one good pot.
Gerald, don't play with him.
All right, you go get your coat and meet me here.
Oh.
Well, Mr. Furlong, just you and I left, huh? So, no fight for the pot. I believe you were the opener.
500.
Oh, a very good bet. I think I'll raise. Make it 1,000.
And 1,000 better.
A man with confidence. However, another 1,000.
1,000 to you again, Marty.
Well, I must respect that. I call.
You should. I have a full house.
An excellent hand. Good enough to win most of the time, but not good enough this time.
What are you?
I have 4 little deuces.
Oh.
So let's see. In the pot where your overall bets of $5,500 and added to your previous indebtedness, we have a total of $35,000.
What? That's impossible.
I have your markers here, Mr. Furlong. Care to check the arithmetic?
Well, no, I don't carry $35,000 around with me in cash.
Who does? We can wait till tomorrow.
Gerald, are we ready to go? Gerald.
Yes. Yes, Elaine. We're ready to go.
He says he's ready to go, but the question is, where? Where do you go when you've just lost $35,000 that you don't have? Where do you go? And what do you do? Well, this could be as good a time as any for Gerald to find out if he can live up to his name, strong leader of men. We'll know everything when I return shortly with Act 3. It's not the first time, it won't be the last time, a man will seek to change his image. But is an image like a shoe, a coat, a tie, something a man may take off and cast aside? Can an image refuse to be changed? Can it fight back? It's very late at night, after a disastrous evening, and Gerald Furlong is once again confronting an image in the mirror. The image he seeks to change. And until recently, it was such a quiet, unobtrusive, submissive image.
Now will you leave Helene?
No.
She's ruined you.
I can't blame her.
Tell Cecily. Confess.
Why?
Where else can you get the money?
The money?
The $35,000 you gambled away.
I'll...
You what? You counted on Cecily's money. You knew it was there. That's why you gambled.
That's a lie.
You're talking to me.
I can raise it.
Where? How?
She loves me. She'll let me have it.
That's what I've been telling you. Confess to Cecily. Confess everything.
Not Cecily. Helene. Helene, I'm in over my head. Please help me.
Of course.
I knew you would. That's what love is. Now, your necklace, your bracelet, and the furs.
You want me to sell them?
We can raise quite a bit of money. Maybe not all of it, but enough to give me breathing room.
I see.
I'll make it up to you later.
Darling, I won't do it.
But we're in love.
Yes?
You said you'd help me.
Help you in the right way. The way you should be helped.
What do you mean?
The way a man named Gerald should be helped.
I don't understand.
Gerald, strong leader of the army. Are you going to bow down before the demands of a cheap gambler?
I lost the money.
Well, how do you know you lost it? Honestly. How do you know the cards weren't fixed?
I don't.
Well, stand up to him. Refuse to pay him.
What? But he'll...
He'll what? Gambling's against the law here. His club is illegal. He has no claims on you. He can't go to court about it.
Yes, but still...
Still? Are you going to hold still? Be Gerald. This is how I love you. This is how I help you.
Yes. Yes, he has no legal claim. You're right.
Yeah, you're right, Mr. Furlong. Absolutely right. I have no legal recourse.
Then I shall say good day to you, sir.
But I have other alternatives.
Yes, I can imagine.
Can you?
I can imagine that you'll try to frighten me with your underworld connections.
Underworld connections? You've seen too many movies.
You think you can scare me with strong-arm tactics? I'm not afraid of you.
Why should you be?
Or anyone else. I've been in a war. I know how to use a weapon. I have one in my house. I can defend myself, and I will.
Now, you are a trust officer for an important brokerage house, huh?
Oh, I see. Blackmail. I'm not afraid. I'll deny I was ever in here.
You can't. You see, we have proof.
What do you mean by proof?
Well, now, when I press this button, that white screen comes down from the ceiling. And another button, we have a projector. And now we have a motion picture, and look who the hero is.
Oh.
Why, it's you.
I don't believe it.
Ah, Mr. Furlong, isn't it true? One picture is worth 1,000 words. How well you photograph. I mean, there you are, betting, raking in the money. Oh, you are a gambler, sir. That's obvious. So how you relish what you're doing, huh? Well, have you seen enough?
What will you do with it? Show it to my management people?
Oh, yes.
Well, it won't do any good. They'll fire me. That won't get you your money.
Oh, yes, it will.
What do you mean? They're not responsible
now,
for
listen, we exhibit this little documentary. We tell your management, unless they make good on your debt, we will show the picture to their clients. We will say to them, here is how a man who handles your money amuses himself in his spare time. Is he doing this with your money? I think your management will pay us off, don't you? You, violence? Who needs violence when this kind of persuasion is so much more, persuasive?
I need time.
Of course. Take a few days. Take a week. Even more. And think about it. I'm sure something will occur to you.
Elaine? Elaine? What the place? It's empty. What happened? She's gone. She's disappeared and she took everything. What's this? Darling, love comes, love goes. And for us, it's over. Think about me as I shall think about you. And remember always, remember your name is Gerald, strong leader of a host. She's gone. She's gone.
Of course she's gone. What did you expect?
Where are you?
What do you think I am? Look in the mirror.
The mirror.
A small mirror with a pearl-encrusted border. She was going to take it along with everything else, but she forgot. Well, what are you going to do now?
No, I'm going to...
It's not too late. Get down on your knees to Cecily. Pray to her to forgive you.
Never. No, not to her. Not to Cecily.
You can't afford to have pride.
I'll get the money somehow.
Oh, no. Not that way. I know what you're thinking.
Look, it's the only way.
I won't let you. I won't let you kill her. I'll stop you.
It'll be a burglary.
No.
Yes, a burglar, and he killed her.
No, Gerald.
That's how it happened. I've got the gun at home.
Don't do it, Gerald. She'll be angry, but in the end, she'll forgive you.
I'll have an alibi. They'll never be able to prove it.
Gerald, don't. Don't kill her for her money.
I have to.
I won't let you.
You can't stop me.
I can warn Cecily.
How could you? You can't.
I'll stop you. I'll kill you first.
Cecily? Cecily, where are you?
Here. I'm here, darling, in the living room.
Oh. How are you?
As well as can be expected.
What does that mean?
Considering that my husband has A, deceived me with another woman, B, squandered every dollar he has in the world, and C, plans to murder me for my inheritance, I don't feel too badly.
What on earth are you...
Is it true?
Look, where could you possibly get such a crazy idea?
You told me.
I told you?
Yes. Strangest thing happened. I was sitting at the mirror combing my hair, and I looked in the mirror, and it wasn't my face at all, but yours.
What? That's impossible.
And you started to talk to me, and you told me everything, including the fact that you want to kill me.
No, it isn't true. Look, how could you see my face in the mirror?
But I did, and you spoke to me.
It could have been a dream.
Perhaps. But does it matter?
Darling, I love you. Why would I...
I suppose I've been blind, but no more.
I wish I could convince you.
What are you looking for in that drawer?
I'm not looking for anything.
That's not true. You were looking for this.
What? Cecily, don't. You couldn't shoot me?
No, I couldn't. I'm not like you.
Why are you pointing that pistol at me?
Get out.
Get out?
This is no longer your home. I'm no longer your wife. And I'm holding this gun because as long as I hold it, you won't be able to kill me.
Cecily, you're mad. It's all in your imagination.
Stay just where you are.
Well, we've been married 22 years. We love each other.
Not another step, I warn you.
Cecily, you wouldn't shoot me. You couldn't.
Stop.
Give me that gun.
No.
Drop it.
No, you want to kill me. Help.
Shut up.
Help me, somebody. He wants to kill me.
I'll help you. Keep out of this. You keep out of it.
Let go of her.
Get back in the mirror where you belong.
No, I don't. I don't belong there anymore. You have another image.
Get away.
Let her go. Let her...
Gerald.
He saved you, Cecily. He saved you.
Gerald.
He's a better man than I am.
Who?
Look in the mirror.
Let me get a doctor.
Look in the mirror, Do you see him?
Him? I don't see him.
Then he's gone, too. He's gone.
Gerald. Oh, Gerald.
They're both gone, Gerald and the image. I know we have the realists in the house and the psychologists who will tell us that they can reduce it all to a matter of the inner self. Split personality, guilty conscience. Well, to each his own. It could have been an image acting independently. Proof, absolute proof, is missing for both sides. I'll return in a few minutes. A French philosopher once said, "We leave a part of ourselves behind us each day." That's true. But where do we leave it? Sometimes a very close and introspective look in the mirror might help us arrive at the answer. Answers, so much in demand and so short in supply. However, we do have the full answer for your mystery, suspense, and excitement needs right here. Our cast included Alexander Scourby, Laurie March, William Redfield, and Marion Haley. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The thought has been phrased many ways. Sir Walter Scott's will serve for this story. But come he slow or come he fast, it is but death who comes at last. A statement we all have to accept, but how few of us risk it coming fast. Which brings us to this story of a headstrong girl named Valerie Reynolds, who for her own mysterious reasons refused to heed all warning of danger from the man she should have listened to before all others.
Jeff, will you mind your own business? I'm going back to the inn, and Herr von Dorn is driving me there.
Get out of that car, Val. I'm warning you.
Warning me? Of what?
Okay. You asked for it. This character you're chasing around with is...
Chasing around? I've had it. Let's go, Hendrik. I'm not going to listen to any more.
You'll listen. Lay off this guy if you know what's good for you. He's a murderer.
Our mystery drama, The Mills of the Gods, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Joan Copeland and Tony Roberts.
On WABC.
Paris in the summer is just as gay and just as lovely as the spring. But like most big cities, it is hot. And it is crowded. Not so much with Parisians as with tourists. The bulk of them, as always, American. But there are other Americans in Paris, too. And if they are old hands looking for a familiar face, they head down the Boulevard Saint-Germain at the aperitif time for Les Deux Magots, the sidewalk cafe that is the crossroads of the world.
Dick! Jeff! I can't believe it. You're the last person I expected to find here.
And you're the last I expected to see.
Why? Didn't Val tell you?
What?
Murder, it's impossible. Just let me get something cool.
Wait a minute. Didn't Val tell me?
Yeah, but I was coming back from the Mideast.
Oh, well, she couldn't very well. Neither one of us have been in Paris. I went down to Antibes for a week to get out of the heat, and Val left nearly a week before me.
Left? For where?
Oh, some little hotel at Scheveningen.
Den Haag?
Yeah.
Holland? Hey, but that doesn't make sense.
Oh, what do you mean?
Yeah, but I've been writing her every day, and I've gotten replies, and they were all postmarked from Paris, here.
Oh.
I thought she was at the flat. What'd she go to Holland for?
Oh, I don't know. Get away from the heat, I suppose, and Scheveningen's got a gorgeous beach.
Yeah, but she doesn't have any friends there.
Look, my sister has friends everywhere, and she didn't expect you to bust out for at least a month.
Roving TV correspondents are about as reliable as the weather report.
I know.
Except, I have big news. I'm going home to the States to be second banana on the New York WBS team.
Ah.
I'm a success at long last, and I came back with wedding bells jangling in my ear.
Well, you know, she's going to flip when she finds out she wasn't here to greet you.
Have you got a phone number?
No. Wait a minute. If we get back to the apartment, I can give you her address, and you can write her.
I'm going to do a hell of a lot more than that, brother-in-law-to-be. I'm going to go join her at Scheveningen, just as fast as I get that address from you. There's something out of whack about this whole thing. You'd have to know Val as well as I do to understand why I was worried. I mean, really worried. First off, she's the most honest, open person I've ever known. Sometimes too much for her own good. And then she's reckless with herself. I mean, you don't become one of the world's top downhill skiers with 2 Olympics behind you without being that. And that's where I met her, skiing. Of course, I'm not in her class. At skiing, anyways. Also, she's rich. I mean, really rich, which is the only thing... Well, it's the main one, anyway, that's held up our marriage. But there are a lot of guys in Europe who don't have the same scruples and are after rich wives who also happen to be beautiful. And last of all, I'd been away from her for too long.
Well, at least the concierge cleared up the mystery about the letters.
No, he didn't clear it up at all. He only made it worse. Why would Val have been sending him letters in an envelope addressed to him to mail to me as though they came from Paris?
I don't know. You got me. Doesn't make any sense.
Look, just give me that address so I can find out.
Right. It's right here on my desk somewhere. Oh, this desk. Yes, here it is. Hotel Madurose. Now, why couldn't I remember that?
Any idea where this hotel is?
Oh, no. Beach stretches for miles. Most of it's lined with them. Why don't we try calling her? It must have a phone.
No.
Jeff, look, nothing's gone sour between you two, has it?
Not as far as I know. But there's something about the picture I don't quite like. One thing about your sister, she kind of stands out in a crowd. She won't be hard to find. The hotel turned out to be small and far to the south, but it led me to where I'm standing now on a sand dune just outside Zandvoort. It's a high, clean summer day with bright sun and glorious blue skies. But for me, everything's outlined in burning red, and the sand stings against my eyes. For at this moment, now, I'm watching the woman I love, Valerie Reynolds. The afternoon sun silhouettes all the long, clean lines of figure, tall and slim next to the big, powerful, bearded man beside her. And then, as I watch in what seems agonizing slow motion, they turn towards each other, and I see Valerie, my Val, take his hand.
Valerie.
Yes, Henry?
You are so incredibly lovely. Desirable. I adore you, and you are... But you know that.
Hardly. If I were perfection, I wouldn't be a real flesh and blood woman. And if I weren't a woman, how could I be in love?
With me.
Oh, please. Let me go, Henry.
Why, have I said something wrong? Done something?
Scarcely. At least not yet.
Then why? Why do you resist? Ah, how stupid of me. Of course, I have been in too great a hurry, rushing things. It is a matter of time, no?
No is right. It is more a matter of tide, since we're not dressed to swim.
How?
The next wave, or at least the following one, and we'll really get our feet wet. Now, if we don't move, the tide's coming in fast. Shall we go?
You are right. And it is the next. Run, Valerie, run.
I'll race you to the dunes.
And if I catch you?
As we old Yankees say, first catch your fish and then... Oh!
Are you all right? Did you turn your ankle?
No, I'm fine. I just stepped in a hole. Would you help me up?
No, I have a better idea. Look, we are beyond the tide line. I'll join you. Sit beside you. The sand is warm. The sky is so blue. Maybe I will just lie here a moment. How beautiful you are.
Between the wind and the sand, I'll bet.
Like some Greek nymph washed shoreward by the restless sea.
Love words. Challenging. Enticing. Like your music.
You make more music for me than I ever can from the piano. My words are all of love. We were speaking of love, remember?
Yes.
And my question still remains unanswered. I love. Do you? I love the sea, the dunes, and the feel of the sand warm against my back, and the wind washing the sun gently across my face. What do you think has brought me here every day, away from the beach crowds at Svenningen, the noise, the laughter, the parties? You still haven't answered me.
Men. And the eternal question. No. Don't say anything, Henry. Let me. I came here that first day because I love the dunes and the sand and the sea and the silence. And then, walking along the sea's edge, the wind brought me to your music. A real siren song drifting on an offshore breeze from your old windmill. And I crept into the shadow of the dunes to listen. transfixed, unseen. A little drunk on the music you can coax from that piano.
No, not unseen. I saw you come day after day.
My feet and my heart kept leading me back.
I wanted to call to you, to come to you. But each time when I left the piano, by the time I reached the ground floor and onto the beach, you had vanished. Almost like a dream. Until today. When I left, you were waiting.
And we said hello and walked towards the water, and suddenly we were hand in hand. Yes, I am in love.
With me.
Well, for the moment, in love with love. Isn't that enough?
We could start to find out. Kiss me.
No.
Why not?
This is a little public, isn't it?
There's no one to see or care but us.
I'm afraid you're wrong. Way down there up on the dunes, the two figures.
Where? Oh, yes. Yes, you are right. But why should they care anything about us?
Oh, I'm sure they don't. But what we have, I care about. It is for us alone.
No, don't get up. Don't leave.
Today I must. You and I, we will make a private meeting. Just for the two of us. Where we will be alone. Walk me to my car.
Far away from the dunes, I've watched Val and this man. I don't need to hear any words to know it's a love scene. It's there in every gesture and every move. I'm sick to my stomach with disbelief. I never dreamed that I would really have lost Val to another man. And for the first time in my life now, I have the unbearable feeling of being absolutely alone.
The lady is a friend of yours?
It's a voice out of nowhere, and I turn. It belongs to a small man in an ill-fitting, old-fashioned English walking suit. A pair of binoculars in his eyes. He lowers them and comes towards me, limping slightly on his right leg as he repeats.
Mille pardon if I intrude, but the lady is a friend of yours?
Yes. Under the circumstances, maybe I should say was.
L'amour, monsieur. Man's escape from reality. The great illusion.
What?
The trap. Love. It is a veritable trap. Monsieur will observe that I am a bachelor.
So?
The only safe condition.
Monsieur, do me a favor.
But of course.
Would you mind taking yourself and the philosophy course in blow?
Blow?
Scram. Make yourself scarce. Allez-vous-en.
Oh, yes, of course. But first, monsieur, just one more thing. Your young lady, she needs help.
No, not from me. Not this time. Not ever again. She made this bed herself, so let her lie in it.
Even if she is in grave danger?
What danger?
This man, take it from me, I know. To my certain knowledge, he is responsible for the deaths of at least 3 young women. In short, monsieur, this is not a man. He is a murderer.
He looks up at me, this little man who is materialized beside me from nowhere, his eyes quizzical and as brightly black as a bird's. I have no idea who he is, but something about him, somehow, makes me know that he's telling me the truth. And suddenly, I find myself running across the dunes, running to intercept them and ready to do battle with this stranger who has stolen my love from me.
Well, now, here's a nice tangled little web to unweave with all the classic 6 questions on murder. Who is the little man with the limp? What is Hendrik Van Dorn after? Why has Valerie forgotten the man she so recently planned to marry? How is the murder to be accomplished, if indeed it is planned? And where will it be, or when? I'll return shortly with Act 2.
To the Mystery Theater on WABC.
As Valerie and the big bearded man walk slowly from the beach up on and over the dunes, they are slanting away from the running Jeff, unaware of his approach. Then, as they clamber up to the road on top of the dike, Hendrik is obviously urging her back to his windmill. But Valerie turns resolutely towards her small sports car, parked precariously on the inner edge of the dike.
But I want to show you the inside of my my sanctuary. Come to my studio inside the windmill. I will play for you.
Oh, I'm dying to see your studio and the inside of the mill, but today I have a luncheon appointment at my hotel, and I must get back.
Then allow me to drive you there.
Oh, no, I wouldn't think of it. It must be 2 or 3 miles.
It is a lovely day, and I enjoy a good walk back or exercise.
Am I that important to you?
Oh, in fact, I shall insist. Unless you can assure me that I don't have a rival.
Oh, I can assure you, Hendrik, you have no rival. There's no one I'm more interested in than you.
Then, when can we be alone together?
Shall we make it Sunday, 2 days from...
Val! Val!
Here comes a young man in a hurry. He seems to know you.
Val, darling, wait.
Well, why don't you wait for him? He seems to know you very well. I thought you said...
Shh. Well, for heaven's sakes, Jeff Garrett. Where on earth did you pop up from? What are you doing here?
A few minutes ago, that's what I was asking myself.
Well, this is a surprise. How are you? You're looking well?
Frankly, I wish I hadn't been.
Hadn't been what?
Looking well at the two of you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't believe you two have met. Hendrik, this is Mr. Jeff Garrett, roving TV correspondent for World Broadcasting back in the States. A very brilliant young man. Jeff, this is an equally brilliant pianist, Hendrik van Doorn.
Pleasure to meet you.
I'm glad you think so. Well, the pleasure isn't returned.
Jeff!
Move over, Val. I'm driving you back to the hotel.
Just a moment. I believe you are mistaken. I think Miss Reynolds prefers to have me drive her there.
Not on your life, Bud.
Jeff, what's the matter with you? Have you lost your mind?
It seems to be about the one thing I haven't lost.
Don't talk silly.
Then you stop acting that way.
I think you're the one who's acting out of turn.
In what way?
As if you owned me.
Haven't I been given every reason to think so?
Oh, all right. That's enough. I'm going back to the hotel, and Herr van Doorn is driving me.
Get out of that car. Or move over. I'm warning you.
Warning me of what?
This character you're amusing yourself with.
Amusing myself? Okay, brother, I'm not listening to any more.
Oh, you'll listen to this. I'll lay off this guy if you know what's good for you. He's a murderer.
Oh, well, now that really tears it. Hendrik, please, get in the car.
Look, if you don't believe me, look at his face. If that doesn't convince you, ask...
Get in, Hendrik. Ask who, Jeff?
The little guy back there, the one with the limp. Hey. What happened to him? Where'd he disappear to?
I don't know, but I suggest wherever it was, you beat it there, too.
Oh, wait a minute, Val.
Now, why don't you pay attention to me, you fool? Get away from me. There's never been anything between us, and I never want to see you again.
That's really the way you want it?
How else? That's just the way I want it. You've almost spoiled everything for me. Please, let's go, Hendrik.
Your wish is my command. Well, Valerie.
Well, Hendrik?
I thought you said there was no one else.
There isn't.
And this Jeff. He seemed to think...
Oh, he's a fool. He follows me everywhere. He has this big thing for me. I can't get rid of him. He's just a drag. I mean, he's a nuisance. He doesn't mean anything to me.
But from the things he said, the way he spoke...
I told you, he's a fool.
Bon. So, I am still to expect you on Sunday?
Of course. What could have changed that?
Many things.
But I've told you that he doesn't mean it.
Yes, the American. Well, I've forgotten about him, but not something he said.
What, Hendrik?
Valerie, that is not my real name. You see, what your countrymen said of me is in a way true. 3 months ago, I was tried for the murder of my wife in Paris. I am French. My real name is Jean Rochelle.
I know. And you were acquitted.
But of course, it was quite a lurid trial. What you would say in America, a three-ring circus. I suppose you must have read of it.
I did.
And still you are not afraid of me?
I came to Paris for the end of the trial. I saw you in the court, and you literally swept me off my feet. I knew you were innocent.
You knew?
That was what the court found you. She shot herself accidentally, didn't she?
Yes. Yes, poor Eve. For a long while, I felt it was my fault that I should have left her loaded gun while I was away for a few days. It was stupid of me. I was only anxious to protect her. I adored her beyond life. Everyone knew that.
Every woman in that courtroom did. Everyone was on your side.
Oh, not everyone. One is tried, placed in the dock, and the stigma still clings. That's why I fled here, to Holland, to my lonely windmill retreat, where we had been so happy together. I thought this beard would help too. But even here I am found out, and the gossip will begin again.
I won't start it.
Thank you. I'm surprised you recognized me.
You could never hide from me, Hendrik. You see, I use your new name for a new life. When I found you on the beach and recognized you, I felt perhaps we could start one together and make this one a good one.
Valerie. I said I loved my wife, but I feel now I never knew what love meant till I met you.
We'll find out. But here's the hotel, Hendrik. I hate to think of that long walk back for you.
A dream. I will be walking on air.
Bonjour, Mademoiselle Reynolds. Excuse, you will pardon my presence in your room uninvited, I hope.
How did you get in here?
In my profession, one has ways. Unofficial sometimes, but as you see, effective, huh?
Who are you?
Permit me to introduce myself. Inspector Michel Beauvais, Paris Police. My credentials, here.
Oh, the Sûreté.
Uh-huh.
Of course, the little man with the limp.
Pardon?
You were the one who told Jeff that Hendrik was a...
Oh, that Hendrik Van Dorn, as he calls himself, was a murderer. Correct?
But why did you disappear?
Well, one must observe, mademoiselle, that I am known to this man. He must not see me, but it is of the utmost importance that I see you. Therefore, my unwarranted presence in your room. You see, we must talk together, you and I.
What is it we have to talk about?
Oh, about your safety and a very dangerous man.
Hendrik?
Hendrik.
Why so dangerous? Didn't you police acquit him?
The courts, mademoiselle, not the police. And only this murder.
There have been others?
Alors, I have only admiration for you, but let me tell you of this man. He has a magnificent talent for the piano, vraiment. And he is an heroic figure, sans doute. For years, he has used these gifts to trap, shall we say, at the least, trusting women. First, money and jewels, and when that is not enough, marriage, settlements that make him the one to inherit. And then, unfortunate accidents. 3 times that we know of, he has been married. 3 times a grieving widower. And each time, he is left richer than before.
But that's incredible. Why haven't the police managed to...
But the police, mademoiselle, unlike Hendrik or Jean Rochelle, or however you call him, are only human. He is very careful. This last time, we actually thought we had him trapped, but enfin, alas, he slipped our noose again. What matters is that I am here to warn you. He is a vicious
murderer.
You don't have to warn me. I know.
Ah? You know?
Now it is my turn to talk, Inspector. You see, this last wife of his, Eve Stallings, was one of my best and closest friends. We grew up together. We went to the same schools. We skied together. We were as close as sisters. Now, I was back in America because my father was very ill, but I knew that Eve had flipped over this Jean Rochelle. And it wasn't until I was coming out of the sadness after my father's death that I heard about her death and the trial. I left for Paris immediately.
But why?
Because I wanted to be a witness. I knew Eve could never have killed herself.
Oh, so you believe, as I do, that this was no accident. Knowing that, how can you risk your life with this man you believe murdered your friend?
He likes attractive, young, and rich women. I am young, I'm attractive enough, and unreasonably rich.
Huh? And you had some idea of taking the law into your own hands?
I can't tell you exactly what I had in mind. But I knew from a letter I'd gotten from Eve that they had this little hideout in an old mill at Sanford.
Uh-huh.
And the authorities seemed to be letting this louse get away with it. So while I was waiting for the man that I loved to return from the Middle East, I thought I'd try to measure up for Eve's sake.
Mm-hmm. What was your plan?
To rope him in if I could first, and then...
And then what? When the whole Paris Sûreté, the police, had failed, how did you hope to succeed?
Well, I might be able to make him confess the truth.
Could we not work together, you and I?
That brings me to a question of my own. What are you doing here?
Like you, I am unsatisfied by the turn that justice has taken. Besides, it is my vacation. I am a bachelor. I have no ties.
But no jurisdiction here in Holland.
No, none. My hopes are as flimsy as yours. Until now we have met. Now I think together we could trap him if you would risk it. I do not think you have to fear him so much if you are not married to him.
Married to him? I don't think that's Hendrik's general notion.
Oh, but of course it is. Do not delude yourself for a moment. He has not recognized you. You satisfy the two cravings of his soul. Soul, if he can be said to have one.
What?
You are very beautiful and very rich. Parbleu, you are the perfect piece of cheese to catch a... Mademoiselle will, comme on dit, forgive the figure of speech, huh?
If I looked strange, it wasn't because of that. It was Jeff.
The headstrong young man I met earlier. Huh?
I've hurt him so terribly. How can I find him to explain?
Don't worry. You must allow me to do that.
No. I want to do it myself.
Now, trust my instinct in this, please. For once, it would be better for a policeman to do it than a woman, even one so desirable as you. Now, let us make our plans together, how we must trap this rat.
So now, all of our questions have been answered except how, or if, a murder is to be committed. Or rather, how it may be prevented if the rat is not deceived by either the lure or the trap. As I said in the beginning, this is a story of a headstrong girl. Let's hope she's strong enough not to lose her head. I'll return in a moment with Act 3. It's Sunday at the old windmill on the beach. A day of peace and quiet and tranquility. The breeze off the water under cloudless skies is less than 5 knots. Outside, the vanes stand fixed, unmoving. Inside, although the owner is not presently there is considerable activity in the top or attic floor.
Oh, okay, Inspector. Look, here are your microphone wires.
Lead them over here to the receiver.
I don't know why I ever agreed to this with you and Val. No wonder she was afraid to let me know what she was up to. It's crazy.
Why, Monsieur Chef? It is perfect. Here we are on the 3rd floor of the windmill. Exactly below us is Hendrik's living quarters, which, as soon as I attach, these last wires are totally bugged. And if there is any danger, we are one flight of stairs away.
Oh, it's my girl who might be in danger. It's not yours.
Oh, but she is armed, and so are we. Today, he is not interested in money, or jewels, or annuities, the factors of his own peculiar profession. Today, he's only for the woman herself, for love.
Yeah, well, that gives my morale a real lift. Is this electronic apparatus really going to work?
Oh, you should know. You are on TV.
I'm on camera, not off. I'm no engineer.
Be of good heart. Why don't you descend for a moment and make a test so I can be sure?
Yeah, you're too right. This has got to be it.
All right, now say something, not too loud.
I'm standing in the middle of the room, near the piano.
Walk around the walls. Keep talking.
1, 2, 3. Testing. I hold the merry old farmer in the dale. Can you read me? And if you can't, why the blip, blip, blip? Can't you, for the love of blip? You read me?
Parfaitement. Come upstairs now and close the door at the bottom.
Well, it works.
Oh, like a charm. And you sing very well. Look at the time. Check and see if they are coming.
They should be here any minute.
Do you see any cars on the dike?
It's kind of hard to see. One arm of the damn windmill stretches right across the window.
But you can see through the weather vanes?
Sort of. Uh-oh.
What is it?
Looks like his car. Yep. They're almost here.
Eh bien, from now on, we must be as quiet as the grave.
Check. I just wish, as long as you're showing off your English, you'd picked another figure of speech.
Enter my castle, Valerie.
Ooh, it is like a castle. Medieval. The Dark Tower. Well, what's this, the dungeon?
Nothing so terrible. This is where they put the flour in the bags.
And that great wooden chute that comes down from the ceiling?
The millstones ground the grain and fed it down that chute as flour to be bagged.
Oh, it's a strange, musty smell.
Oh, upstairs we will be away from it. Come. There are hundreds of old flour bags dried out and rotting away. I keep meaning to have them moved. They are a real fire hazard.
Oh, these stairs. They're never ending.
I must apologize for my strange quarters.
I think it's exciting. And it's romantic.
Excuse me. This is my studio and my living quarters. You will find it more comfortable, I think.
Oh, it's so wonderful. And how unique. So those are the millstones. Ooh, this one from floor to ceiling. It must weigh tons. How does it work?
Well, there used to be a grain elevator that brought the rough grain up here and through a chute so it passed between the big turning stone and the other beneath it on the floor. I cleared everything out but the stones.
Oh, do the stones still turn?
I'm afraid not anymore. The sails are long ago rotted out from the vanes. You know the big arms that caught the wind?
Mm.
And the machinery is old and rusty.
Oh, it's fascinating.
I'm glad you find it so.
You don't?
That was yesterday. I am more interested in today. I find you much more fascinating.
In time, Hendrik. In good time.
Yes, but I promised to play for you. What would you like to hear?
I leave that up to you. Play as you feel.
As I feel. Then it must precisely this.
What's going on down there, Inspector? For the love of...
There is nothing to worry about as long as he is playing the piano.
I can't stand it. I mean, we've got to do something.
We are, monsieur. We are waiting.
Well, how long?
Who knows? The trap is bedded. We are waiting for the rat to make himself ready to bite.
Lovely.
Yes. Lovely. Enchanting. Unbelievable.
What music.
Not the music. You, Valerie. I adore you. Beyond reason. And I have to know...
To know what?
What I asked you on the beach 2 days ago. Do you love me?
Well, that's so hard to answer.
Why?
Well, I don't know if I could ever be satisfied with second best.
What do you mean? Second best?
Your wife. I read the transcript of the trial. I was there, and you yourself told me. You said you loved her completely. How can any man who has loved like that ever love completely again?
Is that all that stands between us?
Isn't it enough?
We are alone. Supposing I were to tell you the truth. That I hated her. That I couldn't stand her.
But you said that
While I was on trial, I could scarcely admit it. But it's true. I loathed her. I was trapped. She was like a stone around my neck.
You almost sound as if...
As if I had actually murdered her.
I didn't say that.
But that's what you meant. If I had a wife. And she stood between you and me. And there was no other way out but murder. I would do it for you.
You would kill her? Shoot her?
Anything. Anything to possess you.
No, Henrik, please. You're too demanding. Please, wait.
Wait, what for? You and I, we have something beyond this world. An excitement beyond bearing.
Well, when I see you like this, I almost believe you would dare anything.
Anything.
You did kill her. You killed your wife, Eve, didn't you?
All right. If that is what you have to know, yes. Yes, I killed her. That is what you needed to know, wasn't it?
It's what I had to know.
Had to... No, don't touch that handbag.
You're hurting me.
Give me that bag. A gun.
Jeff! Inspector, he has my gun!
A trap!
Oh,
You
please.
tried to catch me. The door and this bar that holds it are of solid oak, Valerie. Your inspector and your boyfriend can hammer at it for 1,000 years without so much as shaking it.
It's no use, Henrik. They have your confession recorded.
Small good it will do them.
What are you doing?
Breaking my kerosene lamps. Fuel to light a funeral pyre.
No, you must be mad. You can't mean to burn us all.
Not all, my darling. Just you and your friends.
Oh, no.
I shall be leaving. No. Please don't move. Or I'll shoot you. I need this lamp from the piano to light my way out and to set fire to those old dry sacks down there. The mill is all wood, dried out by years of sun and wind. It'll go up like a torch.
No, you're only making things worse for yourself.
If I were caught, how many times could they guillotine me? Besides, everyone will think I have been roasted to death here with you. Now, before I go, I have a score to settle with you.
Must you kill everything you love?
What have I left to love?
Me? Henrik, we could still go away together. I'm rich. We could be married. I'd never
You
tell.
betrayed me once. You'll betray me again.
Oh.
Keep away from me or I'll shoot. What are you looking at?
The millstone.
What?
It's turning.
The brake.
It's not holding. Let go of my arm.
Drop that gun!
My foot. It's caught. Stole!
Can't we do anything for him?
Take it easy, darling. You couldn't get within 50 yards of that blaze.
When the roof went, it became one enormous chimney.
Don't waste any tears on him, Val.
No, I'm not. He deserved to die, but not the way. I just don't understand. How did the stones start rolling? What started them?
I did. When we couldn't get out that door, we had to get to you somehow. There was a window from the attic. I managed to jump from it to one of the weather vanes. When my weight hit that arm, it stopped.
Saw to that. Enfin, the mills of the gods grind slowly, but they grind exceeding fine.
The inspector's words were prophetic, for the fire was never brought under control, and the old windmill burned to the ground, a mass of charred cinders and ashes. Only the gigantic wheels remained, undamaged, fallen together to the ground, and embedded there, upright, standing like two great tombstones. But of the corpse they marked, one parting note you might find of interest. The famous lines the inspector quoted were originally written by Friedrich von Logau. Longfellow only translated them in a poem called Retribution. And there are two more lines which are not so familiar, but in this case very apt. Though the mills of God grind slowly, they grind exceeding small. Though with patience he stands waiting, with exactness grinds he all. Our cast included Joan Copeland, Tony Roberts, Paul Hecht, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We're back again with that master mystery storyteller, Arthur Conan Doyle. Today's tale is the story of a secret. Who of us does not have some skeleton in his closet, unwanted, unwished for? As an ancient proverb tells us, a secret is your slave if you keep it, your master if you lose it.
I cannot bring myself to go in that door.
Supposing we let Cartwright go in first. He has the lamp. I'll follow him, Michael, and then you.
I thought I had the key. None of these seem to fit. Oh, then we can't open it.
But these are the keys your father gave me before he died. If the black door can't be unlocked, there's only one thing to do. Break it down.
Our mystery drama, The Black Door, is adapted from a story by A. Conan Doyle, especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Much has been written about the London fog, the pea super, the blinding kind, the kind that keeps you from seeing your hand in front of your face. It was on such a dim and shadowy night, Conan Doyle tells us, that attorney John Albemarle witnessed the accident that changed his life.
Look out! You on that bicycle! Look out! A young man on a bicycle suddenly cut in front of a horse-drawn carriage and was knocked down. But before you could say Jack Robinson, the driver had lashed at his horse, and the four-wheeler disappeared into the fog.
My leg. My leg.
Any harm done, young man?
It's my ankle. It's only a twist, I think, but it's quite painful. Just give me a hand, will you?
Of course. Up we go.
Huh? Hope it's not broken. I can't put any weight on it.
Where do you live?
Right here, this big house behind the wall. I was pedaling across to the gate when that confounded carriage ran into me. I'll sue that driver if I ever catch him.
Well, I don't think you'll have much of a case. It was your fault. You steered your bicycle directly in front of him.
Oh, what do you mean, my fault? Are you a lawyer or something?
As a matter of fact, I am. But let's save the introductions until I get you into your house. I put the broken bicycle inside the gate and supported the young man down the driveway of his house and up the steps to the front door. Not a light was shining inside. The place was as black and silent as if no one had ever lived in it. I say, do you always keep it so dark in your hallway?
The first door on the right, if you'll just see me in there. Door's open. I never close it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lamp on the table, if you'd be so kind as to light it.
Tell me, is there no one else in this house?
I'm perfectly all right, not to worry. You may leave me now. I do thank you for your assistance.
I don't like the looks of that ankle. It's swelling up.
Will you please go? Will you go now? I don't...
With that, the young man fainted dead away, his face a ghastly white. I lifted him onto the bed, seized the lamp, and ran from room to room to get help. The entire house was deserted, thick with dust, hardly a stick of furniture. The kitchen, there must be someone there. No one. Through the house I went, every room quite empty. At the top of the stairs, I was stopped by a large black door with a great red wax seal across it. I ran back down.
Why on earth did you take the lamp away? I can't bear sitting in the dark.
I'm glad you've recovered. I went looking for someone.
You might look for some time. I'm alone in the house.
Alone? Devilish awkward if you got sick.
It was foolish of me to faint. I inherit a weak heart from my mother. Any pain or emotion has that effect on me. It'll probably kill me someday, as it did my mother. Did you say you were a doctor?
Lawyer. John Albemarle. Pleased to know you.
I'm Michael Torrance. Funny I should meet a lawyer in such a strange fashion. Mr. Cartwright was saying that we should be needing one pretty soon.
Certainly. Anything I can do.
John Albemarle. Imagine having a solicitor pick me up from the street. You, went about the house to find someone, you said? Did you go into all the rooms?
I think so.
Upstairs as well?
Oh, yes. The house is quite deserted.
All the way upstairs?
As far as I could.
Then you saw it?
Saw what?
At the top of the stairs. The black door.
Yes, I did. I didn't try to open it because of the wax seal across the keyhole.
Weren't you curious to know what was in that room?
I was, rather. The seal, the door, yes, it did strike me as being a bit unusual.
Tell me, Mr. Albemarle, do you think you could go on alone, living in this house year after year, longing all the time to know what is on the other side of a certain door, and yet not daring to look?
Mr. Torrance, do you mean to say that you don't know yourself what's behind that black door?
No more than you do.
But then why don't you open it?
I am forbidden to.
I see. Well, I say, if you don't mind, I think I should be on my way.
Are you in a hurry?
No, not particularly. Just on my way home, but I live down the embankment a ways, and it does take time going through the fog.
I should be very glad if you would stay with me for a bit. The fact is, Mr. Albemarle, I live a very retired and secluded life here. Can you stay just a little?
Well, I'm
presuming upon our short acquaintance, I know, but how can I say it? I'm beginning to realize something is happening to me, and running deliberately into that carriage tonight, I saw it coming. What was I trying to do?
I don't follow you.
What I'm saying, Mr. Albemarle, is that I have been keeping so much bottled up inside of me that if I don't tell someone, soon I'm afraid that I'm slowly but surely going mad.
I looked about me at the one room in this vast house that was furnished. A grandfather clock, a sofa bed, a table covered with papers, a decanter and glasses, a hot plate and a chair. There was something grotesque about it all. I knew that I couldn't leave Michael Torrance in the state he was in.
Would you please stay?
Certainly. I should be very happy to.
Oh, splendid. You will find spirits and a siphon on the table. Forgive me if I don't act the host, but my foot is still a bit sore. Those are cigars in the tray. Help yourself. And would you bring me one? Thank you. So, you are a solicitor, Mr. Albemarle?
Yes.
How fortunate you are, sir. You are a lawyer, and I am nothing. I am that most helpless of living creatures, the son of a millionaire. I was brought up with the expectation of great wealth, and here I am, a poor man without any profession at all. And on top of that, all I'm left with is a great mansion which I cannot afford to keep and cannot sell or rent.
Why not?
I am forbidden to by instructions left me by my father.
Strange.
Oh, you must know that my father was H.C. Torrance, the banker.
Torrance, of course. I knew that name rang a bell.
So you, know about the scandal?
Well, I recall something written in the papers at that time. Some financial dealings of his that went sour,
And he left the country. My poor father. He left England to avoid all his friends whose savings he had invested in an unsuccessful speculation. You see, Father was a very nervous and sensitive man. Perhaps I've inherited that from him.
But if I remember, he was never accused of having done anything criminal.
Oh, no. Purely a matter of sentiment. He couldn't even face his own family, and he died among strangers without ever letting us know where he was.
He died, huh?
My mother and I, we couldn't prove his death, but we knew he must be dead.
How?
Well, because after several years, his speculations came right back again. His friends, all of them, made quite a packet. So there was no reason why Father should not come back to England and look them all in the face. Oh, he would have returned if he were alive, I'm sure of it.
When did you last hear from him?
Let me see. It's all so muddled in my head. I know the first 2 years after he left, my mother received a letter each year.
And your father didn't say where he was living?
No, he never gave a return address.
So there were only 2 letters?
3, all told. That's where the mystery of the sealed-up black door all began. You know, I would like very much to have you look at those letters. Mr. Albemarle, you are the only person in the world besides Mr. Cartwright who even knows about them.
No. Look, may I call you Michael?
Please do.
Michael, the hour is quite late, and I suggest it best you prepare yourself for bed and try for a good night's sleep, huh? I really should be on my way.
I understand. I've asked too much of you already. I want you to know, though, Mr. Albemarle, you've already restored some of my sanity. You have no idea how terrible a day today has been for me.
May I ask why?
Well, I've just come back from the cemetery, having buried my dear mother. The prospect of continuing alone is almost more than I can bear.
Michael, why don't I stop by tomorrow? I'd like to look in on you and see how you're getting on.
Would you, please? Lord, what a horrendous day this has been. I hope I shan't experience another like it as long as I live.
No wonder Michael Torrance had appeared strange to me that evening. A young man who obviously needed friendship, needed love, and suddenly found himself alone in the world, orphaned. But the following afternoon, I was sitting in my office when a tall, ascetic-looking gentleman walked in with the aid of a cane. Would I please see him? It was most urgent.
Mr. Albemarle, I hope you will forgive this intrusion. May I introduce myself? My name is Cartwright. I'm a friend of Michael Torrance.
Oh, yes. He told me. You are the executor of the Torrance estate, I believe.
In a way, yes. May I speak quite frankly?
I prefer it.
Master Michael came to see me early this morning. I was not yet up. Mr. Albemarle, in my opinion, by befriending that young man, you may have stumbled into a hornet's nest.
I don't follow you.
I would advise you, as an old and trusted friend of Michael's father, that you forget the entire episode. Put it out of your mind.
Disregard what I saw with my own eyes?
Master Michael has a tendency to dramatize events. I'm very appreciative of what you did for him last night, and so is he. I understand he ran into a carriage and you assisted him into his house.
What I fail to understand, Mr. Cartwright, is why you feel it best that I forget the young man's existence. As for that black door...
You saw it?
Of course. Michael and I discussed it.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
In fact, I had intended visiting Michael today. I left him quite overwrought, which is, of course, quite understandable in the person who had buried his mother that very day.
He said that?
No, why not? He has no reason to hide it.
Master Michael told you he had buried his mother yesterday?
You appear incredulous. Isn't his mother dead?
Oh, yes. Mrs. Torrance is dead, but she died and was buried 2 years ago.
Somewhere, Michael Torrance has mislaid 2 years. It has been said that great emotional stress expands and contracts time. Many tragedies suffered in one's past are often as fresh as though they happened yesterday. Conversely, what happened yesterday could already be forgotten. And as for the mysterious black door, now a third person shares the secret. Mr. Cartwright, the man with a walking stick. More will unfold when we return shortly with Act 2. John Albemarle, an English barrister, has taken on many legal cases in his day, but none as puzzling as the one he happened on by accident. That of the son of a millionaire banker whose memory appears disturbed and whose nights are spent in a mansion of empty rooms and a sealed door painted black.
I made no promises to Mr. Cartwright not to see young Torrance again. He gave me his card, and as soon as he had gone, I hailed a cab, giving the driver Michael's address. I rang for a long time. Finally, he came to the door. The glassy look in his eyes had disappeared. He seemed genuinely pleased to see me. And as we sat over whiskey in his one room, I told him of Cartwright's visit.
Oh, that is strange. He asked me who you were. Naturally, I told him. Gave him your address, but I never dreamed he'd go see you. I wonder why.
Michael, just who is he?
Cartwright? Oh, he was my father's confidential clerk. More of an assistant, really. And he continued to be both friend and advisor to my mother and then myself. I don't know what I should have done without him.
I hope, Michael, that he is as good a friend as you say.
I was wondering whether you'd come back to see me, so I dug out a letter I felt you'd be interested to see. It's the very first one which came from my father 7 years ago when he left England. It was written to my mother. I haven't looked at it in years, but I can still almost remember it word for word. I'll confess to you, Mr. Albemarle, just to hold that letter in my hand disturbs me deeply.
Oh, I understand.
I don't think you do. The paper, the ink, the very shape of the words in his handwriting, they spring out at me. I can almost hear his voice as I read it.
Let me, then.
No. I must rid myself of this constant feeling that my father is watching my every move. It's an obsession, I know. I must face up to it. Now, this is what he says. My ever dearest wife, since the doctors have told me quite privately how weak your heart is and how harmful any shock might be, I can no longer refrain from telling you that things have been going badly with me. This will cause me to leave you for a little time, but it is with the absolute assurance that we shall see each other very soon. Don't let our parting impair your health, for that is what I want above all things to avoid. I can't go on, Mr. Albemarle. Do forgive me. I cannot bring myself to read any more.
May I look at the letter? Thank you. Yes, he details how the black door is to be kept sealed until you are 21. How old were you then?
14. Sir, read how he ends the letter. It will help you understand what a kind and considerate man he was.
And now, goodbye, my own best of wives. During our short separation, you should consult Mr. Cartwright on any matters which should arise. He has my complete confidence, ever and always. Your loving husband, Hugh, June 4, 1881.
You know, my father was a man noted for his almost fanatical love of the truth. He was always accurate to the penny. When he said in that letter 7 years ago that he hoped to see my mother very soon, you may rely on it that he meant it.
Michael, it seems to me that you are living in the shadow of something quite mysterious. And you should either open the black door or find yourself accommodations elsewhere. It's not good for you to remain here.
I couldn't dream of disobeying my father. Did you read his instructions carefully about the door? Let me have it there. Here's the place. Listen to this. I have a request to make, and I implore you to do exactly as I tell you.
There are some things I do not wish to be seen by anyone in the room at the top of the stairs. The one with the black door that I used as my private study. I assure you, it is nothing to be ashamed of. But I do not wish you or Michael to enter that room. The door is locked, and I implore you, when you receive this, to place a seal over the lock and leave it so. Do not sell or rent the house or leave it unattended, lest my secret be discovered. When Michael is 21 years old, he may enter the room. Not before.
What reason could he possibly have had?
Well, neither Mother or I had any idea. But we followed his instructions to the letter, placed a seal upon the black door, and it's been there ever since. Mother lived for 5 years after Father's disappearance, although all the doctors had said she couldn't possibly live that long. Her heart, it was very weak. Had been since childhood.
So your mother lived for 5 years after Mr. Torrance left England?
Yes. Why?
And that was 7 years ago?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Michael, I do insist, as a new friend, that it is harmful for you to stay on in this house with its secret at the top of the stairs. You say your mother died 5 years after your father left, which was 7 years ago. Which would mean she died 2 years ago.
Exactly. Why? Have I said something different?
Yesterday, when I brought you in after the accident, you said it had been a terrible day. That you had just come from the cemetery that afternoon, had buried your mother.
I said that? Oh, no. I'm doing it again. Oh, no.
I'm no doctor or psychologist whatsoever, but I do know that to extend the hand of friendship when it is needed can be the best medicine there is. I reassured Michael that anyone could have lapses of memory and that the emotional strain he was under could even alter the fact of time in his mind. I took him to my club for dinner, and we strolled back to his house along the Chelsea embankment.
No, that house has no happy memories for me. After Father left, Mother and I were gradually compelled to sell the furniture, dismiss the servants, and, well, as you saw, I'm living alone in one single room. But there is a bright side.
What's that?
Well, if I can only hang on, in a little over 2 months, I shall be 21. I keep telling myself, the first thing I shall do is unseal and open the black door, and the second, get rid of the house.
Something about all this plagues me. Why did your father remain out of the country once the investments he advised others to make recovered?
Well, he must be dead.
Why? Having done nothing actually wrong. And leaving England because he couldn't bear to face his friends, why didn't he take your mother with him?
Well, I don't know.
Why no return address on his letters to her? Why conceal it?
I don't know.
Why allow your mother to die and be buried and still not return to England?
Sir, I just don't know.
I'm going to tell you, as a man who has known many an innocent person and many who are guilty, it's clear to me your father had important reasons, vital ones, for staying away. That, although nothing criminal could have been proven against him, he must have been afraid something might be, and he refused to put himself within the power of the law.
Stop that. Will you stop saying that? I told you he must have died.
Is there any other way the facts can be explained?
I don't care about explanations. I remember him as an ideal man. His only fault was that he was too sensitive, too unselfish. That anyone should lose a penny through him was unthinkable. My father was a man of honor.
Forgive me, my boy, if I appear callous. We lawyers have a way of assessing the facts as we find them. Mike, look out! Look out! I managed to pull Michael back from the road in time, just in time, as the carriage came charging down on him. It disappeared into the night, and we both stood there, gathering our wits and our breaths.
A close call.
That's twice on 2 different nights you were almost run down.
Did you see who the driver was?
No, I can't say that I did. Was there someone in the carriage?
I had just a glimpse of a man waving a walking stick out the window.
Now, let's get into your house. It may be gloomy, but it's safer. What's that you see there?
It's a walking stick. Must have dropped from the carriage. Take a look at this, Mr. Albemarle. Have you ever seen it before?
Yes, I have, somewhere. Or one very much like it.
So have I. Do you know whose it is?
Not really.
Mr. Cartwright's. It's identical to the one he carries.
I saw less and less of young Michael Torrance as the days and weeks went on. He had no more lapses of memory or alteration of dates and seemed quite cheery at the prospect of his approaching birthday. And then one day I was in my law offices in Lincoln's Inn Fields when someone knocked at my door with a cane. Why, Mr. Cartwright, what brings you here?
The day of the month and the month of the year.
Are you being cryptic on purpose? Come in. Don't stand in the doorway.
Thank you, Mr. Albemarle.
Sit down. May I take your cane?
No, thank you. I need it to get round.
Oh. Then you are never without it.
Oh, I have several walking sticks. I shouldn't be able to go up or down stairs or in and out of a carriage without one, but setting that aside, my charge, Master Michael Torrance, has told me he would like you to be present today.
Present where?
At his house this evening.
Why this evening? Oh, is he 21 today?
At midnight.
The door? The black door, has he opened it?
Not yet, but he will. Tonight.
And Michael would like me there when it's opened?
Yes, it is his wish also. Actually, it was I who persuaded him to ask you. I have certain reasons to believe it would be well to have a reliable witness when the seal is broken. And since you are a lawyer and already acquainted with the facts of the situation, may we count on you?
Most certainly. Mr. Cartwright?
Yes?
I seem to remember your last visit here. You were warning me to stay out of this affair.
I was afraid you might be one of those who tried to take advantage of Master Michael. Others have tried.
I had similar suspicions about you, Mr. Cartwright.
I know. The walking stick he found in the street. Master Michael told me it was not mine.
Sometimes what we think is evil intent is nothing more than coincidence.
I wish all things evil were mere coincidence, but I'm afraid not. Be good enough to hand me my cane, will you?
As with all stories by the great Conan Doyle, there is always an underlying meaning. Not that we wish to give this tale more weight than it can carry. It is, after all, first and last, the story of a secret. Somewhere, however,
runs the thread of honor and dishonor. Hang on, for Act 3 will begin shortly, and that is the act that usually has all the answers. Let us set the scene. Lawyer John Albemarle arrives at the Torrance mansion a little after 9. Michael, about to turn 21, is quiet and afraid. Mr. Cartwright, at first talkative, affable, becomes paler as the hour grows later. 10 o'clock, 11, and then it is a quarter hour before midnight.
It's as if all my life I've been waiting for this moment. It seems only yesterday Father went away. Then Mother got one letter from him, and next year she got another. Did I ever tell you, Mr. Albemarle, they were both postmarked pairs?
Yes, you did.
Funny, they both said practically the same thing, even though he sent them a year apart. That he and Mother would soon be reunited. Was that 11:45 that struck?
Yes, it was. We haven't long to wait now.
Then, when Mother died, there was the last letter I received from him. Did I ever tell you about that one, Mr. Albemarle?
You may have mentioned it, Michael. You never showed it to me.
Oh, I've put it away. I'll keep it forever. Such a sweet and wonderful letter it was. So typical of Father. Begging me never to think evil of him, as if I could. Saying that sealing up the black door wasn't as important now as when it was when Mother was alive, but that I should be a good boy and wait. I was 19, and he wrote to me as if I were 15 or 16. Funny, the feelings that come over you, as if all my life I've been waiting for the clock to strike 12. It's what comes, I guess, of being born at midnight.
The clock began to strike 12, and there we were, on the threshold of unlocking the door and the mystery. Cartwright led the way up the stairs, an oil lamp in one hand, his cane in the other. I followed him, and behind me came Michael. We reached the last landing. There was the black door with its seal directly in front of us. I felt Michael's hand on my arm.
I don't feel well.
Michael, it's all right.
I can't go in there.
Well, I'd best knock off the seal first. I'll use my walking stick.
I can't. I
suppose Cartwright goes in first. He has the lamp. I'll follow him, and then you, Michael. What say?
I thought I had the key. None of these seem to fit.
Well, then we can't open it.
Michael, there's nothing to be afraid of in there.
Isn't that a joke? After 7 years, we can't open the door after all.
What do you think we should do, Mr. Albemarle? Wait?
It won't be different in the morning. It doesn't matter whether we tackle this tonight or tomorrow. There's only one thing to do. Break the door down. I've got heavy shoes. Now, let me.
You did it. Are you all right, Mr. Albemarle?
Yes, I'm surprised I could put my foot through the door panel so easily.
Master Michael, I hope you're able to prepare yourself in the event that what you see in this room may be a very great shock to you.
What do you mean?
Brace yourself, Master Michael.
Will you go first?
I think it should be yourself. Here is the oil lamp. If you reach through the broken panel, perhaps you can open the door.
Give me the lamp.
Good boy, Michael.
There's a key in the door on the inside. Oh, that's why you couldn't get it open. I think I can unlock it.
Go ahead, Michael.
I'm going. Oh, my good God in heaven!
The lamp. No, it's on fire. He's spilling oil all over the floor. Cartwright, come in here. Help me beat out these flames. Michael, drop the lamp.
There's a short rug here, Mr. Albemarle. Grab that end of it.
Paul, here we are. There. Oh, we have it off the floor. Let's get it over here. Right. No. Slap it down over the lamp and the flames. Good. That does it. Oh, so much smoke.
The flames are out, though. That smoke it.
Oh, it's a dust and everything dry in here. Ooh. Where's Michael? can't see. It's so dark. Smoke.
He's lying on the floor over here. I'm afraid he's passed out.
Michael. Michael, wake up. Come on, Michael.
What is it? What happened?
You dropped the oil lamp. It caught fire. It's all right now.
Where's Mr. Cartwright?
Gone to fetch another lamp, I expect. What happened to you? Did you trip?
I saw him sitting there.
Who?
My father.
What?
Found another lamp. Oh, Lord in heaven. My poor master. My poor master.
A single table and a chair were in front of us, and sitting on it, his back turned, was a man in the act of writing. His outline was as natural as life, but as the light fell on him, I could see the back of his neck was black and wrinkled and no thicker than my wrist. Thick gray dust lay everywhere. On the man's shoulders, his hair, his shriveled, lemon-colored hands. His head had fallen forward on his chest. The pen still rested on a discolored sheet of paper.
My master. Oh, my poor master.
Is that Mr. Torrance himself?
There he has sat for 7 years. Why did he do it? I begged him. But he would have his way. He locked the door on the inside and then sat himself down.
He was writing something. I can make out the words.
Reach over and take it, Mr. Albemarle. I would do it, but I must leave the room. I cannot bear to be in here a moment longer.
Michael, stand up, my boy. We'll go downstairs. I think that we've seen enough of this. Death hangs over everything.
My father. It was he in that room sitting dead in that chair. You knew he was there, Cartwright. You've known it all along.
Yes, I knew it, Master Michael, but you must believe me. I have acted for the best all along.
It's hard for me to accept. For 7 years, you've known my father was dead behind that black door. You never said a word to my mother or myself.
Well, how could I say anything? Oh, don't be harsh with me, Master Michael. Make allowances for a man who has had a hard part to play.
Oh, my head is swimming. I can't grasp it. Those letters to my mother and myself, they were forgeries?
Oh, no. Your father wrote every word. And he addressed them and left them in my keeping to be posted. Oh, believe me, I've followed his instructions to the very letter. He was my master, and I obeyed him.
I've calmed down some, Mr. Cartwright. It's all right. Now, please, tell us about it. I can stand it.
It was in this very room, Master Michael. You remember this used to be the morning room. 7 years ago it was, and he called me in here. Your father did.
Cartwright, I'm sure you're aware this is a period of great trouble for me. There's no help for it. A great many people, even some who had few savings, are losing everything because of me.
Well, it's not your fault entirely, Mr. Torrance.
It is my fault entirely. Every person I advise knows I've betrayed them.
Oh, no, sir.
Cartwright, you see before you a man who deserves no place among the living.
But you're too hard upon yourself.
Dishonor and betrayal. What is there left for me?
What do you mean, sir?
I shall tell you. To leave this world, it's not as easy as one would wish. What I tell you now is in secret confidence, Cartwright.
You have my word.
The finest doctors I could find here in London have told me that my wife's heart could fail her with the slightest shock. How can I do away with myself, then?
You must not, sir. There's the answer.
I have made up my mind. Now, listen. My wife has been given a few months to live at most. I shall write 2 letters. No, 3. You will go to Paris, Cartwright, and mail each to my wife a month apart. Then On that unhappy day, when she passes away, you will mail a third letter which I shall address to my son. In that way, I will be thought still alive. I shall go up to my study now.
Mr. Torrance, I beg you, think again. For the sake of all those you love, for those who love you.
Please, no more. Pray for me, Cartwright.
And I never saw Mr. Torrance again until tonight.
How could he? How could he? The sheer deceit in those letters to my mother. We shall meet again soon. His words, making her think he was coming back.
Oh, no, Master Michael, you don't understand at all. Your father believed your mother had only weeks to live. He meant what he wrote. He was certain she would die very shortly. The doctors had said so. Then they would be reunited in death. Don't you see? But your mother lived on for 5 whole years. I had only 2 letters addressed to her to send.
Michael, how could Mr. Cartwright do otherwise? He promised your father and sent the 2 letters. He gave his word. And then 2 years ago, he sent your father's letter to you.
I see it all now, but it seems so useless, his death, so wasted.
Well, how could your father have known?
Michael, I beg you to forgive me for keeping his secret. I meant no harm. Believe me, every day I spent under this roof with your mother and yourself, every day was torture for me. I knew he was up there, and many times I felt he was watching me.
Yes. Strange you should say that. I did, too.
I promised him. What could I do? I gave my word.
I don't blame you. Spared my mother a very great shock, that I'm sure of. Had she the slightest inkling what was behind the black door, it would have broken her heart. So she died, believing he was still somewhere alive. What is that paper Mr. Albemarle is giving you?
It is what Mr. Torrance was writing. Do you wish to see it?
Please. It's very faded, isn't it?
Mm.
Yes, I can read it. I have taken the poison,
and I feel it working in my veins. It is strange, but not painful. When these words are read, I shall, if my wishes have been faithfully carried out, have been dead many years. Surely no one who has lost money through me will still bear me animosity. And you, my dear son Michael, you will forgive me this family scandal. I lay down my pen and pray, may God find rest for a sorely wearied spirit.
Conan Doyle's tale of the secret behind the black door recalls for us many elements of truth. In a number of lands, a man will place his reputation before his life, paying the supreme penalty as a matter of honor. As the saying goes, death before dishonor. To us, here today, life is so precious and valuable, it would be hard for us to do the same. Or would it? I shall be back to give you my opinion shortly. How often have we heard the words, "I'd rather have a good name than great riches"? That bubble reputation, the bard called it. All of us seek it. Why is it so important? The only way I can answer it is by turning the question around. Honor, prestige, integrity, where would we be without them? For aren't those the attributes that give humanity to us poor humans? Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Russell Horton, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale. Are you saying that Luana Pilbeam, Louisa Plowright, and Laverne Preston may be one and the same person?
And 2 years before that, sir, a Mrs. Lillian Pumice collected $2,000 on the death of her husband, Leander. Mrs. Pumice was 29 years old, sir.
And I am to assume that all the husbands were elderly gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
And all passed away from heart attacks?
So the physicians stated, sir.
How do you account for the fact that she seems to marry men whose names begin with P?
Well, sir, it would seem then to be unnecessary for her to change the monogram on her linens and silver.
Oh, yeah. Well, Poindexter, what is your recommendation?
I suggest, sir, that we investigate the matter thoroughly before we pay Mrs. Pilbeam a penny.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, gentle friends of the Inner Sanctum. Welcome through the creaking door for another soothing half hour of sweetness and light. Oh, I've learned a new trick. Would one of you like to step up here and be sawed in half? What? No volunteer? Well, maybe you're right. The first part, the sawing in half, that's easy. But the second part, the putting together again, I'm still not very good at that.
Mr. Host, how can you joke about such things? Are you trying to get our listeners in a mood for enjoying themselves?
That's it, Mary.
Well, jokes like that certainly won't put people in a good mood. Here's a much better way to do it. Just serve folks a piping hot cup of Lipton tea, and they'll be in a good mood in a minute. For Lipton's is the password to pleasure. It's tea at its delicious best, thanks to Lipton's brisk flavor. Brisk, you know, is the tea expert's own word for the fresh, lively, full-bodied flavor of Lipton tea. Unlike ordinary dull-tasting teas, Lipton's is never flat. It's always spirited and satisfying. Try it real soon and get the extra enjoyment of Lipton's wonderful brisk flavor.
What does a man think of when there's murder in the air? The close presence of death. Does it have matter and substance? Does it generate unseen light waves that touch a man's subconscious? Or unheard sound waves that speak to him when he sleeps? Well, let's listen to I Walk in the Night, written by Emil Tepperman, with Larry Haynes in the role of Peter Lang to tell you this story himself.
I don't know if it was the ringing of the doorbell that awoke me. Dragged me back to consciousness out of a deep, heavy sleep. I felt groggy, as if I'd been drugged. My eyes were so heavy, so hard to keep open. That infernal ringing. I stumbled out into the hall. Myrna's room. My wife. There, opposite mine. I knew the door would be locked. We'd quarreled last night while the Judsons were visiting from the house next door. Myrna had made a scene. She went to her room and locked herself in.
Pete! Pete, wake up in there!
As I stumbled down the hall to the front door, I recognized Phil Judson's voice. Phil and Henrietta lived in the house next door, just across the lawn.
Pete! Pete!
All right, I'm coming. Just a minute. Can't get this open. There.
Oh, thank heaven you woke up, Pete. I thought you'd never hear me.
What's wrong, Phil? What's that poker for?
Henrietta saw a prowler come out of this house.
A prowler?
What's the matter with you, Pete? You look groggy. Wake up.
I don't know. I feel as if I'd been doped. What's this about prowler?
Henrietta saw him climbing out of Myrna's window. She yelled to me, and I grabbed the poker and came running out.
The poker?
What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me? A man was in Myrna's room just now.
Great Scott. Myrna's alone in there. Come on. Myrna. Myrna, you all right? Open the door. She doesn't answer. Phil, are you sure the prowler came out of this room?
Yes, they ran around the house and got away. Look, Pete, have you got a key to this door?
No, it's bolted on the inside.
We've got to break it down. Come on, put your shoulder to it. Once more now. Where's the light switch? Oh, here, I've got it. Better not come in, Pete.
No, let me in. I've got to see. Myrna.
Take it easy, Pete.
Oh, Myrna.
Strangled. Strangled to death.
Myrna. Look at the black and blue marks on her throat.
This chain on her neck. It's broken.
It was her locket. The one I gave her last Christmas.
Killer must have taken it with him. And see here, her fingernails, there's bits of skin under them. She must have struggled and scratched the killer's face or hands.
Why, Phil? Why should anyone want to kill her? Then began the long torture of the investigation. Detectives swarming over the house. Men in derby hats examining the body of my wife. Measuring the room, searching for fingerprints. And finally, more men who came and carried her away forever. Through it all, Phil and Henrietta sat with me, trying to give what comfort they could.
Oh, Peter, dear, please talk to us. I can't stand seeing you sit there with your head in your hands. It won't bring Myrna back to life.
Henrietta's right, Pete. You've got to get a hold of yourself.
I know, but I can't stop thinking about it. Those marks on her throat, the torn chain, the locket gone.
Look here, Pete, there's something we have to talk about. Now, get that dazed look off your face and listen to me for a minute.
Yes, Phil.
There's a police inspector in Myrna's room right now. O'Brien is his name. He'll be coming in soon to question you. Now, you'd better not tell him about the quarrel you had with Myrna last night.
I don't get you.
It would look bad for you.
For me? Oh, what do you mean? Phil, you don't think that I... Suddenly, I caught my breath. My right hand in my bathrobe pocket had touched something cold. Phil and Henrietta both stared at me.
Peter, what's wrong?
Phil, look what I found in my pocket.
What is it?
Look.
A locket.
It's Myrna's locket. The one that was torn from her throat. Phil, how could this get in my pocket?
Here, give me that, quick.
But, Phil...
Give it to me. Yes, it's Myrna's locket, all right. You recognize it, Henrietta?
Yes. What are you going to do with it, Phil?
Get rid of it, quick. Out this open window. Now, if the police find it out there, they'll think the killer dropped it.
But, Phil, it was in my pocket. What are you looking at, Phil?
Your hand, Pete.
What?
Your left hand.
I looked down at my left hand. There on my wrist were 3 long gashes where the skin had been scraped. As if by the fingernails of a woman fighting for her life. Phil, do you think I could have killed her?
Nonsense.
I don't believe it. You could never do a thing like that, Pete.
Couldn't I? How can you be sure? How can I be sure?
Peter, please, don't talk like that. You're making yourself out some terrible monster, but you aren't. Phil and I know you can't be like that.
I don't know. Maybe I got up in my sleep and killed Myrna without ever knowing it consciously. After all, I did have that quarrel with her last night.
Cut it, Pete. Here comes O'Brien, the detective.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, no. It's all right, Inspector.
Come in, O'Brien. Mr. Lang is very upset. The shot.
Yes, I understand. Believe me, Mr. Lang, you have my deepest sympathy. I wouldn't bother you at all at a time like this, but
Inspector O'Brien was a pink-cheeked, cherub-faced, chubby little man. But his eyes were cold and blue and restless. They kept jumping from Phil to Henrietta to me as he fired his questions at us.
Mr. Lang, one more thing. I understand you had a small party here last night?
Oh, no, it wasn't a party. Just Phil and Henrietta and Ted Hale.
Ted Hale?
Yes, Myrna's cousin.
Oh, I see. This Ted Hale, a cousin of your wife's, you say?
Pardon me, Inspector.
Yes, Mr. Johnson?
Peter's too easygoing and good-natured to tell you about Ted Hale. But as Peter's attorney, it's my duty to give you certain information.
Oh, go ahead.
Myrna, Mrs. Lang, owned considerable property in her own right. Recently, I drew a will at her request. In it, she leaves a sizable sum to Ted Hale.
Oh, I just thought of something.
What is it, Henrietta?
Well, Peter was so groggy when he woke up.
That's right. He looked as if he'd been drugged.
Well, don't you remember last night? Ted Hale went in the kitchen to mix the last round of drinks.
Oh, Henrietta, that's ridiculous.
On the contrary, it's quite important. Now, tell me, this Ted Hale, what does he do for a living?
Why, he works for me in my brokerage office. To please Myrna, I gave him a job as my confidential secretary.
I suppose you tell me where Mr. Ted Hale lives. I think I'll have a talk with him.
Now, all you have to do, Pete, is sit tight. Let O'Brien follow up his lead.
But, Phil, I can't let him arrest Ted Hale. He didn't kill Myrna. I did. I must have. The locket. He scratches. It's not fair to Ted.
As your attorney, I won't let you strap yourself in the electric chair. You go back to your room and get some sleep. Henrietta, do you mind going back to our house by yourself?
Of course not.
I'm going to sleep right here in the living room on this couch, in case Peter needs me tonight.
On my bed in the dark, I kept seeing 1,000 pictures. Myrna, her face mottled with strangulation. Phil, always so sure of himself. Henrietta, worried and frightened. And O'Brien, his face grim and his blue eyes cold, going off to question Ted Hale. I must have been close to dozing off when I heard the doorbell faintly, as if in a dream. I tossed about in bed for a moment or two. And then I heard the voices in the living room. Phil's, cold and harsh. And someone else's, loud and angry and frightened. I got out of bed and opened the door. I went down the hall to the living room. I had to know who was in there arguing with Phil. It was Ted Hale. Ted, what are you doing here?
Phil phoned me. He told me about Myrna.
I called him up. Told him O'Brien would be coming for him. I suggested he come over here and talk it over with me.
Pete, don't let them arrest me. You gotta help me.
Me? Help you?
You know I didn't kill Myrna.
Well, I'm not sure.
Pete.
What?
I was here last night, you know. When you had that fight with Myrna.
What do you mean?
If I'm arrested, it says I had a motive. But what about you, Pete? You were always quarreling with Myrna.
Now, look here, Ted, if you're threatening me...
I only want you to help me, Pete. Don't let them arrest me. Hide me. Hide me out till this blows over or till they get the real killer.
I think Ted is right, Pete. We should help him.
But where?
I'll handle it. You have a dark room fixed up in the cellar, haven't you?
Yes.
We'll stick a cot in there and let Ted hole up for a day or two. Nobody will think of looking for him in this house.
Poor Peter. Seems to be in a daze half the time. Yes, his trouble is that when he's awake, he's half asleep, and when he's asleep, he's half awake. It's no wonder he can't sleep well. He seems to be such an honest person, he can't lie easy.
You know, it's too bad he doesn't go over and stay at Phil's house, Mr. Host. Phil and Henrietta seem the kind of people who do everything to make him comfortable.
Well, I just hope they know something about hospitality, Mary.
Oh, I'm sure they do. Why, everybody knows that the proper way to treat guests is to serve them something delicious. For example, when guests drop in at my house, the first thing I do is put on the tea kettle. And almost before they have their wraps off, I have my best tea service out, and I'm serving them some of my fragrant, fresh-made cake and a cup of heartwarming Lipton tea. For no matter what time of day or night guests arrive, there's nothing like wonderful Lipton tea to make them relax and feel at home. Yes, Lipton's brisk flavor is so lively and full-bodied and satisfying, it just naturally hits the spot with everybody. In fact, I always say, whenever you want to serve your friends or your family a grand, refreshing drink, make it tea. And make it tea at its delicious best. Lipton tea.
Now, let's get back to our sleepwalker. There's no telling what he might have done while we were talking about tea. Now, let's see, where were we? Peter and Phil were going to hide Ted Hale in the cellar.
Now, listen to me carefully, Peter. If Ted Hale is arrested and talks, O'Brien will learn about the quarrel you had with Myrna last night. He'll start digging into things. That won't look so good for you.
No, Phil, wait. I know you're trying to help me, but if I did it... If I did kill Myrna, then there's no use trying to protect me. It isn't right. I'm a dangerous man.
Fiddlesticks.
But you can't brush it off like that. Do you know what it means to lie awake in the night, wondering whether you've killed your own wife? Wondering whom I'll kill next?
Cut that out. We've got business to attend to. Now, here's my plan. We'll let Ted stay here tomorrow. And then tomorrow night, I'll smuggle him out of the country. Get him passage on a freighter to South America, maybe.
You think he'll go?
Sure he'll go. He's scared stiff. But we'll need money. Lots of money. Now, how much have you got in the safe at the office?
So about $10,000 in cash, but there's a batch of negotiable bonds.
They'll do. I'll go down to the office the first thing in the morning and get them out of the safe.
You had the combination?
Yes, you gave it to me when you gave me your power of attorney, remember?
Oh, yes.
Now, don't you worry about a thing. Oh, here. Take this powder.
Hmm?
It's just one of the bromides that Henrietta uses. It'll help you get to sleep. By tomorrow morning, everything will be fixed up. Fine.
It was almost dawn when Phil left. And it must have been hours later, close to noontime, when I felt myself being roughly shaken out of a heavy, troubled sleep.
Pete, wake up.
What?
Hey, wake up. Come on, snap out of it.
Huh? Oh, Phil. Gosh, I feel groggy. What was in that powder you gave me?
Never mind the powder. Get your eyes open. Got something to tell you.
Phil, what's wrong? What happened?
Listen to me carefully, Pete. I went down to the office before business hours this morning and opened the safe to get the money out.
Yes?
The safe is empty.
Empty?
The securities are gone.
Well, it can't be.
Who else had the combination besides you and me?
Only Ted Hale.
Oh?
Do you think that...
I'll bet you $1 to a donut he's gone. Come on, let's check. Look, Pete, there's a light in the dark room. He must have got up early and beat me to it, to the safe.
Ted, you in there?
Always the optimist, huh? Come on, open it up.
Ted. Good heavens. Ted Hale hadn't gone anywhere. He was lying there on the cot. His head was a bloody pulp. It had been bashed in while he slept. with a long-handled coal shovel which lay there alongside the cut.
Great Scott. He's been murdered.
We stood there in a narrow, dark room, Phil and I, and we looked at each other. There was a strange gleam in Phil's eyes. I tried to read the meaning of that gleam, but he averted his eyes too quickly. He dropped his gaze to my hands. I saw what he was looking at. My hands were black and grimy with coal dust. And on the grimy, coal-blackened handle of the shovel, there was a fresh set of fingerprints. Phil, did I kill him? Did I kill him in my sleep? The same as Myrna? Phil, I can't stand it being a murderer. I'm going to give myself up.
You'll do nothing of the kind. If you did it, Pete, you're not responsible.
But you do think I did it? And Myrna, too?
I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Just think, Phil. Maybe tonight I might kill you or Henrietta. There's no telling what I might do.
Rubbish.
No, Phil. It's hard to believe, but there's the proof. I'm a murderer. I'm dangerous. There's only one thing to do.
I won't let you do it.
What else is left?
Come on. I'm going to help you hide Ted's body.
How much further, Phil?
Oh, there it is. There's the bridge up ahead. Okay. Here, help me with it.
We had the body of Ted Hale in a sack with a pair of 100-pound dumbbells to weight it down. Myrna's funeral took place the next morning, and I had to endure the condolences of friends and business associates. But Phil and Henrietta stood by me all through it.
It'll be over soon, Peter. Then you can rest.
Keep your chin up. I'll get rid of the stragglers. Look who just came in.
Where? Oh, Inspector O'Brien. What does he want, Phil?
Take it easy. Let me do the talking.
I came to pay my respects, Mr. Lang.
Oh, well, thank you, Inspector.
No trace of Ted Hale, is there, Inspector?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Judson. We're combing the city for him, but I'm afraid he's got clean away. You see,
It was marvelous to see how calmly Phil could talk to O'Brien about Ted Hale, knowing all the time just where the body was, under that bridge. I glanced at Henrietta. She was watching Phil, too.
You know what I think, Mr. Judson? I think Ted Hale will never be caught. I have a very funny feeling that he's dead.
Later that afternoon, I took a taxi cab, and I went down to police headquarters and asked to see Inspector O'Brien.
Well, glad to see you, Mr. Lang. You're looking a little better this afternoon.
I feel better, Inspector. I feel better because I've come to an important decision.
Oh, yeah?
Inspector, I've decided to tell you something that'll startle you.
That's pretty hard to startle an old hand in my business. Go ahead, I'm listening.
All right. Inspector, Ted Hale didn't kill Myrna. I killed her. That is, I think I killed her.
You think you killed her, don't you know?
It sounds crazy, doesn't it? But I assure you I'm perfectly safe.
Just a second now. You either killed her or you didn't kill her. If you kill somebody, you know it.
No, not in this case, Inspector. You see, I think I did it in my sleep. Both times. Myrna and Ted Hale, too.
Hold on now. I'll get someone to take notes. I suppose you start from the beginning.
I told him the whole story. How Phil had awakened me. And we found Myrna strangled. The groggy, drugged feeling I'd had. How Ted Hale had tried to blackmail me. And how Phil had awakened me once more, and we'd gone down to the cellar and found Ted with his head bashed in. I talked for a solid hour.
I'm glad you came to see me, Mr. Lang. Glad you've told me all this. You must have had a hard time reaching a decision to come here.
Yes. Yes, it was hard, Inspector. Mm-hmm. Phil wanted me to go away. It would have been so easy to go away and let him take care of things. But I'd never be able to sleep for fear I'd kill someone else.
Well, you needn't worry, Mr. Lang. There won't be any more killings.
Not if I'm safely in jail.
You're not going to jail. You're going home.
What?
In those notes the stenographer has taken, Mr. Lang, I have almost enough material to convict the real murder. I need just one more thing. Now, you go home and wait. Don't worry.
You mean I didn't kill Myrna and Ted?
Now, you just go along home and take it easy.
I'm back at home now. It's 2 hours since I left O'Brien's office, and I've taken the time to write down this full account, just as I gave it to the stenographer. As I write now, I can look across the lawn to Phil Judson's house. 5 minutes ago, I saw Inspector O'Brien and 2 detectives go in there. The front door is opening now. I can see them coming out. O'Brien first, then the 2 detectives, with Phil between them. They've got handcuffs on Phil. And here comes Henrietta. She's running across the lawn, coming here.
Peter! Peter!
Coming, Henrietta.
Peter, they've taken Phil away.
Yes, I saw it all from the window.
Oh, darling. Everything went right. Exactly as we planned it.
Oh, baby.
Hold me tight, Peter. Tight. We can be together now. Forever and ever.
I'd have killed a dozen Myrnas for you, baby.
I know. And you were clever, Peter. So clever.
And the hardest part was getting Phil to cooperate. But I knew he'd do anything for a friend.
What a fool he is. He stepped right in and took over.
You should have seen O'Brien when I told him the story. I could tell exactly what he was thinking. Here's a poor innocent sap whose best friend is framing him, giving him drugs, and then making him think he commits murders in his sleep.
Oh, Peter. As soon as he's convicted, I'll be free, and we can go away together.
All right. Huh? But you'll have to cancel that trip. Both of you.
O'Brien.
You heard what we said?
Sure did, every word. Remember at my office, Mr. Lang, when I told you I only needed one more thing to clinch the case against the murderer? Well, this was it. I faked the arrest of Mr. Judson. Then I sneaked back to see what you'd do about it. You did plenty.
Well, Pete certainly ruined a perfect crime by talking too much, which all goes to show that it's not wise to kill and tell.
Mercy. People do go out of their way to get themselves into trouble, don't they, Mr. Host? I'm really surprised at Henrietta, though.
For being a partner in crime, Mary.
No, for not being a partner to her husband. Oh. Most women, take great pride in looking out for their husband's happiness.
Mm-hmm. You mean like mending the bullet holes in their shirts?
Oh, Mr. Host, there are lots of better ways than that to keep a husband happy. For example, when your husband comes home from work, give him the refreshment of a brimming cup of piping hot Lipton tea. Lipton tea makes a wonderfully pleasing drink at mealtime or any time, because Lipton's is such a grand tea, so deliciously different, more flavorful and full-bodied. If you've been forgetting to get it, why not jot down Lipton's on tomorrow's grocery list now? Remember, Lipton tea always meets with favor, because Lipton tea gives you brisk flavor.
And now, friends, a parting word of advice. If you ever wake up and think that you've murdered someone in your sleep, don't go to the police. Now, just take another powder, brother, and go back to sleep. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Innocent Mrs. Duff by Elizabeth Sanksey Holding. And next week, the makers of Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup will bring you another Inner Sanctum mystery directed by Hyman Brown and called Accident. Does the wind whistling in your ears frighten you, folks? Oh, now don't be scared. Because when you're pushed down an empty elevator shaft and you hit the bottom, nothing ever can frighten you again. It's just an accident. And you'll learn all the mystery of it if you're listening to Inner Sanctum next week. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams. Hmm?
For a wonderful soup, be sure to try Lipton's Noodle Soup. Lipton's is the extra delicious noodle soup that folks rave about on account of all those tender golden egg noodles and that honest-to-goodness chickeny flavor. Tastes like homemade soup that you'd spend hours in making, yet Lipton's is ready in a jiffy. Lipton's noodle soup mix costs less and makes lots more than ordinary canned soups. So get some Lipton's Noodle Soup tomorrow. And tune in next week for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.